Pewter City, a place where the stone-gray buildings seemed to blend into the very cliffs they were carved from, and the dusty outskirts bore silent witness to forgotten lives. On a creaky bench across from a battered Pokémon supply shop, a teenager sat quietly, looking more like a shadow than a person. He was about 16. His clothes hung loosely off his thin frame, washed so many times they had lost all color. Though his face was handsome, it was hollow and pale, dotted with fading bruises. One glance was enough to guess his background. Poor, overworked, and recently robbed. His name was Sato Kaede, but once long ago he had another name, Jiang Chung. Earlier that day, the few thousand poke dollars he had scraped together from shifts at a convenience store were stolen by thugs. He had tried to resist until he saw the pokeballs on their belts. In this world, resisting power was suicidal. He backed down, and yet he wasn't angry. Not really. This wasn't the first time it had happened since arriving in Pewter City. For Sato Kaede, being powerless wasn't new. It was a recurring nightmare he had lived through before. He leaned back on the bench, lit a cigarette with a flick of his lighter, and stared at the sunset. The golden rays painted the worn rooftops and broken sidewalks in fleeting warmth, but his thoughts were far colder. No matter what world it is, the weak will always be prey. If you want to control your fate, you need power. Real power. He exhaled, the smoke curling around his face like whispers of a forgotten life. Because Sato Kaede hadn't always lived here. In another world, he had been Jiang Chung, a gifted programmer from Earth. Born into a rural family, he had clawed his way to the top through relentless hard work. He graduated from a top university, landed a job at a multinational company, and dared to believe that effort alone could carve a path through the chaos of life. He was wrong. Jealous seniors framed him for a catastrophic error in a joint project. The company discarded him, the law failed him, and worse, the stress shattered his aging parents. Grief claimed them both, and guilt nearly claimed Jiang Chung. But before he could end it all, fate threw one final twist. In a bar, he overheard his old co-workers drunkenly bragging about how they had set him up. Fueled by a need for justice, he gathered what evidence he could and turned to the authorities. It was too late. The evidence was gone, the truth buried, and the world had moved on. What followed was a calculated, cold-blooded spiral into vengeance. Leveraging his knowledge in chemistry and hacking, Jiang Chung created precise devices and mailed them to the very people who destroyed his life. His revenge was successful, but so was the investigation that followed. Hunted, broken, done with the farce of justice, he returned to his parents' grave and ended his life. A note was found beside his body, asking only to be buried with them. But the story didn't end there. For reasons unknown, divine pity, karmic debt, or cosmic irony, Jiang Chung awoke in a new world. The Pokémon world. Born as a roadside orphan, he was taken in by a kind but impoverished elderly couple. Their own son had vanished in disgrace, leaving only debts and pain behind. Jiang Chung, now Sato, grew up repaying their love with unwavering devotion. By the time he was 15, the couple passed peacefully. Their biological son reappeared, not to mourn, but to steal the inheritance. Sato didn't resist. He gave up the land and house with one condition: the graves would be untouched. The village bore witness to the promise. He walked away with nothing. But this time he had no regrets. Now alone in Pewter City, Sato saw the truth clearly. His undocumented status made him a ghost in the system. No school, no job, no safety. Thugs robbed him, employers exploited him, and every day felt like balancing on the edge of a knife. And yet, there was one path left to him. The path of a Pokémon trainer. The idea had once filled him with childish excitement. Like Ash from the anime, he dreamed of exploring the world with his own Pokémon. But the reality was brutal. To become a trainer, you needed money. Pokémon weren't just caught. They were bought, often from hunters who risked their lives to capture them. Even a basic Rattata cost more than most poor families could afford. And the first Pokémon mattered. It could shape your entire journey. Training required food, equipment, medical care, and above all, knowledge. A trainer without resources was a trainer destined to fail. Sato had none of it. In this world, even a Pidgey can kill a man. Only Pokémon can fight Pokémon. He understood now. Trainers were humanity's last hope to tame this dangerous world, but they paid a steep price. High risk, high investment, high mortality. Still, after everything, Sato Kaede had made his decision. I've been a victim twice now, in both lives. This time, I will not be. As his cigarette burned to the filter, he rose from the bench. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the street as if echoing his resolve. He turned toward the rundown shop, a place where maybe, just maybe, his new life could begin. His footsteps were steady, his eyes sharp. This time, I will live for myself. A faint blue gleam flickered in his irises, subtle, brief, and strange. But perhaps with a mix of nerves and quiet resolve, Sato Kaede stepped toward the weathered old shop on the edge of southern Pewter City. The structure looked half-abandoned. Its sign was cracked, the windows dust-covered, and the only sign of life was an elderly man reclining lazily behind the counter. Around the area, most shops were shuttered. Faded for rent signs plastered the neighboring buildings like scars of a forgotten economy. It was the kind of place people passed by without a second glance, which made it perfect for secrets. Sato had lived nearby for almost a year. He had observed the patterns, the subtle oddities. On certain days, groups of scruffy, desperate-looking people would pass through, entering and exiting this rundown shop. He eventually confirmed the truth through careful probing. This place was a Team Rocket recruitment node, and today was one of those days. The old man opened one eye, cloudy and disinterested, and rasped in a voice like rust scraping metal. "You sure about this? Once you're in, there's no way out." Sato didn't hesitate. "I've already lost everything. I'm not afraid anymore. Please, give me the location." He knew the rules of this world. Without an ID, he couldn't even legally become a trainer. The League would arrest him for impersonation if he tried. In the eyes of society, undocumented meant dangerous, suspicious, disposable. If he wanted to walk the path of a trainer, truly walk it, he needed power, connections, resources, all of which could be found in only one place: Team Rocket. In this world, no criminal syndicate was more organized, more deeply rooted, or more ambitious than the one led by Giovanni. The old man let out a raspy chuckle, pulled out a tablet from under the counter, and after a few taps and a scan, Sato's photo flickered onto the screen. Yep. You got nowhere else to run." He tossed a small black object across the counter. Sato caught it instinctively. "See that tree over there? Look for the markings and follow them. Don't waste time." Sato examined the item under a nearby streetlight. At first glance, it was just a smooth black stone. But when the light hit it just right, a blood-red arc glimmered within its core. A token, proof of his intent. He nodded silently and headed toward the indicated tree. Upon close inspection, he found a faint arrow carved into the bark. He followed it, and the others that came after, symbols etched into stones, fences, even lampposts. The trail led him to the edge of the forest outside Pewter, and finally to a secluded wooden cabin surrounded by creeping fog and whispering trees. The sun had dipped below the horizon. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting eerie patterns on the forest floor. As he approached, the door to the cabin began to shut. A large man in dark clothes turned sharply, eyes narrowing. At the same moment, a flock of Murkrow emerged from the surrounding branches, their crimson eyes gleaming with malice. Sato stopped and raised the black stone high. The burly man squinted, then raised a hand. The Murkrow vanished without a sound. "You're lucky, kid. 10 seconds later, and even that token wouldn't have saved you." He opened the door again. Sato handed him the token and stepped into the darkness. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the floor gave way beneath him. He fell, and as the world swallowed him whole, a sharp, dissonant hum echoed in his ears, then nothing. When Sato regained consciousness, he was lying on cold stone in the middle of a massive underground square. Harsh lights illuminated the space. Around him were others, some seated, some standing, all silent, all watching. 50 people. He counted. Everyone looked like they'd been plucked from the same grim tale. Homeless, outcast, broken, or hungry. He tried to speak to a few, but they either ignored him or turned away, guarded. So he leaned back against the wall, quietly observing. An hour passed. Suddenly, several concealed doors along the walls slid open. Uniformed Team Rocket members marched in, surrounding the room's perimeter. Each grunt released their Pokémon, Raticate, Golbat, Houndour, forming a ring of intimidation. Then came a presence that shifted the entire atmosphere. A man stepped onto the central platform, exuding an aura of danger. Caesar, their instructor. His face was hard and scarred, his eyes sharp and merciless. Even without speaking, he commanded the attention of everyone in the square. "Welcome," he said, voice echoing with raw authority. "My name is Caesar. I'm your instructor. I'll only say this once. Pay attention." He clapped his hands. Several grunts wheeled out metal racks stacked with pokeballs, each glinting under the lights. "These are your initiation rewards. Each of you may choose one. You may not release the Pokémon inside. Once selected, you cannot change your mind." "Understood." Silence. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, chaos erupted. The closest recruits surged forward, tripping over one another in a frantic bid to claim the best Pokémon. Shouts rang out. A few fists flew. A boy was nearly crushed beneath the crowd. Sato remained at the back, expression unreadable. He simply watched. No need to rush, he thought. The smarter choice is always patience. There were 10 racks, each holding about 100 Pokeballs, far more than the number of recruits. Let them fight for scraps. He would wait. Eventually, the frenzy died down. Most had picked their partners and returned to the edges of the room. Now it was Sato's turn. He approached the racks calmly, scanning the remaining options. 6 Pokemon types were offered. Rattata, Spearow, Geodude, Zubat, Coughing, Ekans. Of them, Ekans and Coughing were the clear favorites. Their Pokeballs were nearly gone. Spearow and Geodude had been picked next. Only a handful of Rattata and Zubat remained. Sato smiled faintly. So this is the start line. He reached out and made his choice. Whatever was inside would be his partner, his weapon, his future. From here on out, there would be no turning back.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
To be honest, when Sato first saw the 6 available Pokémon, his initial thought was to choose the strongest one, Ekans. However, after calming down and thinking it over, he shifted his focus to the rack filled with Pokeballs containing Zubat. As a Pokémon enthusiast, Sato was naturally very familiar with these 6 common Pokémon from the Kanto region. Ekans and Coughing, in particular, were standard for Team Rocket. Both were Poison-type Pokémon, and among all the basic Poison types, they were considered quite powerful. Ekans, for example, was a large purple snake, and most of them had the Intimidate ability, which made it clear they were not to be trifled with. In the wild, Ekans, being a poison type, had a dominant presence in its habitat and was high on the food chain. Most wild Pokémon would turn and flee at the sight of it. Coughing, on the other hand, was even more notorious, known as Team Rocket's go-to-escape tool. Whether it was releasing black smoke to confuse enemies or performing a self-destruct attack at critical moments, Coughing was an extremely useful Pokémon for Team Rocket. Moreover, Coughing wasn't picky about food, making it an easy and powerful Pokémon to raise. However, as a starter Pokémon for a new trainer, both of these poison types were clearly unsuitable. You have to understand, when a trainer chooses a Pokémon, the Pokémon is also choosing its trainer. If the trainer isn't capable enough to earn the Pokémon's respect, they might face retaliation. This is especially true for Pokémon with no prior bond with their trainer. Haven't everyone seen how Pikachu used to constantly shock Ash? If even Pikachu behaved that way, one can only imagine the danger of handling dangerous poison types like Ekans and Coughing. Ekans, in particular, is a cold-blooded, highly aggressive Pokémon. Even with the constraints of the Pokeball, a trainer would still need to be cautious of backlash. Otherwise, they might end up becoming the snake's victim. Coughing was also quite hazardous. As its name suggests, it is filled with gases. Everyone knows what gases can do. If a large amount of gases gather, even a small spark could trigger an explosion. Moreover, despite Coughing's dopey appearance, it has a bad temper, almost comparable to an electrode. A minor incident could easily set off a self-destruct move. Pokémon using self-destruct won't die, but they will be left severely injured, though timely treatment can save them. So, after carefully considering his current abilities as a trainer, Sato wisely ruled out both Ekans and coughing. He didn't want to risk serious injury at such a young age. As for the remaining 4 Pokémon, Sato quickly eliminated Rattata and Geodude. The reason was simple: while Rattata is easy to raise, it has very little potential for growth. If it were an Alolan Rattata, he might have considered it. Geodude, while boasting excellent defense, has far too many weaknesses, making it easy for opponents to outmaneuver and keep it at a disadvantage in battle. That left him with 2 final options, Spearow and Zubat. Sato then engaged in some intense internal debate. In terms of combat ability, Spearow is clearly stronger than Zubat. However, Spearow is also notoriously hot-tempered, living up to its name, and taming it in a short period would be no easy task. Zubat, on the other hand, earned Sato's admiration. As a nocturnal creature, while its combat abilities are reduced during the day, its excellent scouting capabilities are unmatched by any of the other 5 Pokémon. Additionally, it's easy to feed, requiring fewer resources to raise. Zubat's echolocation ability also provides excellent early warning for its trainer, reducing the risk of dangerous encounters. Zubat's utility for a new trainer, who don't yet have much battle prowess, is immense, helping them transition through the early stages with relative ease. Moreover, because Zubat's combat power weakens during the day, Sato felt confident he could quickly tame it. Based on his understanding of bats, he knew that Zubats are extremely afraid of strong light. By exploiting this weakness, he believed capturing a Zubat would not be too difficult. Sato also had great confidence in his ability to train Zubat. As its name suggests, Zubat's innate talent revolves around sound waves, no surprise there. And as a former science student in his previous life, Sato had an in-depth understanding of sound waves. He knew just how powerful they could be. If he could develop Zubat's natural ability, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force under his command. Having decided on his starter Pokémon, Sato fully focused his attention on the rack holding Zubat's Pokeballs. At the same time, a faint blue light flickered in his eyes. As a transmigrator, Sato Kaede had more than just memories from his past life. He also possessed something many transmigrators typically have, a special advantage often referred to as a golden finger, or cheat, a system. Unfortunately, compared to other transmigrators, his system was somewhat lackluster. It didn't gift him a powerful Pokémon from the start, nor did it grant him any amazing abilities from the Pokémon world, like the power of Viridian, Aura, or psychic powers. So far, based on his understanding of the system's functions, it only had one feature, the ability to scan/inspect Pokémon. Still, Sato was quite satisfied with this feature. It allowed him to instantly see a Pokémon's level and skills, giving him a significant advantage in battles by knowing his opponent's capabilities ahead of time. Thanks to the system's detailed scanning ability, the information of each Zubat in the rack of Pokeballs was quickly laid out before Sato's eyes. Innate talent is important in every world. There's no denying that some are born with better potential than others, and unless there's a stroke of luck later in life, it's very hard to change that. At the same time, in the Pokémon world, talent is extremely important for Pokémon. Within any Pokémon group, there are naturally members with high talent and those with lower talent. Generally, the more talented ones grow into leaders of their groups, while the less talented ones remain as underlings. However, Sato felt a bit disappointed that his system didn't include a function to detect a Pokémon's talent. He could only say their level and moves, and as for distinguishing their talent, he could only make educated guesses. Currently, Sato's only method for gauging a Pokémon's talent based on the system's data was to see whether they had any egg movie or tutor moves, moves taught by themselves or by someone naturally. Typically, if a Pokémon inherits a powerful move that can only be learned at higher levels or not at all through normal level progression, it usually indicates high potential. After all, a Pokémon born with such moves must have at least one strong parent. The same goes for tutor moves. For a wild Pokémon to learn a move it wouldn't normally acquire through simply leveling up, it either has to figure it out on its own or be taught by others. These self-learned moves are often treasured by wild Pokémon, treated like heirlooms, and are rarely taught to others, usually only passed down to offspring or close companions. Similarly, any Pokémon capable of independently learning a skill they wouldn't normally acquire through leveling up must have a strong aptitude, at least in terms of intelligence. By this logic, any Pokémon with tutor moves either has a very strong parent or a close partner who taught them. The first scenario is usually the more likely. Using his system's scanning function, Sato quickly reviewed the levels and skills of each Zubat. Unfortunately, none of them were above level 7, and only 2 had egg moves or tutor moves, which left Sato somewhat disappointed. The details of the 2 Zubats were as follows. Pokémon, Zubat, number 1. Level, 7. Type, Poison/Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Female. Known moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Gust, Egg Move, Aerial Ace, Tutor. Pokémon, Zubat, number 2. Level, 7. Type, Poison/Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Known moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Hypnosis, Egg Move, Shadow Ball, Tutor. Comparing the two Zubats, Sato could easily tell that these two were likely the most talented Zubat available from Team Rocket's selection. Of course, there could be even more talented ones, but since he couldn't take them out to inspect, he had to rely on the available data to make his judgment. Besides egg moves and tutor moves, another way to gauge a Pokémon's talent was by observing its physical development. In the wild, unless a Pokémon has a trainer to care for it, they must rely on their own abilities to find food. It stands to reason that a more talented Pokémon would naturally be stronger than its peers during its growth, allowing it to secure more resources and develop better. This is the harsh reality of nature's survival of the fittest. Only the strongest thrive, while the weak stay weak unless some extraordinary opportunity comes along to change their fate. After some quick consideration, Sato chose the second Zubat as his Pokémon. To him, Zubat, being a fragile Pokémon before evolution, wasn't suited for charging straight into battle but was better at attacking from a distance and supporting with interference tactics. Between Gust and Aerial Ace and Hypnosis and Shadow Ball, the latter set seemed a much better fit for Zubat. I hope we can become great partners. I'll do my best to train you, Sato thought as he held the Pokeball containing his Zubat. Then, amid the impatient gazes of the others, Sato, who was the last to choose a Pokémon and had also taken the longest time, calmly returned to the lineup of new trainers, showing no hint of awkwardness or embarrassment. Interesting, Caesar's eyes flashed with a glint of interest as he watched Sato calmly return to the lineup under everyone's gaze, completely unhurried and unbothered. Soon, the Rocket team's Pokémon selection process for the new recruits ended. The Grunts who had pushed the racks over tactfully returned to take them away. Alright, now that you've all selected your Pokémon, release them immediately. If anyone can command their Pokémon properly, they'll receive a generous reward from me, like this Pokémon egg of one of the Kanto starters. But be quick, there's only one reward, Caesar said, pulling out a Pokémon egg with red markings. As Caesar spoke, Sato noticed the surrounding Rocket team members watching them with amused, mocking expressions, as if they were expecting to watch a good show. Ekans, follow my command, use Poison Sting. Coughing, use Tackle. Come out, Guidud, use Rock Throw. Spearow, use Growl. Rattata, you use Tackle too. Zubat, hurry and use Supersonic. Upon hearing Caesar's instructions and seeing the Pokémon egg in his hand, most of the Rocket team recruits lit up with joy. They clearly thought they were skilled enough, believing Caesar's challenge was an easy way to grab some benefits. Eagerly, they released their Pokémon and began issuing common attack commands. In an instant, white beams of light flashed from the Pokeballs as the Pokémon emerged onto the open square. Seeing the situation taking a bad turn, Sato's expression changed. He quickly squeezed out of the crowd of new recruits and moved closer to the nearest Rocket team Grunt. It was clear that Sato wasn't the only one sensing trouble. Several others, like him, refrained from releasing their Pokémon and hurried to stand near the Rocket Grunts. As for the Pokémon released from the recruits' Pokeballs, they initially looked around cautiously, scanning their unfamiliar surroundings. When they saw Caesar, they showed fear and dread but paid no attention to the commands given by the new recruits who had released them. The scene became extremely awkward, and the once confident recruits found themselves embarrassed and bewildered. In reality, most of these new Rocket team members came from poor backgrounds, living in relatively isolated environments. Their understanding of Pokémon was quite shallow. They had watched Pokémon battles on TV and thought that simply releasing their Pokémon would allow them to control them easily. Some recruits, refusing to accept defeat, angrily scolded their Pokémon for not obeying. A few more hot-tempered individuals even attempted to kick or hit their disobedient Pokémon. As expected, most of these people were raised like pigs by the Alliance, living in the fairy tale the League has spun. They still have only a surface-level understanding of Pokémon, thinking they can just enslave them at will. Sato smiled wryly from his spot on the outskirts of the crowd. In his year living in Pewter City, Sato rarely saw reports of Pokémon harming people on TV or in the newspapers. If there were any incidents, the stories usually involved heroic League trainers driving the wild Pokémon away and capturing them with ease. Overall, the League rarely allowed people in its territories to understand the dangers of wild Pokémon, instead promoting the narrative that Pokémon are humans' friends and partners. This led the vast majority of people, who had never experienced a Pokémon attack, to believe it. Additionally, the Pokémon League's tournaments featured young trainers, still wet behind their ears, expertly commanding their Pokémon in battle. It's no wonder that older people, who had never gone on their own journeys, assumed they could do the same. The world is never short of arrogant people, those who assume that what others can do, they can do just as easily. In truth, some things are impossible to grasp without first-hand experience. For example, being a Pokémon trainer is no joke, it's a dangerous profession. Sure enough, some of these arrogant individuals finally faced the consequences. Pokémon might not directly oppose trainers holding Pokeballs, but if a trainer dares to provoke them, they won't just sit back and do nothing. Those who tried to use violence on their disobedient Pokémon quickly regretted it. An Ekans retaliated with a bite, knocking its trainer to the ground. Coughing, even worse, exploded in a self-destruct, severely injuring both people and Pokémon nearby. Guidud delivered a crushing punch that sent its trainer flying. The fierce Spearow pecked viciously at its trainer's head, leaving him bleeding profusely. Zubat unleashed a dizzying supersonic before biting its trainer's neck and sucking blood. Rattata bit its trainer's leg, taking a chunk of flesh with it. Chaos erupted across the plaza, with many new rocket recruits screaming in pain. Some, utterly terrified by the bloodshed, even wet themselves. Fortunately, the chaos was short-lived. Under Caesar's orders, the watching rocket grunts sprang into action. They efficiently commanded their Pokémon to subdue the attacking Pokémon, then swiftly returned them to their Pokeballs. Afterward, a few grunts split off to carry the severely injured recruits to the infirmary for treatment. That was incredibly dangerous. Without special means, humans can't possibly defeat Pokémon. The one I have in this Pokeball is surely untrained too. If I'd released it just now, unprepared, I might have been sent to the infirmary too, Sato thought to himself as he looked at the Pokeball in his hand. At the same time, witnessing the immense power of the Pokémon only increased his desire to become a trainer capable of controlling such mighty creatures. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. Soon, the plaza fell deathly silent. Most of the recruits stared at their Pokeballs in fear. Some even threw them far away, no longer believing they could command such terrifying Pokémon after what they had just witnessed. What a bunch of losers. Looks like none of you are getting a reward from me. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that the Pokémon you're holding were only recently caught in the wild and haven't been trained yet, Caesar sneered from the podium, his face growing cold as he saw their pitiful expressions. Upon hearing Caesar's harsh words, most of the recruits hung their heads even lower, too ashamed and scared to lift them. Only a small few still kept their backs straight, unwilling to show weakness, and looked straight at him. Caesar, observing the recruits' reactions, took note of those who still showed promise and felt slightly relieved. A smile appeared on his face. As the drill instructor, it was his job to train new recruits for the organization. If he didn't meet the minimum training standards, it would negatively impact his own promotion prospects. In fact, every drill instructor in Team Rocket was an elite, and they were also the organization's reserve officers. Team Rocket used their expertise not only to train new members but also to allow these elites to build their own influence within the organization. Currently, Team Rocket's Kanto operations were divided into three powerful factions, the Athena faction, the Apollo faction, and the Poseidon faction, each ruling different regions. Caesar belonged to the Apollo faction. Alright, I won't waste any more words. You have 1 week. No matter how you do it, only those who successfully tame their Pokémon will become true members of Team Rocket. Those who fail will be relegated to the lowest menial tasks. Team Rocket doesn't support dead weight. Take them away. Caesar left these parting words before suddenly disappearing from the podium. Following his orders, the rocket grunts moved quickly, escorting Sato and the other new recruits away from the plaza like prisoners. After Sato and the others were escorted from the large plaza, they officially entered Team Rocket's massive underground secret base in Pewter City. Eventually, they were brought to a communal dining hall. After finishing their dinner within the allotted time, Sato and the new recruits were taken to a barracks specifically set up for them. Once all the recruits had gathered there, a long-waiting Team Rocket squad leader explained the rules they needed to follow while in the base. This included areas they were allowed to access and the basic guidelines they must adhere to. About 10 minutes later, Sato Kaede found himself in his own single-occupancy room. The room was about the size of a studio apartment. Despite its small size, it was fully equipped with a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. Of course, the furnishings were quite basic, just a bed, a desk, a chair, and an old desktop computer. Besides these items, there were also 3 sets of solid black uniforms neatly placed on the bed, with a peculiar-looking watch resting on top. According to the squad leader's introduction, the black uniforms were specially issued to new recruits. While inside the base, they were required to wear this uniform at all times, otherwise, they would be treated as intruders. It's worth noting that these uniforms were not ordinary. They were made from special materials by Team Rocket, making them not only lightweight and sturdy but also offering protection against fire and electricity. Wearing one was akin to donning lightweight armor, providing the wearer with some level of defense. And this was just the uniform issued to new recruits. The peculiar watch, on the other hand, served as each Team Rocket member's identification. Besides its ID function, it had various features, including a space for storing items, a communication tool, and a bank card-like function. Within Team Rocket, the common currency used was a virtual one called points. These points were highly valuable. As long as a recruit had enough points and the right permissions, they could use the Team Rocket points exchange system to acquire a variety of items. Being a large, shadowy organization with influence across both Kanto and Johto, Team Rocket had an abundance of resources. The points exchange system contained a wide range of items acquired through the group's operations. Whether it was rare Pokémon items, valuable TMS, or even the famous pseudo-legendary Pokémon from different regions, the points exchange system had it all. As part of their new recruit benefits, Sato Kaede and the others had already been credited with points in their accounts as starter funds for nurturing their Pokémon. All in all, Team Rocket put a considerable amount of effort into training their recruits. From providing them with starter Pokémon to giving them protective gear and points, it was clear how much emphasis they placed on developing new talent. Only 1 week to tame it, and the only resource I have right now is points. I need to think carefully about how to make the best use of this limited resource, Sato thought to himself as he lay in bed, forcing himself to stay awake and plan his next steps. He then got up from the bed and sat at the desk, powering on the desktop computer. Soon, the screen lit up and displayed the desktop. There were only 2 icons, one labeled My Computer and the other Points Exchange System. Seeing the second icon, Sato eagerly clicked on it with the mouse, only to discover that it required identity verification to access. The squad leader had not mentioned this part. Fortunately, Sato Kaede was a programmer in his previous life, and the computers in this world were not much different from those back then. Seeing the situation, he didn't panic. After thinking for a bit, he carefully inspected the entire computer. Eventually, he found a slot on top of the computer case near the wall, which resembled the shape of his Team Rocket-issued watch. With a let's give it a try mindset, Sato Kaede placed his Team Rocket watch into the slot. A second later, the desktop interface switched, and he successfully passed the identity verification, entering the points exchange system. Overall, the items available in the points exchange system were divided into 4 categories. The first was various Pokémon items, the second was TMS, the third was Pokémon, and the fourth was training manuals. The Pokémon item category contained things like sprays, evolutionary stones, and held items. In addition to these, there were common miscellaneous items and even some gadgets invented by Team Rocket. The TM category, as expected, consisted of various move discs. Upon a quick glance, Sato realized that nearly every type of TM was available, except for moves exclusive to legendary Pokémon. Unfortunately, due to his current status as a new recruit, Sato could only exchange for relatively common TMS. The Pokémon category naturally allowed recruits to exchange for various Pokémon. However, unlike the broad selection of TMS, the types of Pokémon available for exchange were limited, with most being from the Kanto and Johto regions. Lastly, the training manual category contained various guides on quickly and effectively raising certain Pokémon. However, most of the manuals were incomplete or had severely truncated methods. After entering the points exchange system, Sato felt like he had discovered a new world. His exhaustion vanished instantly, and he began using his highly efficient mind, thanks to his past programming experience, to memorize the names and point values of the items. Soon, he found the items he needed to help him tame Zubat. There weren't many items available, but he found a high-powered flashlight, a net made of iron, soundproof earmuffs, and several packs of blood. It had been mentioned earlier that Zubat, like regular bats, were nocturnal creatures with very poor vision, making them highly sensitive to bright light. Therefore, Sato decided to exploit this weakness to tame Zubat. The bright light from the flashlight could deal significant damage to Zubat, making it easier to control. As for the net and earmuffs, he chose them for his personal safety. After all, even a cornered rabbit can bite, let alone a Pokémon that is much more powerful. To prevent Zubat from lashing out, taking precautions was essential. Lastly, the packs of blood were meant as a bribe. Zubat has an almost obsessive craving for blood. Even when they are full, they often continue to drink, becoming so heavy they could no longer fly. If he could use Zubat's gluttonous nature to quickly build a relationship and gain its trust, it would be a great success for Sato. He knew that Zubat's final evolution into Crobat required a high level of friendship. As for why Crobat appeared in the wild, that was a mystery for another time. The items Sato chose were all relatively low-cost miscellaneous goods. The high-powered flashlight required points, the small iron net needed points, the soundproof earmuffs and each small pack of blood would also cost a few points. Based on Sato calculations, the total points required for all these items was well within his current budget. However, Sato didn't rush to exchange for the items immediately. Instead, he spent nearly 2 hours memorizing the names and prices of various items in the points exchange system. Afterward, he shut down the computer, lay down on his bed, and fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until 7 o'clock the next morning that Sato slowly woke up from his bed. The first thing he did, still half asleep, was to glance at the red and white Pokeball resting on the table. Realizing this wasn't a dream, Sato checked the time on his Team Rocket-issued watch. He closed his eyes for a moment, and after about a minute, he opened them again, now fully awake. After a quick wash, Sato put on his Team Rocket recruit uniform and attached the Pokeball containing Zubat to his belt, then left his room. As the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people. Feeling quite hungry after waking up, his first stop was the communal dining hall. Team Rocket's welfare system was quite decent for its members. Anyone contributing to the organization could get enough food to eat, and it was unlimited. Even though Sato and other new recruits hadn't contributed to Team Rocket yet, they were still entitled to certain benefits, including 3 free meals a day with no limits on portions. Of course, with free meals, you couldn't expect high quality. The food was basic. There was plenty of rice, but only limited amounts of side dishes. If you wanted something better, you'd have to spend points to buy it. It was already past 7 a.m., so those with assigned tasks had long since left the dining hall. The only ones left were new recruits like Sato Kaede. Most of them had already finished eating and were gathered in small groups, frowning as they discussed how to tame the Pokémon inside their Pokeballs. These recruits weren't stupid. They knew that 3 heads are better than 1, so they hoped to work together as a team to tame their Pokémon. While a single person might not be able to handle a Pokémon, 10 or more well-prepared individuals could likely stand a chance. If they could help one person tame their Pokémon, the rest would be easier. Once the first Pokémon was tamed, that person could help the others do the same. Sato's arrival didn't draw much attention. By now, the new recruits had naturally formed small teams, and no one was interested in Sato, who had arrived late and was as quite thin. So, Sato quietly picked up his free breakfast from the cafeteria staff and found a secluded corner to eat in peace. He wasn't concerned with how others planned to tame their Pokémon. He already had a method in mind to tame Zubat. What he needed now were the tools to do so. The easiest and most straightforward way to get those tools was to exchange points through Team Rocket's internal points exchange system. Having reviewed the exchange system's prices multiple times and memorized them, Sato knew very well how crucial points were within Team Rocket. Points were the lifeblood of the organization. If he wanted to live well in Team Rocket, he had to earn as many points as possible. Outside of Team Rocket, raising Pokémon cost money. Inside, it cost points. Moreover, Team Rocket had access to many rare resources, some of which couldn't be purchased even with a lot of money. Combined with the fair exchange rates, points were considered far more valuable than money by Team Rocket members. As a new recruit, Sato Kaede currently only had 200 points as his initial resource. How to make the best use of these resources to ensure greater returns in the future was a crucial matter. During the briefing from the Team Rocket squad leader yesterday, although the explanation of the places new recruits were allowed to access within the base was brief, Sato Kaede remembered it clearly. The places where new recruits like him could freely come and go were limited to 4 areas: the public cafeteria, the recruit dormitory, the public training ground, and the public market. He had already visited the first 2 places, but the third, the training ground, wasn't necessary yet, as he hadn't tamed Zubat. As for the 4th place, the public market, it was the one Sato wanted to check out the most. If his guess was correct, he would likely find something valuable there. Where there are people, there is a marketplace, and the role of a market is to efficiently optimize the distribution of resources. Most of the people in Team Rocket, including the experienced members, had once faced the same challenges that Sato and the other new recruits were now encountering. Those who succeeded and stayed must have found ways to tame their Pokémon. While their methods might have been varied and unusual, someone must have figured out how to exploit Zubat's weakness to bright light in order to tame it. Thus, those who had used this method to tame Zubat were bound to have the very items Sato Kaede needed. Currently, the base was seeing an influx of new recruits. Sato Kaede's group was just one of many. Each new recruit had been given 200 free points. While that might not seem like a lot, when you consider the number of recruits, it added up to a lucrative opportunity. Experienced Team Rocket members wouldn't pass up such a juicy target. Though this was only the first day, and they hadn't yet openly started exploiting various methods to seize the recruits' valuable points, Sato Kaede was certain that in a day or two, even if the recruits hadn't thought to seek help from these veterans, the veterans themselves would reach out to offer assistance. The instructor, Caesar, had already said that as long as the recruits could tame their Pokémon, it didn't matter what method they used, it would count as a pass. So, when veterans offered paid assistance, the recruits would likely be very willing to accept it. Of course, time was on the veterans' side. The more time pressed on, the higher their prices would go, especially for the recruits who had yet to tame their Pokémon by the final day. Those desperate recruits would be willing to pay any price, even promising future rewards in exchange for help. Sato, who was especially sharp-minded, had thought through all of this. Since learning a hard lesson in the past, he had become extremely cautious in his actions. While others might only plan 1 or 2 steps ahead, he would try to anticipate the next 4 or 5 and come up with several contingency plans. Having lived 2 lives, Sato had matured significantly. The tragedies of his first life had caused him to lose much, but they had also taught him many valuable lessons. Ado spent more than half an hour on his free breakfast, which consisted of a hefty piece of dry bread and a bottle of milk. By the time he finished, it was already a little past 9. It's time. It should be busier now, he thought, swallowing the last piece of bread and finishing off the milk, glancing at the time displayed on his Team Rocket watch. In fact, the public market had opened at 9, but since most Team Rocket members had daily tasks, there weren't many people there early in the morning. The strength of Team Rocket came from its vast resources, as they owned many businesses across numerous cities, most of which employed Team Rocket members. In reality, the number of actual combat personnel in Team Rocket was not large, most members served in logistical roles. After all, Team Rocket members were human too and needed to eat, and building armed forces consumed substantial resources. Without sufficient logistical support, they would be left to fend for themselves. While many might think that dark organizations acquire resources solely through plunder, that misconception is flawed. Plunder is one of the lowest forms of resource collection. Most dark forces, including Team Rocket, excel at creating and nurturing resources alongside any plundering they might do. For example, the Sylphco, secretly controlled by Team Rocket, the Rainbow Casino, the Game Corner, and the Amusement Park, from the anime, for giant Pokémon created by Giovanni, all represent lucrative ventures cultivated by Team Rocket. Currently, Team Rocket's industries were very diversified. Collecting protection fees from the black market was just a small part of their economic sources. The hidden industries operating under the sun were their primary income generators. This is why Team Rocket's power was so formidable, even the Pokémon League dared not provoke them lightly. Team Rocket had firmly established itself within the League, and if the League attempted to uproot them, it would incur significant damage and possibly cause societal upheaval. However, due to the sheer number of industries, Team Rocket needed a vast amount of manpower. It was always safer to use their own people, and they also had to compete with the League and other dark forces, operating in competition, engaging in sabotage, leading to significant personnel losses. Thus, Team Rocket faced a tight situation regarding human resources, which was a key reason they continuously sought to train new recruits. They placed particular emphasis on cultivating top-tier combat personnel. After all, human resources are the most valuable asset. If even one new recruit turned out to be a top-tier trainer, it would help expand Team Rocket's territory. In summary, Team Rocket doesn't keep idle members. Nearly every member has assigned tasks to complete daily. This is especially true for logistical personnel, whose work is considerably heavier compared to combat personnel. Of course, personnel rotation within Team Rocket is quite reasonable. As long as they complete their designated workload, they can finish their shifts early. At this time, just past 9, it was when Team Rocket members were switching shifts and resting. In the time remaining before the next meal, there would be more people active in the public market within the base. After placing his tray in the designated area, Sato left the cafeteria alone, making his way to the public market according to the base route map he remembered from yesterday. In fact, the public market was very close to the cafeteria, but due to his limited access, he had to take a longer route. On the way, Sato saw many Team Rocket members. When he encountered them, he stepped aside to let them pass, as it was customary for lower-ranked members to give way to those of higher rank. If they were direct superiors and subordinates, they had to bow respectfully. Wow, someone figured out to come to the public market so quickly? What's your name, newcomer? What Pokémon do you have? By the way, who's your instructor? As Sato Kaede was about to enter the public market, a female Team Rocket member dressed in a platoon leader's uniform stopped him. In Team Rocket, personnel are typically ranked as follows: grunts, squad leaders, platoon leaders, battalion leaders, elites, cotters, senior cotters, regional commanders, and leader. Currently, the highest authority at the underground base in Pewter City was a senior cotter named Hina, who was a subordinate of Apollo, the regional commander of the northeastern Kanto region. The person who stopped Sato was a mature woman, tall and curvaceous, with particularly prominent features. She had long, curly pink hair and was wearing light makeup, showcasing a certain mature charm. Her appearance was reminiscent of the older female thief from the anime. Hello, platoon leader. My name is Sato Kaede. The Pokémon I just received is Zubat, and my instructor is Caesar, he replied, lifting his head slightly and speaking with a calm demeanor despite her higher rank. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's response and seeing his youthful, unruffled expression, the mature beauty's amber eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and she looked at him with newfound interest. Little brother, don't you think I'm pretty? You're not reacting much at all, which is rather uncool, she said playfully after a few seconds. Seeing him remain unmoved, she leaned in, trapping him against the wall, and spoke in a seductive tone. Clearly, Sato's nonchalance caused the confident captain to question her allure. Nearby, some passing Team Rocket members showed envy on their faces, wishing to replace Sato, while women quickly turned their heads and left, murmuring phrases like shameless. The platoon leader, Miyamoto Sakura, was 26 years old and had been in Team Rocket for 6 years. Like Sato, she came from a humble background, but through her efforts, she had risen to the rank of a platoon leader, commanding a platoon. Despite her current friendly and alluring demeanor, she was known as the Thorny Rose in the Pewter City base and was one of the top platoon leaders in strength. Any Team Rocket member who dared to offend her faced severe punishment unless they outranked her. Sato's indifference had successfully captured her attention, as she wanted to see if he truly was immune to her charm. She particularly disliked men who pretended to be unaffected. In all honesty, if it had been another boy of Sato's age, faced with such tempting provocations from Miyamoto Sakura, he would likely have lost control. However, thanks to his experiences, Sato managed to keep his composure and avoid thinking with his other head. At the same time, he sensed a hint of deadly threat from Sakura, which extinguished any thoughts of her allure. The enticing fragrance wafted toward him, and upon seeing her alluring figure again, he couldn't help but swallow slightly. Yet, he tried to maintain his usual calm expression, keeping his eyes steady and serene. Humph, what an unappealing little brother you are. Here, take this. Consider it a welcome gift for being a newcomer. I have high hopes for you, she said after a few seconds, seeing that Sato still showed no reaction. With a resigned expression, she tossed something to him and continued walking away, swaying her hips. Sato caught the item she threw and found it was a rose-red portable spotlight. A hint of joy flickered in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Thank you for the gift, it will be very useful to me. However, I believe in fair trade. May I ask your name? I'd like to purchase this spotlight at the price listed in the points exchange system, he called out to Sakura, who had already walked a short distance away. Unfortunately, she ignored him and continued swaying her way forward, glancing back at him with a flirtatious smile before disappearing from his sight. I've noted down this small favor, I'll definitely repay you when the opportunity arises. Seeing that Miyamoto Sakura ignored him and left, Sato silently thought as he put away the bright red portable flashlight into the storage space of his Team Rocket watch. After this brief encounter, Sato finally arrived at his destination, the public market of Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter. The public market wasn't very large, about the size of a quarter of a standard soccer field. At this time, there were quite a few people there, with many stalls set up on the ground, numbering at least over 50. Sato Kaede, as a rookie, stood out a bit. Once he entered, many official members of Team Rocket turned their gaze toward him. Even that brief glance made Sato feel like he was under scrutiny. He keenly sensed a trace of malice in their eyes, which reflected a greedy look, as if they were regarding a lamb to be slaughtered. At the same time, a memorable smell emanated from most of the people around him. Although it was faint, the sheer number of people allowed him to quickly notice it. It was the unclean and nauseating scent of blood. It was evident that every Team Rocket member entering the public market was a hardened individual, someone who had survived brutal battles and had taken lives to some extent. It seems this public market isn't a place for ordinary people. The tension here indicates that these individuals are perhaps the real operatives of Team Rocket, completely different from the foot soldiers I saw before. I've only felt this kind of atmosphere from that instructor named Caesar, Sato thought as he observed the members moving around him. Since entering the public market, the air felt thicker, the tense atmosphere making it somewhat uncomfortable for him to breathe. The Team Rocket members were likely engaging in subtle competitions or warnings against each other, trying to secure better deals for themselves, or looking for easy targets. Although Sato had also taken lives in his previous life, it clearly didn't compare to the Team Rocket members around him who had engaged in real battles. After all, he had only manufactured bombs to kill, delivering them to his enemies' homes via courier, without getting his hands dirty. Fortunately, Sato's courage and willpower far surpassed that of ordinary people. He gradually adapted, and with his rising confidence, he shifted back to his usual I don't give a fuck attitude. Showing any weakness would only invite those looking to oppress and exploit. The Team Rocket members near him also sensed the change, and the feeling of being scrutinized lessened significantly. Sensing that he wasn't easy to bully or intimidate, the members nearby stopped paying attention to him and he was no longer met with hostility. At this point, he could finally search for what he needed. Most stalls had a clean cloth laid out with various items displayed on them. The majority of the goods were Pokémon items and various other supplies. As Sato walked around, he saw all sorts of Pokémon items, the most common of which were various spray potions and berries with different effects. These common Pokémon items were reasonably priced. For example, a low-level healing spray potion cost about 10 points in the Team Rocket points exchange system, while the standard price here was 8 points. Overall, most items in the public market were cheaper than their equivalents in the points exchange system. It made sense since if the prices were equal or higher, one might as well redeem them directly from the system, especially since those were new items. Moreover, everyone trading here knew that the items being sold were likely black market goods, and since they were second-hand, lower prices were to be expected. Generally, the only items that exceeded the points exchange prices were Pokémon. The price for redeeming Pokémon through the Team Rocket points system was a standard rate, meaning, in the market, it could be lower or higher, depending on the specifics. Ultimately, those familiar with Pokémon typically wouldn't redeem them from the points system, they preferred to catch them themselves or trade with others. To put it simply, redeeming Pokémon through the points system was like shopping online, while those in the public market were akin to buying in a physical store. In a physical store, it was up to the buyer's discernment, and the sellers weren't naive. Experienced trainers could easily assess the quality of the Pokémon. Currently, Sato noticed a stall selling a particularly rare Pokémon, a well-developed Bulbasaur, at least twice the size of an average Bulbasaur, with vibrant colors. This Bulbasaur, trapped in a glass case, was clearly not one of those docile, captive ones from the Alliance but a wild one, showing a strong instinct. It would lash out with its vines at anyone who tried to get close, though its attacks were all blocked by the specially designed glass case. It was evident that this wild Bulbasaur had exceptional potential. The seller had set the price 5 times higher than the points exchange system 10,000 points. Even with such a high price, many Team Rocket members approached to bargain, including several squad leaders and team leaders. While the seller remained composed, Sato used his system to scan the Bulbasaur and confirmed that its potential was indeed outstanding. Although its level was low, it had several egg moves and TM moves. Pokémon details. Pokémon, Bulbasaur. Level, 21. Type, Grass/Poison. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Takedown, Leaf Blade, Leech Seed, Giga Drain, TM, Grass Whistle, Egg Move, Nature Power, Egg Move, Toxic, TM, Energy Ball, TM. Seeing the details of the Bulbasaur made Sato's heart race. If he could start with such an outstanding starter Pokémon, his future path as a trainer would undoubtedly be much smoother. However, despite his envy, he quickly shifted his gaze away and continued searching for what he wanted at other stalls. So far, he had unexpectedly obtained the portable flashlight, but he still needed a sturdy iron net. As for blood packs and noise-canceling earplugs, those could only be purchased with points in the exchange system. After all, who would sell blood for no reason? And it was better to buy new earplugs for hygiene. After a careful search, Sato finally found the iron net he needed at a stall tucked away at the edge. Upon seeing the other items at the stall, he felt as if he had discovered a new world, and his eyes lit up. Compared to other stalls selling a variety of Pokémon items and gear, this one looked rather shabby, featuring various discarded second-hand training tools. These included weights of different sizes for training a Pokémon's limbs, frisbees for improving coordination, and weighted vests for building physical strength. From the condition of these second-hand training tools, it was clear they had been used for a considerable time, with many scratches on the surface and faded paint. However, overall, they were still in relatively good shape, showing no cracks. With a little care, they could still be used for a few months without issue. "Excuse me, sir, how much for that iron net and these training tools?" Sato politely inquired as he approached the stall, pleased to find items that suited him well. The vendor was a burly man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and squinty eyes, giving him a rather honest appearance. Currently at the lowest rank of a soldier, the man sat cross-legged on the ground. When he saw the newcomer approach, a hint of joy spread across his face. Well, it's rare to see a rookie like you daring to come here alone on your first day. You've got a good eye. These are excellent training tools for Pokémon. Although they look a bit worn, they should last at least a year and a half. I won't charge you much, just 150 points for the iron net and that particular set of training tools." The man smiled broadly as he spoke. However, upon hearing the price of 150 points for the iron net and training tools, Sato's expression shifted slightly to one of extreme displeasure. He recognized the set of simple training tools from the point exchange system, where they were listed for just 200 points for a new complete set. Given the level of wear and tear on the items, their value should be much lower. The iron net, similarly, had an exchange price of 20 points in the exchange system, so the vendor's claim of not overcharging was clearly nonsense. In Sato's view, the iron and training tools together were worth 86 points at most in second-hand condition, and considering their current condition, there would at least be a further 40% discount, bringing their current price to about 50 points. "Come on, sir, you must be joking and must have forgotten to give me a discount. How about I make you an offer instead? Considering their current condition, I'll pay 50 points for the iron net and the training tools." Sato replied with a plain face. At this moment, after hearing Sato's offer, the man's friendly smile vanished instantly. His face turned into a frown and he scrutinized Sato from head to toe, as if trying to memorize every detail about him. As the man stood up and narrowed his eyes, a terrifying aura emanated from him, immediately pressing down on Sato Kaede, clearly trying to intimidate him. In that instant, Sato felt as if he were facing not a man but a fierce beast driving him into a corner. However, even in the face of such violent intimidation, Sato tried to remain calm and he maintained his usual composed attitude. With this being his second life, if he easily got scared from such things, he'd have lived his lives in vain. What has this guy been through? He isn't afraid at all? Still, that look in his eyes is truly annoying. The burly man had initially felt smug, believing that he could easily frighten Sato as he was just a new recruit, but the moment he met Sato's calm and indifferent gaze, his arrogance evaporated and he genuinely began to scrutinize Sato. In reality, Sato was not the first newcomer to visit the public market. Before him, there had been others. One person, frightened by the terrifying atmosphere, had fled immediately, while the others, like Sato, had recognized the value of the second-hand training tools and inquired about the price. The man had given them the same response he had provided to Sato. However, the newcomers who dared to come to the public market on their first day were not easy prey. Unsurprisingly, they spoke similarly to Sato, voicing their own opinions about the price. Thus, the burly man's theatrics began, relying on his intimidating aura to force compliance from these defiant newcomers. Ultimately, the inexperienced newcomers had succumbed to the man's intimidation and purchased sets of second-hand Pokémon training tools at a high price, quickly fleeing the public market after the purchase. The man, known as Baron, was a burly trainer specializing in fighting-type Pokémon. He had been with Team Rocket for a while and had participated in numerous missions and battles at least 90, if not 100. In fact, Baron had the strength to be promoted to squad leader or even platoon leader, but he preferred not to take on leadership roles, often rejecting promotions. His carefree nature and formidable strength made him somewhat arrogant and antisocial, leading to him frequently offending others, which is why he remained just a soldier. Recently, Baron had fallen into financial trouble due to gambling losses, and remembering that this was the time when new recruits joined, he took the opportunity to make some easy money, using the worn-out training tools at his stall as bait to attract what he perceived as naive newcomers. His method had proven effective. After deducting the cost of the second-hand training tools, which he had acquired at a bargain price, he had already earned significant points by exploiting the new recruits and selling them at much higher prices. However, as the saying goes, standing by the river, one cannot avoid getting wet. It was only after encountering someone like Sato, who showed no fear, that his tactics began to falter. According to Team Rocket's rules, mutual attacks were strictly prohibited unless a member had betrayed the organization. While Baron's intimidation tactics did not technically count as violations, with Sato standing his ground, there was nothing he could do. Most importantly, Sato's indifferent gaze triggered a sense of caution in Baron. Despite his usual arrogance and carefree lifestyle, he knew how to gauge who he could offend and who he shouldn't. He held no regard for the weaklings he intimidated into submission but recognized that Sato was different. It was easy to see that he was not someone who would easily be taken down. Given a little time, he would likely become a formidable trainer. After some self-reflection, Baron concluded that it was unwise to offend Sato over some points and decided to make amends. "Not bad, kid. What's your name?" "I'm Baron. Let's be friends. Consider this iron net and training set as a welcome gift." Baron immediately softened his demeanor, displaying a friendly expression towards Sato and decided to do him a favor instead. Once Baron relaxed his menacing demeanor, Sato exhaled in relief inwardly. He was surprised to see such a drastic change in the man's attitude. However, being astute, Sato quickly deduced the man's thoughts, and his surprise faded away. Thank you so much. These items will be really useful for me. My name is Sato Kaede, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Baron. I hope to learn from you in the future, he responded graciously, aligning himself with Baron's intentions. In the end, after a pleasant conversation with Baron, Sato acquired the iron and second-hand training tools without spending a single point, and he also obtained some very important information which he needed. Unexpectedly, Sato had obtained a portable flashlight from Miyamoto Sakura and received an iron net and a training tool from Baron. Now, the only items he needed to capture the Zubat were a blood bag and noise-cancelling earplugs. Not wasting much time, Sato exchanged communication details with Baron and bid farewell before quickly leaving the public market. He retraced his steps back to his room from memory. Upon entering his room, Sato immediately turned on his computer, then used his Team Rocket watch to access the points exchange system. He quickly spent 45 points to purchase 5 packets of blood, a pair of noise-cancelling earplugs, and a Pokémon food dish. About 10 minutes later, someone knocked on Sato's door. He opened it to find a middle-aged man in a janitorial uniform holding a package. As mentioned earlier, in Team Rocket, those with lower status than recruits are the janitorial staff. These individuals failed the recruit trials and are at the bottom of Team Rocket. Their role is akin to doing menial tasks. They handle all sorts of dirty and labor-intensive jobs. Of course, these janitorial workers have not completely lost their opportunity for advancement, but their path to promotion is much harder than when they were recruits. After all, those who are exploited the most have no source of points. The heavy janitorial work can only guarantee their meals and housing, completely losing the free time and additional help from points that recruits receive. Once the recruit period is over, unless they promote to a soldier, all free points are reset to 0. Under such circumstances, the difficulty for janitorial workers to tame Pokémon is naturally heightened. In fact, out of every 100 janitorial staff, only 1 or 2 succeed in promotion. Without any exchange, Sato took the package from the seemingly numb-eyed janitorial worker and closed the door again. There's nothing to complain about, the path chosen is one's own, and after all, Team Rocket is a dark organization, not a charity. Those who cannot pass the recruit trials are doomed to severe exploitation. Now that he had the blood bag and noise-cancelling earplugs, all the preparations for capturing were complete. Sato turned on all the lights in his room and got the tools ready before gripping the only Pokeball on his Pokémon belt. Everything is ready. Come out, Zubat. Taking a deep breath, Sato put on the earplugs, pressed the button in the center of the Pokeball, and released the Pokémon inside. In the next second, a beam of white light shot into the air from the opened Pokeball. Once the light faded, a Zubat of normal size appeared before Sato. With a blue body, a pair of wings wider than its body, a pair of gradually growing ears on its head, sharp teeth visible from its mouth, and 2 pointed tail wings at its abdomen, there was no doubt this was a Zubat. However, this Zubat seemed to have been trapped in the Pokeball for a long time. Its emaciated belly was the best proof. Now starving, it had just emerged from the Pokeball and used its sonic waves to detect Sato. Upon discovering Sato, the Zubat, having gone several days without food, immediately flapped its wings and swiftly approached him. During its flight, a dizzying ultrasonic wave was released from its large mouth. Unfortunately, since Sato was wearing noise-cancelling earplugs, the Zubat's sonic waves did not affect him too much. It looks like I need to get rough. You brought this on yourself. Seeing the Zubat treat him like an object, Sato's gaze turned cold. He immediately switched on the portable flashlight and directed its beam at the incoming Zubat. In the next moment, the Zubat was hit by the bright light and seemed to suffer damage. A painful screech came from the Zubat's mouth, and it quickly flapped its wings to retreat, trying to escape the light's range. Although Zubat has no eyes, it still fears high-intensity bright light. Long-term exposure can leave it very weak. At this time, Sato seized the opportunity. He kept the beam of the flashlight trained on the Zubat, eventually forcing it into a corner where it was trapped. Once the Zubat was cornered, a sturdy net similar to what Team Rocket's trio often used to capture Pokémon was thrown over it, effectively trapping it within. Seeing the Zubat successfully ensnared, Sato turned off the flashlight, ending the bright light assault. Zubat, I know you can understand me. Now that you've been caught, I don't want to keep hurting you with the light. How about you obey my commands and become my Pokémon? Sato crouched down and spoke to the Zubat from a distance. However, much to Sato Kaede's disappointment, this wild Zubat clearly did not want to submit and was quite cunning. As Sato approached and crouched, the Zubat flipped over, producing a small black energy ball in its mouth and launching it towards Sato's head. Unfortunately, the Zubat's little trick was destined to fail. Sato, always on high alert, wouldn't make such a careless mistake. As the Zubat turned, he quickly dodged the shadow ball with a swift movement of his head. Seeing that Sato avoided its hidden shadow ball, the Zubat struggled hard to escape the trap, but just as it was about to move, an incredibly bright light came rushing in. In an instant, under the bright light, the Zubat suffered immense damage, much like a vampire in Western mythology. This time, even if it wanted to use the darkness to mitigate the brightness, Sato, with a cold expression, didn't give it that chance. He quickly adjusted the trap to face it and continued to shine the light on it. Soon, under the sustained bright light, the Zubat began to make special sounds to plead for mercy, but Sato ignored it and continued to shine the flashlight. Sato knew that in order to tame this cunning Zubat, which had just tried to kill him, he had to defeat it head-on to earn its respect. After about another minute, the Zubat lay weakly on the ground, resigned to its fate, and at that moment, Sato, whose eyes were also a bit sore, finally turned off the flashlight. Then, Sato picked up the fallen Pokeball and used it to release the Zubat. Following that, he aimed and threw the Pokeball at the Zubat trapped in the net. The Pokeball hit the Zubat, capturing the helpless creature inside. After the button in the center of the Pokeball flickered red a few times, a thud sounded, and the red light extinguished. The Zubat was officially captured by Sato. Sato picked up the Pokeball from the ground. After a short while, he released the Zubat again. As the effects of the bright light faded, the Zubat regained some strength and was able to fly in the air. However, as soon as it sensed Sato and the flashlight in his hand, it immediately retreated in fear. "Don't worry, Zubat, you're my Pokemon now. I won't hurt you again. Here, eat this, it's your food." Seeing the Zubat's fearful expression, Sato smiled slightly. With that, he tore open the blood bag on the table and poured the fresh blood into a blood-red Pokemon food dish. As soon as he tore open the blood bag, a strong metallic smell filled the air, and the Zubat, extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, immediately noticed it. Starving, it drooled at the sight but only watched the blood in the dish from a distance, still fearful of Sato's flashlight. After several gentle persuading attempts by Sato, the Zubat could no longer resist its hunger. With Sato still holding the flashlight, it cautiously approached the food dish. Soon, the Zubat was perched on the dish, happily savoring the blood within. At that moment, Sato set the flashlight down on the table and squatted on the floor, his face excited as he watched the Zubat. "Become my partner, Zubat." Sato extended a hand toward the now well-fed Zubat. Facing Sato, who no longer had the flashlight, the Zubat hesitated for a moment but eventually landed gently on the outstretched arm, quietly gazing at Sato, letting him pet it as an apology for the flashlight. From that moment on, the bond between the trainer and the Zubat was formed, marking the official start of Sato's journey as a Pokemon trainer. Seeing the Zubat obediently landing on his outstretched arm and letting him pet it, Sato couldn't help but show a look of surprise. The Zubat's behavior clearly indicated that it had begun to recognize him, which meant he had gained a bit of self-protection in this world. "I'm very happy to gain your recognition, Zubat. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sato Kaede. I look forward to being your trainer and going on new adventures in the future." Sato placed the Zubat in front of him, speaking with genuine sincerity. Perhaps feeling Sato's inner excitement and sincerity, any lingering wariness from the Zubat vanished. It gave a soft call to Sato and nodded, then flew up to perch on his right shoulder. In reality, most Pokemon are quite simple-minded. They are living beings with emotions, and as long as you treat them well, they will be friendly and good to you. For a while afterward, Sato made an effort to communicate with Zubat. Having someone to talk to freely, he shared all the thoughts that had been bottled up inside him. Of course, he only spoke of trivial matters and didn't mention anything from his past life. During this conversation, Sato also shared his dream of becoming stronger with Zubat. In return, under Sato's various guesses, Zubat revealed its own dream. It wanted to become a powerful Pokemon like its father, a Golbat. Perhaps because they shared their dreams, and there were many similarities between them, the relationship between Sato and Zubat grew much closer. By the time it was nearly 1 in the afternoon, Sato's stomach began to protest. He had no choice but to stop talking, put the slightly yawning Zubat away, and head to the dining hall for a meal. At this time, the dining hall was about to close, with only a few people left eating. Sato managed to catch the last bit of mealtime. This lunch, perhaps because he had a partner and had released many thoughts he had kept inside, was more enjoyable than usual. What was originally a simple meal became delightful, and Sato wore a smile that made those who didn't know him think he was enjoying a feast. Half an hour later, Sato finally finished all the food on his plate, savoring every bite. Under the slightly annoyed gazes of the dining hall staff waiting to finish their shifts, he placed his tray in the designated area and left without a hint of embarrassment. During this half hour of eating, Sato managed to calm down his excitement from capturing his first Pokemon and began to think about his next steps. As a trainer, what should he do after capturing a Pokemon? Naturally, it was about how to improve Zubat's strength, which essentially meant figuring out how to train it. To be honest, Sato's understanding of how to train Pokemon was still in the conceptual stage, which were mainly from the games and anime. But in reality, the game mechanics were clearly not applicable. A Pokemon's strength couldn't just be increased by battling other Pokemon, regular training was also crucial. In Sato's view, there were 3 main factors in improving a Pokemon's strength. The first was the Pokemon's physical fitness, the second was the mastery of its skills, and the third was its battle experience. Everyone knows that each Pokemon's physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary humans, but there are still differences. Each Pokemon's physical fitness varies. According to Sato's understanding from his previous life, a Pokemon's physical fitness can be broken down into 6 factors: health points, physical attack power, physical defense power, special attack power, special defense power, and speed. Indeed, a Pokémon's physical fitness corresponds to the various power values of Pokémon in the game, and there are two ways to improve these values. The first is by leveling up the Pokémon, and the second is by earning effort values, which enhance the power data. Of course, this theory applies well in the real world, where Pokémon also have levels. Effort values are quite easy to understand in reality. They represent the different types of training a trainer provides to the Pokémon, improving its various power data through practice. According to Sato's current rough ideas, a Pokémon's health points can be improved through its physical development and robustness. The physical and special defense values can be increased by enhancing the Pokémon's ability to take hits, essentially through being hit, while the speed value can be improved by boosting the Pokémon's cardiovascular capacity, as this capacity affects the organism's explosive power. However, how to enhance the physical and special attack values was something Sato pondered for a long time without being able to decipher using his knowledge of physics. The physical attack value was somewhat understandable, but the special attack value was quite abstract. In this regard, Sato could only temporarily set aside the two methods for enhancing these power values, hoping to find answers in the future as he gained a deeper understanding of Pokémon. The second factor in enhancing a Pokémon's strength is the mastery of skills, which can be divided into the number of skills a Pokémon has learned and the proficiency with which it can use these skills. It is obvious that a Pokémon that has learned multiple skills will have a clear advantage in battle over one that has only a few skills. As long as it has skills that can counter its opponents, its chances of winning are greatly increased. Therefore, teaching a Pokémon more skills can quickly improve its strength. Of course, beyond just mastering skills, being able to use them proficiently is also crucial. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and this applies perfectly to a Pokémon's skill proficiency. Generally, a Pokémon's skill proficiency can be categorized into 4 levels: beginner, proficient, expert, and mastery. The beginner level refers to a Pokémon that has just learned how to use a skill. At this level, the power of the skill it unleashes is weak, and the time taken to release the skill is relatively long. The proficient level indicates that a Pokémon can flexibly use the skill. At this level, the Pokémon is able to unleash the skill's power effectively, and the time taken to release it is reduced. The expert level means that the Pokémon has a deep understanding of the skill. It can use the skill almost instantaneously, and as long as it has enough stamina, it can even use the skill repeatedly, for ranged skills, or maintain it much longer, for melee or transformation skills. As for the mastery level, when a Pokémon reaches this level of proficiency with a skill, it means that the Pokémon has fully integrated the skill into its repertoire. The power of the skill in its hands increases dramatically, and it can be flexible and varied, even combining it with other skills. Finally, the third factor in enhancing a Pokémon's strength is its battle experience, which can be summarized as its combat experience. How can a trainer improve a Pokémon's battle experience? From Sato's understanding, there are 2 methods. The first is training the Pokémon in battle techniques. This type of training involves the trainer providing various battle guidance to the Pokémon in daily practice. Simply put, it is simulation training before battles, helping the Pokémon understand how to respond to different types of Pokémon it might face. Although there are many types of Pokémon, they can generally be categorized based on their species stats and the skills they can learn, usually into 3 types: melee, defensive, and ranged attackers. Melee attackers can further be divided into assassin melee and warrior melee, while defensive types can be split into physical defense and special defense, and ranged attackers can be categorized into physical ranged and special ranged. Although the combat methods of each type of Pokémon differ, their general attack patterns are traceable. For example, assassin-type melee Pokémon have strong mobility and explosive output, but their weaknesses include fragility and lack of sustained damage. When facing this type of Pokémon, if you cannot defeat the opponent through a surprise attack and must confront them directly, the best strategy is to first use various defensive skills to protect yourself, avoiding being taken down in one hit. If you can withstand their initial assault, the tides of battle may turn. During daily training, the trainer should specifically instruct their Pokémon on how to deal with different types of opponents, allowing the Pokémon to remember these teachings during battle and better grasp the rhythm of combat. The second method to improve a Pokémon's battle experience is through real combat. Real gold fears no fire. Even the best simulation training cannot replace the transformation that comes from actual battles. Every strong Pokémon has gone through countless battles. Many of these battles were life and death struggles. Only by experiencing this can they understand pain and realize their shortcomings during combat. Behind every strong Pokémon are numerous victories as well as defeats, and these experiences ultimately become valuable battle lessons, enhancing their strength. So far, Sato had visited 3 of the 4 areas that new recruits can freely enter. The remaining public training ground has now become the place he needs to visit after successfully capturing the Zubat. However, he was not in a hurry. Before he began training Zubat, he needed to prepare the necessary training supplies. Otherwise, the training results will be subpar. Generally, training supplies include training equipment and nutritional supplements. Currently, Sato Kaede had managed to acquire a set of second-hand Pokémon training gear, which barely met his needs, but he hasn't yet prepared the necessary supplements. During training, Pokémon consume a lot of energy. To ensure that a Pokémon can train continuously and improve efficiency, good training supplements are essential. According to Sato's understanding, quality training supplements must have good taste, be energy-rich, and quickly restore a Pokemon's stamina. After some careful consideration, as a Pokemon enthusiast, Sato thought of a very suitable training item, the Poke Block, which appeared in the third generation of the games. In the game, Poke Blocks are used specifically for Pokemon participating in contests and can enhance a Pokemon's appeal in certain aspects. They are made by combining different berries in a berry mixer. The berries used can be of the same type or different types, and the flavor depends on the berries added. The anime also introduced Poke Blocks, stating that they contain many beneficial nutrients for Pokemon, made by concentrating various berries, providing rich energy that is easily absorbed by Pokemon. Thus, Sato believed that Poke Blocks can be used not only as training supplements but also as suitable everyday food for Pokemon. However, the key tool for making these Pokemon foods was the berry mixer. Without it, even if Sato had plenty of berries, he could only lament his situation. What troubled Sato was that there are indeed such Pokemon items available for exchange in the Team Rocket internal points system, but the prices are far beyond what he can afford. A berry mixer costs a staggering 10,000 points to exchange. So, although Sato initially thought of the wonderful Poke Block last night, he had to temporarily give up on this good idea due to his limited resources. Fortunately, opportunities often favored those who were prepared. Today, Sato encountered a good person. This good person was Baron, a senior member of Team Rocket whom he just met not long ago. It must be said that having a mentor can indeed save newcomers a lot of trouble and provide significant benefits. In conversations with Baron, Sato learned several important pieces of information, one of which was about the berry mixers. According to Baron, there are several Pokemon block sets in the Team Rocket underground base in Pewter City, specifically for the use of lower-ranking members. Of course, using the berry mixer is not free, a single use costs 10 points. Everyone knows about Poke Blocks, and even with the berry mixer, which was a crucial tool, the process still required manual operation and usually needed several people to operate it. Overall, the operational difficulty was quite high. The operation in the game seems pretty challenging too. If not operated properly, the quality of the Poke Blocks produced by the berry mixer would be poor, and naturally, one cannot expect much from low-quality Poke Blocks. Generally, for trainers to produce high-quality Poke Blocks, they must practice a lot. Those with good talent may get it right in a few dozen tries, while those with poorer talent may need thousands of attempts. Clearly, most people in Kanto know little about Poke Blocks, which originated from the Hone region, let alone how to operate the Pokemon block sets to make them. Therefore, although many people in Team Rocket in Pewter City are aware of the existence of Poke Blocks and understand their great effects, very few choose to make them. After all, points are very important within Team Rocket. Who among the lower-ranking members would be willing to spend hundreds or even thousands of points just to practice? Moreover, the berries needed for practice also required a significant amount of points. Higher-ranking members of Team Rocket might not care, but they clearly wouldn't allow their Pokemon to consume such cheap items, nor would they want to spend time making them. Sato clearly remembered Baron's annoyed expression when discussing the Pokemon block sets, indicating that he had suffered quite a bit while trying to create Poke Blocks in the past. Baron, in his role as a senior, specifically advised Sato to avoid such things and suggested that initially, he should opt for Moo milk as a cheap and nutritious training supplement. It's worth mentioning that Moo milk has appeared in Pokemon games, anime, and manga as a Pokemon drink. In the games, its effect is to restore a Pokemon's HP, and its price is quite reasonable compared to healing items, which may restore HP but are significantly more expensive. Moo milk is the best example of an affordable recovery drink. In fact, when Sato realized he couldn't obtain Poke Blocks, the first training supplement that came to mind was Moo milk, because in the early stages of playing the game, he always bought it as a recovery item to save money, so it left a lasting impression. However, with the possibility of obtaining Poke Blocks now, Sato Kaede quickly abandoned the option of Moo milk. Although Moo milk is cheaper than other supplies, it still cost 5 points per bottle, and for a long training session, he would need at least 2 to 3 bottles even considering the fact that he currently only had Zubat. Poke Blocks, on the other hand, are different. Being a super concentrated product, about 2 good quality Poke Blocks can completely outshine a whole bottle of Moo milk. Typically, the materials for making Poke Blocks required only a handful of berries. Berries were the most common Pokemon item and were very cheap, with some berries only costing 1 point each. The cost of producing one batch of berries were about 5 points and a single batch could produce up to 20 Poke Blocks. Following the ratio that 2 good quality Poke Blocks are more than comparable to 1 bottle of Moo milk, 20 Poke Blocks produced with 5 points could be compared to 10 bottles of Moo milk that were worth at least 50 points. If the produced Poke Blocks were of high quality, the value and effectiveness of the Poke Blocks would be much more than that of Moo milk. In comparison, the benefits are clear. Sato's choice of Poke Blocks over Moo milk was not solely based on their affordability. The most important reason was his confidence in making Poke Blocks himself. The reason is simple. Sato discovered from a young age that his dynamic vision is excellent, so much so that he can clearly see the trajectories of fast-moving objects when he concentrates. With outstanding dynamic vision, combined with his rich experience from his past life, Sato believed that creating high-quality Poke Blocks will not be difficult at all. Perhaps there's also a business opportunity here. I must give it a good try, Sato thought to himself as he casually walked towards the new recruit's dormitory. In the next moment, Sato slightly focused his mind, and his pupils suddenly contracted. For a brief time, in his view, all the moving objects nearby appeared to move slowly. Just as Sato Kaede was about to reach the entrance of the new recruit's dormitory, a loud boom echoed from a dormitory in front of him, and he could clearly see the flash of the explosion. Amen. After witnessing the explosion, Sato Kaede immediately stopped in his tracks, looking up in a daze at the floor that was billowing thick smoke. When he realized that the dormitory where the explosion occurred was right near his own, he couldn't help but offer a silent prayer. Without needing to think too much, Sato knew exactly what had happened. It was definitely a failed attempt by his neighbor to capture a Pokémon, and the likelihood that it was a coughing was 80%. Luckily, he hadn't been in the dormitory earlier, or he might have been caught in the chaos. Thick smoke began pouring out of the new recruit's dormitory where the explosion had occurred, and flames quickly spread to the surrounding dormitories, putting Sato's own dormitory in imminent danger. Before long, many new recruits still inside the dormitory rushed out in a panic, wishing they had more legs to run faster, their faces displaying anxious expressions. Meanwhile, several Team Rocket grunts charged into the fire scene with their water-type Pokémon to help extinguish the flames. With the assistance of numerous water-type Pokémon, the fire was quickly brought under control and extinguished. The incident was easily suppressed, and soon, the Team Rocket members began to leave the fire scene, taking away several black plastic bags containing unidentified objects. Watching the black plastic bags pass by, the recruits who had narrowly escaped the disaster looked pale, especially those holding Pokeballs containing coughing or Guidud. A hint of despair appeared on their faces. Good luck on your journey. I hope you can be born into a wealthy family in your next life, Sato thought sadly as he observed the bags being carelessly tossed onto a garbage truck. Amidst this sadness and sympathy, Sato's desire for power grew stronger. The harsh reality was evident: life is so fragile, and to survive resiliently, one must become strong. Listen up, you new recruits. I advise you to avoid trying to capture Pokémon here. You've all seen the consequences of that. It's harmful to both you and others. Go to the public training grounds instead. Trying to capture Pokémon there will be much safer, and at least you won't lose your lives, a Team Rocket member in a squad leader uniform said to the group of new recruits, clearly looking annoyed. Hearing the squad leader's disdainful advice, many recruits suddenly had their eyes opened, showing thoughtful expressions. Sato, among the crowd of new recruits, nodded slightly and made a mental note of the kind warning from the squad leader. After the fire was perfectly dealt with, Sato followed the group of recruits back into the dormitory and entered his room. Fortunately, the only damage to his dormitory from the fire was a slightly charred door. It hadn't been affected much at all. As soon as Sato opened his door, he realized he had hit the jackpot. There were 3 sets of Team Rocket Grunt's uniforms quietly laid out on his bed. In addition to the 3 sets of uniforms, on the desk in his room, there was a stylish Team Rocket watch, a black card printed with a red R, and 6 Pokeballs. Sato wasn't surprised that others knew he had captured Zubat, despite not having told anyone. If he wasn't mistaken, everything the new recruits did was under Team Rocket's surveillance. The efficiency is truly astonishing. It seems I'm one of the first 10 recruits to complete the trials, Sato thought with a radiant smile as he looked at the additional items in his room. Aside from the Pokeblock situation, the most valuable information he gained from Baron was about the Outstanding Rookie Award and the Rookie Battle Competition. As the name implies, the Outstanding Rookie Award is given to some excellent new recruits, typically awarded to the first 10 who successfully capture their Pokemon each year. The rewards for the Outstanding Rookie Award are as follows. First place, 2,000 points and a starter Pokemon egg. Second place, 1,500 points and 1 month's worth of Pokemon food, standard amount for 1 Pokemon. Third place, 1,200 points and 6 Great Balls. Fourth to 5th places, 500 points. 6th to 10th places, 200 points. It's worth noting that unfortunately, Sato was not the earliest recruit to capture a Pokemon. Among the 302 recruits this year, he was the 3rd to capture a Pokemon on the first day. However, he was the first to successfully capture a Pokemon among the recruits led by Caesar. The new recruits for Team Rocket in Pewter City were divided among 3 instructors. Since Caesar had only recently arrived in Pewter City, he held the least power within Team Rocket and was the last to select recruits. Being the last to pick, Caesar was naturally at a disadvantage. Those recruits who showed potential on paper had already been picked clean by the other 2 instructors, leaving only those who were not favored. To explain, Team Rocket instructors have 5 opportunities to lead new recruits. If the recruits they lead perform well, they not only gain a chance for promotion but also have the right to select a few of their recruits as personal guards. Originally, Caesar had low expectations for this batch of recruits, thinking he was just picking the best among the worst. After all, as a new instructor, he had to make do with what was left over by the other 2. He would only get a chance to prioritize selections once their terms ended. Sato was picked last because he joined later, so he was unexpectedly chosen by Caesar. It was a pleasant surprise for Caesar to discover that one of the recruits he led was among the top 10 to receive the Outstanding Rookie Award. Caesar was very pleased about this. Upon receiving the news, he immediately ordered that the Outstanding Rookie Awards reward to be given to Sato Kaede and officially promoted him to Team Rocket Grunt, providing him with the uniform and the latest Team Rocket watch. Sato didn't immediately pay attention to the uniform on the bed. Instead, he hurried to the desk to grab the new Team Rocket watch, pressing the button to check his points. When he saw that his account had increased by points, a joyful expression spread across his face. In addition to receiving the Grunt uniform, the new Team Rocket watch in his hand was also crucial for him. In fact, Team Rocket watches come in 9 different types, each representing not just status but also authority. Only by obtaining the corresponding Team Rocket watch could Sato gain the associated privileges, allowing him to redeem more items within the Team Rocket points exchange system and receive additional benefits. Compared to new recruits and support staff, higher-ranked Team Rocket grunts were officially accepted as part of Team Rocket. The biggest benefit was access to treatment in the Team Rocket medical room and a fixed monthly salary of 300 points. This is great. Now I have what I need to make poke blocks, but first, I need to move, Sato thought as he put on his new Team Rocket watch and picked up the black card from the desk. Flipping the black card over, he saw the red letters inscribed with room number 304. Clearly, this black card was his room key for the new quarters. Sato put on his new recruit uniform and neatly arranged the 3 sets of uniforms on his bed. Before leaving, he took a last look at this room, which marked the starting point of his journey as a trainer, then pushed the door open and stepped out. As soon as Sato exited his room, his striking Rocket Team recruit uniform immediately caught the attention of other recruits walking in the hallway. They all wore expressions of shock and envy. You've already captured a Pokémon? What's your starter Pokémon? A male Rocket Team recruit approached, looking dazed as he asked Sato, his eyes filled with disbelief. After the male recruit asked his question, the other Rocket Team recruits in the hallway looked at Sato with eager expressions, hoping for a satisfactory answer. Yes, as you can see, I've officially advanced to a Rocket Team Grunt. As for my starter Pokémon, it's a Zubat, Sato answered candidly, without hiding anything in response to their simple questions. A Zubat? Huh? Bro, my chosen Pokémon is also a Zubat? Can you tell me how you captured it? Please. My starter Pokémon is also a Zubat. Please tell me how you captured yours. Upon hearing that Sato's starter Pokémon was a Zubat, 2 nearby Rocket Team recruits showed expressions of delight and immediately approached him, looking at Sato with flattering faces. Unfortunately, in response to the flattery from these 2 men, who were obviously several years older than him, Sato's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his usual poker face. Sure, I can tell you, but what are you willing to pay for that information? Sato replied expressionlessly. As soon as he said this, the flattery on the faces of the 2 male recruits vanished, replaced by a hint of annoyance as they glared at Sato. However, they didn't say anything and silently stepped aside. Seeing the change in their expressions, Sato shook his head internally, choosing not to say anything, and continued walking toward the stairs. Come on, we're all recruits from the same batch, we should help each other out. Please help us. At that moment, a tall and sturdy male Rocket Team recruit blocked Sato's path, looking at him with a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, some other Rocket Team recruits behind Sato skillfully surrounded him, cutting off his escape route. Among them, the 2 male recruits who had asked Sato for help with capturing Zubat wore sly smiles. Ha, you think just because I've recently captured a Pokémon, I'm easy to bully, huh? Don't make me say it again. Step aside. I'm your superior now, and if you dare offend me, I have the right to deal with you, Sato said, a faint cold smile appearing on his face as he observed their actions. In the next moment, Sato opened the Pokeball he had been holding, releasing the Zubat inside. A beam of white light shot up into the air from the opened Pokeball. When the light faded, Zubat flew into the air and obediently landed on Sato's right shoulder. Seeing Sato's words and watching the Zubat land so submissively on him, the recruits surrounding Sato immediately showed panic on their faces. They had long witnessed the power of Pokémon, which was not something they could match with mere human strength. The tall male Rocket Team recruit who had stepped forward was now sweating profusely. Initially, he hadn't perceived Sato as a threat due to his slender build, but when their eyes met, with Sato's chillingly calm gaze, the tall recruit suddenly felt like a clown. Seeing that the tall recruit seemed intimidated by Zubat, Sato gently patted the Pokémon on his shoulder and stepped past the recruit, who stood frozen like a sweating statue, continuing toward the stairs. Thud. The moment Sato walked past him, the recruit surprisingly knelt down before Sato. I beg you, please help me. My starter Pokémon is in a cans, and those damn guys have tricked me out of all of my points. I really have no way out. I don't want to be a janitor or the like. Please, help me. The tall recruit pleaded as he knelt before Sato. Sato was taken aback by the recruit's actions, and the other Rocket Team members present showed expressions of frustration and helplessness. Clearly, many of the new recruits were sharp enough to seek help from the veterans, but it was also evident that most had not chosen to capture Pokémon through their own efforts like Sato. Instead, they wanted to rely entirely on outside help. In the end, they were tricked by the seasoned veterans who sat comfortably in their positions, losing their precious points in various deceitful ways. The outcome for those who lost their points was naturally tragic. After losing such a crucial resource, their chances of capturing a Pokémon plummeted to nearly zero. I sympathize with your plight, but I'm really sorry. I'm just a new recruit who has only just advanced. I can't possibly break the unspoken rules for you. If you want help, you must pay the price, you know that very well. Why make this difficult for me? Sato shot a deep glance at the tall male recruit, said this, and turned to walk down the stairs. Rules are essential, and this new recruit test clearly had its own regulations. Although not explicitly stated, Sato, with his rich life experience from his past, understood the unspoken rules all too well. This recruit test was a feast, specifically designed not only to reward the veterans with points, but also to weed out the careless and unsuitable newcomers who were essentially mere sacrifices in this banquet. This organization had a dog-eat-dog environment and nobody would go out of their way to look out for you, especially since most people made it here through their own efforts and hard work. Now that Sato had advanced to become an official member of the rocket team, he automatically qualified to participate in this feast, meaning he had to adhere to its rules. Otherwise, he would inevitably face hostility from other rocket team members who were also a part of this feast. After all, cutting off someone's means of making a living is akin to killing their parents. It's a serious offense. Sato, who was just starting on the path of a trainer, could not afford to make such a careless mistake, and beyond a hint of sympathy, he felt more disdain toward these recruits who were strangers to him. What did this minor setback even amount to? It wasn't as if he had hit rock bottom in life, lost a loved one, or been pushed into a dead end. He was merely assigned to menial work, not completely without hope. Upon hearing Sato's response, the tall male recruit showed a hint of shame and deep despair on his face. As he watched Sato walk away, he opened his mouth to speak, but by the time Sato disappeared at the stairwell, he had not uttered a word. This was no one else's fault. If blame were to be assigned, it was due to his own naivete. How could the rocket team be a charitable organization? In this environment of the survival of the fittest, not a single individual who survived was simple-minded. Those naive recruits had already perished under the harsh system of the rocket team. Under the envious or jealous gazes of many rocket team recruits, Sato left, becoming the first recruit to exit the new recruits' dormitory. At the same time, in the core area of the rocket team's underground base in Pewter City, in a lavishly decorated large room, Caesar was watching the footage on the big screen with great interest. The content playing was the conversation between Sato and the tall male rocket team recruit. Not bad at all. Calm and composed, he really knows how to handle himself. He's definitely a good prospect, Caesar said, swirling the red wine in his goblet before downing it with a big smile. In the room, besides Caesar, there was also a burly man and two beautiful female rocket team members. Judging by their uniforms, they all belonged to the captain level. These three captains were direct subordinates of Caesar. The burly man was named Ryoichi Sakata, Caesar's most trusted aide, while the voluptuous beauty with rose-colored curls was named Alice, Caesar's lover. The icy blue-haired beauty was named Sophia, Caesar's younger sister. Each of the two women had their own charm, but in terms of looks and presence, Sophia, the seemingly ethereal beauty, was undoubtedly the superior. Congratulations, my love. You'll surely gain another powerful ally in the future, Alice said, wrapping her arm around Caesar's and resting her head on his shoulder, smiling sweetly. Meanwhile, Sakata acted like a considerate butler, refilling Caesar's empty goblet with red wine, while Sophia, sitting on a single sofa, glanced at Caesar before continuing to groom the Meowth lying on her lap. Ha ha ha, that's hard to say, Alice. How far he goes really depends on his future potential. Thanks, Ryoichi. How's the investigation I asked you to do? Hearing the flattery from the beautiful woman next to him, Caesar was clearly pleased. He hugged Alice, then turned to Sakata, who had been keeping his eyes straight ahead. Yes, Lord Caesar. I am prepared, please review it, Sakata said, immediately placing the wine he was holding on the table. He then pulled out a detailed report from his rocket team wristwatch and handed it to Caesar with a bow. Seeing this, Caesar released his embrace of Alice, took the report, and began to examine it closely. The upper right corner of the first page was affixed with a photo of Sato dressed like a country farmer. An abandoned child raised by a peasant, his background is as clean as it gets, and he's a devoted filial son as well. Quiet loyal. It seems like I've truly struck gold this time. Sophia, how about you take this good prospect under your wing? After skimming through the detailed report on Sato, Caesar's smile grew even brighter as he looked up at his sister, Sophia. I don't want to be a babysitter. Brother, let Alice do it. She's always idle and could use something to do, Sophia immediately rejected without hesitation. Who's idle? I help Lord Caesar take care of his Pokémon every day. If anyone's slacking off, it's definitely not me. You're the one who just goes out wasting time and never seems to complete any tasks, Alice shot back, clearly not one to take insults lightly. The relationship between the two women wasn't great, and as soon as Sophia accused Alice of being idle, they immediately clashed. In the next moment, the two women's piercing gazes clashed in the air, creating invisible sparks. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. At this moment, Ryoichi Sakata wisely stepped aside, not wanting to disturb the complicated relationship among the three, completely ignoring Caesar, who was giving him a somewhat pleading look, which he pretended to not notice. Ahem, enough of that. Let's settle this. Sophia, you'll help your brother train him. Otherwise, I'll lose all face in the upcoming rookie battle. And by the way, I've already taken care of that thing you asked me about last time, Caesar said, feigning a cough to break up the tension between the two women. He then assumed a stern demeanor before turning to his sister with a friendly expression. Hearing that her brother had already taken care of her previous request, Sophia's eyes lit up, and a slight smile appeared on her face as she nodded in agreement. The icy beauty's smile was a breathtaking sight, illuminating the room as if it radiated its own light. Sato was momentarily entranced, a hint of admiration appearing in his eyes. Meanwhile, while Caesar and the others were discussing Sato, the man himself had just finished moving into his new place and stepped outside. He then noticed 2 male and 1 female Team Rocket recruit waiting outside his door. Upon seeing Sato emerge, the 2 male recruits positioned themselves on either side of him, while the female recruit stood with her arms crossed, looking arrogantly at him. The 2 male recruits presented a stark contrast, one tall and muscular, the other short and skinny, while the female recruit was quite beautiful and tall, fitting the description of a lovely young girl. Each of them had a Pokémon with them. The tall male had a Geodude the size of 2 basketballs beside him, the short one had a cold-eyed Ekans coiling at his feet, and the female recruit had a sleek and strong Spearow perched on her shoulder. Without saying a word, the 3 recruits blocked Sato's path, clearly coming with ill intent. The familiar-looking short male recruit, along with his purple snake, made Sato feel particularly uneasy. However, Sato remained calm. After all, the Team Rocket had a rule that members could not attack each other indiscriminately. If one party initiated an unreasonable attack, they would be deemed a traitor and face execution. Do you 3 need something? If not, please step aside, Sato said, his expression calm as he addressed them. He then released his Zubat, just in case anything unexpected happened. A flash of white light shot from the open Pokeball and landed on his right shoulder. Upon noticing the strong opponents on all sides, Zubat fixed its sharp gaze on the 3 Pokémon. I didn't expect the 3rd place newcomer to be you little brat. Listen carefully, return the 3rd place reward that rightfully belongs to me, or I'll make sure you regret it in the upcoming rookie battle. And your Zubat will be nothing but food for my Ekans, the short male recruit sneered darkly. The short male Team Rocket recruit was named Rondo. He was a new recruit under the first rookie instructor, Kanto, at the underground base of the Rocket Team in Pewter City, and he was the 4th recruit to successfully capture a Pokémon, following Sato. In fact, the tall male recruit and the female recruit were also under Kanto's command, named Kanjiro and Tanya respectively. They were the 2nd and 1st to successfully capture Pokémon. Notably, Tanya was the only one who successfully captured a Pokémon during the rookie meeting. Since all 3 belonged to the same rookie group and were the most outstanding members, they naturally banded together, with the exceptional Tanya taking the lead. In reality, the time gap between Kanjiro, Sato, and Rondo capturing their Pokémon was minimal. Moreover, in a sense, Rondo, being the 4th to capture a Pokémon, was more outstanding than Kanjiro and Sato because he had to capture an Ekans, which was significantly more difficult than Kanjiro's Geodude or Sato's Zubat. Because of this, Rondo had to spend a lot of time capturing the Ekans. He had initially thought he would be the 3rd to complete the rookie trials and would happily claim the 3rd place reward, but he did not expect to be outmaneuvered by Sato. Rondo was originally a small-time gang leader in Pewter City. Being a local bully, he was very familiar with the Team Rocket in Pewter and often cooperated with them in various illegal activities. Therefore, he had some understanding of the rookie trials within Team Rocket. Rondo was also an ambitious person, deeply dissatisfied with his identity as a small-time gang leader. After careful consideration, he decided to join Team Rocket, which he saw as the most promising dark organization for his future, bringing along 3 followers willing to follow him. As a gang leader, Rondo was not lacking in intelligence. Pooling the strengths of his 3 followers, he quickly managed to capture the most difficult starter Pokémon assigned by the Rockets, an Ekans. All new recruits must enter without any Pokémon, or they will be confiscated, saying goodbye to their past. However, he found it hard to accept the fact that he was the 4th recruit to successfully capture a Pokémon. Rondo, having risen to gang leader status, was not only clever but also known for his ruthless personality and exceptional combat skills. Before joining the Rocket Team, he was a trainer with a Rattata and a Beedrill. Thus, Rondo was very dissatisfied with his current ranking, particularly with missing out on the top 3 rewards, since even the 3rd place reward was double that of the 4th. Rondo understood that points were the currency within Team Rocket. Obtaining enough points would allow him to become stronger through the organization. For this reason, he was keenly interested in any opportunity to earn points. His drive to quickly capture the Ekans was naturally motivated by the rewards for being in the top 3, as the difference in points between 3rd and 4th place was substantial. But reality was harsh. By choosing the most difficult Ekans to capture first, he ended up missing out on the lucrative rewards for the top 3 newcomers. Frustrated with his ranking, Rondo decided to provoke others in order to obtain what he believed was rightfully his. Of course, Rondo wasn't foolish. He was very much in awe of Tanya, the 1st place recruit, who was exceptionally talented and favored by instructor Kanto. Having witnessed her incredible ability to tame a savage Spearow, he believed he was no match for her. As such, his primary target became Kanjiro, the 2nd place recruit. However, he was surprised to find that Kanjiro was quite powerful too. In response to Rondo's provocation, Kanjiro directly suggested a Pokémon battle to determine the outcome. The result was that Kanjiro, using his recently captured Geodude, defeated Rondo's Ekans, leaving Rondo with nothing to say but to accept his loss. Ultimately, Rondo had no choice but to focus his efforts on the 3rd place recruit, Sato. After some investigation, he learned that the third recruit had come from the weakest group of newcomers, which made Rondo very dissatisfied. After some persuasion and recruiting, Rondo successfully brought Tanya and Kanjuro along to confront Sato, the newcomer who had claimed the third-place reward. Their purpose in meeting Sato was not only to witness the newcomer who had risen from the weakest group but also to threaten him to divide the lucrative reward he held. Now, seeing Sato and his weak initial Pokémon, Zubat, especially realizing that Sato was a weakling he had robbed of money not long ago, Rondo felt even more dissatisfied about Sato stealing the third-place reward from him. So, when Sato told them to step aside, Rondo immediately threatened him, claiming he would kill Sato's Zubat in the upcoming rookie battle. At that moment, Sato also recognized Rondo as one of the 4 thugs who had robbed him not long ago. However, Rondo had seemed more like a lookout than a direct participant in the theft, keeping his distance while being short and ordinary-looking, making Sato's impression of him quite vague. He only felt that Rondo looked somewhat familiar. Shortly after Rondo and his companions surrounded Sato, a crowd of Team Rocket members began to gather in the vicinity to watch the scene unfold. Most of these onlookers were veterans who, seeing the 4 in action, watched with great interest, eagerly anticipating who would be the first to strike. Just you? Who the fuck do you think you are? Do you really think this is a place a little trash thug like you can easily dominate? And as for your threat to kill my Zubat in the rookie battle, let me give you a warning, don't mess with me. If you piss me off, I might just end your pathetic life, Sato said, his expression turning cold as he leaned closer to Rondo, speaking with the assurance of his threat. In the next moment, a chilling aura flashed from Sato, causing Rondo, who was already furious but trying to hold himself back, along with Kanjuro and Tanya to visibly tense up as their pupils contracted. The veterans nearby also grew a bit more serious, with many of them nodding slightly at Sato. Now empowered by his Pokémon, Sato was no longer the weakling everyone could bully. He had become a trainer. While he might still maintain his usual calm demeanor, the fighting spirit that had long been dormant within him had fully awakened. Sato was no longer willing to endure insults or make compromises, he would repay any provocation with equal force. Facing these capable new recruits, Sato felt no fear. He was confident that, given some time to develop, he would soon surpass everyone in front of him with the experience of a traverser and the help of his system. Team Rocket was merely a stepping stone for him, his stage was destined to be much larger. On the other side, Rondo's previously arrogant demeanor had faltered. Although he was indeed a gang leader and ruthless, he was still young and had not taken a life. Facing Sato's deadly warning and his eerily calm eyes, Rondo felt a hint of fear creeping into his heart. Rondo turned his head away, abandoning the attempt to maintain eye contact with Sato, and looked towards Tanya and Kanjuro for help. Unfortunately, Tanya and Kanjuro ignored Rondo's silent plea, their serious expressions focused solely on Sato. And you too, don't provoke me. I don't care who you are, if you mess with me, I'll make you regret it, Sato said, turning his attention to Kanjuro and Tanya after dealing with Rondo. With that, Sato coldly pushed past Rondo and, under the watchful eyes of the 3, swaggered down the stairs. Why aren't you two saying anything? Didn't we agree to scheme together to divide his points? You took my points, Rondo said, his face twisted with rage as he addressed Kanjuro and Tanya after Sato left. However, Tanya and Kanjuro clearly showed no fear of Rondo. Tanya shot him a disdainful glance before silently walking away with her Spearow. I'll return your points. And you better be careful, that guy just now felt a lot more dangerous than you cowardly snake, Kanjuro said expressionlessly to Rondo before leaving. The surrounding veterans, witnessing this exchange, began to disperse amidst sneers of contempt. Sato, we'll see about this? And Tanya and Kanjuro, you two dared to play me, I won't let you off either. Rondo snarled, his eyes filled with malice as he stared at the now empty staircase, his face twisted in anger. Next to him, his Aken seemed to sense the intense malice radiating from Rondo. Its cold, serpent-like eyes narrowed, and it began to coil around Rondo's thigh. After striding confidently away from Rondo and the others, Sato quickly exited the new dormitory building and headed toward the public market. Now that Sato had ranked 3rd and become a rookie, he not only received a generous reward but also gained access to most areas of the underground base of the rocket team in Pewter City. This meant he had all the necessary conditions to start producing Poke Blocks. The reason Sato was going to the public market was to purchase the raw materials needed for making Poke Blocks, berries. Berries are familiar items in the Pokémon world, having appeared since the 2nd generation of Pokémon games. By the 3rd generation, the berry system began to take shape, and it gradually matured in later games. There are many types of berries, but the ones most commonly known include Oron berries, which restore HP, Shuri berries, which cure paralysis, Chesto berries, which wake Pokémon from sleep, Pecha berries, which cure poison, Rost berries, which cure burns, Aspir berries, which cure freezing, and Persum berries, which cure confusion. In addition to these well-known berries with significant effects, there are numerous other types used in various fields by the people living in the Pokémon world. One of the most widespread uses of berries is in Pokémon food. In the current real Pokémon world, berries are extremely important items. In fact, all kinds of Pokémon food are made from various berries, making them one of the crucial pillars supporting the trainer profession. In a way, Poke Blocks are also a type of Pokémon food. However, they are quite rare in the market, mostly found in the Hone region, typically only of ordinary quality, and are relatively expensive, as poke blocks are handmade. Compared to the price of poke blocks, regular Pokémon food made from mixed crops is much cheaper, so most trainers choose to feed their Pokémon ordinary food, which varies in quality. Wearing his rocket uniform, Sato's journey to the public market was now much faster, as he no longer had to frequently stop and navigate around obstacles. What used to take him over 10 minutes now only took a few minutes. After his last visit, Sato entered the public market this time with a different mindset. He blended in seamlessly, like a drop of water in the ocean, attracting little attention as he successfully adapted to the environment filled with a different kind of atmosphere. This new rookie reward was like a timely rain for Sato. Although the 6 great balls from Team Rocket weren't very useful at the moment, the 1,200 points he received as a basic reward were incredibly generous, quickly filling his previously empty wallet. Currently, Sato had a substantial amount of points, which provided him the capital to pursue many plans he had previously imagined but could not realize due to financial constraints. Of course, his primary goal now was to quickly produce a large quantity of high-quality poke blocks to lay a solid foundation for his Zubat's upcoming training. The stalls selling berries in the public market were easy to find and plentiful, so Sato didn't rush to make a purchase. Instead, he began comparing prices at several stalls. Although he had a decent amount of points, he still wanted to save his initial funds whenever possible. After a few minutes of price comparison, Sato arrived at a berry stall he considered to have the most reasonable prices. The stall owner was a female Team Rocket member. From her appearance, the female vendor looked to be around 18 years old, and her body hadn't fully matured yet, as her figure, especially her chests, didn't catch Sato's attention at all. As for her looks, she was passably attractive, but when Sato noticed her beautiful eyes, his opinion of her instantly rose several notches. She had rare purple eyes that sparkled with intelligence, placing her firmly in the ranks of upper-tier beauties. It seemed like there were no unattractive girls in the Pokémon world. The number of berries at her stall was likely the highest among the other stalls, but the variety was much more limited. The most abundant berry was the Oran berry, which made up more than half of all the berries at the stall. The remaining types were the Pecha berry, which cures poison, the Chesto berry, which wakes Pokémon from sleep, and the Shuri berry, which cures paralysis. In Sato's memory, the point exchange rates for berries in the Rocket Team's system were quite low, with the Oran berry being the cheapest at just 1 point each. The other 6 berries that could cure different status conditions were also similarly priced at just 1.5 point each. If he exchanged points, he could essentially get a whole basket of berries for just 100 points. Besides, the prices at the female vendor's stall were almost half of what they were in the exchange system. The Oran berries were 0.5 points each and the other 3 berries were priced at 1 point each. Moreover, there were discounts for bulk purchases, a 10% discount for buying 100 berries, and 20% discount for 300 berries, and up to a 40% discount for larger quantities. This stall with seemingly rock-bottom prices naturally attracted many bargain-hunting customers. The business was thriving, drawing at least half the customer traffic compared to all the other berry stalls combined. Sato was genuinely pleased with the female vendor's incredibly reasonable prices. In his mind, Oran berries were undoubtedly excellent Pokémon food, capable of restoring a Pokémon's health and stamina to a certain extent without any processing. In Sato's plan, the main ingredient for the Pokeblocks he would create would be Oran berries. By highly concentrating the Oran berries, the resulting Pokeblocks would inherit their restorative effects, and due to the high concentration and quality, the restorative effect of the Oran berry Pokeblocks would certainly be enhanced. Without much hesitation, Sato decided to buy 210 Oran berries, 30 Pecha berries, 30 Chesto berries, and 30 Shuri berries. Because he was buying in bulk and purchased 300 berries, Sato also enjoyed a 20% discount, ultimately spending just 156 points for this entire batch of berries. After Sato completed the transaction with the female vendor, she quickly handed him her contact information on a business card, mentioning that she also offered delivery services as he was now her new customer. After purchasing a large quantity of raw berries, Sato took the business card and left the female vendor's stall, heading toward another berry stall. It was well known that Oran berries don't taste that great in the world of Pokémon, mainly because they have a mix of various flavors. Due to this, while Pokémon would eat these berries, they generally won't do so often. They preferred to seek out berries that suited their taste. If Sato used only Oran berries as the main ingredient for making Pokeblocks, the result would likely carry the same mixed bitter flavors, which could cause Zubat to dislike eating them. As players of the game know, Zubat's final evolution into Crobat required a high level of friendship with its trainer. With this in mind, Sato had to ensure that Zubat liked the Pokeblocks he was going to make, and it would be best if the blocks could even increase their bond. To achieve this, Sato planned to flavor the Pokeblocks to appeal to Zubat's tastes. Typically, there are 5 berries used to adjust the flavor of Pokeblocks: the spicy tomato berry, the dry Blook berry, the sweet Nanab berry, the bitter Waypear berry, and the sour peanut berry. Sweet, spicy, bitter, sour, there's always a flavor that a Pokemon will enjoy. The stall Sato was heading toward was the only one in the entire public market that sold all 5 of these flavor-adjusting berries. These berries were slightly more expensive compared to the regular berries. Sato found it unfortunate that the prices at this berry stall weren't as good as the previous one, with the vendor selling them at 2 points each, just 1 point less than the price in the point exchange system. When Sato arrived at the stall, he immediately picked out one of each of the 5 flavoring berries and set them beside him. The male vendor at the stall gave Sato a casual glance but didn't seem to mind his strange behavior. "Come on out, Zubat. Take a look at these 5 berries and see which one you like," Sato said, releasing Zubat and letting it choose its preferred berry flavor. Zubat quietly perched on Sato's right shoulder, then, following Sato's instructions, flew down to the neatly arranged line of 5 flavoring berries. Zubat sniffed each one in turn before eventually opening its mouth wide and devouring the sweet Nanab berry in a few bites. "Looks like your Pokémon likes sweet things. Nanab berries are 2 points each. If you buy 100 of them, I'll give you the one your Pokémon just ate for free and I'll also hook you up with a discount of 20%. What do you?" Before the vendor could finish, Zubat immediately turned to the spicy tomato berry and quickly devoured that one too. "That one doesn't count, right? If so, I'll purchase 50 of each. And don't forget the 20% discount as well," Sato said with a smile, catching the vendor a bit off guard. In the end, Sato spent 160 points to buy 50 each of the Nanab berries and tomato berries. "You really seem to like sweet and spicy flavors, huh? Don't worry, I'll make sure to get more delicious treats like this for you in the future. Alright, rest up in your Pokeball for now," Sato said as he gently patted Zubat on his right shoulder before returning it to its Pokeball. Zzzzzzz. Zubat let out a contented cry as it obediently returned to the Pokeball in a flash of red light. It's worth mentioning that after Sato acquired 6 Great Balls from Team Rocket, he replaced Zubat's original Pokeball with a Great Ball, effectively moving Zubat from a modest home to a luxurious mansion. As a result, Zubat was very satisfied with its new residence, which further increased its bond with Sato. Meowth, who had almost been captured before, once mentioned that a standard Pokeball was quite comfortable, so it was needless to say how much better a higher quality ball would be. After collecting the last of the ingredients needed to make Pokeblocks, Sato promptly headed toward the area containing the berry mixer, which had been modified from the previous Pokeblock set. According to the information provided by Baron, the berry mixer was located in the mission hall, situated in the central area of Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City, not far from the public market. The mission hall, as the name suggests, was where uncompleted missions were taken and completed missions were submitted. In Team Rocket, personnel were roughly divided into 2 categories, logistical support and combat personnel. Logistical support members were permanent staff and generally had daily missions. In gaming terms, they had to complete daily tasks to earn their rest periods. Combat personnel, on the other hand, had 2 types of missions, assigned missions and freelance missions. Generally, as long as combat personnel completed their 2 mandatory assigned missions each month, they had the rest of the time as free time. During this free time, they could choose to rest or take on freelance missions for additional points. It's also important to note that the criteria for transitioning between these 2 roles were different. Logistical support members could apply to become combat personnel at any time, whereas combat personnel could only apply to switch to logistical roles if they were severely injured or had served for a certain number of years. Following the signs along the way, Sato quickly arrived at the mission hall of Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City. The mission hall wasn't very large, about the size of a basketball court shaped in an oval. The most prominent feature was the task pillars located at the center, massive stone columns covered with a multitude of freelance mission notices. As it was nearing 2 p.m., the busiest time of day, there were very few people with free time, so the number of combat personnel in the mission hall was limited. Who enjoys constantly taking risks? It's better to use their time to enhance their strength with the points they've earned. Most of them were gathered together in various task groups. These task groups moved in and out of the mission hall in an orderly fashion. Some were there to submit tasks, others to take on new ones, and some had completed one while picking up another. Their commonality was the back and forth between the task pillars and the submission counters. In addition to these groups, there were a few solitary figures who exuded a strong aura of danger, often accompanied by a small Pokémon that remained highly alert to their surroundings. Many in the task groups instinctively kept their distance from these individuals. The lone figures were indifferent to everything around them. After submitting or accepting a task, they would quickly replenish their supplies at the stations on either side of the hall and leave without leaving a trace. Maintaining his usual calm demeanor, Sato walked through the mission hall, observing the people around him and scanning for the target of his visit. Eventually, Sato found what he was looking for at the supply station on the far left side of the hall. A neglected berry mixer stood lonely in a corner, awaiting his attention. The lone berry mixer placed in the corner of the supply station was roughly the same as the one Sato remembered from the past. The only notable difference was the fee detection device attached to it. In front of the supply station was a small rest area, but it seemed like there was an issue with this particular station, so it wasn't open for use. As a result, no one was there. The number of people in the mission hall was already small, and those present were all gathered in the rest area near the other supply station, which was operating normally on the right side of the hall. With no one to disturb him, Sato felt relieved. He slowly approached the berry mixer in the corner and carefully examined it. Sato's only thought at the moment was, I hope this berry mixer operates similarly to the one in the game. To explain briefly, the berry mixer was square-shaped, with a large circular glass bowl in the center. Inside the glass bowl, there was a cross-shaped needle. At the top of the needle was a crusher. Each of the 4 corners of the berry mixer had a red button, and there were small doors on each of the 4 sides where the poke blocks would come out. One side also had a dial to adjust the crusher's rotation speed. The operation of the berry mixer was simple. Since there were 4 buttons, up to 4 people could operate it simultaneously. The process was also straightforward, similar to the game. As the cross-shaped needle turned along with the crusher, the operator had to follow the needle's movement with their eyes. Each time the needle pointed to a red button, the operator had to press the button immediately. Typically, the needle rotated at 3 different speeds, low, medium, and high. Most ordinary people, due to average dynamic vision, could only keep up with the needle's slow speed. Based on the principle that the faster the needle spun, the better the poke blocks produced, the slow, medium, and fast speeds corresponded to low, medium, and high-quality poke blocks. However, this was mostly theoretical. Very few people could keep up with the needle at its highest speed, so high-quality poke blocks were rare. The so-called high-quality poke blocks available on the market were usually made at the medium speed. Sato placed 3 oran berries and 1 nanab berry into the glass bowl of the berry mixer. Then, he aligned his rocket team watch with the slot left on the feed detection machine. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the start button. In the next moment, the needle and crusher began to turn, but at a very slow pace. The berries inside were only slightly crushed. Seeing this, Sato immediately turned the speed dial in front of him to medium. In an instant, the needle and crusher roared to life, spinning at full speed. At this point, the needle's movement was too fast for an average person to follow, and only faint afterimages could be seen. By this time, Sato was fully focused, his pupils narrowed to pinpoints. With his heightened dynamic vision, the needle's fast movement appeared as slow as it had when it first started. Thanks to his excellent dynamic vision, Sato effortlessly pressed the red button whenever the needle pointed to his corner. As he calmly moved his fingers to press the button, the berries inside the glass bowl rapidly turned into a thick, cloudy liquid. As Sato increased the crusher's rotation speed to the maximum and accurately pressed the red button in sync with the cross-shaped needle, the berry mixer began to emit a unique oscillation frequency. Under this special frequency, the impurities in the murky juice were rapidly broken down. After more than 2 minutes of effort, the berry juice in the glass bowl had transformed into a clear, radiant blue liquid with a beautiful sheen. Seeing this, Sato immediately stopped his intense concentration and pressed the button to halt the needle and crusher. Now, Sato patiently waited for the berry mixer's automatic process to finish. It was currently using a powerful concentration mechanism to transform the clear, glowing blue liquid into poke blocks. Due to the sustained mental exertion for nearly 3 minutes, Sato looked pale, as though he had just recovered from a serious illness. His mind was buzzing, overwhelmed by fatigue. I didn't expect it to be this strenuous. It seems the limit of my temporary enhanced dynamic vision is around 3 minutes, Sato thought as he closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind and ease the headache. He had named his ability to temporarily enhance his dynamic vision bullet time. In this state, Sato's reaction speed increased dramatically, but the cost was a significant drain on both his physical and mental energy. Prolonged use could even result in permanent mental damage. This time, using bullet time to create poke blocks had pushed him to his limit. He almost fainted from the mental exhaustion. After more than a minute of mental relaxation, the discomfort in Sato's head began to subside, and his complexion returned to normal. At that moment, the blue liquid in the berry mixer's glass bowl had almost disappeared. A series of pale blue, square-shaped poke blocks were being dispensed through the small automatic door, falling into a glass container below. These pale blue poke blocks were exceptional in appearance, resembling flawless gems, crystal clear and radiant. Under the light, they emitted a beautiful sheen. Are these really poke blocks? Reality is so much different from the games. I never imagined poke blocks could be refined to this level. All my hard work was worth it, Sato thought with a smile, picking up one of the gem-like blue poke blocks from the glass container. Without hesitation, he popped the enticing poke block into his mouth to taste it. The next second, Sato's eyes widened in astonishment. Soon after, a look of bliss spread across his face. The poke block, like the finest candy, slowly melted in his mouth, and an indescribable burst of delicious flavors overwhelmed his taste buds. At the same time, a soothing, cool energy spread from his mouth to his entire body. It felt as if he were soaking in an incredibly relaxing hot bath or sipping ice-cold juice on a scorching day. The sensation filled him with comfort, and he could feel his physical and mental energy rapidly replenishing. Sato didn't indulge for long. He quickly regained his composure, then promptly used the free storage bags provided next to the berry mixer to collect the poke blocks from the glass container. Without leaving any trace, he swiftly left the public hall. The poke blocks he created this time far exceeded Sato's expectations. After tasting them, he realized that these gem-like poke blocks were of the highest quality, with incredibly potent effects. After consuming just a small piece of the poke block, he felt incredibly refreshed, with both his physical and mental energy well restored. These would be perfect for restoring the stamina and energy of Pokémon after intense training or battles, making them an excellent recovery item. Undoubtedly, the miraculous effect of this gem-like poke block was due to Sato extracting the maximum potential from the 3 oran berries using the berry blender. These unexpectedly high-quality poke blocks were incredibly valuable, and with great value comes great profit. However, Sato was very cautious and wary of such enormous profits. he understood that great profit also comes with great danger. At the moment, he was just a rookie trainer who had only recently caught his first Pokémon. He had no means to protect such a valuable resource. If others found out about the value of these Pokeblocks, it wouldn't just be his money at risk, his life would be in danger. After all, this was Team Rocket territory, a place ruled by the law of the jungle. If a weakling were to possess a big, delicious cake like this, it would surely spell disaster. That's why, as soon as Sato regained his senses, he hurriedly packed away the Pokeblocks he had just made. Fortunately, it seemed that no one was around, and no one had noticed him messing with the unremarkable berry mixer in the corner. His secret was still safe, and he remained unharmed. Until I'm sure there are no prying eyes and I have some means of self-defense, I absolutely can't make another Pokeblock like that one. Otherwise, I'll be signing my own death warrant, Sato sternly reminded himself. Afterward, thanks to the energy restored from the gem-like Pokeblock, Sato's stamina and mental energy returned to a good state. After looking around for a bit and ensuring that there was no one around, he quietly returned to the unassuming berry mixer and proceeded to make more Pokeblocks with a formula of 3 Oran berries and 1 flavored berry. This time, however, Sato held back. Although he still set the speed to the maximum, his accuracy in hitting the red button in sync with the cross-shaped needle dropped significantly, reducing the quality. As expected, the second batch of Pokeblocks wasn't as good as the first. They weren't as clear and gem-like, but they were more in line with what Sato had originally envisioned for Pokeblocks. Still, even without producing gem-quality Pokeblocks, the second batch was of high quality. The surface was smooth and glossy, clearly indicating their superior craftsmanship. Since he didn't push himself to the limit with his bullet time ability, Sato didn't experience the near-fainting exhaustion of the first attempt. He didn't need any recovery items either. After a brief rest of 1 or 2 minutes, he was ready to make more high-quality Pokeblocks. After nearly an hour of effort, Sato completed 30 rounds of Pokeblock production, using 90 Oran berries, 15 tomato berries, 15 nanab berries and paid 300 points for using the berry mixer. Now, after deducting the cost of purchasing the berries and using the berry blender, Sato only had 739 points left. Nevertheless, his hard work paid off handsomely. Based on his average output of about 20 Pokeblocks per round, Sato now had 19 gem-quality Pokeblocks, 400 medium-quality Pokeblocks, and 200 high-quality Pokeblocks in his possession. These Pokeblocks are enough to sustain Zubat's daily diet and training for an entire month. If the results are good, I might even try selling a small batch of high-quality Pokeblocks to make some much-needed money, Sato thought to himself as he placed the last bag of Pokeblocks into his Team Rocket-issued watch. Now, everything was ready for Zubat's training. However, after roughly calculating the number of points he had left, Sato decided to head back to the public market to see if he could find something useful for survival with the remaining points. Sato discreetly left the now somewhat empty task hall and quickly retraced his steps back to the public market. This time, Sato was looking to buy a Pokémon item from the market, a technical machine, TM, a disc containing the move Protect. To give a brief introduction, in case someone doesn't know, Protect is a move that, except for a few Pokémon, can be learned by almost all Pokémon. Its function is simple: it creates a shield, akin to an absolute defense, that protects the user from most attacks. Moreover, this shield can be activated instantly. The downside, however, is that it can't be used continuously. If used consecutively, its success rate gradually decreases. When Sato was browsing the items available in Team Rocket's internal credit exchange system, he specifically searched for this life-saving move disc. To his delight, it was available for purchase. What surprised Sato even more was the price. He couldn't believe his eyes. Either he was mistaken, or Team Rocket had set the price wrong. The TM was incredibly cheap, requiring just 600 points to purchase it. Currently, Sato had enough credits left to afford it. Of course, he didn't want to spend all his credits, and if possible, he hoped to get this life-saving skill at a lower cost. While walking through the public market earlier to buy berries, Sato had noticed a stall selling TMS. He had deliberately stopped at the stall for a few minutes. During that brief stop, Sato discovered several valuable items, including the Protect TM. The price at the stall was just 500 points, discounted by 1/6 of the price in Team Rocket's internal system. In addition to this, Sato also spotted another TM that would be very useful for Zubat at this stage, Gust. Gust is a flying-type special attack with a base power of 40, which Zubat can learn at level 25. According to the Pokémon Encyclopedia, Zubat can inherit this move through breeding with other flying-type Pokémon. Of course, since Zubat can learn this move naturally, it can also be learned via TMS or other skill-teaching methods. Note, I believe that as long as a Pokémon can learn a move naturally, the method of learning it doesn't matter. Since Gust is a common move, its price in Team Rocket's internal system was also low, just 300 points. However, at the market stall, the price was only 200 points. Hopefully, it hasn't been sold yet. Without it, relying solely on Shadow Ball, a move that isn't even a stab, same type attack bonus, move for Zubat, is definitely not enough. Zubat's damage output is way too low, Sato thought anxiously. It was past 2 p.m. when Sato made his way back to the public market, retracing his steps. By this time, due to the shift change of the guards, the number of stalls and people in the market had noticeably increased. Following his memory, Sato arrived at the stall that sold skill discs, TMS. The stall owner was a male Team Rocket squad captain, a heavy-set man with a chubby face, always wearing a somewhat insincere smile, but appearing very friendly at the moment. The variety of move discs at the stall wasn't large, about 10 or so in total, but there were plenty of each type. However, all of the TMS being sold were for fairly basic skills, like Vine Whip, Water Gun, and Ember. The most valuable and expensive TM on display was for the move Thunder, priced at 3,500 credits, which was 500 points less than the price in the internal Team Rocket points exchange system. A brief explanation: TMS in this world are used in conjunction with a device called a learning machine, self-invented in this world. You place a Pokeball into the designated slot on the learning machine and insert the desired TM, as long as the Pokemon can learn the move, and the machine uses a special process to transmit the skill information from the disc directly into the Pokemon's mind. Afterward, the Pokemon will have a basic understanding of how to use the move. In summary, TMS are a scientific breakthrough made by human researchers after thoroughly studying Pokemon moves. When used together with learning machines and Pokeballs, these scientific marvels allow Pokemon to quickly acquire new skills. However, the moves learned through TMS are far from mastery. The Pokemon only gains the rudimentary knowledge of how to perform the move. They still needs to undergo rigorous training before they can truly master the technique. Since this was the only stall selling TMS, the chubby Team Rocket captain was doing brisk business. By the time Sato arrived, the number of remaining TMS was already quite low, at least half had been sold, by Sato's estimation. Fortunately, the Protect and Gust TMS weren't very popular, or rather, many newbies couldn't afford it, and there were still plenty left. This was good news for Sato. What surprised Sato, though, was that he ran into the two Team Rocket grunts who had blocked his way earlier, Tanya and Kanjuro. Judging by their positions, Tanya in front and Kanjuro behind, and their conversation, Sato could tell that Tanya was the leader, while Kanjuro acted more like a subordinate. When Sato noticed them, Tanya and Kanjuro also spotted him. Possibly due to Sato's previous harsh attitude toward them, they both wore expressions of hostility when they looked at him. If I'm not mistaken, these two must be the ones who captured their Pokemon just before I did first and second place. Oh well, I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Who knows what the future holds? Sato thought as he watched them coldly turn their heads away. At that time, surrounded by the three of them and watched by veteran Team Rocket members, Sato had no choice but to respond with strength. In the cutthroat environment of Team Rocket, those who are seen as weak or easy to bully usually meet a terrible fate. On the contrary, showing a bit of fierceness might actually earn you respect and caution from others. After all, no one wants to mess with a madman who's not afraid of anything, and even a little respect and face must be given. Clearly, Sato had displayed a very tough side of himself in that situation, earning the fear of his enemies and the respect of the veterans. Perhaps due to Tanya's starter Pokemon being a Spearow, she chose the exact same TMS as Sato, Protect and Gust. Note, according to Pokemon database, Spearow, like Zubat, can only learn Gust through inheritance. However, due to previous settings, Spearow can also learn Gust via TM. The transaction went smoothly for Sato, who spent 700 points to acquire the Protect and Gust TMS. This left him with only 39 points, but he had effectively used his third-place reward. After completing his transaction, Sato patiently waited. The stall had a small learning machine on site, which the chubby stall owner had prepared for all customers who purchased TMS. There was also a spacious open area next to the stall, where customers could test out their new moves in real time after using the TM. Based on the demonstration results, the chubby stall owner's stock clearly came from some special source. The quality was decent, and it was rare for a TM to fail. If a failure did occur, the owner would either let the customer choose another TM or offer a refund. Sato stood in line behind Kanjuro, who seemed to act as Tanya's bodyguard. Kanjuro spent a hefty 1,500 credits to purchase a Rock Slide TM. Note, Rock Slide is a long-range rock-type physical move with 75 base power and 90% accuracy. It involves hurling large rocks at the opponent and has a chance of causing flinching. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, it was finally Sato's turn to use the learning machine. The machine looked somewhat like a bulky DVD player, except it was heavier and had a slot for placing a Pokeball. Using the experience he had gained from watching others, Sato followed the typical steps. He placed Zubat's Pokeball in the slot on the machine, then inserted the Protect and Gust TMS one by one. Once the machine's red light turned green, it signaled that the TMS had been successfully used. Afterward, the TMS were ejected, but they were shattered into useless fragments. The stall owner quickly came over to collect the fragments, explaining that they needed to be recycled to avoid environmental pollution. When Kanjuro's Guaidud successfully used Rock Slide and he left with his Pokemon, Sato stood on the now empty field. He released Zubat to demonstrate the newly learned moves. To Sato's satisfaction, both TMS had worked. Zubat successfully performed a small green energy shield for Protect and created a mini whirlwind for Gust. With Protect and Gust, Zubat's survival and attack capabilities are now somewhat secured. The next step is to undergo strict training and turn him into a key member of my team, Sato thought as he returned Zubat to its Pokeball. The public training field at Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City was massive, about the size of a standard soccer field. The wide area was almost entirely flat and open, without any training equipment or obstacles. However, there were a few low-value amenities like long public benches for resting and water dispensers that were provided for free. All the Team Rocket members who trained their Pokémon here naturally kept a safe distance from each other. They brought their own training gear to work on improving their Pokémon's skills. Since the training grounds were free to use, the area was always busy, with a large number of members present at any time. In Team Rocket, it's a survival of the fittest environment. If a member's strength stagnates, they risk being replaced. Thus, every Team Rocket member, whether they want to or not, had to continually strive to grow stronger if they wished to maintain the rank and position they worked so hard to achieve. Sato arrived at the training grounds a little after 2 p.m., and as expected, the area was crowded with people training their Pokémon. Fortunately for him, there were still some spots available for him to start his own training. It seems that word had spread among the rookies after a certain Team Rocket squad leader mentioned that capturing Pokémon at the training grounds was relatively safer. As a result, Sato noticed a considerable number of new recruits trying to catch Pokémon, either through their own efforts or by paying veterans for assistance. In truth, the veterans' supervision did indeed make the process of capturing Pokémon much safer for the rookies. They at least didn't need to worry about their lives. But of course, this protection didn't come for free. Sato had no interest in how the rookies were getting ripped off by the veterans. Ignoring that headache, he made his way to an open spot in a remote corner of the training grounds, ready to begin his first ever Pokémon training session as a trainer. Come out, Zubat. Sato pressed the button on his Pokeball, releasing Zubat. The Pokémon obediently flew to perch on his right shoulder. Zubat, you've told me your dream is to become as strong as your father, the Golbat. From now on, follow my instructions in training. I'll do everything I can to help you get stronger. Can you do that? Sato asked seriously, patting Zubat gently. Zubat immediately flew in front of him, nodding and chirping in agreement. Good. Put this on. It'll help you grow even stronger. Sato smiled slightly as he took out a small weighted vest from his Team Rocket watch and strapped it onto Zubat. The vest weighed about 5 kilograms. As soon as Zubat put it on, he felt the added pressure. The increased body weight forced him to flap his wings harder and more frequently to maintain the same flying altitude. Excellent. Now, try flying around. I want you to fly one full lap around this training field at full speed and return to me. After letting Zubat fly at shoulder height for a few minutes, Sato gave him the command. Without hesitation, and now sufficiently warmed up, Zubat followed Sato's orders and started flying at full speed around the edge of the training grounds. At that moment, Sato activated the stopwatch function on his Team Rocket watch, timing how long it would take Zubat to complete one full lap of the field. According to the international standards for a football field, which measures about 100 meters in length and 64 meters width, the distance for one lap around the field is 328 meters. In the end, Zubat completed the lap while carrying the weight vest in 2 minutes and 23 seconds. This means that with the 5 kilograms weight, Zubat was able to fly approximately 2.3 meters per second, equating to about 8.2 kilometers per hour. This flying speed is considered quite low in the Pokémon world. 2.3 meters per second, or 8.2 kilometers per hour. Good, our next goal is to gradually surpass these figures, Sato said. Great job, Zubat. Come down and have some water. When he saw Zubat return, drenched in sweat, Sato encouraged him to land and provided a simple massage to Zubat's wings. Zubat clearly enjoyed the massage, emitting pleased sounds while drinking water, despite being unable to reach his own wings. As Sato massaged Zubat's wings, he noticed that when fully spread, they only measured about half a meter, and the main muscle groups weren't particularly developed. Zubat's abilities mostly rely on these wings. I need to find a way to help them develop better. Maybe I could feed him some calcium tablets like Nurse Joy does in the Orange Islands to aid his physical growth, Sato thought, stroking Zubat's soft wings. From Sato's perspective as a programmer, there were no shortcuts to training Pokémon. The only way forward was to understand the current data on the Pokémon and gradually improve their stats through appropriate exercises. This would lead to corresponding increases in their strength. For Zubat's training, Sato aimed to improve his stamina, and flying laps was one of the most basic stamina exercises. Unfortunately, Sato lacked proper training equipment and an ideal training environment. Otherwise, he would want to implement some more challenging flying techniques, like wind resistance training, floating hoop training, dodging exercises, etc. While Zubat flew, Sato prepared for his rest period, pouring clean water into Zubat's food dish and adding a high-quality poke block. At the same time, he took out an old notebook to record the data from Zubat's recent flight test. After Zubat drank the water mixed with the dissolved poke block, he instantly perked up, finishing the small amount of water in the bowl with delight. He then turned to Sato, looking eager for more of that delicious drink. Having consumed the refreshing water, Zubat felt his previously exhausted stamina rapidly recovering, and the slight soreness in his wings began to fade, making him feel stronger. Though it was only a little, this boost in strength excited him. If you want more to drink, you need to train hard. Trust me, sweat doesn't lie. If you're willing to work out, your strength will definitely improve. Let's rest for a few more minutes, then you need to fly another lap around the training field. This time, you must maintain at least the same speed as before. Look, I recorded your flight speed data in this notebook. If you don't exceed that number, it means you're slacking off, and lazy Pokémon go hungry, Sato said with a slight smile, showing Zubat the recorded data, squinting his eyes. Seeing Sato's somewhat dangerous smile, Zubat felt a chill run down his spine and quickly nodded in agreement. After nearly an hour of intense training with the weight vest, Zubat finally completed Sato's grueling requirement of flying laps around the training field. If it hadn't been for the intermittent encouragement and poke blocks provided by Sato, Zubat would have collapsed long ago. Now, Zubat lay motionless on Sato's shoulder. After flying over 10,000 meters with the 5 kilograms vest, he felt as if his wings were no longer his own, with intense muscle soreness. Zubat swore that he had flown more in these 2 hours than in the previous month combined. His trainer was truly demanding. Good job. Eat this, and you'll recover quickly, Sato said, noticing Zubat's exhausted state. He removed the weight vest and took out a high-quality poke block, offering it to Zubat. The moment Zubat saw the poke block, his drooping head perked up. He opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and gazed hungrily at the treat. Zubat could guarantee that this square treat from his frugal trainer was the most delicious food he had ever tasted, far better than anything he ever had with his father. Once Zubat ate this, he felt incredibly refreshed, and his fatigue would dissipate quickly. As Zubat devoured the sweet and tasty poke block, a gentle wave of energy spread throughout his body. The comforting sensation made him emit pleased sounds, and the soreness in his wings became much more bearable. At this time, Sato carefully placed Zubat on the ground and began massaging his sore wings, further stimulating circulation in them. Under Sato's simple yet exceptionally soothing massage, Zubat felt incredibly relaxed, and the soreness in his wings continued to fade. Compared to humans, Pokémon had an astonishingly resilient physique. With the replenishment of energy and some external stimulation, Zubat's stamina and energy rapidly recovered. The muscle tissue in his wings absorbed the food energy and grew stronger. After about 10 minutes of massage from Sato, Zubat was able to fly normally again. Okay, this round of stamina training ends here. Let's head back for a rest, dinner will be ready soon, Sato said with a slight smile, recalling Zubat into his Pokeball for a good rest. Although the energy in the poke block was great, it was like high-calorie chocolate, it wouldn't keep him full for long. For Zubat's healthy growth, Sato needed to provide him with the necessary Pokemon food according to his natural habits, ensuring he received the other nutrients needed for his development. Sato had already decided on Zubat's daily food, fresh blood. Blood rich in nutrients was the best food for Zubat. Currently, Sato had 4 packs of blood, but he didn't plan to give Zubat any of this slightly stale blood. He decided to seek out fresh blood rich in nutrients, ultimately choosing fresh blood of animals as Zubat's food. In the Pokemon world, many ordinary animals from Earth also existed, forming an important part of the common food chain. It was now past noon, and most people in the public training area had gone to eat and rest, leaving only Sato and about 10 others still training. As Sato prepared to leave the training area with Zubat recalled, a female Team Rocket member carrying a Spearow blocked his path. This female Team Rocket member was none other than Tanya, the black-haired girl. Is there something you need? I don't like having my way blocked, Sato said, his expression stern as he faced the proud-looking girl. That poke block you just fed to your Zubat, it's a high-quality one, right? Sell me some, Tanya replied bluntly, seemingly ignoring Sato's cold demeanor. Tanya's background was unclear. She was a new recruit brought back by the rookie instructor, Maki, from Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City. She seemed to have an unmatched affinity for flying-type Pokémon, effortlessly capturing her starter Pokémon, Spearow, during the rookie orientation. As a result, she gained the favor of Maki and was said to have been taken under her wing for special training. In reality, Tanya hadn't received much special treatment from Maki. Everything she had, she earned through her own efforts. Since there was no need to spend extra points on a private training area, she arrived at the public training ground shortly after Sato, starting her training with her new partner, Spearow. During her training, she quickly noticed Sato and observed the entire process of his Zubat's training. She also saw how Sato provided Zubat with poke blocks whenever it looked exhausted. Tanya brought her own training supplies as well, specifically some Moo milk for Spearow. However, she noticed that within almost the same training time, Sato's Zubat was exerting itself 3 to 4 times more efficiently than her Spearow. After patiently observing, she finally figured out why. Zubat's recovery time was much shorter than Spearow's, allowing it to complete significantly more exercises in a comparable time frame. Tanya knew that Pokemon physiology was far superior to that of humans. As long as the food energy was sufficient, their stamina recovery speed was something humans could only envy, meaning she didn't have to worry about overtraining them too much. Of course, how easily Pokémon could absorb energy from food was also crucial. The easier the energy was to absorb, the faster the recovery. Zubat's ability to perform several times the amount of exercise as Spearow in nearly the same time clearly indicated an efficient training supplement. This meant that, under normal circumstances, Zubat's strength would increase much more than Spearow's. Thinking about this potential, Tanya felt anxious as the top rookie seed, and she started searching for the reason behind it. Why could Sato's Zubat achieve such impressive results in the same time frame? Just a moment ago, when Sato had revealed the poke block to Zubat, Tanya finally found her answer. She had some understanding of poke blocks. Initially, she considered them as training supplies for her Pokémon. However, when she realized she couldn't make good ones herself and that the poke blocks available for points weren't as cost-effective as Moo Milk, she quickly abandoned that option. Seeing Sato take out the poke blocks and recognizing their high quality from their brightness ignited a desire within her. The astonishing amount of exercise Zubat was currently exhibiting suggested that the poke blocks Sato gave it were far superior in recovery effectiveness compared to her Moo Milk. Otherwise, how could Zubat complete about 3 times more exercise than Spearow? Besides, she believed she was training Spearow much more rigorously than Sato trained Zubat. I have to get my hands on this training supply that boosts efficiency, Tanya thought to herself, determination flashing in her eyes. To be honest, Sato had no fondness at all for this proud black-haired girl who was now in need of help. In fact, he felt a bit of annoyance. Thus, he chose to ignore her request, walking right past her. However, he was somewhat pissed when Tanya grabbed the fabric of his clothes as he passed by. You better let go. And is this how you treat someone whose help you're asking? You really have no manners. This isn't your home where you can do as you please. Here, you're just a tiny bug that can be squashed at any moment, falling under the same category as the rest of us new recruits. Your pride means nothing here. Seeing Tanya's rude behavior, Sato's expression turned sour as he turned to glare at her, speaking with a cold tone. After saying that, he twisted her somewhat rough little hand free and continued walking. Sorry, I realize that was rude of me. My name is Tanya, please sell some to me. I can pay a good price, Tanya said, her voice still somewhat cold, but it was much better and softer than before. Sato paused upon hearing her words and turned back, surprised to see the black-haired girl with a slightly flushed face. Her rapid change in attitude genuinely took him aback, especially her choice to apologize. In reality, Sato had anticipated that someone would notice the poke blocks, considering he had been flaunting them in public. However, he had no real worries. Most of the poke blocks he had used during Zubat's training were mid-quality. He had only used high-quality poke blocks at the start and end of the training, and he had never brought out the gem-like translucent ones that could cause trouble. Using poke blocks to train Zubat at the public training grounds was also a way to test and promote his product, as he only had a pitiful number of points left. To his surprise, his first customer turned out to be Tanya, someone with whom he had a somewhat tense relationship. Of course, there was no substantial friction between Sato and Tanya, so in his mind, she hadn't yet risen to the level of an enemy. His only enemy at the moment was Rondo, who had robbed him of his hard-earned money not long ago. Thus, as long as a customer wasn't an enemy, Sato chose to conduct mutually beneficial transactions. Initially, Tanya's haughty attitude had somewhat displeased him, leading him to refuse the request, but now that she had taken the initiative to apologize, he felt much more inclined to consider it. It seems you're not as stubborn and haughty as I thought. You're right, what I just used on my Zubat was indeed a poke block. Look, it's much better than Moo Milk, Sato said with a slight smile as he took out a mid-quality poke block from his Team Rocket watch and tossed it to Tanya. Tanya caught the poke block Sato threw her and examined it in her hand. From her perspective, it indeed felt like a high-quality poke block, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. She then sent out her very tired Spearow and handed it the poke block to eat. In fact, mid-quality poke blocks and high-quality poke blocks didn't look very different, but their effects varied significantly. Through practical experience, it had been proven that a mid-quality poke block's recovery effect was better than Moo Milk, but not by much. If gem-like poke blocks could provide 100% of the recovery effect of Oran berries, high-quality poke blocks could deliver only about 80% of the Oran berries' recovery effect. Meanwhile, a mid-quality poke blocks provided about 60 to 70% of the recovery effect of Oran berries. It's worth mentioning that eating an Oran berry directly yielded the least effective recovery, at most providing about 10% to 20% of its recovery effect. After consuming the mid-quality poke block, Tanya's Spearow immediately entered a state of bliss, as if it were drunk. It even fell from Tanya's shoulder to the ground and remained in a dazed state, making comfortable cooing sounds. After a while, a lively Spearow stood up from the ground, looking at its owner, Tanya, with a face full of desire. It seems your Spearow also likes sweet things. See, I didn't lie to you, its effects are really good, Sato said with a smile, noticing Tanya's slightly embarrassed expression. From the look of bliss on Spearow's face and its current energetic state, Tanya could easily tell that the energy cube Sato provided had a very effective recovery effect, and it restored stamina much faster than Moo Milk. No wonder his Zubat recovers so quickly. It turns out he has such a powerful training supplement. This is a good thing. To get the rich rewards from the upcoming rookie battle, I must find a way to get some from him so that Spearow can become stronger during this time, Tanya thought as she gently petted her Spearow that had flown back onto her shoulder. Although Maki hadn't given her any substantial help, he had shared a lot of training content for rookies, allowing her to grasp important information that most rookies did not have. Among this important information was the rookie battle. The Rookie Battle was a competitive event specially prepared by Team Rocket for the new recruits who had just become official members, usually involving rookies from several cities. For instance, the rookies from the Pewter City Team Rocket, including Sato and Tanya, would traditionally compete against Cerulean City and Viridian City Team Rocket recruits. Currently, there was less than a month left until the Rookie Battle, and after completing a week-long rookie test, the rookie instructors would officially begin training the newcomers. The rookies who performed well in this rookie battle would gain access to rich resources. It's worth noting that many elite members of Team Rocket and even senior members were once among the top performers in these rookie battles. How many of these Pokeblocks do you have left? I want to buy 200 of them, Tanya said after deciding on her thoughts. I won't hide it from you, making these Pokeblocks isn't easy. I failed many times before successfully creating 300 of them. If I weren't nearly out of points, I wouldn't choose to sell to you. I can give you 120 at most, and the price is 4 points each, Sato replied, hesitating for a while, before gritting his teeth and reluctantly replying. Tanya didn't doubt Sato's words. She had personally tried to make Pokeblocks and knew that the manufacturing difficulty was indeed high, with costs being relatively significant. The price of 4 points for each block was acceptable to her, especially since even Moo milk with a slightly worse recovery effect costs 5 points. Without any haggling, Tanya asked for Sato's point account number and swiftly transferred 480 points to him. Seeing that Tanya was so easy to deal with, Sato was naturally delighted. He quickly packaged the medium-quality energy cube in a preservation bag and smiled as he handed it to her. Give me your internal communication number. Once I finish using it, I'll buy more from you. I hope to purchase 300 more of this quality next time, Tanya said as she took the large bag of Pokeblocks from Sato and stepped back a bit, maintaining her cool expression. Well, let's see if I get lucky. Thank you for your patronage, you're my first customer, goodbye, Sato said to Tanya before leaving without any hesitation. Sato was in a great mood. Selling 120 medium-quality Pokeblock for 480 points that only cost him about 75 points to make and earning a considerable profit of 405 points was undeniably a fantastic deal. Adding the 39 points I already had, my balance is back up to a decent amount of 519 points. Now I don't need to worry about points for the time being. Tanya is pretty good, too. It'll take her at least a week to finish using up that batch of Pokeblocks, so I don't have to rush to make more, Sato thought to himself, maintaining a poker face while inwardly grinning. Not long after, Sato arrived at the public cafeteria. It was peak dinner time, and the huge cafeteria was nearly packed, with long lines forming at the free meal counters. Seeing the overwhelming crowd, Sato felt a bit helpless. After thinking for a moment, he bypassed the free meal counter and headed to the paid meal section, where there were fewer people in line. Now that I've got a steady stream of income from Pokeblocks, I should treat my body better. This body has been in a state of malnutrition and is still in a growth phase. I need proper nutrition, or I'll wear myself out before I can even take control of my own destiny, Sato thought as he touched his obviously skinny frame. The food at the paid counter wasn't cheap, costing at least 5 points for a meal, but the quality was definitely worth it. The meal in Sato's hands included a generous portion of high-quality rice, a large bowl of beef bone soup with several chunks of succulent, tender meat, a hefty serving of grilled steak, a berry salad as an appetizer, and a variety of freshly squeezed juices to drink. All in all, to make consumers feel like their points were well spent, the chefs at Team Rocket's cafeteria did their best to make the meals both delicious and nutritionally balanced. Quality food comes at a price. This dinner would probably cost a couple $100 Poke outside. It's been so long since I've had such a tasty meal, Sato thought happily as he sat alone at a table in the paid section, enjoying his lavish dinner. Having lived through hard times, Sato cherished food greatly. He ate slowly and carefully, savoring every bite, finishing everything on his plate without wasting a single crumb. He even went back for another large bowl of rice. After finishing his dinner, Sato started preparing food for his Zubat. This time, he went to the cafeteria's back area and, after spending 3 points, easily obtained a large bucket of fresh cow's blood and some discarded plastic containers from a chef. He estimated that the bucket contained at least 10 liters of blood, enough to last Zubat several days. Thanks a lot. Here are 5 points for you. Give me your contact info. I'm Sato. Next time I need more blood, I'll look for you directly, Sato said with a smile to the large, round chef in front of him. No problem, boss. I'm Bob. You go ahead and take care of your business. I'll get back to work, Bob, the chubby chef, replied cheerfully after receiving the points from Sato. Come on out, Zubat. This is your food for the next few days. Use your saliva to keep it from coagulating, Sato said as he released Zubat after Bob left, instructing it to spit into the bucket of fresh cow's blood. Zubat's saliva had an anticoagulant property, a substance that prevents blood from clotting, which allowed it to drink blood without any issues during feeding. Following Sato's command, Zubat resisted the urge to immediately start drinking the fragrant blood and began spitting saliva into the bucket. Once there was enough saliva to prevent the blood from coagulating, Zubat happily perched on the edge of the bucket, eagerly drinking the fresh blood rich in nutrients. After gulping down nearly 2 liters of blood in one go, Zubat's tiny body swelled into a plump, round blue ball. It lay on the ground, wings wrapped around its now bloated belly, looking completely satisfied and oddly adorable. At this point, Sato had finally finished washing the dozen or so plastic bottles. He used them to store the remaining cow's blood from the plastic bucket. Take a good rest in your Pokeball and digest that quickly. We'll need to continue training later, Sato said. After spending a few minutes bottling the remaining blood, he washed his hands and returned the still overstuffed Zubat, who was too full to fly, back to its Pokeball. Sato then returned to his dorm. After resting for more than an hour, Zubat's training resumed, this time within the dorm room. It's worth mentioning that the Grunt's dorms were much more spacious than the rookies'. The room was about 40 square meters. Unlike the rookies' dorms, which had only a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, the Grunt's dorms included an extra room, a living room. Of course, since Sato hadn't furnished his space yet, the 20 square meter living room was still empty. He was already planning to turn the living room into a training room. Zubat, let's skip stamina training tonight. We'll focus on skill practice. Show me the protect move you just learned, Sato said as he stood in the empty living room, instructing Zubat, whom he had just released. Zubat nodded and flew in front of Sato. He began to concentrate, using his energy and stamina to create a bright green protective shield that enveloped his entire body. At that moment, Sato pressed the timer on his wristwatch. After 3 seconds, the green shield around Zubat disappeared. The duration is 3 seconds, and the coverage area is about 0.5 meters in diameter. Shield strength is unknown, Sato observed as he stopped the timer and quickly jotted down the data in his notebook. Good, now use it again, Sato said after noting the data, instructing Zubat to perform protect once more. However, Zubat failed to execute the move again. The downside of protect immediately became apparent. It took Zubat a full 3 minutes to successfully use the move again. After this second attempt, Zubat looked visibly tired, having clearly expended a lot of energy. After using protect once, there is currently a 3-minute move cooldown, Sato thought with a frown as he looked at the timer's display. From the collected data, it was clear to Sato that Zubat's protect could only be used at critical moments and that its protective range was very limited. It would be hard to use it for full protection. Moreover, the side effect of protect was more severe than in the games. Instead of just having a reduced success rate after consecutive uses, Zubat couldn't use it again for a certain amount of time, and it required a good amount of energy to activate. The drawbacks are considerable. It takes time to charge up, and it consumes a lot of Zubat's energy, Sato thought as he reviewed the data on his watch and considered Zubat's current state of exhaustion. What is the principle behind Pokémon using different moves? This question had long puzzled Sato. After serious thought and careful observation of Pokémon, he attempted to explain it by focusing on 2 aspects, elemental energy and the Pokémon's stamina/energy. As we all know, there are currently 18 different types of Pokémon, so Sato naturally hypothesized that there are 18 distinct types of elemental energy existing in the world. He proposed that Pokémon moves are simply flexible applications of these elemental energies, akin to magic spells in a fantasy world. These moves didn't exist on their own but were created by the Pokémon manipulating specific types of energy. The reason Pokémon can use moves of various types is because they can sense these different energies in the world around them. By expending their energy, they can perform these moves. A simple analogy is that Pokémon are like wizards, and their stamina/energy is akin to magical power. They use their energy, magical power, to manipulate the elemental energies in the world and create a variety of moves. Now, how can the proficiency of a Pokémon's moves be improved? This question became Sato's new challenge to solve. From his observations so far, Sato discovered there are no shortcuts for improving a Pokémon's proficiency with moves. The only way is through diligent repetition and practice, slowly but surely increasing their understanding of each move, like water slowly wearing away stone. If there is one effective method Sato currently has to speed up the process of improving move proficiency, it would be the Poke Blocks in his possession. The medium to high-quality Poke Blocks he held could quickly restore his Pokémon's stamina, indirectly increasing the number of moves his Pokémon could practice. In 29 minutes and 30 seconds, under Sato's instructions, Zubat managed to use Protect a total of 10 times. However, from the data collected during this training session, Sato observed that Zubat's progress was minimal. The green protective shield's range hadn't changed at all. The only noticeable improvement was that the side effect duration of the move had decreased slightly, from 3 minutes to 2 minutes and 57 seconds, a reduction of 3 seconds. During this time, Zubat's stamina had been severely depleted. After using Protect 10 times, its stamina was nearly exhausted. Seeing this, Sato had no choice but to let Zubat consume a medium-quality Poke Block to restore its energy. Judging by Zubat's current stamina, it could use Protect a maximum of 5 times in a single battle. And that's assuming it doesn't use any other moves. So, Protect can only be used at critical moments during a fight. Now I understand why the price for Protect is so low, Sato thought as he jotted the data into his notebook. After confirming that Zubat's interval between using Protect was about 3 minutes, Sato ended that portion of the training and moved on to other moves. He decided to have Zubat only use Protect once every 3 minutes. Once Zubat's energy had sufficiently recovered, Sato had it practice another move it had recently learned, Gust. Following Sato's command, Zubat expended stamina, drawing upon the flying-type energy in the environment, and skillfully used it to perform Gust. In no time, a small whirlwind, about 0.3 meter in diameter and less than a meter tall, appeared before Sato. As a flying-type Pokémon, Zubat clearly had a more intuitive grasp of flying-type energy, so it was much more adept at using Gust compared to the normal-type move Protect. With its relatively practiced control of flying-type energy, the miniature whirlwind grew slightly larger just before it dissipated. The miniature whirlwind created by Zubat lasted for about a minute, moving about 1 meter before Zubat lost control, and it quickly disappeared. After resting slightly for about 2 seconds, Zubat was able to use Gust again. After Zubat used Gust continuously about 20 times, its stamina was showing signs of depletion. The activation time is around 1.1 seconds, the power level is extremely low, and the maximum movement distance is 1 meters, which is the attack range. The cooldown time is 2 seconds, and the current stamina limit allows for 20 uses. It seems like some intense special training is necessary. With this level of proficiency, using this move in a real battle would be akin to sending it to its doom. Sato noted the data in his notebook, looking somewhat resigned. Of course, considering that Protect and Gust were both moves Zubat had just learned to use via TM, Sato wasn't too disappointed. Even for geniuses, instant mastery was impossible. You've done well, Zubat. From now on, your primary training task is to master Gust. In future battles, it will be an essential move, so you must practice it well. Sato put down his pen and said seriously to Zubat. Zubat, clearly aware of its poor mastery of Gust, was quite embarrassed by the barely powerful winds it produced. Hearing Sato's words, he quickly nodded, signaling that he would work hard to train. For the next part of Zubat's Protect and Gust training, Sato could only quietly observe, providing training supplements and encouragement when necessary. After watching for a while, Sato noticed a few unnecessary movements Zubat made while using these two moves. Zubat liked to violently shake his two tail wings and tilt his head backward when performing the moves. These unnecessary movements caused slight instability in Zubat's body, forcing it to flap its wings more frequently to maintain balance. As a result, the moves lacked consistency, and their duration was shortened. After identifying these problems, Sato had Zubat pause and pointed out the issues. Zubat began consciously correcting its body movements following Sato's suggestions. With persistence and careful correction, and with the help of Sato's energy-replenishing poke blocks and solid advice, Zubat gradually increased its mastery of both moves through repeated practice. At the same time, the data in Sato's notebook steadily grew. Each time Sato noticed an improvement in Zubat's performance, he praised it, which in turn motivated Zubat even more. This mechanical style of training was undoubtedly tedious, but both Sato and Zubat possessed the determination to endure such monotony for the sake of strength, and they found enjoyment in the process. As they focused on their training, time quietly passed by. Before long, it was nearly 9 p.m., and Sato decided to end Zubat's 6-hour-long training session. During this training session, according to Sato's data, Zubat had used Protect 43 times and Gust 289 times. This session also cost Sato 12 medium-quality poke blocks. From this training, Zubat's proficiency with both moves had improved significantly, especially Gust, which was the most frequently used. Currently, Zubat's Protect move could now cover an area of 0.6 meters, the duration had increased to 3.2 seconds, and the cooldown had shortened to 2 minutes and 50 seconds. As for Gust, the activation time had decreased to 0.7 seconds, the whirlwind's diameter had increased to 0.8 meters, the height to 1.4 meters, the attack range had extended to 1.5 meters, and the power had improved to the point where it barely qualified as a small-scale whirlwind. After finishing his private training, Sato returned to his residence. Instead of immediately washing up and going to bed, he first gave Zubat, who had worked hard in the training session, a bath with warm water and a massage. He also rewarded it with a gem-quality poke block to restore its stamina. With the triple treat of a gem-quality poke block, a warm bath, and a massage, Zubat was in bliss, and all the fatigue and soreness from training vanished. Finally, Sato gave it a 1-liter bottle of cow's blood as a late-night snack. Zzzzz, Zubat chirped happily as it landed gently on Sato's shoulder after finishing the snack. Although he had only known Sato for a day, the treatment Sato provided made Zubat feel incredibly comfortable. He had never met anyone so kind to him before. Get some rest, Zubat. We have more training tomorrow morning. I still need to organize the data before I can sleep, Sato said with a smile, gently patting Zubat's head while his own hair was still wet from his shower. He then began entering the day's training data from his notebook into the computer. Zubat obediently nodded in response and then tapped the great ball on the table, turning into a beam of red light and returning to his Pokeball to rest. The training equipment is still too basic. Relying only on physical training tools isn't enough, especially since Zubat is a flying-type Pokémon. It needs to improve its flying technique. Also, my data collection tools are outdated. I need something to improve my efficiency. Sato thought to himself as he quickly transferred the data from his notebook into the computer. He then placed his rocket watch in the designated slot on his computer's case and entered the Team Rocket internal points exchange system for the second time, hoping to browse the available items again and see if anything could help him train Zubat. Perhaps due to his promotion to Grunt rank, Sato noticed that a new category had been added to the points exchange system. Previously, there were only 4 main categories: Pokémon items, TM discs, Pokémon, and training manuals. Now, there was a new category called internal trading. Seeing the new category, Sato immediately clicked on it. As numerous item images and brief descriptions popped up, his eyes lit up with excitement. From Sato's perspective, this new internal trading section resembled an online marketplace, though its range was limited to the Pewter City Team Rocket underground base. Despite this limitation, the items listed were numerous and often priced lower than those in the official points exchange system. However, there was a greater risk involved in these transactions. Since items sold through this marketplace could not be verified in person, their quality wasn't guaranteed, unlike the items from the points exchange, which were always new and of high quality. In short, the internal marketplace offered cheaper items than the points exchange, but since most sellers were anonymous and all sales were final, buying based solely on pictures and text descriptions carried significant risk. However, to Sato, this internal marketplace opened a new opportunity for earning points. He had high-quality poke blocks that he could sell, but due to his current circumstances, he couldn't openly sell them in public markets. The discreet nature of the internal marketplace, with its convenient selling methods, provided Sato with a safe channel to sell his poke blocks and earn points. After looking at the methods for selling items in the marketplace, Sato became even more convinced that it was a safe way to sell his poke blocks. There were two ways to sell items in the internal marketplace. The first was to open a virtual shop, similar to an online store, and sell items directly. The second was to use the commission system and get people to sell items on your behalf. The so-called commission system for sales essentially involves taking your items to a place within the Pewter City underground base called the Network Trading Center. There, staff will authenticate and approve your items before helping you sell them, while ensuring that none of your personal information is disclosed. Of course, using the commission system isn't free, it takes a percentage of your transaction profits as a fee. Interesting, this is practically a safe and harmless way to offload black market goods. With this internal network marketplace, Team Rocket allows its members to securely hand over valuable items they can't otherwise sell on the open market. Whoever came up with this internal marketplace is definitely a business genius, Sato thought after contemplating the system for a moment. It's clear that in the dog-eat-dog environment of Team Rocket, the creation of this secure trading channel would increase the efficiency of resource utilization within the organization. It also provides a good platform for people with special talents who may be too weak to display them publicly at the moment. After browsing the internal marketplace a bit longer, Sato closed the page and returned to the main page of the points exchange system. He clicked on the miscellaneous section under the Pokémon items category and began searching for what he needed. Finally, Sato found the items he had in mind: a powerful electric fan, a portable laptop, and a bottle of calcium supplements. The powerful electric fan he chose wasn't an ordinary one. This high-tech fan, custom-made by Team Rocket, could generate wind speeds from level 10 to level 12. Sato selected the fan specifically for Zubat's flight training. With it, Zubat wouldn't need to keep flying in circles for practice. The strong winds created by the fan could serve as a training partner. By flying against the powerful winds generated by the fan, Zubat would not only improve its flight capabilities but also learn to adapt to various wind conditions. Most importantly, with this fan, Sato wouldn't need to take Zubat to the public training grounds for endurance training. They could train right in his dorm room, keeping their activities more discreet. As for the portable laptop, Sato intended to use it to collect Zubat's training data more efficiently. After glancing at the laptop's features, Sato couldn't help but marvel at how much more advanced Pokémon World's technology was compared to Earth's. This laptop not only had all the functions of a regular Earth laptop but also had built-in features specifically for Pokémon trainers. It could automatically detect a Pokémon's body data. The most crucial part? The laptop had some defensive capabilities, so in a pinch, it could even be used as a shield. Given that Sato was an excellent programmer, he could write programs to help analyze Pokémon data in more detail, allowing him to design more precise training plans for Zubat. As for the calcium supplements, Sato wanted to experiment with the method used by Nurse Joy in the Orange Islands, where she fed calcium to a Magikarp to promote its body growth. While it's true that a Pokémon's size doesn't directly correlate to its strength, there are many benefits to a larger size. For example, larger Pokémon tend to have stronger vitality and greater strength than their smaller counterparts. Some might argue that a larger Pokémon could become slower, and that is a valid concern. However, it's not an insurmountable issue. To illustrate, consider the difference between someone who's overweight and someone who's muscular. They may have similar body sizes, but would anyone think that the overweight person could move faster than the muscular one? Besides, who said muscular people aren't fast? Moreover, these calcium supplements weren't ordinary ones. They were specially developed by Team Rocket's biotech division. According to the description, Sato found the items he was looking for, but after checking the prices of the three products, his expression darkened. The calcium supplements were fine, costing 100 points per bottle of 100 tablets, which he could still afford. However, the powerful electric fan and the portable laptop posed a bigger problem. Both of these items were high-tech products developed by Team Rocket and were undoubtedly valuable. The electric fan cost 1,000 points, while the portable laptop required a hefty 2,000 points. It seems I'll have to sell some poke blocks to earn points. To quickly enhance my strength, taking a bit of risk is worthwhile, Sato thought as he looked at the laptop on the screen. As a past-life programmer, having a good computer was extremely beneficial and crucial for him. With a personal, high-quality laptop, he could better showcase his skills. A computer would be an excellent tool for collecting and analyzing data. After considering his plans for the following day, Sato closed the computer, set the alarm on his Team Rocket watch, and lay down on his bed. He quickly cleared his mind and soon drifted off to sleep. The next day at 7 a.m., the alarm on his Team Rocket watch went off right on time. Sato quickly opened his bleary eyes, turned off the alarm, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes again, feeling more alert. His first action was to release Zubat, giving it 2 bottles of blood and a high-quality poke block for breakfast. After a quick wash-up, Zubat finished its breakfast as well. Then, Sato recalled Zubat into its Pokeball and left the dorm, heading straight for the cafeteria. To get his body in optimal condition as soon as possible, Sato didn't skimp on his meal. He spent 5 points on a hearty breakfast, which included a large bottle of whole milk, the most valuable item, a big bowl of nutritious wheat porridge, with free refills, and several fresh fruits. Note, after deducting the 5 points spent on dinner and the 5 points spent on cow blood, Sato had 504 points remaining. Sticking to his usual eating habits, Sato took his time with the meal. While savoring each bite and thinking about the day's events, it took him nearly 30 minutes to finish the generous breakfast. Afterward, he quickly left the cafeteria and made his way to the mission hall. Typically, not many people frequented the mission hall, and early in the morning, it was even emptier. When Sato arrived, he saw just 3 Lone Rangers selecting their desired freelance missions in front of the stone pillars. His arrival only elicited a brief glance from the trio, who radiated an air of do not approach. Seeing the nearly empty mission hall made Sato very happy. Ignoring the 3 solitary figures who seemed to radiate an unapproachable vibe, he quickly made his way to the isolated berry mixer in the corner. As with the previous night, the supply station where the berry mixer was located had yet to open, and Sato was still the only person there. After accounting for the several poke blocks he had consumed last night and the 120 medium-quality poke blocks he sold to Tanya, he had about 400 poke blocks left. Among them, the medium-quality poke blocks, which had initially been the most abundant, were now down to just 250. This time, Sato decided to sell the medium-quality poke blocks in the internal network marketplace. Therefore, he needed to replenish his stock significantly. Thanks to his experience, and since he was only making medium-quality poke blocks, this time Sato worked quickly. In under 20 minutes, he used the remaining 120 Oran berries, 20 Nanab berries, and 20 tomato berries, along with spending 400 points, to create 832 medium-quality poke blocks. After completing the replenishment of his poke blocks, Sato quickly left the now empty mission hall and headed towards the internal trade center located in the southernmost area of Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City. The internal trade center had the appearance of a rectangular black box. It had only one entrance, while exits were small doors on either side. In contrast to the cold and quiet mission hall, the trade center was bustling with activity. When Sato arrived, a considerable number of Team Rocket members had gathered there, all wearing various Pokémon masks and queuing in an orderly manner. At that moment, Sato was also wearing a Pikachu mask, which had been given to him by a Team Rocket member stationed at the entrance. The member informed him that new arrivals were required to wear masks when entering the center. After about 10 minutes of waiting in line, it was finally Sato's turn. He entered a small, enclosed room where it was just him and another Team Rocket member, who was also wearing a mask, similar to a bank counter setup. "Quickly place your items for sale on the table, don't waste time," said the Team Rocket member, whose mask resembled a Jengar, as soon as Sato entered the room. Once the door closed, Sato didn't waste any time either. He immediately placed his small package of prepared poke blocks on the table, and the other party quickly took the poke blocks in hand, examining them closely. "Poke blocks, and they're of quite good quality. Did you make these? How many do you have in stock?" After a few seconds, the Jengar masked member asked Sato, his voice a bit excited. As an appraiser who had handled countless items, the member knew about poke blocks and was well aware of their production difficulty and excellent recovery effects. Although the poke blocks Sato presented weren't the best he had seen, they were still pretty impressive. "It seems you like them. Since that's the case, you're accepting my sales commission, right? I won't beat around the bush. I have more than 800 poke blocks of this quality, and I want to sell them at a price of 5 points each," Sato replied, his tone calm, without directly answering the first question. Sato wasn't surprised that the poke blocks were accepted, however, he was taken aback by the appraiser's enthusiasm. It was clear that the appraiser was very interested in the poke blocks Sato had made, which made him internally raise his guard. "My apologies for asking inappropriate questions." "Yes, sir, no problem. We accept your sales commission. Personally, I suggest you sell them at 8 points each. Poke blocks of this quality are quite rare and are excellent supplies for training Pokémon. I believe many people would be willing to pay a premium for them, and your quantity seems a bit low," the astute appraiser said, quickly calming down and speaking in a normal tone after hearing Sato's response. "No, I'd prefer to sell them at my set price. As for the quantity, I will come back to replenish them regularly," Sato nodded and replied in a flat tone. While the prospect of high profits was tempting, Sato was well aware of the significant risks involved. He knew he couldn't be too greedy, a moderate price would suffice, and the quantity had to be kept within a very good range. 800 medium-quality poke blocks would barely make a splash in the Pewter City Team Rocket market, which would make it harder for any malicious individuals to target him. Developing quietly at the beginning and making a fortune without drawing attention is the wise choice, Sato thought to himself. The two continued their conversation for about 2 minutes. After Sato provided his point account information, he left the trade center through the reserved exit without any hesitation. After completing the sale of his poke blocks through the commission system, Sato headed towards the public training ground to conduct the morning training session for his Zubat. He had already planned to use the morning and noon breaks for Zubat's stamina training, while the evening would be reserved for skill training. With only 6 days left in the rookie evaluation period, he needed to make the most of his time to ensure Zubat's strength surpassed that of the other rookies' Pokémon. He had also received news from Baron about the rookie competition scheduled for a month later. If he wanted to stand out in Team Rocket, achieving excellent results in this competition was essential. Therefore, he had to make every effort to improve Zubat's strength. In fact, after yesterday's training, Zubat had leveled up and was now a level 10 Pokémon. A few minutes later, Sato arrived at the public training ground, where several trainers were already working with their Pokémon. Among them, Sato spotted Tanya and Kanjiro, who, with his Guidude, was engaged in a sparring match with her Spearow. Since it wasn't a life-or-death situation, both were being careful and essentially practicing against each other. At the same time, Sato noticed Rondo, who had also seen him and was watching with a sneaky-looking Akans. Finally, Sato recognized several other new recruits from the cafeteria, now in the rookie uniforms, diligently training their Pokémon. Sato then shifted his gaze, choosing an empty patch of ground near the edge, and began the morning training session with Zubat. "Come out, Zubat. Let's continue our training from yesterday. I'll keep track of the time." Sato released Zubat and instructed him to put on the 5 kilograms weighted vest. Zubat, having undergone training yesterday, understood Sato's command well. After donning the vest, he immediately flapped his wings vigorously and started flying around the entire public training ground. At that moment, Sato pressed the timer on his Team Rocket watch to record the time Zubat took to fly around the training area. Compared to the stamina training on the first day, Zubat showed clear improvement. His strong physique, combined with exercise levels far exceeding those of others, along with excellent recovery from top-notch supplies during training, all contributed to Zubat's rapid strength enhancement. While wearing the 5 kilograms weighted vest and maintaining maximum speed, Zubat returned to Sato's side after 2 minutes and 13 seconds. This time was 10 seconds shorter than the time it took Zubat the same distance yesterday. The data comparison showed that Zubat's flying speed had improved compared to yesterday's performance. Last night's training had truly been effective. Effort truly pays off. "Look, Zubat, under the same conditions, your flying speed has improved quite a bit since yesterday. Keep training like this, and you'll become even stronger," Sato said with a smile, placing the recorded data from his notebook in front of Zubat. Zi, Zubat chirped happily in response, flying in front of Sato. Although Zubat had no eyes and didn't understand the content written in Sato's notebook, that didn't stop him from trusting Sato, who had personally trained him the night before. After realizing that his hard work had made him stronger, Zubat was even more motivated to follow Sato's training demands. After letting out a cheerful call, Zubat flapped his wings once more, continuing to fly around the training ground. This time, perhaps due to excitement and being warmed up, he flew noticeably faster than during his first round. It seems that emotional changes can also cause fluctuations in a Pokémon's strength. I need to remember this, Sato thought as he noticed Zubat's flying speed was noticeably faster than at the beginning. He quickly pressed the timer and recorded his observation in his notebook. After 1 minute and 58 seconds, panting heavily, Zubat returned to Sato, having burst forth with incredible speed to set a new record for himself. However, it was clear that such bursts required more stamina, as Zubat was enveloped in white steam and dripping with sweat. Seeing this, Sato noted the new flight record and immediately removed the weighted vest from Zubat. He then handed Zubat a glass of purified water with a dissolved high-quality poke block for hydration and began massaging Zubat's wings to help him recover from the exertion. While Sato was massaging Zubat, 4 unexpected visitors approached him. The leader was a gloomy-looking Rondo, followed by 3 delinquent youths who clearly didn't have good intentions. These 3 delinquents were Rondo's subordinates from Team Rocket, and from the uniforms they wore, it was evident that they had successfully completed the initial rookie test and tamed the Pokémon given to them by Team Rocket. In fact, after Rondo initially tamed his Akans, he sought ways to help his 3 subordinates do the same. Since all 3 had chosen Guidude relatively easy to tame Pokémon, Rondo managed to assist them in their taming efforts within just a day. Sato noticed Rondo and his group's uninvited arrival but chose to ignore them, focusing intently on massaging Zubat without glancing their way, instantly pissing them off. "Hey, kid, are you looking for a fight?" one of Rondo's hot-headed subordinates shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Sato. After all, how dare he ignore them? His shout immediately drew the attention of other Team Rocket members training nearby. Seeing someone trying to provoke a confrontation, most of them displayed expressions of amusement. However, Sato only caught a glimpse of the Banshee subordinate out of the corner of his eye before continuing with the massage as if nothing had happened. Zubat, unlike Sato, wasn't as calm. He slightly lifted his head to scowl at the direction of person daring to shout at his trainer. In the next second, Zubat quickly slipped from Sato's hands and landed on his right shoulder, scowling fiercely at Rondo's volatile subordinate. Zubat opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and began to release a wave of ultrasonic sound. "Easy now, don't pay attention to a mad dog's barking. If he wants to bark, let him bark to his heart's content." If he dares to make a move, we'll break his legs. But until then, let's not be like him and make a scene. It's quite embarrassing, Sato said, gently stroking Zubat to stop his aggressive behavior while intentionally raising his voice. There was a strict rule against any direct conflict among members. Any violation was treated as treason. This taboo was firmly ingrained in Sato's mind, so no matter how much he was provoked, he wouldn't initiate a confrontation in public. At the same time, he had nothing to fear. In this Team Rocket base, Rondo and his 3 subordinates were just a bunch of clowns. Unless they were looking to get themselves killed or were incredibly stupid, they wouldn't dare to make a move. As Sato spoke, the nearby spectators burst into laughter, and the Rondo subordinate who had shouted at Sato turned bright red with anger upon hearing their reactions. Alright, Sato, we're not here to pick a fight. How about a Pokémon duel? Just as the hot-headed subordinate was about to explode with rage at the laughter surrounding him, Rondo stepped in to prevent his group from acting foolishly, then arrogantly stated his purpose to Sato. I challenge you. Rondo publicly issued a challenge to Sato, causing Sato's pupils to narrow as a serious expression crossed his face. What is the most popular activity among humans in the Pokémon world? Undoubtedly, it's the intense and thrilling Pokémon battles. For every trainer, battling is something that cannot be avoided. No matter where you are or who you are, if someone challenges you to a Pokémon battle, it's right and proper to respond. This is simply a truth known by everyone in the Pokémon world, from a 100-year-old elder to a 3-year-old child. In this world, this was a common sense. A Pokémon battle? Interesting. What format will it be? Sato said, staring at Rondo's ugly face with a blank expression. To be honest, Sato felt uneasy the moment Rondo challenged him. This was essentially an unavoidable trap. Why is it an unavoidable trap? Well, there are 2 primary reasons. First, in the predatory environment of Team Rocket, how do you think the members, like wolves, would view someone who chooses to decline a challenge? Unless the power gap between the 2 parties is too great, with the stronger side finding the challenge boring and refusing, those who choose to decline will undoubtedly be looked down upon by other Team Rocket members. In Team Rocket, those who are despised by others often face dire consequences. Second, Sato knew that Rondo was originally a trainer, and his ability to lead a group of delinquents implied that he must possess solid training skills. Sato, on the other hand, was just a rookie trainer starting out. Although Sato had rich experience playing games in his past life, he couldn't guarantee that he could outperform Rondo, who had undoubtedly experienced countless Pokémon battles. A formal Pokémon battle, no conditions attached. Do you choose to accept my challenge, Sato? As soon as Sato finished speaking, Rondo wore a triumphant smile and answered loudly. Rondo's intentional loudness made the nearby Team Rocket members, who were watching, realize that a Pokémon battle was about to unfold, and they all displayed expressions of interest. At the same time, Rondo's Akans glared coldly at Sato and Zubat on his shoulder, making them both feel very uncomfortable. Sato had noticed the large purple snake beside Rondo long ago and used the system's scanning ability to analyze its data. Pokémon data. Pokémon, Akans. Level, 15. Type, Poison. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Moves, Leer, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Wrap, Poison Tail, Egg Move, Rock Tomb, TM. After reviewing Rondo's Akans data, especially seeing Rock Tomb, a rock-type move that was particularly effective against Zubat, Sato felt a slight heaviness in his heart. For clarification, Rock Tomb is a rock-type physical attack move with the effect of creating rocks to attack the enemy and restrict their movement, thereby reducing their speed. However, Sato was already in a difficult position. If he refused this battle, his future in Team Rocket would be far from pleasant, and trouble would continuously find its way to him. No problem, I accept your challenge, but my Zubat just finished an intense flying training session, so I need a minute to prepare, Sato replied flatly after giving Rondo a deep look. Good, straightforward. Let's meet on the battlefield later, Rondo said, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he responded. He then left with his 3 subordinates, their arrogance on full display. As Sato had just thought, Rondo was trying to bully him while he was still a rookie trainer, using external pressure to force Sato into accepting the Pokémon battle. Ha, thinking I'm just a rookie trainer and easy to bully? You couldn't be more wrong. I'll make you regret this, Sato thought with a cold smile as he watched Rondo and the others swagger away. After some contemplation, Sato felt that his chances of winning this Pokémon battle were relatively high, for 3 reasons. First, Zubat is a flying-type Pokémon, giving it an advantage over the grounded Akans. Additionally, it possessed the long-range moves Shadow Ball and Gust, making its kite-fighting capabilities strong. Second, there was no doubt that Akans was a Pokémon Rondo had recently obtained. No matter how skilled he was, he wouldn't be able to fully master such a cold-blooded snake in just one day. Third, while Rondo had more experience in real Pokémon battles, Sato wasn't lacking either. With his past life experience and the help of the system, he had a significant edge in this upcoming battle. Since they were going to battle, a battlefield was necessary. The public training ground had plenty of open spaces, and it wasn't uncommon for challenges to occur there, so several standard battlefields were available. A minute later, Sato and Rondo stood at opposite corners of one of the battlefields, surrounded by a considerable number of spectators. Most of them were low-ranking members of Team Rocket, with only 1 or 2 squad leaders present. One squad leader among the onlookers even initiated a betting pool, with the stakes being the outcome of the battle between Sato and Rondo. Based on the amount bet, the current odds were 10-1 in favor of Rondo against Sato. It was clear from the odds that most people were not optimistic about Sato. In fact, while starting the betting, this squad leader briefly explained the strengths of both sides. When the gamblers heard that Sato was merely a rookie trainer and that Rondo was the leader of a gang, controlling a street in Pewter City, nearly everyone placed their bets on Rondo, with only a few daring enough to bet on Sato due to the low odds. Notably, Sato decided to place all his remaining 104 points on himself. As the two sides prepared to face off and the betting was about to close, Tanya walked up to the squad leader managing the bets and placed all her remaining 500 points on Sato. Kanjiro, who was like a bodyguard to her, thought for a moment and also placed all his remaining 200 points on Sato. Do you really have that much faith in this kid? These are our last points. If we lose, our plans will be ruined, Kanjiro said with an ugly expression on his face after the betting closed. I'm not forcing you to bet. All I can say is, that guy is not to be underestimated. If you underestimate him, you'll suffer a big loss. This is too good of an opportunity to pass up, Tanya replied coldly, shooting a glare at Kanjiro. As soon as she finished speaking, the battle was announced to begin. In the next second, Sato and Rondo simultaneously threw their pokeballs into the air. The two pokeballs opened in midair, and two beams of white light shot out, landing on the ground and in the air. As the white light dissipated, Zubat in the air and Ekans on the ground immediately locked eyes, both glaring intensely at each other. The tension in the battlefield thickened instantly. The two Pokémon appeared simultaneously, and Ekans' Intimidate ability activated immediately. However, Zubat was only slightly affected by Ekans' intimidation. Because of this minor impact, Zubat's attack power was inevitably lowered, and its momentum fell short compared to the cold, glaring Ekans, which was now sticking out its forked tongue. On the other side, as the battle commenced, Sato's heart raced with nervousness, but after taking a deep breath, he managed to calm himself down. It's begun. The battle has started. This is essentially a life and death struggle. At that moment, Sato's eyes sharpened. For him, what seemed like a simple Pokémon duel was actually a fight for survival. Since it was a life and death battle, he had to adopt a desperate attitude, and absolute calmness was essential. Sato's change was most evident to Zubat. It felt as if its trainer had completely transformed. Normally, Sato seemed like a gentle person, but now he felt like a calm yet fierce individual suppressing channeling inner rage. During his 2 years on the run in his past life, Sato had been forced to get involved with the underworld to evade the police. After going through some experiences, he had completely transformed from a naive and honest programmer into a cunning and resourceful fugitive. Zi sensing its master's change, Zubat was invigorated and let out an excited cry, its initially suppressed momentum instantly restored. A trickster, Rondo, closely watching Sato, noticed the change in Sato after the battle began. Although he continued to act unyielding, he became gradually more cautious. Meanwhile, high-frequency ultrasonic waves began to be subtly emitted from Zubat's mouth toward the front. Before the battle began, Sato had already discussed with Zubat the strategy of making good use of its innate ability to release high-frequency ultrasonic waves freely during combat. Just imagine, if Zubat could continuously emit confusion-inducing ultrasonic waves throughout the battle, the outcome would clearly be in Zubat's favor. Of course, without deliberate training, Zubat would struggle to continuously unleash confusion-inducing high-frequency waves. For now, it could only use this ability intermittently and secretly, with its attack range being one-directional and not fully encompassing. When Zubat used this technique, the high-frequency ultrasonic waves resembled circular waves from game animations. In reality, sound waves are colorless and odorless, undetectable to the naked eye or senses. The energy contained in the ultrasonic waves caused a slight vibration in the air as they swiftly approached Ekans. If Ekans were hit by these high-frequency waves, it could not only become confused but also take damage. After all, sound waves can transmit energy, and when sound waves are powerful enough, they can shatter objects. Since ultrasonic waves have a frequency above 20,000 Hz, and humans can only perceive sounds up to 20,000 Hz, Rondo, as a human, was completely unaware of Zubat's secret tactic. However, as a Pokémon, Ekans' hearing was far superior to that of a human. It did not miss Zubat's subtle actions. When the ultrasonic waves approached, it quickly evaded the invisible shockwave attack by moving in a strange and rapid serpentine motion, continuing to close in on Zubat. Noticing Ekans' abnormal behavior, Rondo sensed something was off and quickly mimicked the movement, stepping back a short distance. However, he couldn't match Ekans' speed, so he was still slightly affected by Zubat's ultrasonic attack from 20 meters away, resulting in a short moment of dizziness. Just useless little tricks. Ekans, jump, and use bite on Zubat. Rondo's willpower was quite strong. With a slight shake of his head to clear his mind, he immediately commanded Ekans, which was now less than 5 meters away from Zubat, to attack. Hearing Rondo's command, Ekans' vertical pupils narrowed, and its purple body coiled like a spring before launching itself at Zubat with incredible speed, ready to execute a powerful bite. This movement clearly showed that Ekans had trained for countless hours. The time taken from the start to completion was less than a second. In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Ekans was like a purple flash, pouncing toward the still reacting Zubat. Akan's massive jaws opened wide, ready to bite down on Zubat. If Zubat were to be bitten by Akan's, it could very well find itself completely trapped in Akan's mouth, unable to resist at all. At the same time, the terrifying intimidation brought by Akan's lightning-fast bite, combined with its intimidate ability, caused Zubat in the air to feel a sense of fear, resulting in a moment of stiffness in its movements. Seeing Akan's execute such a swift attack, Rondo, Akan's trainer, experienced a flicker of surprise mixed with fear. When he had captured Akan's in the cold environment, he had nearly been killed by that very same seamless strike if not for the presence of his subordinates. If Rondo wasn't mistaken, his extremely fierce Akan's had once had a favorite food, flying creatures. This attack was clearly honed specifically for hunting flying prey. Hold your ground. Use Protect. Sato, noticing Zubat was momentarily stunned by Akan's swift pounce, immediately issued a command. The speed of Sato's voice was just a bit quicker than Akan's actual attacking speed. With its exceptional hearing, Zubat caught Sato's call, and any fear it felt vanished in an instant. Acting on instinct, Zubat swiftly used its Protect move. In an instant, a green energy shield enveloped Zubat. As soon as the shield appeared, Akan's bite struck it. The next second, the sound of crack, crack, crack echoed as Akan's massive jaws bit down heavily on the green energy shield surrounding Zubat. Although Akan's attack caused a few cracks to form, the attack was ultimately blocked by Zubat's Protect. The green energy shield lasted less than 2 seconds before it shattered, turning into fragments that fell to the ground and quickly vanished as light particles. At that moment, Zubat seized the opportunity and swiftly flew out of Akan's biting range as Akan's attack came up empty and it began to fall toward the ground. Seize the opportunity, Zubat. Akan's can't move in the air, use supersonic. Seeing Zubat successfully avoid danger, Sato's eyes sparkled with determination, immediately directing Zubat. Don't panic, use Poison Tail on Zubat. At the same time, Rondo quickly issued a command to his airborne Akan's. Under Rondo's command, Akan's tail glimmered with a purple sheen. Utilizing the strength of its body, it twisted and prepared to unleash a poison tail on the nearby Zubat. Fortunately, Zubat was also quick. Just as Akan's poison tail was about to strike, Zubat relied on its instinctive ability and successfully unleashed a wave of high-frequency ultrasonic sound. Due to the close range, the rapidly moving sound wave struck Akan's first. Subsequently, Akan's poison tail followed through due to inertia, successfully hitting Zubat and sending it flying. Meanwhile, Akan's was also hit and crashed into the ground. When Akan's crashed into the ground, Zubat had just stabilized itself in the air using its strong wings, only panting slightly. After executing Protect and taking Akan's poison tail hit while hitting it with a supersonic, Zubat's stamina had noticeably decreased. However, being a poison type, the poison tail from Akan's didn't manage to do much damage to Zubat. Meanwhile, the onlookers standing at the edge of the battlefield had shifted from an initial relaxed demeanor to one of seriousness, even looking quite grim. It was evident from the earlier battle that Rondo's commanding Akan's hadn't gained much advantage against Sato's Zubat. Rather, it seemed to have suffered a slight loss. No, it was a significant loss. Now, having been hit by Zubat's close-range supersonic, Akan's had fallen into a state of confusion. Its once cold serpent eyes were now blood red. Regardless of how loudly Rondo shouted, Akan's was behaving as if it were facing an enemy, furiously biting and striking its head against the ground until it soon began to bleed. Damn, is this guy really a rookie trainer? Why does it feel like his command is more seasoned and solid than Rondo's? Observing Sato calmly directing Zubat to use Shadow Ball against the confused Akan's, the gamblers who had placed their bets on Rondo looked visibly distressed. One misstep leads to another. After Akan's fell into a state of confusion, Sato realized the opportunity for a counterattack had arrived. However, he remained cautious, instructing Zubat to use Shadow Ball from a distance. Due to Akan's self-destructive state, Zubat's somewhat sluggish Shadow Balls landed successfully in succession. While their power wasn't impressive, the rapid attacks compensated for it, leaving Akan's battered from self-inflicted damage and the attacks from Shadow Ball. Wake up, Akan's! Rondo shouted anxiously as he saw Akan's continuously being toyed with by Zubat from afar, still in a state of self-harm. However, it was clear that Rondo and Akan's bond was lacking. The confused Akan's completely ignored Rondo's cries and continued to thrash and slam its head into the ground like a mad creature. This Akan's is far too vicious. Otherwise, it wouldn't have turned into such a fierce monster just from a bit of confusion. Zubat can't engage it in close combat, otherwise, if Akan's bites down, it would either be dead or severely injured. Rondo has ulterior motives. He wants to cripple my Zubat in this battle, Sato thought to himself, his gaze turning cold as he watched Akan's with its bloodshot eyes exuding a murderous aura. Meanwhile, Zubat obeyed Sato's command, increasing its flying height to avoid Akan's and maintaining a distance before launching another Shadow Ball attack. Due to a lack of rigorous training, Zubat's Shadow Ball was relatively weak, about the size of a large egg. However, perhaps because of its small size, Zubat could gather and release the Shadow Balls quickly, almost one per second. For example, at this moment, Zubat was unleashing Shadow Balls like a gun, hitting Akan's with a high accuracy, about 80% accuracy rate. Each time Zubat successfully hit Akan's with a Shadow Ball, the onlookers at the edge of the battlefield felt their hearts tighten. Due to the rules of the battle, which forbade interference, they could only pray for Ekans to regain its senses quickly, otherwise, their bets would be in vain. After 12 continuous and painful seconds, Ekans finally emerged from its confusion. However, it was now covered in wounds, its skin marred by numerous injuries, and blood pooling around it. Nevertheless, Ekans' willpower was incredibly strong, and its self-healing ability was remarkable. After regaining consciousness, the bleeding wounds quickly stopped and began to scab over at a visibly rapid pace, somewhat restoring Ekans to its original state. Of course, this astonishing regenerative ability came at a cost. After healing, Ekans' aura weakened significantly, resembling a patient recovering from a severe sickness. From the current situation, anyone could see that Ekans was on the brink of collapse. As long as Sato continued to direct Zubat to maintain a safe distance and play keep away, Ekans was destined to lose. Damn it! This guy even taught Zubat to use Protect. If I remember correctly, this guy is just some country bumpkin who knows nothing about Pokémon and is even an undocumented person. Where did he learn about so much about Pokémon? Rondo thought darkly, seeing Ekans reduced to such a state by Zubat under Sato's command. Rondo had never expected Sato to teach Zubat a defensive skill like Protect. Because of the information disparity and his own underestimation, Rondo hadn't considered this possibility. He thought defeating Sato's Zubat would be a piece of cake, which was why he recklessly commanded Ekans to use its vicious and signature move to take Zubat out. Yes, Rondo intended to kill Sato's Zubat in this battle. After all, in a fight, unexpected events are inevitable, right? As long as Sato lost his Pokémon, he would be powerless, and Rondo could manipulate him at will. But all his malicious plans were thwarted by Sato's hidden Protect move. Following that, Zubat's supersonic left Ekans in a confused state, making the battle increasingly unfavorable for Rondo. Ekans, charge in and use Rock Tomb. Rondo had not yet accepted defeat. Originally, he had hoped to save this trick for dealing with Tanya's Spearow in the future, but given the current situation, he could only reveal hidden last trump card. Hearing Rondo's command, Ekans turned its cold serpent eyes toward him for a moment before twisting its body to dodge Zubat's shadow ball and rapidly slithered closer to Zubat. As it approached, Ekans' cold eyes glowed with a brownish light. In an instant, several small rocky fragments formed around it, composed of rock-type energy, as it closed in on Zubat. When Ekans was within 5 meters of Zubat, these small, sharp rock fragments almost transformed into arrows, shooting toward the airborne Zubat. Due to their conical shape, the rocks significantly reduced air resistance, moving almost as fast as regular arrows. Generally speaking, Rock Tomb is a move where Pokémon expend stamina, or energy, to create large rocks for attack, but in Ekans' case, this technique had taken on a slight variation. In order to strike at the fast-flying flying-type Pokémon, Ekans skillfully transformed the rocks formed from rock-type energy into smaller but numerous rocks, letting it take their current shape. While its power was still considerably weaker than the rock-type move known as Rock Slide, it could almost be considered a weakened second-hand version of it. Note, Rock Slide is a physical long-range rock-type attack with the power, accuracy, and effect of piercing enemies with sharp rocks, making it easy to hit vital points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of whistling sounds filled the air as the sharp rocks clearly had a range of over 10 meters. Several sharp stones shot straight at Zubat, completely covering a 2-meter radius around it. Quick, dodge, Zubat. Sato's expression changed as he witnessed a real version of Rock Tomb and immediately shouted at Zubat. Ultimately, his experience in the game affected his judgment. He miscalculated the attack range of Ekans' Rock Tomb, and since Zubat still had over a minute left on the cooldown for using Protect, he could only think of ordering Zubat to evade. Unfortunately, facing Ekans' somewhat unorthodox Rock Tomb, Zubat managed to dodge the first few rocks but was hit by the subsequent ones. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp rocks composed of rock-type energy hit Zubat and exploded like small bombs, quickly causing the wounds on Zubat's body to accumulate. Seeing Ekans' Rock Tomb in effect, Rondo immediately ordered Ekans to continue attacking Zubat with another Rock Tomb, causing expressions of surprise and anticipation to appear on the faces of most onlookers at the edge of the battlefield. Zubat, use Gust for defense. Although Zubat tried hard to evade the rocks, it was evidently difficult to avoid the numerous fast-flying rock projectiles completely. In a moment of panic and desperation, Sato had a flash of inspiration and immediately issued a command to Zubat. Upon hearing Sato's order, Zubat, which had been suffering from the attacks, instinctively unleashed Gust without a second thought. Perhaps feeling cornered or sensing Sato's anxiety and concern, Zubat's power and potential erupted, using up its remaining energy in an instant. Zzz. Zubat emitted a sharp cry, and suddenly, under its full power, a big white gust of whirlwind with a diameter of over 2 meters and a height of about 5 meters appeared before it, rotating counterclockwise toward the center. The tiny, sharp rocks that Ekans had manipulated again were swept up by the attack's powerful winds. Good job, Zubat. Now direct the wind to attack Ekans. Seeing Zubat's desperate outburst, Sato commanded timely. Zubat didn't disappoint Sato's expectations. It flapped its wings vigorously, directing the powerful gust filled with sharp rocks toward Ekans on the ground. Fuck. Ekans, dig a hole and avoid it. Rondo's expression changed dramatically as he saw Zubat's desperation, immediately instructing Ekans to burrow underground to evade the attack. However, to Rondo's despair, the ground was covered with reinforced concrete, making it impossible for Akans to burrow its head in. After failing to dig down, Akans attempted to avoid the attack by moving its body, only to find itself caught in the strong winds of the nearby white whirlwind, drastically slowing its movement. Ultimately, it could only watch helplessly as the white whirlwind controlled by Zubat completely enveloped it. Once Akans was sucked into the whirlwind, the invisible blades of wind within continuously sliced at it, while the numerous sharp rocks also struck it repeatedly, causing explosions. Due to Zubat's full power gust, the duration of the white whirlwind lasted about 7 or 8 seconds. When it finally dissipated, Akans fell heavily to the ground, its body covered in wounds. At that moment, Akans' eyes were swirling, clearly indicating it had lost the ability to fight. The battle is over? Akans has lost its ability to battle, and the victor of this match is Sato and his Zubat. The referee announced the battle's outcome the next second. Victory? After a fierce showdown, Zubat ultimately triumphed and claimed victory in this Pokémon battle. However, Sato felt no joy in winning this match. Although he performed well for a newcomer in his first Pokémon battle, he was still feeling frustrated because of his miscalculation of Akans' Rock Tomb attack range, which had put Zubat in danger. As soon as the battle ended, Sato hurriedly offered an Pokeblock to Zubat, praised it a few times, and then recalled it into its Pokeball. Ignoring the gazes of others, he maintained a calm face and quickly headed toward the medical room. This isn't a turn-based battle from a game, and Pokémon aren't just data. My commands were terrible. No, my understanding of Pokémon moves are too shallow. I must deepen my knowledge in this area, Sato thought to himself as he walked, his fists involuntarily clenching slightly. Moreover, he realized that Zubat had significantly lacking in various abilities, such as dodging, reaction time, insufficient move power, and underdeveloped innate capabilities. On the other side, Rondo was paying the price for his carelessness. After losing the match, his face turned pale as he felt the malicious glares from those around him. Now that he had lost, not to mention causing a lot of members to lose their points, he was seen as an easy target among the other Team Rocket members. His original plan to take advantage of Sato had backfired and instead fell upon himself. After Sato left without even glancing at him, Rondo gritted his teeth and recalled Akans into its Pokeball before escaping the public training ground with 3 of his underlings through another exit. Some Team Rocket members, frustrated by their gambling losses, watched Rondo and his group leave with cold eyes, and a few even followed behind them. See, didn't I tell you he'd win? This guy is stronger than you think. I have a feeling he'll be a formidable opponent in the upcoming newcomer tournament, Tanya said to Kanjuro, looking delighted as she watched Sato's departing figure, already counting the points she gained from this. As soon as she finished speaking, Tanya left with a slight smile. Thanks to her bet on Sato's victory, her 500 points had directly increased to 5,000, leaving her in a very good mood. Indeed, is this guy really a newcomer trainer? If so, he's surprisingly calm. Kanjuro nodded thoughtfully in response to her words and followed Tanya out of the public training ground. Meanwhile, in Caesar's room, Caesar and his sister Sophia sat on the sofa watching the screen in front of them, which displayed the battle between Sato and Rondo. Sophie, what do you think of that kid named Sato? Caesar asked his younger sister with a smile as the scene of Sato commanding Zubat to defeat Akans appeared on the screen. Nothing much. It's obvious that he's inexperienced in actual combat, and his Pokémon training is lacking. His opponent is clearly much more seasoned. If it weren't for his carelessness in the beginning, not letting Akans use Rock Tomb to attack Zubat, and Zubat's sudden outburst at the end, he wouldn't have stood much of a chance in this duel, Sophia said expressionlessly, rolling her eyes at her brother after he called her by her nickname. For Sophia, a battle-hardened Team Rocket captain, the fight between Rondo and Sato was nothing more than a pair of amateurs squabbling, with no entertainment value whatsoever. Even the weakest Pokémon in her possession could defeat both Rondo's and Sato's Pokémon in just a few seconds. That's not a fair assessment from an elite trainer toward a newcomer. I think his command in this battle was quite good. Didn't you notice? He made 0 mistakes and remained completely calm throughout the fight. That's far better than some rookie who almost cried when learning about Pokémon battles, Caesar said with a slight smile, looking at Sophia with an unusual gaze. Ha ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. Caesar immediately regretted saying this, as his sister shot him a murderous glare that sent chills down his spine. He quickly forced a laugh at her. After glaring at her brother for a while, Sophia turned her head away in a huff. In reality, despite her outward disdain for Sato's somewhat naive command, she was genuinely surprised by his performance. Aside from everything else, as her brother had mentioned, it was quite rare for a newcomer like Sato to command so calmly without losing his composure in his first Pokémon battle. Moreover, Sophia keenly noticed something during the entire battle. Apart from showing a slight emotional change when facing Akans' Rock Tomb, Sato's poker face never changed much throughout, even maintaining an inscrutable calm face after his victory, instead of looking satisfied or proud of himself. This guy is very dangerous. As long as he doesn't die young, he will definitely become a strong trainer in the future. If we can't befriend him, then we must eliminate him early. This was Sophia's true evaluation of Sato at that moment. Once the rookie training period ends, I'll leave him in your hands, Sophie. The newcomer tournament is very important for me. As long as we train him well, he'll definitely shine in the competition, Caesar said seriously to his sister after a moment. If Sophia had such an evaluation of Sato, Caesar, who was even stronger than her, felt the same way. If he weren't busy overseeing the training of dozens of recruits, he would have personally instructed Sato himself. After all, the outcome of the newcomer tournament would influence his future promotions, and he fully trusted his sister's abilities, which is why he decided to let her personally train Sato while also keeping him firmly within their camp. Through his investigation of Sato, Caesar found it easy to see that Sato was as innocent as they come, and he was also a very loyal and filial person. Such individuals were rare in general, let alone Team Rocket, so now that he had encountered one, he certainly couldn't let this opportunity slip away. I know. I'll definitely do what I promised you. You're so annoying. I'm leaving, Sophia said, pouting at her brother before picking up the Meowth beside her and leaving the room. Sigh, it's really hard to keep a girl like her around. I miss the little Sophie who used to be clingy and acted all cute with me, Caesar said with a wry smile as he watched Sophia leave. About 10 minutes after the Pokémon battle ended, Sato followed the signs and successfully arrived at the medical room located in the central area of Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City. Although Zubat had ultimately won against Ekans in a last-minute burst of strength, the battle had come at a cost. Both sides suffered heavily. Zubat was covered in wounds, especially its wings, which had several small holes in the membranes. One wing even showed signs of possible fractures. Sato couldn't help but feel a pang of anguish upon seeing Zubat in such a state. Fortunately, most of these injuries were superficial and not life-threatening. Additionally, the Pokeball had some effect in restraining the worsening of injuries. Higher-grade balls have a stronger effect, which was why he used a Great Ball, so overall, Zubat was not in any immediate danger. I'm sorry for my shallow understanding of Pokemon moves. This battle was my misjudgment. Please forgive me, I promise this is the first and last time. I will help you become a strong Pokemon, Sato thought seriously while sitting on a public bench, looking at the Great Ball tightly clutched in his hand. Even though they hadn't spent much time together, Sato had already come to see Zubat as his most important companion. In this world, he had no family left, so the Pokemon accompanying him were like family to him. He couldn't accept the fact that his naive mistake had led to his companion getting hurt. The medical room was crowded with people waiting for Pokemon treatment, so Sato, a low-ranking Team Rocket member, had no choice but to obediently take a number and wait in line, much like at a hospital, patiently awaiting his turn to be called. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the number on the screen finally matched the one Sato was holding. He then followed a female nurse into a room filled with the strong smell of disinfectant. Inside the room was a mature woman in a doctor's uniform and a well-developed clefable. From her appearance, it was clear that the female doctor was from the western regions. She had fair skin, shiny long blonde hair styled in the current trend of loose curls, deep-set blue eyes, and a tall, curvaceous figure that even her somewhat oversized doctor's uniform couldn't conceal. She exuded an air of beauty, intelligence, and maturity. Beside her stood the Clefable, which was at least 2 meters tall, towering over Sato like a pink giant. Clefable wore a nurse's hat marked with an R and a specially designed nurse outfit. At that moment, Clefable seemed to be in a bad mood, frowning at Sato as soon as he entered the room. Noticing the seemingly biased attitude of the Clefable, Sato quickly accessed its data using the system's scanning feature, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. Looking back at the beautiful doctor, his eyes reflected a mix of calmness and seriousness. Clefable's data was as follows. Pokemon, Clefable. Level, 40. Type, Fairy. Ability, Magic Guard. Gender, Female. Moves, Copycat, Disarming Voice, Pound, Charm, Encore, Sing, Double Slap, Sweet Kiss, Metronome, Healing Wish, Minimize, Gravity, Cosmic Power, Moonblast, Lucky Chant, Body Slam, Heal Pulse, Egg Move, Misty Terrain, Egg Move, Wish, TM, Heal Bell, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Flamethrower, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Dazzling Gleam, TM, Sicehawk, TM. From the treatment of Clefable, Sato could tell that this well-developed Pokemon was quite powerful, which meant that the beautiful female doctor in front of him could also be a formidable trainer. At the same time, seeing that Clefable could use Heal Pulse, Wish, and Heal Bell restorative moves, Sato felt a sense of relief. The strength of this Clefable, along with its presence in the medical room, clearly indicated a significant proficiency in using Heal Pulse, making it an excellent choice to treat Zubat. Hello, doctor. My Zubat was seriously injured in battle. Please take care of him, Sato said immediately, addressing the beautiful doctor with respect. After saying this, Sato opened the Pokeball and placed Zubat on a hospital bed in the room. The female doctor, named Fieli, was in her mid-20s, about 25. Though she appeared to be Western, she was actually a native of the Kanto region. Her parents had moved to Kanto from the region of Unova. I understand. Clefable, hurry up and get to work. First, apply some ointment for external injuries, then use Heal Pulse, Fieli said, satisfied with Sato's politeness. After examining Zubat's wounds, she instructed the somewhat displeased Clefable nearby. Having graduated from the Team Rocket Medical Academy 5 years ago, Fieli immediately recognized that Zubat's injuries were superficial and did not require intensive care. Hearing the command, Clefable shot Fieli a glare, then stuck out its tongue at Sato before walking over to the bed to assist its trainer in treating the injured Zubat. Sorry for the trouble, this one has been a bit temperamental these days. But don't worry, she takes her job as a healer very seriously, Rivalry said with a sweet smile, noticing the worry on Sato's face. It's fine. I'm just grateful that she can treat Zubat, Sato replied calmly, nodding, while his gaze remained worriedly on Zubat lying on the bed. However, Sato's concern quickly faded. As Rivalry had said, Clefable was indeed a competent doctor. While treating Zubat, Clefable's impatience and dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by a serious expression. It first used Sing, lulling the suffering Zubat into a peaceful sleep with its sweet melody. Next, after Rivalry applied some unknown ointment to Zubat's wounds, Clefable began using Heal Pulse on it. Note, Heal Pulse is a psychic-type status move that restores the Pokémon's HP. The boy in front of Rivalry gave her a good impression, especially with his calm and somewhat weathered gaze, devoid of any ill intent. This surprised her, as her beauty often attracted the unwanted attention of some brash male Team Rocket members, whose gazes were often as predatory and lecherous as that of a lustful wolf, which she found quite bothersome. Just before Sato arrived, Rivalry had been harassed by a persistent Team Rocket captain feigning illness, and Clefable had been insulted for interfering, which made her particularly unwelcoming to male Team Rocket members at that moment. Outwardly, he looks like just a 15 or 16-year-old boy, yet he possesses such depth in his gaze. What kind of experiences has he been through? I suddenly want to know, Rivalry thought, intrigued as she watched Sato intently observing Clefable's treatment of Zubat. Having worked in Team Rocket's medical field for many years, Rivalry had seen various types of people. She had encountered several individuals with eyes like Sato's, but those people were all, without exception, ruthless and devoid of much humanity. It was her first time meeting someone so young yet carrying such a sense of weariness. Clefable's Heal Pulse was incredibly effective. After 2 uses, Zubat's wounds were completely healed, and Zubat flew back onto Sato's right shoulder, lively and full of energy once more. Thank you so much for your help. Seeing that Zubat's injuries had fully healed, Sato felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. He immediately bowed in gratitude to Rivalry and Clefable. There's no need to thank us, we just did our job. Alright, you can leave now and let the next patient come in, Rivalry replied with a slight smile, accepting Sato's gratitude while preparing to usher him out. Clefable. Clefable nodded in agreement and waved at Sato and Zubat, signaling them to hurry along. Understanding the hint from the 2 doctors, Sato was quite perceptive. After all, he knew there were many more patients waiting for treatment outside, and the doctors had heavy workloads every day. He nodded and turned to leave with Zubat. By the way, do you have any calcium tablets here? You know, the kind that costs 1 point each in the exchange system? I'd like to buy 2 bottles. Just as Sato was about to push the door open, he suddenly remembered the calcium tablets and casually asked Rivalry, who had resumed her work. Since this was a hospital, calcium tablets were surely available. There was no need to exchange points in the system, he could just buy them directly. While waiting in line for treatment, Sato had received 1,040 points from the earlier wager, plus additional 225 points from selling 50 medium-quality poke blocks. Now, with 1,265 points in hand, he had enough points to buy the 2 bottles of calcium tablets without any issue. Calcium tablets? Yes, we have those. Clefable, go get 2 bottles for him, Rivalry said, slightly surprised at Sato's request. She raised her perfectly groomed eyebrows and instructed Clefable. Hearing her order, Clefable looked confused, glancing back at Rivalry. Don't you remember? I'll go get them myself, Rivalry said, noticing Clefable's bewildered expression, and then headed into the pharmacy to retrieve the tablets. A few seconds later, Rivalry emerged from the pharmacy with 2 bottles of calcium tablets. After Sato transferred the points to her designated account, she handed the tablets to him and continued to urge him to leave. When Sato confirmed that the 2 bottles looked exactly like the pictures he had seen in the points exchange system, he had no reason to doubt Rivalry. After transferring the points, he took Zubat and exited the examination room. Clefable. After Sato closed the door behind him, Clefable pouted at Rivalry, clearly displeased. What's the big deal? Those calcium tablets don't really do much for you anyway. They're just a little extra money for me. Alright, I know. You can have the points, I'll use them to buy you your favorite spicy puffins, okay? Rivalry said to her partner, trying to appease Clefable's displeasure. Upon hearing that her trainer would use the points to buy her delicious spicy puffins, Clefable finally broke into a smile and nodded in agreement. In reality, the calcium tablets Rivalry had given to Sato were new-style calcium tablets developed by Team Rocket a year ago. However, due to Sato's lack of access rights, they did not appear in the points exchange system. Through testing, it has been proven that this new type of calcium tablet is much more effective than the ones available in the points exchange system and has no side effects. Rivalry's Clefable grew to its current size thanks to these special calcium tablets. However, it seems that every Pokémon has some specific limit to its growth, they cannot keep growing indefinitely. After taking these special calcium tablets for about a year, Clefable's growth stopped. According to Rivalry's estimation, this phenomenon of halted growth likely resulted from Clefable's body developing a resistance to the special calcium tablets. Therefore, the value of the calcium tablets Rivalry gave to Sato was significantly higher than that of the ordinary calcium tablets in the points exchange system. As for why Yeli would give such special calcium tablets to Sato, the reason was simple: she took a liking to Sato and wanted to make a small investment in him. Additionally, these calcium tablets were given to her for free by her superiors, and since her only Pokémon, Clefable, no longer needed them, she figured she might as well earn a little extra. After Sato left the examination room, he stored the healed Zubat in its Pokeball and exited the medical room, then started heading toward the public market. This initial battle had a significant impact on Sato, making him aware of many of his shortcomings. Apart from needing to further enhance Zubat's stamina and proficiency in various skills, he also had to make time to improve Zubat's evasion abilities and his own understanding of Pokémon battles. Currently, the most effective way to improve Zubat's stamina was through weight training. Sato didn't need to change his training method for stamina just yet. Regarding skill training, he decided to temporarily halt the slow progress in mastering Protect and instead focus on improving Zubat's training with Shadow Ball. From the previous Pokémon battle, Sato realized that Shadow Ball had a long-range attack distance in real combat, with a range of at least 20 meters. If Zubat had a better grasp of this skill, it could have defeated the Ekans much earlier with its successive attacks. Knowing the advantages of Shadow Ball, Sato immediately shifted his training focus. While mastering Protect was indeed an effective defensive skill, its flaws were evident. It was difficult to master, and its use in intense battles was awkward, making it only suitable as a one-time survival skill. Thus, Sato believed that just getting somewhat proficient in Protect was sufficient. To quickly enhance Zubat's combat abilities in a short time, it would be better to train other more practical offensive skills, and Shadow Ball was a great option. As for training Zubat's evasion abilities, Sato had ideas about having Zubat practice avoiding various attacks. However, he currently lacked a Pokémon that could meet these requirements, so he planned to use machines as substitutes for the time being. Now, Sato had some ideas about the type of machines he would need. Since the Team Rocket underground base in Pewter City had a free public training ground, there would surely be paid training grounds where he could find the equipment needed for Zubat's evasion training. Finally, for improving his understanding of Pokémon battles, Sato thought of two methods. The first was to find opponents for practice battles, quickly enhancing his understanding through real combat. The second was to observe battles, collecting useful data to steadily improve his knowledge of Pokémon battles. Currently, Sato had two objectives for visiting the public market. The first was to see if he could find any Pokémon he needed, and the second was to check if anyone was selling DVDs that recorded numerous Pokémon battles. Sato arrived at the public market just after 10 a.m., which was the busiest time of day for the market. After spending about 20 minutes walking around all the stalls, he had made a full round of the market. Unfortunately, despite thoroughly exploring the market, Sato couldn't find what he was looking for. It wasn't surprising, though. After all, who in Team Rocket would bother to sell Pokémon battle DVDs? Moreover, the particular Pokémon he was after was extremely rare, so it made sense that it wouldn't be available in the public market. If nothing else works, I might just have to spend a hefty sum of points to buy one from the exchange system. It's a shame I can't check its potential, otherwise, spending extra points would be worth it, Sato thought with a hint of disappointment after browsing the last stall that sold Pokémon. In his training plan, Sato aimed to train Zubat to dodge attacks. Actually, this would apply to all of his Pokémon's evasion training in the future. He wanted his Pokémon to practice evasion by facing real attacks, believing this would help them understand various Pokémon moves. That way, in battle, they wouldn't be caught off guard by unfamiliar moves. From Sato's perspective, the one Pokémon that could use a wide range of moves was Mew. He remembered that Mew possessed the genes of all Pokémon, enabling it to use virtually any move. However, the problem was that Sato, as a rookie trainer, aiming to catch Mew was as unrealistic as a toad wanting to eat a swan. Even if he became more powerful in the future, capturing Mew would still be extremely difficult. Team Rocket had already expended vast resources and manpower without success. Therefore, Sato set his sights on another Pokémon, Smeargle. Thanks to its sketch move, in theory, Smeargle could learn any Pokémon's moves. But Sato wasn't entirely sure how Smeargle worked in the real world. In the games, Smeargle could only learn new moves every 10 levels, and only then could it copy another Pokémon's move through sketch. If Smeargle in the real world functioned similarly, then, based on actual theory, Smeargle could only master a maximum of 10 moves, which was far from what Sato wanted. Finally, Sato considered another Pokémon that, theoretically, could also learn a wide variety of moves. That Pokémon, as many might have already guessed, was Ditto. Ditto had the ability to transform, and in the games, it could change into any Pokémon and copy the exact moves of its target. Of course, in reality, it was unclear whether Ditto could acquire the moves of the Pokémon it transformed into. However, Sato wanted to give it a try. Even if Ditto couldn't do exactly what he hoped, its inherent value would still be immense to him. Although Ditto's base stats made its combat power quite poor, its ability to transform into countless different forms was invaluable. If used well, Ditto's transformation ability could greatly enhance a trainer's chances of survival. For instance, take the ability to disguise. If a trainer had Ditto, their ability to blend in would dramatically improve. By sticking to the trainer's face and transforming into a human mask, Ditto could alter the trainer's face. Add a change of clothes and a shift in posture, and they could become an entirely different person. Without any special skills or abilities, it would be nearly impossible for the average person to see through such a disguise. Right now, Sato was still weak, and although he had a steady stream of points coming in thanks to the Pokeblocks he produced, his position in the cutthroat environment of Team Rocket remained dangerous. If he could use Ditto's transformation ability to take on a different identity and handle risky tasks, it would undoubtedly increase his safety significantly. In fact, Sato didn't want to stay with Team Rocket forever, following this dark path for the rest of his life. His ultimate dream was to control his own destiny and live happily in this world, not to spend his life like a rat in the shadows. At first, Sato joined Team Rocket out of necessity, being undocumented and powerless, as he had no other way to get a good start on his dreams. If he could have joined the league through normal means, he would never have joined Team Rocket. Now, if Sato could get his hands on a Ditto early on and train it well, it would give him a significant advantage when he eventually left Team Rocket. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one in the public market had caught a Ditto, but this was to be expected. After all, wild Ditto were incredibly rare, and with their ability to transform, they could easily disguise themselves as something simple, like a small rock, making it almost impossible to find them. In short, as long as Ditto doesn't want to be seen, unless you have a special tracking method, even the best Pokémon hunters wouldn't be able to locate it in the wild. This is why so few Dittos are ever captured. However, Team Rocket, with its massive dark influence, was far beyond the capabilities of most lone Pokémon hunters. In Sato's memory, there were indeed rare Pokémon like Ditto available in the points exchange system. The problem for Sato was that Ditto came with a steep price in the system. It required 6,000 points to exchange, 1,000 more than what was needed for one of the Kanto starter Pokémon. More importantly, the Pokémon in the points exchange system were given at random. Sato's system wasn't powerful enough to bypass this process and check the Pokémon's stats before the exchange, which meant that he wouldn't be able to assess Ditto's quality until after acquiring it. Based on Sato's understanding of human nature, who would be foolish enough to put a high-quality Pokémon in the points exchange system? Team Rocket, after all, was made up of ambitious individuals, and core resources like Pokémon would definitely be snatched up by the higher UPS. The ones left in the system were likely average at best. Not having enough points for Ditto and being unable to ensure its quality were the two main reasons Sato was hesitant about acquiring it. I'll wait a bit longer on Ditto, Sato thought to himself, sitting on a public bench. Maybe one will show up in the public market in the future. Right now, while I have a steady income from selling Pokeblocks to earn points, I'm still tight on points, and I can't put myself in danger for the sake of a small gain. I need to pace the sale of Pokeblocks. It's better to earn fewer points and ensure my safety. Just as Sato was about to leave the market, something on his way back to the exit caught his attention, a new stall he hadn't seen before. At this new stall, the vendor was carefully arranging his merchandise, which consisted of round Pokemon eggs. Interesting, let's go take a look. Upon seeing someone selling Pokemon eggs, Sato's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over to check them out. Pokemon are very peculiar creatures. Many of them look like mammals, yet their reproduction method is oviparous, not viviparous. The eggs they lay are generally called Pokemon eggs nowadays. Unlike wild Pokemon that were already born, the Pokemon inside these eggs are like blank slates, making them much easier to tame. For ordinary people, buying Pokemon eggs is often the best way to get their first Pokemon. Because this method of acquiring Pokemon is almost completely safe and the Pokemon that hatch are naturally more loyal, the price of Pokemon eggs in the market is usually much higher than that of already born Pokemon of the same species. Moreover, newborn Pokemon are like uncut gems, highly moldable. As long as their potential isn't too poor, they typically become excellent companions or even mainstay Pokemon for trainers. Of course, Pokemon that hatch from eggs aren't without their drawbacks. The most obvious one is that they require far more resources than wild-caught Pokemon, especially during the early stages. Trainers must devote significant time and energy to care for these baby Pokemon during their infancy. Remember, this isn't like the games where you don't have to worry about anything. Baby Pokemon are not much different from human infants. They need to eat, drink, sleep, and even use the bathroom. When they're upset, they'll cry and make a fuss, just like a baby. The only difference between most baby Pokemon and human infants is that their infancy is very short. Most Pokemon outgrow their infancy in a month, a week, or even just a few hours in some cases. Although Sato had hatched Pokemon eggs many times in the games, this was his first time seeing a Pokemon egg in real life. Being the Pokemon enthusiast that he was very intrigued. The vendor selling the eggs was a low-ranking Team Rocket Grunt wearing a white mask. The cold glint in his eyes, visible through the eye slits of the mask, radiated cruelty and indifference. His entire body emanated a heavy, metallic scent of blood, so much so that Sato could smell it even before he fully approached the stall. There was no doubt that this vendor was a ruthless killer whose hands were stained with blood. These Pokemon eggs were likely stolen from others. As Sato got closer to the stall, he noticed dried bloodstains and shallow cracks on some of the eggs. A lone wolf, huh? Sato thought as he observed the vendor, who gave off a hostile aura that clearly told others to stay away. Sato had encountered similar Team Rocket members in the mission hall before, powerful lone operatives who worked alone and operated without much oversight. Because of the vendor's intimidating demeanor, many Team Rocket members who were initially interested in the Pokemon eggs chose to back off. Only a few brave ones approached to ask about the species and prices of the eggs. However, this vendor clearly wasn't a good businessman. Instead of answering questions, he simply wrote down the species and prices of the eggs on a piece of paper. The note read, Nido family Pokemon eggs, 500 points each. His account number for point transfers was also listed. Based on the content of the note, it was easy to tell that these Pokemon eggs had been stolen from the Nido family. The bloodstains and cracks on the eggs indicated that they had gone through a fierce battle. After reading the note, most of the crowd around the stall dispersed. Many of those leaving cast looks of contempt or disgust at the vendor, viewing him as a greedy swindler. Just Nidoran and Nidorina eggs, and he's charging so much for them? This guy's really heartless, Sato thought with a sneer as he saw the prices on the note. From what he knew of the points exchange system, Nidoran and Nidorina could be exchanged for 300 points. Even their eggs should be worth no more than 400 points. Besides, these species were abundant in the nearby MT Moon, making them quite common. This naturally caused their market price to drop significantly. Although the final evolutions of these two Pokemon Nidoking and Nidoqueen were quite powerful, they had one massive flaw: they required the extremely rare Moonstone to evolve. In Team Rocket's internal points exchange system, the Moonstone cost a whopping 10,000 points. On the outside market, its price started at 1 million Poke Dollars, and even then, it was almost impossible to find one for sale. Note, in the real Pokemon world, evolution stones are extremely rare. Although there are specific locations where they are found, these areas are usually occupied by certain Pokemon species, making them difficult to obtain. For example, MT Moon, where Moonstones are produced, is inhabited by several large Nido family groups since the Moonstone is crucial for their final evolution, and they control the production sites. Due to all these factors, the Team Rocket members in the Pewter City underground base generally aren't interested in Nidoran and Nidorina. This is evident from the fact that none of the 6 starter Pokemon offered to new recruits at the Pewter City base include Nidoran or Nidorina. In short, it's because raising these Pokemon requires far more resources than the other 6, making them unsuitable for beginners. The vendor didn't care at all when most of the crowd around his stall disappeared. He remained seated on his small stool with his eyes closed, completely ignoring anyone who tried to haggle with him. If he got annoyed, he would give them a cold, icy stare that quickly drove them away. As a result, there were soon even fewer people around his stall, and in a short while, Sato was the only one left standing there. Is this guy really trying to do business? This is the first time I've seen a seller chase customers away. Sato shook his head internally at the vendor's rude behavior. Clearly, he wasn't popular with the ladies at all, which was probably why he was so pissed all the time. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he decided to try using his internal system to scan the Pokemon eggs in front of him, to see if it could detect anything about the Pokemon inside. A faint blue glow flashed in Sato's eyes, and a moment later, a hint of joy appeared on his face. It worked. His system was indeed able to scan the Pokemon inside the eggs, displaying information exactly like it did for already hatched Pokemon. Moreover, during this scan, Sato unexpectedly discovered something exciting. Among the dozen or so Nido eggs in front of him, one of the Nidoran had a hidden ability. Based on the inherited moves displayed in the system, this Nidoran had quite impressive potential. Its parents seemed extraordinary. The details for this Nidoran were as follows. Pokemon, Nidoran. Level, 1. Type, Poison. Ability, Hustle. Hidden ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Pack, Amnesia, Egg Move, Confusion, Egg Move, Disable, Egg Move. Not only does it have a hidden ability, but it's inherited 3 egg moves as well. Bloody hell, is today my lucky day? Sato's heart raced as he looked at the Nidoran egg sitting on the far left of the stall. Note, the Hustle ability boosts physical attack power by 1.5 times but lowers the accuracy of physical moves by 20%. Special and status moves are unaffected. The attack power boost refers specifically to physical attack. After confirming several times that he hadn't made a mistake, Sato wasted no time. He immediately transferred 500 points to the vendor. After the vendor nodded to confirm the points had been received, Sato picked up the Nidoran egg with the hidden ability and took it with him. Pokemon abilities are generally classified into 2 types, standard abilities and hidden abilities. For the most part, the vast majority of Pokemon have standard abilities, while only a few possess hidden abilities. Of course, hidden abilities aren't always superior to standard ones. The advantage of Pokemon with hidden abilities is that they can easily mislead opponents. Hidden ability Pokemon are so rare, and the number of people who even know about them is limited, that opponents are often caught off guard, leading to a disadvantageous situation. It's important to remember that in battles, every factor can become a critical weapon, and abilities are a crucial part of Pokemon combat. If a trainer can't identify the ability of their opponent's Pokemon, their journey as a trainer will likely be a short one. As a devoted Pokemon fan, Sato was naturally well versed in the mechanics of hidden abilities. In fact, he believed that many hidden abilities were quite powerful. For example, consider the hidden abilities of some starter Pokemon: Charmander's Solar Power, Totodile's Sheer Force, Torchique's Speed Boost, and Snivy's Contrary. Note, Solar Power boosts special attack by 1.5x in sunny weather but causes the Pokemon to lose 1/8 of its HP each turn. Note, Sheer Force boosts the power of moves with additional effects by 30%, but removes those effects. Note: Speed boost increases the Pokémon's speed by 1 stage at the end of each turn. Note: Contrary causes stat changes to have the opposite effect, stat decreases become increases, and vice versa. As for Nidoran having the hustle ability, Sato was also well aware of its effect. This ability increases physical attack power by 1.5x but reduces the accuracy of physical moves by 20%. Sato considered hustle to be more advantageous than disadvantageous. The 1.5x boost to physical attack meant that the power of Nidoran's physical moves would skyrocket, greatly enhancing its damage potential. As for the downside of lowered accuracy, Sato believed it could be easily mitigated by pairing it with a specific move, Hone Claws. Conveniently, Nidoran can learn this move via a technical machine, TM. Note: Nidoran could learn Hone Claws in Generations 4, V, and 6, but the move was removed in Generation 7. However, I believe that moves shouldn't be restricted by generations in a novel where the world is real. So, in this reality, Nidoran can learn any move it was able to learn in any generation. Please don't be upset by this. Note: Hone Claws is a Dark-type status move that increases the user's attack and accuracy by 1 stage each. By pairing Hone Claws with Hustle, not only would Nidoran's accuracy issue be solved, but its physical attack power would be boosted even further, making it a win-win situation. Moreover, Sato knew that Nidoran's final evolution, Nidoking, had Sheer Force as its hidden ability. As mentioned earlier, Sheer Force is incredibly strong. Although it removes the additional effects of moves, it boosts their power by 30%. Clearly, this ability offers more benefits than drawbacks. After all, additional effects only activate occasionally, and Sheer Force simply removes that chance in exchange for a consistent increase in move power. Sato knew Nidoking very well. Ever since playing the games, he had a deep fondness for this Pokémon. The reason was simple: not only does Nidoking have decent base stats that are well distributed, but it can also learn a wide variety of moves. Among all Pokémon, the Nido family is exceptional in the number of moves they can learn, especially Nidoking and Nidoqueen in their final evolutions. These two can learn a vast array of moves, giving them incredibly broad offensive coverage. What's more, many of the moves Nidoking can learn come with additional effects. For example, powerful moves like Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Thunder, Blizzard, and Fire Blast, all of which have additional effects, are within Nidoking's move pool. When paired with its Sheer Force ability, the power of these moves gets boosted to another level. It's fair to say that a Nidoking with Sheer Force has all the qualifications to be a trainer's main Pokémon. Its broad offensive coverage, combined with the power boost from Sheer Force, makes Nidoking a highly reliable ace in any trainer's team. Additionally, Sheer Force becomes even more overpowered when combined with the Life Orb item, as this combination can remove the Life Orb's drawback under certain conditions. Note: Life Orb is an item that increases the power of a Pokémon's moves by 30%, but causes the Pokémon to lose 10% of its HP each time it lands a hit. Pokémon with the Magic Guard ability ignore the recoil damage, and those with Sheer Force can also nullify the recoil when using moves with additional effects. In other words, if a Nidoking with Sheer Force uses the Life Orb, any move with additional effects would gain a 60% power boost while ignoring the Life Orb's recoil damage. For example, Nidoking's Thunderbolt, which normally has a base power of 90, would be boosted to 144 when combined with Sheer Force and the Life Orb. One can only imagine how terrifying it would be when Nidoking uses Thunderbolt in battle. After all, most Pokémon only receive a 1.5x boost when using moves of their own type. Sato held the hidden ability Nidoran Egg tightly in his hands. To him, this egg felt like the greatest gift from the heavens, and it would be the key to his rise as a powerful trainer. Of course, this opportunity was only possible due to several factors working in his favor: the help of his system, the perfect concealment of the egg's exceptional potential, and the seller's greed. Without all these conditions lining up, Sato wouldn't have been able to acquire this hidden treasure. This was a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck, and had any one factor been different, the outcome would likely have been much less fortunate. After leaving the public market, Sato quickened his pace. In just 2 minutes, he had returned to his dorm room. I really struck gold this time. Thank goodness I have the system, and that this Nidoran is still just an egg. Otherwise, a newbie trainer like me would never have been able to get my hands on such a rare find, Sato thought excitedly as he sat on his bed, gazing at the Nidoran egg in his hands like it was a priceless treasure. As a Pokémon enthusiast, Sato fully understood the value of a Nidoking with Sheer Force. Without a doubt, the Nidoran egg he now held would one day become one of his ace Pokémon. After calming his excitement, Sato immediately grabbed a clean, damp towel to carefully wipe down the egg, and then began preparing everything he needed to hatch it. At 11:30 a.m., Sato was busy attaching a hatching device to the Pokémon egg. He had spent 200 points from the points exchange system to purchase this incubator. According to the item description in the system, this incubator, which resembled a glass jar, was called a super incubator, and it had the ability to accelerate the hatching process of Pokémon eggs. After carefully placing the Pokémon egg inside the incubator and sealing the lid, the mechanical equipment on the incubator automatically detected the presence of the egg and began to operate. In an instant, a soft light shone from under the lid, and some moisture appeared inside. The temperature inside the incubator stabilized at an optimal level for the egg to hatch. It seems to be working well. The quality of Team Rocket's products is really impressive, Sato remarked as he observed the small screen on the lid displaying the egg's heart rate. He could clearly see that the egg's life signs were stable, indicating that it was hatching healthily inside the incubator. Afterward, Sato prepared Zubat's lunch. Since Zubat had only recently recovered from its injuries, its appetite for food was enormous. It devoured the remaining 5 liters of cow's blood Sato had in storage in one go. Moreover, Zubat seemed to digest the food much faster than usual. Even after consuming 5 liters, its belly only swelled slightly, and it still looked unsatisfied. To help, Sato gave it 2 calcium tablets he had bought from Dr. Fieli earlier that day. Once he finished with Zubat's lunch, Sato headed to the cafeteria, where he spent 10 points on a hearty meal for himself and purchased 20 liters of fresh blood. After resting for nearly 2 hours, he then brought Zubat and the Pokémon egg to the training grounds. During his time resting in the dorm, Sato noticed that the Poke blocks sold through his commission system had generated another 200 sales. After deducting the expenses for the calcium tablets, Pokémon egg, incubator, and food, he still had 1,255 points remaining. Since he had a decent amount of points left and didn't want to attract too much attention, due to the secrecy surrounding the Poke blocks and Pokémon egg, Sato chose to train in the paid training grounds this time. The paid training grounds were far superior to the public ones. The entire area was larger than the public grounds, but instead of being a vast, empty concrete space, it had numerous interconnected walls, creating individual rooms. It resembled a square tower with crossbeams separating the rooms. Note, a standard soccer field is approximately 6,400 square meters, 100 meters long, and 64 meters wide, as mentioned earlier. The paid training grounds were divided into 6 floors. The first 3 floors were for low-tier training, with each floor containing 50 individual training rooms. Each room was around 120 square meters in size, providing plenty of space and some basic training equipment. The 4th and 5th floors were mid-tier training grounds, with 20 individual rooms per floor, open only to Rocket Squad leaders and higher-ranking members. Each of these rooms was about 300 square meters and equipped with much better training devices than the low-tier rooms. Finally, the 6th floor housed 10 high-tier training rooms, reserved for Rocket's elite members. These rooms featured top-tier training equipment and personal assistants to help with the training. Since Sato was only a low-ranking grunt, he could only rent the low-tier training rooms. The rental fee wasn't cheap either, costing 5 points per hour. After considering it, Sato decided to spend 15 points to rent one of the low-tier rooms for 3 hours. According to his training schedule, the afternoon session focused primarily on endurance training. To be honest, Sato felt that the 15 points he spent were well worth it. Even though it was a low-tier training room, it had nearly all the equipment Zubat needed for endurance training, skill training, evasion training, and flight training. For example, the powerful electric fan that Sato had considered buying was available here. It could generate strong winds, allowing Zubat to engage in endurance and upwind flight training. For instance, Sato had envisioned a machine for Zubat to practice evasion training, and here there was an air projectile evasion training room. This training room featured 10 launchers that could simultaneously fire high-speed air projectiles from different angles. Additionally, for Zubat's flying technique training, there were numerous hanging rings suspended from the ceiling of the training ground. These rings were movable and adjustable in height, allowing them to create various flight paths that could accommodate Zubat's different levels of flying training. "Come out, Zubat, let's start training," Sato said, a satisfied smile appearing on his face as he surveyed the various training equipment in the room. After placing the Pokémon egg on a secure rack, he released Zubat from its Pokeball. Having had a hearty meal and over 2 hours of rest, Zubat, with its strong physique, looked revitalized and even more spirited after experiencing a victorious battle. As soon as Zubat emerged, it let out a few cheerful calls before landing on Sato's shoulder. "Zubat, this endurance training is different from this morning. This time, you will be facing strong winds," Sato told Zubat as they walked to the glass corridor housing the powerful electric fan. This powerful fan looked similar to an ordinary standing fan, but its size was at least 5 or 6 times larger, with one of its blades measuring 2 meters in length. Currently, the powerful fan was positioned at the end of a long glass corridor, and its motor was very powerful, capable of generating wind up to level 8, previously level 10, but that was deemed too exaggerated and reduced. Level 8 wind is strong enough to blow a person away or uproot a large tree. To prevent strong winds from causing harm during training, a specially constructed tempered glass corridor had been built, measuring over 30 meters long. This winding corridor stood tall in the training ground. With this glass corridor, not only could the strong winds be contained, but it also helped concentrate the wind's force. Additionally, a layer of high-quality sponge mats was laid on the floor of the glass corridor, ensuring that even if a Pokémon training inside could not withstand the strong winds, it wouldn't suffer significant injuries. After giving Zubat a brief overview of the training content, Sato exited the glass corridor and closed the seamless glass door. He then picked up the remote control for the powerful fan placed by the door. He started with level 1 wind, then progressed to level 2, followed by level 3. As the wind speed increased step by step, once it reached level 6, Zubat, who had initially been managing well, began to struggle significantly. It flapped its wings desperately against the level 6 wind, trying to maintain its flying posture. Note, level 6 wind has a speed of 10.8 to 13.8 meters per second, enough to cause difficulty in holding an umbrella and shaking large tree branches. The powerful wind howled past, and the sound created by the friction of the wind against the air, whoosh, whoosh, echoed in Sato's ears as he stood at the edge of the glass corridor. At the same time, he used the timer on his Team Rocket watch to time Zubat's flight duration in the strong winds. Although Zubat was doing its utmost to flap its wings frequently to maintain its flying posture, as time passed and its stamina gradually waned, it was ultimately blown backward by the persistent level 6 winds, unable to move even a step forward. After 5 minutes and 21 seconds, Zubat could no longer hold out against the level 6 winds and was blown all the way to the sponge pile at the end of the corridor. Level 6 wind, held for 5 minutes and 21 seconds, Sato noted the time displayed on the timer in his notebook before immediately turning off the powerful electric fan. He then quickly rushed into the glass corridor to scoop up Zubat, which was lying on the fluffy sponge mat like a salted fish, steaming all over. Next, Sato placed a high-quality poke block in Zubat's mouth. He then filled one basin with clean cold water from the water dispenser on the training ground and another basin with steaming hot water. The cold water was for Zubat to drink, while the hot water was intended for giving Zubat a massage later. After consuming the poke block, enjoying a delightful hot water massage, and drinking half a liter of fresh blood, Zubat quickly regained its energy and revived completely. It's hard to believe, but small Pokemon like Zubat have incredibly strong physical resilience and recovery abilities. After just a day and a half of training, the Zubat in front of Sato displayed a completely different spirit. Its biological aura had expanded and was significantly stronger than when they first met. Its wings, having undergone high-intensity training and flapped countless times, began to develop more solid muscles, which had previously been a bit slack. In summary, Sato genuinely felt Zubat's strength was increasing. Zubat, the one experiencing this change, was fully aware of its growing power. It wholeheartedly agreed with Sato's training methods and worked diligently without any sign of laziness. Once adequately rested, Zubat immediately returned to the glass corridor and continued its battle against the wind. During the 3 hours of endurance training, Zubat took a total of 18 intermittent breaks. Throughout these 18 sessions of level 6 wind training, Sato collected data and observed various bad habits Zubat had while flying against the wind, correcting them one by one. As Zubat faced the strong winds, it gradually discovered techniques to counter them. It first began to use its body to feel the flow of the wind, identifying weak points in the air currents to aid its flight. This approach significantly conserved energy and prolonged its ability to withstand the level 6 winds. As a flying-type Pokemon, Zubat's sensitivity to the flying energy in the environment was unmatched by other types. The entire glass corridor was filled with strong winds, thus abundant with flying-type energy. In its battle against the strong winds, Zubat fully experienced the rich flying-type energy around it. Consequently, to further counter the strong winds, it began to try manipulating the surrounding flying-type energy, forming counteracting air currents to weaken the oncoming level 6 wind. When Zubat thought about using counteracting air currents to contend with the strong wind, it inadvertently employed the gust technique it had used over 200 times on the first day, realizing its potential during a critical moment today. However, using this technique while flying proved imprudent. Zubat wasn't yet capable of multitasking effectively. Initially, Zubat attempted to do so, but ultimately ended up unable to concentrate fully, causing the technique's duration to be short and disrupting its flying rhythm, resulting in significant energy waste. Learning from this experience, Zubat opted to ensure it could focus on maintaining its flying rhythm while only dedicating a small portion of its attention to manipulating the flying energy. Since Zubat could only spare a little focus for controlling the flying energy, the gust technique it used was much weaker than when it first employed it. A 5-centimeter-sized white whirlwind appeared in front of it, but this small whirlwind dissipated after just 2 seconds. However, despite its small size and short duration, the tiny gust did succeed in slightly weakening the oncoming strong wind, providing Zubat with a brief respite. Flying in the strong wind earlier was like a 100-meter sprinter constantly charging ahead without being able to catch a breath. The discomfort was unbearable. Now, thanks to the assistance of the small gust, Zubat could finally take a breath, giving it the strength to continue pushing forward. Sato had been carefully observing Zubat's actions of manipulating the winds to resist the strong winds during the training session. Rather than stopping it, he was greatly impressed by Zubat's initiative. While Sato couldn't sense the elemental energies in the environment like the Pokémon could, he understood the general distribution of these energies. For instance, an active volcano would be filled with fire energy, a water body with water energy, and barren land with ground energy. Therefore, it was clear that the strong wind was rich in flying-type energy. Sato aimed for Zubat to engage in stamina training in the strong winds for several reasons. First, to enhance Zubat's endurance. Second, to help Zubat adapt to flying in windy conditions. And third, to improve Zubat's sensitivity to flying-type energy and its ability to manipulate it during training in the wind. Zubat's behavior of using flying-type energy to create counteracting air currents to reduce the incoming wind was undoubtedly a way of sensing and manipulating the abundant flying-type energy in the strong winds. After 3 hours of stamina training in the strong winds, the data Sato collected revealed that Zubat managed to endure in level 6 winds for a maximum of 7 minutes and 41 seconds, an improvement of 2 minutes and 20 seconds over its worst initial attempt. This progress was significant. The substantial improvement was largely attributed to Zubat's ability to manipulate flying-type energy to create counteracting air currents. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Through continuous attempts, Zubat had started to grasp the basics of multitasking. According to the data Sato collected, even with only a slight division of focus to control the flying-type energy, Zubat's small gust whirlwind, while unchanged in size and power, had increased its duration from 2 seconds to an impressive 13 seconds. Clearly, Zubat had made progress in sensing and manipulating flying-type energy during this round of stamina training. Sato made sure to encourage Zubat about every little improvement during their breaks, gradually increasing its commitment to training. While assisting Zubat during the training, Sato had placed the Pokémon egg nearby. Interestingly, whenever Sato guided Zubat, especially during the light-hearted breaks filled with laughter, the egg occasionally emitted a faint white light. The incubator's display showed some fluctuations in its heartbeat as well. Noticing the lively state of the poke egg, Sato felt a surge of joy. "Come out soon? I'll make sure to train you well," he said after completing the 3 hours of stamina training. After recalling Zubat into its Pokeball for a rest, he picked up the Pokémon egg and left the training ground. On his way back to the dormitory, he smiled at the incubator, speaking to the egg in a gentle manner. It seemed the little Pokémon inside the egg sensed Sato's kindness, as it wobbled slightly in response. Ado returned to his dormitory with the Pokémon egg, glancing at the clock that read 5:43. After placing the egg securely on his desk, he lay down for a brief rest. As it approached 6:30, Sato woke from his nap and began preparing dinner for Zubat. Once Zubat had finished drinking 5 liters of fresh blood and devoured 2 calcium tablets, Sato left the dormitory, following the biological clock of his stomach toward the cafeteria. He entered the cafeteria smoothly and treated himself to a dinner for 5 points to nourish his underfed body. After enjoying a hearty meal, he decided to return to his dormitory along the same route. However, on his way back, Sato ran into some trouble. As he passed by the new recruit's dormitory and turned a quiet corner, 5 individuals in rookie uniforms emerged from the entrance, blocking his path, wielding iron rods. "Is there a problem? I don't like being blocked," Sato said, his expression cold and voice flat upon seeing the 5 recruits with weapons in his way. In the next moment, Sato pressed the button on his waist to release Zubat from its Pokeball. The instant Zubat appeared, it flapped its wings powerfully, enveloped in a green light. Harnessing the flying-type energy in the environment, it created a strong gust comparable to level 6 winds that rushed forward. Facing the sudden gust created by Zubat, the 5 recruits, who were less than 5 meters away from Sato, were immediately blown off balance, unable to open their eyes. Their previously coordinated formation fell apart in an instant. Sato and Zubat were completely different from themselves 2 days ago, especially after the battle with Rondo's Pokémon that morning. Both had quickly shed their previous naivete, and the victory boosted their confidence even further. The shadow of the recruits had long since faded away. After intimidating the weaklings blocking his path, Zubat obediently landed on Sato's outstretched arm, turning its head to look at the recruits who dared not advance. Sato didn't mind Zubat teaching the recruits a lesson. Instead, he patted its head in praise. After all, he was now a member of Team Rocket, and these recruits daring to block his path was an act of defiance. Teaching them a lesson was mild. If they dared to attack, Sato had the right to eliminate them. "Don't get the wrong idea, Master Sato. We're not here to cause trouble, we need your help. Please, don't let your Pokémon attack us." One brave recruit raised his hands in surrender after the wind died down. "Help? Your way of asking for help is quite special. Tell me the truth, or I'll ensure you all fail this rookie assessment and end up doing menial tasks," Sato replied, his expression unchanged but his eyes growing colder. Requesting help in such a shady manner, blocking someone in a secluded area that happened to be a blind spot for surveillance, was indeed an unusual way to ask for assistance. Sensing Sato's displeasure, Zubat took off from his arm and darted toward the bravest recruit, its mouth open wide, clearly ready to inflict some serious damage. "It's true, Rondo is forcing us? Please spare me." The recruit, seeing Zubat charge toward him, panicked and immediately dropped to his knees, begging Sato for mercy. However, Sato did not order Zubat to stop. Instead, he allowed Zubat's teeth to sink into the recruit's neck, coldly listening to the terrified screams that echoed, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Team Rocket was a place governed by the law of the jungle, where showing appropriate force could deter scoundrels. Upon hearing Rondo's name, Sato had a pretty good idea of what was happening. Clearly, these recruits were being used as pawns by Rondo, though he couldn't quite grasp why they were willing to be used in that way. Soon, after about 7 or 8 seconds, the unfortunate recruit lost consciousness. Zubat removed its teeth from the recruit's neck, disdainfully spat out a small mouthful of blood, and then flew back to perch on Sato's right shoulder. In truth, Zubat hadn't even drawn any blood, as the recruit was scrawny, and the blood's vitality was nowhere near the fresh blood Zubat usually drank. Overall, it was just hard to swallow. "Now, spill the beans about what's going on, or you'll share his fate. Don't even think about escaping if you believe you can outrun him," Sato said to the surrounding group of frightened Team Rocket recruits. Time was running short, and he needed to resolve the situation before the patrolling guards arrived. Under Sato's pressure, the terrified recruits quickly began to relay the events that had transpired. After hearing their account, Sato realized the severity of the situation. It turned out that after Rondo had been defeated, he faced threats from numerous gamblers who had lost their bets. He and his 3 subordinates had lost all their points, and to avoid further threats and regain points, Rondo had directed his focus toward the larger, weaker group of new recruits. As the current weak demographic, it was only natural for the newcomers to band together for support. Rondo, a seasoned thug with considerable leadership skills, began recruiting among the new recruits and collecting protection fees. Rondo's method of recruiting was quite effective. He targeted those new recruits who had lost their points and saw no hope of advancing to the next rank. By offering to help them capture Pokémon, he successfully drew these recruits into his group. In just one afternoon, he had gathered 10 new recruits as his subordinates. Such cliques were entirely normal in an organization as corrupt as Team Rocket, but the emergence of new factions would inevitably attract the wrath of the established powers. Rondo's open recruitment clearly encroached on the interests of the old veterans. In fact, Rondo was well versed in the intricacies of the gray area in Pewter City, having been a thug for years. After gathering his 10 new subordinates, he stopped expanding his ranks and even had the savvy to hand over some of the points he had taken from other newcomers without asking for anything in return. The individuals who participated in the attack against Sato were those who had been swindled out of their points by the veterans and found themselves at a dead end. They saw a glimmer of hope for advancing to the rank of soldier by aligning with Rondo and the others, which prompted them to seek assistance. Rondo exploited these recruits' desperation by offering to help them capture Pokémon in exchange for them causing trouble for Sato. He even taught them how to ambush Sato in the blind spots he frequently passed. In reality, Rondo had spun tales to convince these recruits to trouble Sato, never revealing Sato's true background. He simply told them that Sato was a country bumpkin with no connections and merely a frail 15-year-old boy. The fact that these desperate newcomers had fallen for Rondo's lies showed how easily they could be manipulated. Under Rondo's coercion and temptation, they were quickly swayed. However, Rondo was disappointed when the recruits, clearly the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, immediately faltered upon seeing Sato in his soldier uniform. When they witnessed Sato's command over Zubat, all that remained in their hearts was fear. And then, this scene unfolded. After receiving the exact results, Sato didn't find it necessary to make things difficult for these recruits who had been driven to a dead end. Less than 4 minutes after the incident began, 2 patrolling officers arrived swiftly on the scene. At that moment, the recruits were wildly fighting among themselves, displaying a berserk attitude that caught the 2 patrolling officers off guard. In the end, it was only thanks to their Pokémon that they managed to subdue the berserkers. While the patrol officers were restraining the berserkers, several sneaky Team Rocket recruits were watching from behind. One recruit, sporting yellow hair, quickly left upon seeing the chaotic newcomers being subdued. This guy is a disaster. He needs to be eliminated sooner rather than later. Otherwise, similar incidents will keep happening. Should I also recruit some people to help? After returning to his dormitory, Sato lay on his bed with a sullen expression. It was clear that Rondo's faction posed a significant disadvantage for Sato, who was still on his own. Sato understood that, in the face of a cohesive team, it would be incredibly difficult to overcome, no matter how strong an individual's power was. This was especially true for him as a relatively weak new trainer. If Rondo were to establish his own power within Team Rocket in Pewter City, Sato's life would become increasingly difficult. The current situation would seem trivial compared to what lay ahead. The thought of being sabotaged during missions made Sato's expression grow darker. The rivalry between Sato and Rondo had escalated, and after today's Pokémon battle, any chance of reconciliation was gone. Since Sato had no intention of making peace with his enemy, the best course of action was to eliminate him. I have too many secrets. It's not suitable for me to work with others. Forget it, I'll take it step by step. From the looks of it, Rondo isn't that daring to make a move against me himself right now. The most important thing is to quickly improve my own strength. If it's about settling scores, the upcoming new trainer competition is indeed a good opportunity. I must find a way to take him out during that competition, Sato thought to himself as he got off the bed. Rondo was undoubtedly a menace, but the current issue was that Sato didn't have enough strength to take him down. Moreover, since he was in the underground base of Team Rocket in Pewter City, even if he had the ability to eliminate Rondo, he wouldn't be able to go against the internal rules of Team Rocket. Thus, the only thing Sato could do was find ways to rapidly enhance his strength and then look for a chance to eliminate Rondo during the new trainer competition in a month. Of course, during this time, Rondo wouldn't be idle. He already had a background as a trainer, and given a little time to capture some easy Pokémon, he would quickly regain some strength. Sato was also well aware that Rondo lost the previous Pokémon battle primarily due to carelessness. If Rondo had gone all out from the beginning, Sato, as a new trainer, wouldn't have stood a chance. Now, Rondo was like a sword of Damocles hanging over Sato's head, making him feel a very real and intense threat. All right, if it's death that you seek, then I'll ease your way towards it. I, Sato, will accompany you to the end. After sorting everything out in his mind, Sato released Zubat. It was time to start the evening skill training session. Of course, Sato had nothing to fear. As a transmigrator with foresight, a wealth of Pokémon knowledge, and a combat supporting system, he now possessed an extraordinarily talented Nidoran. A month from now, who would be the prey and who would be the hunter was still uncertain. Meanwhile, while Sato was pondering how to deal with Rondo and the others, Rondo was in his room discussing with his 3 loyal subordinates. After hearing the reports from his subordinates, his expression was quite grim. Boss, don't be angry. Those guys are just a bunch of useless fools, there's no need to pay them any mind. That kid, Sato, won't be arrogant for too long. We'll just take him out directly in the upcoming rookie competition, one rocket recruit with a pompadour hairstyle said to Rondo, displaying a dismissive attitude. The rocket recruit with a pompadour was named Ichiro Otie, one of Rondo's 3 loyal underlings who had joined Team Rocket with him. The hot-tempered subordinate was named Crow, and the 3rd loyal henchman was Kino, who sported yellow hair and a nose ring. Right? Once we catch him, I'll chop him and that annoying Zubat up with a knife, Crow, a tall and burly guy, said menacingly. Boss, should we keep targeting Sato? I think that guy is not so simple and quite dangerous. It's best to get rid of him sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it'll be hard to deal with him in the future. Plus, he's ruthless. If he weren't worried about the consequences of killing someone in the base, those newbies might already be dead, Kino said, looking at his 2 unconcerned brothers, then turned serious as he addressed Rondo. In reality, Kino had been watching the recruit's interception and everything that followed from the shadows. He clearly saw how Sato commanded Zubat to use supersonic, throwing the group of newbies into chaos and causing them to turn on each other. Therefore, Kino understood that Sato was definitely not someone to be underestimated. He acted rationally and knew how to maintain his composure. The fact that Sato had previously been bullied without ever retaliating suggested he was aware of his own limitations. However, things had changed. Now that he had a Pokémon, he was no longer afraid of them. I know. That guy is much more dangerous than you think, Kino. Just think about the Pokémon battle with me. Although I lost because of carelessness, his performance in that battle was nothing like a new trainer. Compare that to how you both performed during your first battles, and you'll truly see just how dangerous he really is, Rondo said darkly upon hearing Kino's words. As soon as Rondo spoke, Ichiro Otie and Crow, who had been indifferent, suddenly stiffened, their expressions darkening like Rondo's and Kino's after a few moments of silence. Indeed, Ichiro and Crow were quite aware of their own abilities. Reflecting on the scene where Sato commanded Zubat during the battle, they realized that Sato had remained calm under pressure and displayed high-level tactics at the last moment. Ichiro and Crow vividly remembered their first attempts at commanding their Pokémon, which had been nothing short of disastrous. Since they had never attended a Pokémon academy, they didn't even understand the moves their Pokémon had at first. Compared to Sato's first Pokémon battle, they felt like a pile of mud in a muddy field, while Sato was a fluffy cloud in the sky. Make sure to use the points you have to train your Pokémon well, or in a month's time, during the rookie competition, you won't know who's the one that's hunting and who is the one being hunted. Also, stop fooling those idiots and quit trying to pull anything on that guy. This is Team Rocket, not our own turf. I've received stern a warning, that guy has protection now. Here in the base, we don't have any chance to make a move, Rondo said to his 3 loyal underlings, his expression unusually serious and grim. Power is relative. While Sato considered Rondo his greatest threat, Rondo also saw Sato as a significant threat. Rondo was beginning to regret provoking Sato because he realized he didn't have the upper hand against him. Initially, he thought he had the advantage in numbers, but upon realizing Sato had backing, an indescribable sense of panic crept into his mind. He was just a small-time thug with a bit of cleverness, his status was a joke in an organization as massive as Team Rocket. Any random lone rocket recruit could easily dismantle the faction he took pride in. Another thing that troubled him was that since losing the morning's Pokémon battle, the way his Akens looked at him had become increasingly unsettling. It was a look that could only be described as one reserved for food. That evening, Sato accessed Team Rocket's internal points exchange system via his desktop computer and discovered that all the Pokeblocks he had listed for sale had been sold out. Additionally, over 30 requests for additional stock were left on his personal sales page. While Sato was pleased with the popularity of his Pokeblocks, he was also concerned. After careful consideration, he decided to ignore the requests on the sales page and refrain from selling any more Pokeblocks for the time being. After selling the remaining 550 Pokeblocks, Sato's points reached 3,725. With his surplus points, he purchased a portable laptop worth 2,000 points. Having witnessed the power of a high-powered electric fan earlier, Sato abandoned the idea of purchasing such a dangerous item, opting instead to focus on training Zubat's endurance at the paid training grounds. Not even 5 minutes after placing the order for the laptop, a staff member delivered the brand new device to his room. This laptop, developed by Team Rocket and worth 2,000 points, looked almost identical to the laptop Sato had used in his previous life. However, the materials it was made from were unknown, remarkably sturdy yet lightweight, weighing only about 2 kilograms, which was surprisingly light. Upon further experimentation, Sato found that the laptop's functions matched the description. Its main feature was automatic detection, using an infrared camera to scan objects and accurately provide detailed data about them. An unexpected bonus was the presence of a slot for placing a Pokeball. After trying it out, Sato discovered that the laptop could automatically analyze the data of the Pokemon inside the Pokeball and display a 3D diagram, showing the Pokemon's abilities. Additionally, the laptop had a large battery capacity, capable of running for 24 hours a day for an entire week on a full charge. The back of the screen featured a solar panel, allowing for automatic recharging via sunlight. Aside from its primary detection function, the laptop had all the basic features of a standard computer, and it could connect to satellites for GPS navigation via a wireless network. After acquiring this expensive laptop, Sato officially began his evening training session. As usual, Sato conducted Zubat's nightly skill training in the hall of his dormitory. The first move to train was Gust, a move that had shone brightly earlier in the day and was key to Zubat's victory. Perhaps due to Zubat's experience in performing an extraordinary gust during a desperate situation earlier or due to the stamina training with the fan at noon, its proficiency with the move had improved significantly. Zubat executed Gust again with remarkable progress. A whirlwind almost as large as the one it had created earlier in its desperate state appeared in front of Sato. The white whirlwind rotated counterclockwise towards its center, generating a strong pull, forcing Sato to move a safe distance away from Zubat. Using the laptop's infrared detection, Sato could easily and conveniently obtain detailed data on the whirlwind, no longer relying on his eyes alone to gauge it. The white whirlwind created by Zubat's gust had a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 4.5 meters. Based on the rotational speed of the airflow, the wind force was categorized as level 5, and it lasted for 5 minutes. Zubat could control the whirlwind within a 5-meter range, but beyond that, the power weakened. Once the whirlwind reached 10 meters, it completely dissipated. Sato observed Zubat's progress with the move Gust and concluded that it had fully got a hang of the technique. In terms of skill proficiency, Zubat had advanced from beginner to proficient, now able to release the power of Gust with much more precision. After recognizing Zubat's increased mastery of the move, Sato began exploring different tactical uses for it. During the earlier Pokémon battle, Zubat had managed to shatter Akan's rock tomb by using the whirlwind it created. This had given Sato a new perspective on Pokémon moves. Sato believed that offensive moves weren't solely for attacking, they could also be used defensively. For example, Zubat's gust created a white whirlwind that intercepted the fragments of rock from Akan's rock tomb, and even sent them back as an attack. Sato further speculated that if the whirlwind had rotated outward from the center instead of inward, it might have fully reflected the rocks back at Akan's. However, these were just his initial thoughts, and he hadn't yet tested them. Currently, Sato was directing Zubat to use gust in a new way, creating a white whirlwind around itself to form a protective barrier. Zubat attempted to generate the wind wall, but the first attempt failed. Fortunately, it was unharmed, as the whirlwind it had created wasn't powerful enough to hurt itself. After 11 failed attempts, Zubat finally located the eye of the storm, the area of lowest pressure within the whirlwind, and successfully created the gust centered around itself. The resulting white whirlwind completely enveloped Zubat, and the strong outward flow of air formed a circular wind wall. Well done, Zubat. Exactly like that? Try to remember how this feels. It could become your regular defensive technique, Sato said with a pleased smile as Zubat successfully executed the move as he had envisioned. Zzz, Zubat chirped happily, pleased with Sato's praise as it continued to skillfully manipulate the white whirlwind. Though it was still in its early stages, Sato believed that as Zubat's strength grew, the defensive power of this variation of gust would improve significantly. Eventually, it might even become a reliable method for Sato to protect himself. Sato gave this defensive variation of gust a fitting new name. He called it the Whirlwind Shield, though it was still fundamentally the gust move. With the success of the Whirlwind Shield, Sato instructed Zubat to continue refining the technique while the momentum was still strong, aiming to perfect its use. After spending 15 poke blocks and nearly 2 hours of continuous training, Zubat performed the Whirlwind Shield 158 times, with only 23 failures. It had begun to form muscle memory and was becoming familiar with the technique. Additionally, the white whirlwind created by gust had increased in size, its diameter grew to 2.3 meters, height to 4.7 meters, and its range extended to 10.3 meters, while the wind force remained at level 5. After finishing the gust training, Sato moved on to practice Zubat's second long-range attack, Shadow Ball. This move had been crucial in the Pokémon battle earlier that morning. Note, Shadow Ball is a ghost-type special attack move with a power of 80 and a 20% chance of lowering the target's special defense by 1 stage. From this description, it's clear that a significant reason Zubat's final gust was able to decisively defeat Akan's was that Zubat had landed enough Shadow Balls to accumulate damage, and possibly reduced Akan's special defense by several stages. Gust is a flying-type special attack. Overall, Shadow Ball is a mid-to-high power move with an added effect that's very useful. Its long range makes it a great move for hit-and-run tactics, even in Zubat's current beginner stage, where it can shoot the Shadow Ball about 10 meters. Following Sato's command, Zubat began gathering ghost-type energy in front of its large mouth. However, since Zubat didn't possess the ghost type, its ability to sense ghost energy in the environment was weak. Additionally, its control over this type of energy was limited, so the largest shadow ball it could form was only about the size of a large egg. Even though Zubat had echolocation to aid its aim, its control over ghost energy was still shaky, leading to poor accuracy. Of the 10 shadow balls fired, none hit the red target Sato had drawn on the wall with paint. Due to the lack of power, Zubat's shadow ball only left an insignificant mark on the steel-reinforced concrete wall. Despite the small size and low accuracy of the shadow balls, they did have one advantage: very short charging time. Zubat could fire one roughly every second. Of course, there was a limit to how many could be fired consecutively. After launching about 7 or 8 egg-sized shadow balls, Zubat needed a brief pause to catch its breath, taking a 2-second break before being able to fire another round. Average diameter, 0.35 meters. Power, weak. Accuracy, 83%. Maximum range, 12 meters. Average speed, 10 meters per second. Average charge time, 1.12 seconds. Maximum consecutive shots, 9. After gathering data on 100 shadow balls using his laptop, Sato came to this conclusion. By the time Zubat had fired 103 shadow balls, its energy was completely spent, and it had to rest. Analyzing the data from Zubat's shadow balls, Sato began considering ways to improve their power. The data made it clear that the primary weakness of Zubat's shadow ball was its low power, while its strengths lay in its fast charge time and ability to fire in quick succession. Sato also realized that these strengths were a result of the weakness itself. Zubat's inability to control large amounts of ghost energy made the charging time short. Furthermore, Sato noticed that despite Zubat firing 100 shadow balls, its progress with the move was minimal. The largest shadow ball it produced was only 0.38 meters in diameter, and that was also the most powerful one. It was evident that compared to the rapid improvement with Gust, Zubat's progress with Shadow Ball was slow, almost like a snail's pace. However, Sato wasn't too disappointed, as he understood this was just the nature of things. It's similar to how mages in fantasy novels might excel in one elemental magic but struggle with others. Just because a mage is proficient in wind magic doesn't mean they can't use fire magic, they're just not as adept at it. This often comes down to a mage's elemental affinity. As a flying type as well as a poison type Pokémon, Zubat naturally had strong sensitivity to flying equals type and poison type energies, and these energies responded positively to it. When Zubat controlled these energies, they were obedient. This was why Zubat had progressed so quickly in mastering the flying type move Gust. However, Shadow Ball, a ghost type move, was a different story. Without the ghost typing, Zubat wasn't sensitive to ghost type energy, and the ghost type energy in the environment didn't respond to it as willingly, sometimes even resisting slightly. To put it simply, if the difficulty for Zubat to master Gust was a 1, then the difficulty of mastering Shadow Ball was a 2. To bring Shadow Ball from beginner to proficient level would take much more time than Gust, likely more than double. It might take several times more practice and effort to fully master Shadow Ball. Zubat, you've probably noticed too that your progress with Shadow Ball is minimal, but don't get discouraged. Follow what I say next, and your improvement should be much better. After Zubat finished resting and ate a few poke blocks, Sato spoke to it. Right after speaking, Sato turned off the lights in the hall. Instantly, apart from the glow from his computer screen, the entire hall was engulfed in darkness. As soon as the room darkened, Zubat's energy seemed to increase, becoming much more lively. Now, do you feel like the ghost-type energy around you has become a lot denser? Sato asked Zubat, who had become more active due to the dark environment. Zzz, Zubat chirped happily in response, nodding to confirm. In Zubat's perception, as the surroundings became darker, the amount of ghost-type energy in the area did indeed increase, allowing it to sense it more clearly. Good. For the next Shadow Ball training, follow my instructions. First, gather the Shadow Ball as you normally do, but this time, focus on extending the gathering time as much as you can. Make it grow bigger, and only release it when you can't control it any longer. Sato, pleased with Zubat's response, continued to explain his training method. Just like how strong winds can cause flying-type energy to become more concentrated, Sato reasoned that in a dark environment, ghost-type energy would similarly become more active and dense. With Zubat's confirmation, his hypothesis was proven correct. In Sato's understanding, there are 3 key factors that contribute to a Pokémon improving its skill proficiency. The first factor is naturally the Pokémon's own typing. Clearly, when a Pokémon trains moves that match its own type, the difficulty is significantly lower. That's because they can easily sense that type of energy in the environment and can readily manipulate it to help them practice their moves. This makes it much easier for them to train and improve their proficiency with that type of move. In simpler terms, when a Pokémon is training moves that match its own typing, it benefits from an experience boost. The second factor is the concentration of different types of energy in the environment. This is easy to understand as well. For example, in places where water-type energy is abundant, like on rainy days, a Pokémon will naturally find it easier to sense water-type energy, which in turn helps them train water-type moves more effectively. The third factor is the Pokémon's ability to control a specific type of energy, manipulation ability or technique. If a Pokémon doesn't have a natural advantage, the first factor, it must rely on training and effort to develop this skill, which is something that tests both the Pokémon's innate understanding and hard work. This is a skill that can only be acquired through time and practice, there's no shortcut. To put it simply, energy of the same type feels like family to a Pokémon, so they can easily command it to assist them. On the other hand, energy of different types feels like strangers to a Pokémon. If a Pokémon wants these strangers to listen and follow their commands, they need to befriend them. This process of building a friendship with foreign types of energy is how a Pokémon improves its control over different energy types. In less polite terms, as a Pokémon uses a particular type of energy, it gradually accumulates experience, figures out the methods and rules for controlling that energy, and eventually learns how to direct it at will. Right now, Zubat doesn't have the advantage of the first factor, and it hasn't yet developed the third factor. The only factor that can be improved is the second one. Training in an environment where ghost-type energy is active and dense, such as in the darkness, will certainly help Zubat's Shadow Ball training. Following Sato's command, Zubat began to gather a Shadow Ball in front of its wide mouth. Unlike before, in the dark environment, it could sense the ghost-type energy in the surroundings more clearly, allowing it to form the Shadow Ball faster. In less than a second, an egg-sized Shadow Ball appeared in front of Zubat's mouth. However, Zubat didn't immediately release the fully formed ball. Instead, it continued channeling ghost-type energy into it. Very good, take your time. Don't rush. If it gets too hard to maintain, release it, Sato said, observing the process closely on his laptop's infrared scan, which allowed him to monitor Zubat's progress in real time. As Zubat continued to infuse the ball with ghost-type energy, the once stable Shadow Ball began to tremble violently. Several irregular bumps started appearing on its surface. Zubat, focusing intently on controlling the energy, began to sweat, with beads of perspiration forming on its forehead. Clearly, it was struggling. After about 10 seconds, the egg-sized Shadow Ball expanded to the size of a soccer ball. By then, the surface was covered with numerous irregular protrusions, and it looked as though it could explode at any moment. 2 seconds later, Zubat lost control and immediately launched the Shadow Ball. However, without its control, the ball only flew about a meter or two before bursting in midair with a pop, scattering dark-colored ghost-type energy that quickly dissipated. Good job, take a break, Sato said with a sigh of relief, seeing that the unstable Shadow Ball had exploded without causing any harm. He then directed the panting Zubat to rest and drink some water. Zubat, following Sato's words, used its echolocation ability to find the water basin on the ground. Happily, it drank the delicious water that had been mixed with dissolved high-quality poke blocks. At that moment, Zubat was drenched in sweat, a clear indication that the effort and energy required to control ghost-type energy in those few seconds was just as demanding as continuously launching Shadow Balls. Zubat's current maximum Shadow Ball size is 0.45 meters, but it takes 13.2 seconds to form, and its stability is very low. The maximum range is 2.1 meters. Looks like there's a long way to go, Sato thought with a slightly helpless expression as he looked at the data analyzed by his laptop. Despite this, Sato still smiled at Zubat, praising its improvement. Zubat, trusting Sato's words completely, resumed its efforts after resting, ready to continue training Shadow Ball. The saying, 1 minute on stage takes 10 years of hard work behind the scenes, is absolutely true. Even a genius cannot master a skill in just one day. The same goes for Zubat's Shadow Ball training. It requires great effort to make real progress. Clearly, the Shadow Ball Zubat had been using earlier was far from battle-ready. While it might have been useful for finishing off an opponent, relying on it in the middle of a fight would be reckless and dangerous. Both Zubat and Sato knew this well, especially after their battle with Ekans. Zubat understood that if it had been able to increase the power of its Shadow Ball just a little, it would have defeated Ekans without nearly being beaten itself. The proud Zubat was frustrated by how close it had come to being defeated by Ekans. Getting stuck in such a tough fight wasn't what it wanted. It sought to defeat its enemies swiftly and decisively with overwhelming strength. Now that its trainer had provided such a good training environment, Zubat was determined not to waste it or disappoint Sato's expectations. As a result, Zubat pushed itself hard during Shadow Ball training. Over the next 2 hours of training, Zubat had several close calls where it was almost caught in the explosion of its own unstable Shadow Ball. This was due to its sheer determination to push its limits. However, thanks to Zubat's persistence, the increased concentration of ghost-type energy, and Sato's supply of poke blocks for stable energy replenishment, the Shadow Ball skill showed some improvement over those 2 hours. In that time, Zubat conducted a total of 60 Shadow Ball training sessions, with each one averaging 2 minutes of practice and rest. The results of all this effort were an increase in the maximum size of the Shadow Ball to a diameter of 0.47 meters, a reduction in the formation time to 7 seconds, improved stability, and an increased range of 8 meters. Without realizing it, 4 hours passed in focused and intense training. By this time, it was 11:31 p.m., and Sato decided to wrap up the night's skill training, preparing to help Zubat recover its stamina and get a late-night snack. Rest well, it's already very late. You did great today. Keep working hard, and at the rate you're progressing, it won't be long before your Shadow Ball reaches the next level, Sato said, smiling as he patted Zubat, which had landed on his right arm after finishing its snack. More than talent, a Pokémon's character is even more important. Getting such a motivated Pokémon from the start, what a stroke of luck, Sato thought to himself as he lay in bed, smiling while looking at the familiar data on his laptop screen. At this moment, Zubat was hanging upside down from the extinguished square light fixture on the ceiling, with its 2 tail wings hooked around the edges, quietly continuing its Shadow Ball training. Over the next 5 days, Sato meticulously followed his routine of physical training for Zubat in the mornings and afternoons, and skill training in the evenings, ignoring anything unrelated. During this intense training period, Zubat made noticeable progress. Without realizing it, its level increased to 15 during training. In terms of physical training, for 5 days, Zubat endured 6-level strong wind training. Currently, Zubat's longest endurance time in the 6th-level winds reached 10 minutes and 13 seconds, compared to the 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the second day, showing a significant improvement in stamina. Sato also tested Zubat's flight around the public training field, 328 meters, at full speed without any weight load. The result showed that Zubat could complete one lap in just 25 seconds, which meant its flight speed was 13.12 meters per second, or 47.23 kilometers per hour. For comparison, Usain Bolt's fastest 100-meter record is 9.68 seconds, or 10.33 meters per second, which is 2.79 meters per second slower than Zubat's 13.12 meters per second. In skill training, after a lot of repetitions of gust, Zubat made notable advancements. The diameter of the white whirlwind it created increased to 2.6 meters, its height to 5 meters, and the moving distance to 12.3 meters, with the wind force remaining at level 5. Moreover, Zubat's multitasking ability improved during strong wind stamina training. Now, Zubat could create 2 white whirlwinds simultaneously while using gust. However, the 2 whirlwinds created together couldn't compare to a single one. Their size, power, and range were only 1/3 of what Zubat could achieve when focusing on just one. Additionally, after 323 Shadow Ball training sessions, Zubat's Shadow Ball technique showed significant improvement. It could now stabilize the size of the Shadow Ball at 0.5 meters in diameter, with the forming time reduced to 2 seconds, high stability, and a range of 13 meters. At this rate, Zubat's proficiency with Shadow Ball had reached a level where it could be used effectively in battle, with power comparable to a standard Shadow Ball. Finally, something that surprised Sato was Zubat's unusual growth over these 5 days. Zubat's body seemed to be developing at an abnormal rate. Its weight had increased from 6.3 kilograms to 8.2 kilograms, and the wingspan had grown from 0.5 meters to 0.8 meters, making it much larger. Zubat's progress during these 5 days of training was undoubtedly related to its increased size. However, Sato was somewhat concerned about this abnormal growth. While Zubat's appetite had noticeably increased, consuming 8 liters of blood per meal, up from 5 liters, and it had additional snacks after training, it didn't seem reasonable for it to grow this quickly. Initially, Sato thought the rapid growth might be due to the calcium tablets, but after looking it up online, he found that the clinical trials for those tablets didn't show such rapid results. Sato then reported Zubat's unusual growth to Dr. Fieli, the female doctor who had sold him the calcium tablets, and asked her to examine Zubat to see if there were any underlying health issues. The result came back that Zubat's body was completely normal. With no medical expertise himself, Sato decided to trust the professional doctor's judgment. Although Sato was starting to become suspicious of the calcium tablets, Zubat's unusual growth seemed to be a positive development so far. He even consulted a few other doctors about Zubat's abnormal growth, and they all confirmed that Zubat's body was in perfect condition. Thus, Sato concluded that whoever provided him with these calcium tablets had no ill intent. In fact, they seemed to be intentionally helping him. Over these 5 days, aside from Zubat making significant improvements, there was another important event. The Nidoran egg finally hatched with the help of the super incubator. On the 3rd night, a very healthy young Nidoran joined Sato's team. The newly hatched Nidoran was about the size of Sato's palms, very small and adorable. Because Sato was always by its side and was the first person Nidoran saw after hatching, it immediately regarded Sato as its closest companion. Nidoran stuck to him constantly, crying whenever Sato took even half a step away. During these 2 days, aside from training Zubat, Sato spent most of his time caring for the newborn Nidoran. Interestingly, Nidoran displayed all the behaviors of a normal human baby, and due to its much faster metabolism, it ate, drank, and needed attention far more frequently. Now, Sato had to keep part of his attention on Nidoran at all times, or else it would make a mess of the entire dorm room, along with loud, piercing cries. For this reason, Sato had been playing the role of a full-time babysitter for the past 2 days. To cover the cost of Nidoran's milk and future expenses, Sato had no choice but to make and sell Poke Blocks again. This time, he made 2,000 Poke Blocks and sold 1,200 of them, earning 5,400 points. The materials included 300 Oran berries, which cost 120 points after a 20% discount, and 50 Nanab berries and 50 raspberries, costing a total of 160 points, with a discount of another 20%. He used the berry mixer 100 times, which cost 1,000 points. So, the total cost of making the Poke Blocks was 1,280 points. According to Dr. Fieli, a professional Pokemon doctor, Nidoran's infant stage lasts 1 week. Thus, Sato spent 210 points to buy enough high-quality Miltank milk for Nidoran for a week, each bottle costing 10 points, with 3 meals a day. He also spent 300 points on 3 boxes of high-grade food that Poison-type Pokemon like, each box containing 10 cans. In addition, to provide Nidoran with proper physical training during its infant stage, Sato spent 100 points on a small running wheel, allowing Nidoran to exercise and burn off some energy. Moreover, Sato spent 4,000 points on 4 TM discs from Team Rocket's points exchange system, Hone Claws, 500 points, Water Pulse, 1,000 points, Steel Wing, 1,000 points, and Poison Jab, 1,500 points. He used a learning machine to teach Nidoran the Hone Claws, Water Pulse, and Poison Jab moves, while Zubat learned Steel Wing. Finally, in preparation for potential jungle training, Sato spent 500 points on jungle gear, which included items like tents and dried rations for outdoor use. In addition to these expenses, there were also daily food costs and training ground rental fees. Sato's daily meals remained the same, with 3 meals costing 5 points each. Due to Zubat's abnormal growth, it now consumed at least 40 liters of fresh blood per day, costing 10 points. The training ground was rented for 6 hours a day at 30 points. Altogether, these expenses amounted to 275 points per day. After accounting for income and expenses, Sato had 660 points remaining. Thus, the 1-week rookie trial period came to an end. Now, on the morning of the 8th day, Sato received orders to assemble once again at the same Team Rocket underground base square in Pewter City where he had first arrived. This time, the square appeared much more empty than the first time. Out of the 99 other rookies who were also under Caesar's leadership, only 23 had successfully tamed their Pokémon. Therefore, only 24 people, including Sato, were eligible to stand in the square. At that moment, Sato was sitting against a wall, feeding Zubat while enjoying his hearty breakfast, occasionally glancing at the others scattered across the square. The assembly announcement had come very suddenly at 5:50 a.m., with the order to gather in the square within 10 minutes. As a result, most people hadn't had time to eat breakfast. It was now 7:12 a.m., an hour and 12 minutes past the scheduled gathering time. Perhaps the free time given during the past week had caused many successful rookies to develop the habit of sleeping in. Many were still rubbing their tired eyes and yawning, and a few had even fallen asleep leaning against the wall. Moreover, maybe because it was so early and they had been waiting for too long, the entire square was now filled with the sounds of growling stomachs, creating a symphony with hunger as its theme. Sato, however, was different. Due to taking care of Nidoran, his daily routine had been in disarray these past 2 days. When he received the assembly notification, he was in the middle of feeding a hungry, crying Nidoran. This gave him enough time to head to the cafeteria and buy his breakfast, a large, portable double cheese beef burger. Tastes really good, Sato thought to himself, poker-faced on the outside but feeling pleased on the inside. He glanced around at the different reactions of the others and listened to the occasional sound of stomachs growling, all while taking his last bite of the burger along with the last gulp of milk. After a week of nutritious meals, Sato had finally gained some weight, and his complexion had become much healthier. No longer did he look as pale and sickly as he had when he first joined Team Rocket. Now, Sato appeared as a handsome young man with delicate features, though the large dark circles under his eyes took away from his looks. In the square, few people had breakfast like Sato, and none of them had anything as hearty as his meal. This made Sato stand out even more in the crowd. Of course, what really drew attention was the delicious smell of the burger and the milk he had. As Sato slowly devoured his meal, the sound of people gulping could be heard around him. Unfortunately for them, Sato acted as though he didn't notice the hungry stares directed at him, completely ignoring the intense desire in their eyes. Meanwhile, those people were doing their best to restrain both their hunger and the urge to punch Sato. However, it wasn't just the smell of food that made people keep their distance. There was also another scent in the air, one that hinted at danger. This scent came from something in a large basin near Sato. At that moment, a well-developed and large bat was perched beside the basin, drinking the fresh blood inside with great relish. Whenever someone got within 10 meters of Sato, the bat would immediately turn its head to scowl at the intruder. Its blood-stained mouth, in those moments, looked especially menacing, making anyone approaching think twice before continuing. While most of the newly promoted grunts were struggling with hunger in the square, Caesar, the one responsible for this assembly, was relaxing in his spacious, luxurious room. He was enjoying a lavish breakfast spread on the table in front of him, alongside his trusted aides Sophia, Alice, and Ryo Sakata. They were leisurely watching the images displayed on a large screen before them. The screen showed scenes from the square where Sato and the others were gathered. It was divided into several smaller images, constantly switching between different angles and individuals. Among these, Sato appeared the most frequently. It's time. Proceed according to the plan, Caesar said after checking the time on his Team Rocket watch. He spoke to Ryo Sakata, who was standing at attention behind him. The next second, following the command, Sakata immediately pressed a red button on the remote hidden in his hand. Simultaneously, a colorless, odorless gas began to quietly seep into the square through the vents dash. If someone asks, what is the largest forest in the Kanto region? If the person being asked is from Kanto, they will undoubtedly blurt out Viridian Forest. Yes, Viridian Forest is the largest forest in the Kanto region. It is located between Viridian City and Pewter City, and a large number of wild Pokémon live there. Of course, like other normal forests in the Pokémon world, the Pokémon living there are mostly bug-type and grass-type. However, as the largest forest in the Kanto region, the Pokémon species living in Viridian Forest are certainly not limited to just bug-type and grass-type Pokémon. Almost all types of Pokémon can be found here. Moreover, as interaction between regions in the Pokémon world becomes more frequent, some Pokémon that originally only lived in certain regions have appeared in others, either intentionally or unintentionally influenced by human actions. These Pokémon have adapted to the local environment and begun to thrive and reproduce in these new areas, due to accidents in the wild, Pokémon experiments, poachers transporting captured Pokémon encountering mishaps, or heartless trainers abandoning their Pokémon, etc. Of course, these invasive Pokémon species are generally rare in the local environment. There are many reasons for this, including difficulty adapting to the environment or being rejected by local wild Pokémon, leading to expulsion or even attacks. The rejection of invasive Pokémon by local wild Pokémon is the biggest reason. There are generally two causes for this rejection. First, invasive Pokémon haven't yet established themselves in the local environment, making it difficult for them to reproduce and making their numbers too weak to resist the powerful local wild Pokémon groups. Second, invasive Pokémon damage the interests of the local wild Pokémon. After all, there's only so much pie to go around, and when a new species suddenly shows up to take a share, the old forces naturally don't want to give up their territory. Note, I wrote so much about invasive Pokémon to help some readers understand that it's possible for Pokémon from other regions to appear in Viridian Forest. This also serves as a setup for the story. In fact, the League has worked hard in nurturing its elite members. Not only do they host the prestigious League tournament that countless trainers strive to enter, but they've also established safe wild Pokémon habitats in specific regions. These so-called safe wild Pokémon habitats are areas created by the League through force within wild Pokémon territories, where the Pokémon living there are of very low levels. Additionally, Pokémon that are particularly harmful to humans rarely appear in these safe zones. In these safe wild Pokémon habitats, Rangers play an important role. These powerful trainers, directly affiliated with the League, are the backbone of maintaining safety in these zones. Indeed, the reason these safe wild Pokémon habitats are so safe is largely due to the efforts of Rangers, who diligently drive out powerful Pokémon from the safe zones each day. Of course, these safe zones only occupy a small portion of the wild Pokémon habitats. After all, not all wild Pokémon are harmless. If pushed too far, some powerful Pokémon will fight back at any cost to ensure the survival of their species. As a result, Rangers also belong to one of the League's departments with the highest mortality rates. At 10 a.m., outside the safe zone of Viridian Forest, a young man wearing a Team Rocket Grunt uniform was lying in a thick patch of grass. The weeds in this patch of grass were at least 1 meter high, growing vigorously. The young man lying unconscious in the dense grass was none other than Sato. At this moment, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. As a thick cloud overhead was blown away by the wind, the sun finally managed to shine down onto the grass. Sato, who had been exposed to the sunlight for a long time, began to feel discomfort, and his consciousness rapidly started to awaken. Sato slowly opened his eyes, but had to shield them from the glaring sunlight with his hand. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, his once drowsy gaze regained its usual sharpness and calmness. Where exactly is this place? I remember I should be at the plaza. Oh right, I was hit by a sleep-inducing gas. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Sato held his still slightly aching head, trying hard to recall what had happened earlier. Finally, Sato's memory froze on the moment when he was forced into a sleep state by the gas. Just before he fell asleep, he vaguely saw a woman walking toward him. After that, he remembered nothing, and when he woke up, he found himself in this place. A minute later, Sato was staring gravely at a map in front of him. After a bit of recovery, he realized that nothing on his person had been stolen. His two most important Pokémon and his Team Rocket-issued watch were still with him. The only new thing was a small backpack placed next to him. It was just an ordinary backpack, not a space-type item, and it contained only two things, a flare gun and an unopened envelope. After Sato opened the envelope and read its contents, he understood where he was and why he had ended up there. Inside the envelope was a map that had been folded several times. It was a hand-drawn map of Viridian Forest, and it was incredibly detailed, showing various terrains in great clarity. Unfortunately, there was no information about the locations of Pokémon habitats. From the information on the map, it was clear that this was only a partial map. His current location was marked with a red star, and nearby dangerous areas were indicated with skull symbols, both white and red. Lastly, there were several triangular markers, all of which were located in areas marked with red skulls. It's worth mentioning that the grassland Sato was currently in was marked with a white skull on the map. When he flipped the map over, it turned into a letter. Judging from the elegant handwriting, it appeared to be written by a woman. The letter's content was roughly this: Sato was now undergoing a 2-week wilderness survival trial. If he chose to give up, he could use the flare gun to call for help at any time. The consequence of failing the trial would be the confiscation of his Pokémon and being demoted to a menial role. At the same time, the letter clearly stated that the green triangular markers represented mission items. He had to collect all these items within the specified time, otherwise, even if he survived the 2 weeks, he would still fail the wilderness survival trial. This is really sudden. They knocked us out without a word and threw us into this place. Looks like this is the real deal, a proper wilderness survival training. After reading the letter, Sato thought with a serious expression. Then, based on the information from the map, Sato stood still, using his body as a substitute for a stick and relying on the shadow casting method to determine direction from the sun. He quickly set off toward the nearest supply cache. As soon as Sato began to move away from his original position, a Pidgeot that had been circling above him suddenly flashed with a glint of light in its eyes. With a flap of its wings, it sped off toward the north. Shortly after the Pidgeot flew away, the eerie silence in the grassland was broken, and the usual noise returned. A rustling sound began to emerge from various directions in the grass. Already awake? Huh? Good. Let's see how capable you really are. If you can't even get through this, there's no way you'll be able to hold your own against the monsters in the rookie tournament. You'd just be a passing, insignificant background character at best. Seeing the Pidgeot return, Sophia, who was now standing on a lone peak, stroked the bird's head and muttered to herself, her expression somewhat gloomy. In the dense grass over a meter high, Sato was crouching as he carefully moved through it. Even though he had a Zubat capable of battling, as an ordinary human, he still felt quite uneasy. The reason was simple: Zubat, being a wild Pokémon, wasn't well adapted to strong sunlight yet. Until it evolved into Golbat, which had better tolerance for bright light, its battle capabilities would be significantly reduced in such intense sunlight. Moreover, this clearly seemed to be the deeper part of Viridian Forest. All he could see were deserted wilderness areas with no sign of human activity, which meant that strong wild Pokémon could appear at any moment. Sato's Zubat was currently at level 15. It could use Supersonic, Gust, and Shadow Ball effectively, which would be more than enough against Pokémon in the safe zone. However, in a dangerous area like this, surrounded by threats, those moves seemed insufficient. These factors were making Sato feel anxious. There was also the fact that this was his first time walking alone in such a perilous wilderness, making it hard not to feel some tension and unease. Sato also noticed that ever since he left the spot where he had fainted, he had felt a vague sense that something in the surrounding tall grass was watching him. It was a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, and the occasional rustling from the grass only heightened his growing unease. Sato had studied the map carefully, so he knew this grassland was part of the danger zone. The skull symbol marked on the map indicated a threat he wasn't yet capable of handling. Upon thinking a bit more, Sato quickly realized that the fact he had lain unconscious in the middle of Viridian Forest for so long without being attacked by wild animals or Pokémon was likely due to someone protecting him from nearby. Now that he had moved away from where he had fainted, it signaled the end of his protection. From now on, he would have to face all the dangers alone. I need to get out of this glaringly bright area as soon as possible and find a safe place to rest before nightfall. Otherwise, who knows if I'll make it through the night, Sato thought to himself. By now, Sato had already changed out of his Team Rocket Grunt uniform and into a set of camouflage clothes. He wore a hooded camouflage cloak and carried a gleaming hunting knife in his hand. This set of equipment was something Sato had bought in preparation for wilderness training, spending 500 points to acquire it. He had 3 sets of clothes for changing, along with various tools useful for survival in the wild. Thanks to his camouflage clothing, which blended in with the surrounding grass, Sato managed to create a visual illusion of being part of the environment at least when he stayed still. Step by step, Sato had traveled more than 500 meters east, when he finally saw the edge of the forest in the distance. However, the rustling sounds in the surrounding grass had grown louder. Suddenly, a large Raticate leaped out from the grass to Sato's side, its sharp front teeth gleaming in the sunlight as it charged at him. Its narrow eyes glinted with a greedy look, as though it were eyeing a rare delicacy. It was clear that the omnivorous Raticate had already deemed Sato, who appeared harmless, as prey. However, instead of panicking, Sato's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He sidestepped with perfect timing, easily avoiding Raticate's attack, and swiftly slashed at it with his sharp hunting knife. Instantly, a sharp screech echoed out as Sato's blade left a shallow wound on Raticate's body, causing crimson blood to spill from the now missed attack. In fact, hidden beneath Sato's camouflage cloak was Zubat, perched on his back. It had already alerted him to the incoming attack as Raticate approached. As Raticate fell to the ground, missing its target, Sato quickly used the system's scanning ability to gather information on his opponent. Raticate information. Pokémon, Raticate. Level, 23. Type, Normal. Ability, Guts. Gender, Male. Known moves, Swords Dance, Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Scary Face, Bite, Pursuit, Hyper Fang, Assurance. From the information available, it's clear this Raticate was fairly ordinary. It hadn't inherited any special moves or learned any that can't be acquired through leveling up. However, this Raticate was quite robust and clearly wasn't weak, having evolved from the numerous wild Rattata in the wild. Its level was 23, which was 8 levels higher than Sato's Zubat, giving it a distinct level advantage. For Sato, this sturdy Raticate, about the size of a fully grown watchdog, posed a significant threat. Its huge incisors, capable of easily biting through steel and concrete, could undoubtedly end Sato's life with ease. This wild Raticate, having survived in the wilderness so far, was ferociously aggressive. Even after being injured by Sato's hunting knife, it showed no fear. Instead, its eyes flashed with a murderous red gleam. After its initial sneak attack failed, the Raticate steadied itself, jumped up from the ground, and was instantly surrounded by a white light. Its speed dramatically increased as it used Quick Attack to close the distance with Sato. As it neared, its large incisors gleamed white again, aiming straight for Sato with a lethal Hyper Fang. The Raticate moved like lightning, its speed too fast for Sato to track in his normal state. But as it attacked, Sato focused intensely, using his heightened reflexes to pinpoint the Raticate's movements. Zubat, use Gust head-on. Having determined the Raticate's attack direction, Sato immediately commanded the Zubat, which had already flown out from under his cloak, to engage. At Sato's command, Zubat skillfully channeled the flying-type energy around it, summoning a 2.6-meter-wide white whirlwind. The airborne Raticate, unable to avoid it, charged straight into the swirling gust. Ultimately, the Raticate failed to break through Zubat's fully powered gust attack. Its entire body was swept up into the white whirlwind, caught in its spinning force, while being continuously buffeted by the flying-type energy within the wind. When Zubat's gust ended, the dizzy Raticate tumbled to the ground, staggering as it struggled to stay upright, now covered in shallow cuts from the wind blades. Although Zubat's gust had landed perfectly, the level difference meant it hadn't caused much damage to Raticate. Still, in battles like this, the weaker side is not without the chance of winning unless there is a huge power gap. Positions of strength and weakness can shift at any moment due to unforeseen factors, and once the tide of battle shifts, it's difficult to turn it back. Now, Sato and Zubat, initially the underdogs, had gained the upper hand. The reason? The Raticate, still dazed from being freed from the whirlwind, was clearly disoriented. Sato seized the opportunity, instructing Zubat to unleash another gust. And so, a loop began. The Raticate was repeatedly caught and lifted into the air by Zubat's gust, and due to its lack of long-range attacks, it could only watch helplessly as it was controlled until it finally lost the ability to fight. 2 minutes later, the Raticate, now drenched in its own blood, collapsed at the feet of Sato and his Zubat. However, before Sato or his now fatigued Zubat could catch their breath, having been in the sunlight for a while, the rustling of grass nearby started again. Suddenly, Zubat let out a sharp warning screech as a massive purple figure shot out from the grass to Sato's side, instantly devouring the fallen Raticate in one bite. In that moment, a deadly sense of threat surged through Sato's mind. At the top of a long and thick purple body was a massive, menacing head. Its wide, gaping mouth was filled with sharp, poisonous fangs. A colorful, eerie snake pattern on its chest glowed ominously, and its narrow pupils reflected only greed and cruelty. This was an Arbok, a top predator that ruled this patch of grassland. The battle between Zubat and Raticate had attracted the attention of this predator, and the scent of Raticate's blood further ignited its hunger. Now, after swallowing the tasty Raticate in one gulp, it had spotted a new, rare delicacy in front of it, and the killing intent radiating from its body was unmistakable. Facing the massive purple snake, with its head towering above him, Sato felt a chilling cold wash over him, his face breaking out in cold sweat. Especially when his gaze met the Arbok's cold, heartless eyes, an unfamiliar sense of deep fear stirred within him. Sato bit his lip, using the pain to push the fear away. A faint blue glimmer flashed in his eyes as he quickly scanned the Arbok's data. Realizing the sheer danger he faced, one thought dominated his mind: escape. Arbok's info. Pokémon, Arbok. Level, 35. Type, Poison. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Moves known: Crunch, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, Thunder Fang, Bind, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Leer, Screech, Acid, Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up, Acid Spray, Venoshock, Tutor, Double Team, Tutor. Compared to this Arbok, Zubat stood no chance. The level difference was a staggering 20 levels, completely overpowering Zubat in every way. There was no possibility of victory. Without hesitation, after analyzing the Arbok's data, Sato turned and sprinted toward the nearby forest with Zubat, pushing himself to run at full speed. Seeing its prey fleeing, Arbok's cold eyes gleamed with a cruel, almost human-like amusement. It preferred its meals fresh, especially those full of hot, pulsing blood. That was its favorite kind of prey. After Sato covered a short distance, the Arbok finally began its pursuit. This entire patch of grassland was its hunting ground, and it knew the terrain like the back of its hand. Its snake-like movements through the tall grass were swift and fluid, as if gliding effortlessly. In just a few seconds, the gap between Arbok and Sato, initially over 50 meters, shrank to just a few meters. Meanwhile, the forest ahead was still over 100 meters away. At this rate, Sato would be caught long before he reached the safety of the trees. Damn it! This snake is way too fast. I need to slow it down, or I'll be caught before I make it to the forest. Sato thought frantically as he saw Arbok's massive body closing in behind him. Zubat, use Gust to slow it down. Be careful, don't engage it directly. Just circle it from the air, and make sure it doesn't hit you. With no other choice, Sato gritted his teeth and commanded Zubat to confront Arbok. Zubat, following Sato's orders without hesitation, flew out from beneath his cloak and into the air. Having spent some time sheltered by Sato's cloak, its energy had partially recovered. Facing the strongest enemy it had ever encountered, Zubat immediately went all out, gathering flying-type energy to create a 3-meter-wide white whirlwind on Arbok's path as it gave chase. But Arbok, being a level 35 Pokémon, was far more powerful than the Raticate from before. Zubat's full power gust only managed to hold Arbok back for 3 seconds before the mighty serpent broke through the white whirlwind. With a fierce burst of speed, Arbok then spat a toxic acid spray arrow toward the airborne Zubat. The foul-smelling, venomous projectile shot through the air with incredible speed. Before Zubat could fully react, the acidic arrow was already upon it. Sensing the imminent danger, Zubat instinctively used Protect to defend itself. In an instant, a green energy shield enveloped Zubat's entire body, just as Arbok's acid arrow hit it. The next second, a sizzling sound erupted as the acid made contact with the shield, showing signs of corrosion. Fortunately, Zubat's protective shield held, allowing it to narrowly escape Arbok's attack, flying higher into the air. Meanwhile, with Zubat buying him time, Sato was now within 20 meters of the forest's edge, sprinting at full speed. Seeing that its prey was about to escape its territory, Arbok shifted its attention away from the small, insignificant Zubat and refocused on Sato. Suddenly, the pattern on Arbok's chest began to shift, and its speed surged. In just a second, Arbok crossed over 30 meters, rapidly closing in on Sato. As it neared, it shot another acid arrow from its mouth, aimed straight at Sato. Rather than let its prey escape, Arbok would prefer to destroy it, even though prey tainted by its own acid wouldn't taste as good. It was a shame, really it wouldn't be able to savor the most delicious, fresh meat. A sharp screech pierced the air. Seeing that Arbok was launching an acid arrow at Sato, and unable to intercept it in time, Zubat resorted to emitting a loud warning cry. At the same time, it launched a shadow ball attack towards Arbok. Thanks to Zubat's timely warning and the deadly threat he sensed behind him, Sato instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly dodging Arbok's acid arrow. As Sato dodged, Zubat, desperately chasing Arbok from the sky, unleashed a barrage of large, egg-sized shadow balls. Since mastering the technique, Zubat's attacks had improved significantly, and it could now shoot up to 15 in rapid succession, compared to its previous limit of 8. This time, Zubat's long-range attack was a 15-shot volley, each shadow ball well-aimed, with an impressive 90% accuracy. Though Zubat's egg-sized shadow balls weren't particularly powerful, even when they hit Arbok, they didn't deal much damage. However, they were annoying, like a mosquito, stinging and buzzing around constantly, drawing Arbok's attention. As the ruler of this patch of grassland, Arbok was naturally not the patient type. With Zubat continuously pestering it with shadow balls, Arbok's temper flared. It turned its attention toward Zubat and unleashed a flurry of acid arrows in retaliation. A barrage of acid arrows shot toward Zubat from various angles. Given that Arbok's acid was potent enough to melt through Protect, it was clear that if Zubat got hit, the outcome would be disastrous. However, thanks to Sato's recent training sessions with Zubat, they had prepared for this very situation. Anticipating Arbok's counterattack, Zubat remained calm and summoned a whirlwind shield, a white vortex spinning counterclockwise around it, deflecting all the incoming acid arrows. The strong winds not only deflected the acid but even sent some of it back towards Arbok, forcing it to dodge its own attack. Arbok, fully aware of how dangerous its acid was, couldn't risk letting any touch it, as the corrosive effect would override the poison-type immunity. While Arbok was preoccupied with fending off Zubat, Sato finally reached the edge of the grassland and disappeared into the dense forest. In the end, Zubat, taking advantage of its ability to fly, escaped into the dark dense forest as well, leaving Arbok behind, frustrated and unable to pursue. Seeing that his easy meal had somehow flown away, and the annoying mosquito had also escaped his grasp, Arbok was furious. However, despite his anger, Arbok lingered for a while at the border between the grassland and the forest. Upon noticing deep claw marks on several tree trunks, he ultimately decided to abandon the chase after Sato and Zubat. Pokémon respect territorial boundaries. If Arbok were to recklessly invade another's territory, it would likely provoke an attack from the other powerful Pokémon residing there. For example, the forest bordering Arbok's territory was home to a powerful Ursaring, who ruled this patch of forest as its sovereign. The mere thought of Ursaring's terrifying strength and aggressive nature sent a wave of fear through Arbok. Reluctantly, he withdrew back to his own domain. Meanwhile, Sato and Zubat were hiding in the dense canopy of a nearby tree. Thanks to Zubat's echolocation abilities, Sato was aware that the immediate danger had passed. However, his tension remained high. After feeding Zubat a poke block to help it recover its strength, Sato took out his laptop from his Team Rocket-issued watch. Using its infrared detection system in combination with Zubat's ultrasonic scans, he began surveying the area. The question of why Arbok hadn't continued the chase had lingered in Sato's mind ever since Arbok stopped at the forest's edge. After some thought and observation of the nearby claw-marked tree trunks, Sato quickly realized the answer. Clearly, Arbok hadn't spared him out of kindness. It was the fear of some powerful entity within the forest that had deterred him, and that dangerous being was likely the Pokémon responsible for the claw marks on the trees. It seems I've stumbled into another powerful Pokémon's territory. Hopefully, the owner of this land won't pop up in front of me like Arbok did, Sato thought, now understanding the situation. Perhaps due to Arbok's presence, the nearby wildlife had sensed the impending danger and either fled or hidden away. As a result, the area within 100 meters of Sato's position remained eerily quiet for the next 7 or 8 minutes, with no sign of life. Taking advantage of this safe period, Sato and Zubat rested quietly among the dense branches, recovering their strength after the intense ordeal. Sato swore that the events of the past few minutes were the most dangerous he'd ever experienced. Raticate and Arbok, Pokémon he'd always considered mere cannon fodder in the games, had nearly taken his life. Especially Arbok. Had it not been for Zubat's delaying tactics and its last-second warning cry, he would likely have ended up as snake food, and within a few hours, reduced to nothing more than fertilizer. I need to be even more cautious. The reason Arbok appeared was clearly due to the scent of Raticate's blood. From now on, battles must be resolved quickly. If I encounter another situation like that, I won't survive, no matter how many lives I have, Sato reflected, analyzing the events that had just transpired. The forest around him was full of towering trees, with thick, lush canopies. Because of this, sunlight from the sky above could only penetrate the forest in slivers, leaving the forest floor dim. When clouds obscured the sun, the forest would grow even darker. Due to the movement of various creatures, the forest floor was crisscrossed with numerous trails, intertwining to form a natural maze. As time passed after Arbok's retreat, signs of life began to return to the forest near Sato. First, a few grass-type Pokémon, having shed their camouflage, emerged from the underbrush. They began wandering along the forest paths, heading in various directions. Soon after, several bug-type Pokémon appeared as well. A large number of Wurmple and Caterpie emerged from their hiding places among the trees, while Beedrill and Butterfree swiftly zipped through the forest. Next, a group of Taillows that had been hiding in the canopy joined the scene, chasing after the newly visible bug types. A few cautious Rattata scurried out from their dens beneath thick layers of leaves, continuing their search for anything edible in the area. In addition to these Pokémon, Sato, still hiding in the tree canopy, also spotted various wild animals in the forest. Birds of different kinds and wild beasts frequently crossed the forest trails below. Before long, the entire forest had returned to life. The sounds of chirping birds, buzzing insects, and the calls of various creatures echoed throughout the woods. With the help of his system's detection capabilities, Sato carefully observed all the Pokémon within his field of vision. He finally let out a small sigh of relief. It was clear that high-level Pokémon like Arbok were rare in this area. Most of the Pokémon in Sato's view were between level 15 and 19, with only a few exceeding level 20. Of course, the vast majority of Wurmple and Caterpie were lower-leveled, ranging from level 5 to 10, although a few larger ones had even surpassed level 10. Note, in the true Pokémon world, evolution doesn't always occur immediately when a Pokémon reaches a certain level. For example, not all Magikarp above level 20 evolve into the fearsome Gyarados. Some even experience premature evolution, like Ash's Charmeleon, who evolved out of sheer rage. After confirming that no unbeatable creatures were nearby, Sato, having rested for nearly half an hour, began to carefully climb down from the tree. Zubat perched on his right shoulder as he ventured down one of the forest trails. During his rest, Sato realized an urgent matter. He was running low on drinking water stored in his Team Rocket-issued watch. Not only did he need to find a safe place to settle before nightfall, but he also needed to find a water source quickly. Otherwise, by nightfall, they would face dehydration. Fortunately, with Zubat's echolocation ability acting as a super radar, finding water wasn't difficult. After Sato explained the situation, Zubat used its long-range sonar to locate a nearby water source. Now, Sato was slowly making his way toward the water, following Zubat's guidance. However, the path to the water was far from peaceful. Water is the source of life, and wherever water exists, so too do signs of activity. The closer Sato got to the water source, the more obvious the presence of other creatures became. Not even 100 meters into his journey down the trail, Sato encountered trouble. A loud buzzing filled the air as the sound of bzzzzzzz reached Sato's ears. Thanks to Zubat's early warning, Sato saw 6 hostile Beedrill blocking his path. Without any warning, these aggressive forest thugs raised their stingers and charged directly at Sato and Zubat. When it came to Beedrill, Sato was more than familiar with this Pokémon. Whether in the games or in the manga, Beedrill always had a high level of popularity, primarily due to its impressive power after Mega Evolution and because it was the ace Pokémon of Giovanni. In the beginning, Sato looked down on Beedrill. A large part of this was because, in the early generations of the games, Beedrill was considered a weak Pokémon. However, after reading the Pokémon Adventures manga, Sato changed his view of Beedrill. The reason? Giovanni's Beedrill had a spectacular showing in the manga, managing to crush Lance's Dragonite and even defeat Deoxys. Later on, it continued to demonstrate incredible battle prowess. It was precisely after reading this manga that Sato became a fan of Giovanni, who in the games was seen as a weak villain boss. Think about it, Beedrill, a Pokémon that most people would dismiss, was trained by Giovanni to such a high level, proving how terrifying Giovanni's skills as a trainer really were. Of course, the Beedrill that caught Giovanni's attention had to be an exceptionally talented one. However, without Giovanni's skillful training, even a Beedrill with great potential wouldn't have become so powerful. As they say, talented horses are common, but brilliant trainers are rare. When Beedrill gained access to Mega Evolution, Sato completely changed his opinion. The Mega Beedrill, with its adaptability ability and incredible attack power and speed, was an undeniable force, an absolute sweeper and finishing tool. In the games, Beedrill with Mega Evolution was a complete turnaround story, going from a weak Pokémon to becoming a powerhouse in competitive play. In this Pokémon world, Beedrill are quite common. Their growth cycle is alarmingly fast. It only takes a little more than a week for a Weedle to evolve into a Beedrill. Additionally, they have decent combat ability. Thus, for many rookie trainers without much background or resources, Beedrill was seen as a quick way to boost their team's strength. Of course, once most trainers got past the difficult early stages, they would abandon Beedrill due to its limited long-term potential, opting instead to train Pokémon with greater potential. There was a time, shortly after Sato arrived in this world, when he thought about capturing a Weedle and training it to become as powerful as Giovanni's Beedrill. But the harsh reality quickly hit him. Giovanni's Beedrill was almost impossible to replicate. Not every Beedrill had the potential to reach Giovanni's Drill's level, and not everyone had access to the same resources and conditions that Giovanni did. Think about it, who is Giovanni? The only son of the first-generation leader of Team Rocket, a favored child of Viridian Forest, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and a genius with special powers. It's clear that, in addition to Drill's natural talent, Giovanni poured endless resources into it, likely treating it with the same care given to pseudo-legendary Pokémon. What does Sato have now? He has only a mind full of Pokémon knowledge and a system that allows him to detect Pokémon data, but without the ability to assess their true potential. The idea of replicating Giovanni's Beedrill legacy seemed as difficult as scaling a treacherous mountain. Sato speculated that Giovanni's ability to raise his Beedrill to such heights might be linked to his special powers, known as the Viridian Force. After all, Giovanni's Beedrill was born in Viridian Forest, and it's likely that this mysterious force influenced its growth. Sometimes, shifting your thinking can lead to unexpected outcomes. If Viridian Forest can bestow its mysterious power on humans, why couldn't it also bestow that power on Pokémon? A Beedrill blessed by Viridian Forest might even have potential beyond that of a pseudo-legendary. However, Sato didn't have the time to dwell on these possibilities. He had to focus on surviving the imminent threat of a coordinated attack by the 6 Beedrill. When the Beedrill appeared, Sato immediately used his system's detection function to gather information on them. After seeing their stats, his tension eased a little. These 6 Beedrill were only around level 17 at best, with nearly identical movesets. They hadn't learned any special moves through breeding or technical instruction. It was clear that these Beedrill were merely patrol grunts in the area, something Sato could handle. Beedrill's data, the highest leveled one, is as follows. Pokémon, Beedrill. Level, 17. Type, Bug/Poison. Ability, Swarm. Gender, Male. Known moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, Bug Bite, Twine Needle, Fury Cutter, Rage, Pursuit. Zubat, use Gust to block the 4 Beedrill in front, then use Protect to shield against the 2 attacking from behind. Facing the sudden ambush from 6 Beedrill, Sato, who had received a warning from Zubat in advance, quickly assessed the situation and issued the best battle command. In the next second, following Sato's instructions, Zubat gathered the flying-type energy around it, summoning a white whirlwind that instantly formed a barrier in front of them. The 4 Beedrill charging from the front crashed straight into the whirlwind. Due to the type advantage, Zubat's gust caused significant damage to the 4 Beedrill. 2 of the weaker ones were thrown outward by the spinning wind and crashed hard to the ground, temporarily losing their ability to battle. The other 2 were left heavily injured. Meanwhile, the 2 Beedrill from behind seized the opportunity. Ignoring Zubat, they aimed their long, poison-tipped stingers directly at Sato, using Twine Needle to launch a left-right assault. With no time to waste, Sato dove forward to avoid the first Drill's attack. He then commanded Zubat to use Protect to block the second Drill's strike. A sharp clang rang out as the second Drill's stingers struck the green energy shield that Zubat had created with Protect. Lacking sufficient power, Drill's attack failed to even crack the barrier. After successfully blocking the Drill's attack, Zubat quickly countered with another gust. This time, the whirlwind spun in the opposite direction, and the Beedrill in front was sucked into it. 2 seconds later, the swirling wind dissipated after moving forward, leaving the Beedrill on the ground, motionless and unable to fight. In just under a minute, half of the 6 Beedrill had been taken down, with the remaining 2 heavily injured. However, Beedrill were notoriously aggressive and known for ganging up on their targets. Sure enough, just as Zubat finished defeating the 3 Grunt Beedrill, Sato saw another group of Beedrill flying toward them, at least 10 more reinforcements. These guys really are as numerous as in the anime. One group shows up, and then a whole swarm follows, Sato remarked helplessly, eyeing the approaching Beedrill reinforcements. Without hesitation, Sato had Zubat use Supersonic on the incoming Beedrill and then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, Zubat following close behind. A smart warrior is a warrior who knows when to retreat. 20 minutes later, Sato finally managed to retreat while fending off the swarm of Beedrill. He was now hiding in a dense patch of grass, using the scent of the greenery and his camouflage suit to stay concealed. Beedrill, in addition to their sharp eyesight due to their compound eyes, also have an exceptionally keen sense of smell. To mask his scent, Sato had rolled on the ground, covering himself in grass sap to blend in with the environment. This method proved to be quite effective. The Beedrill, unable to detect Sato or Zubat, eventually gave up the chase and retreated. It seems I'll have to find another route. The path I took earlier must be within the Beedrill's territory, Sato muttered to himself after all the Beedrill had left. Covered in grass and debris, he cautiously emerged from the thicket. He then carefully retraced his steps using the marks he had left on trees with his hunting knife, returning to a spot a little further from his previous location. This time, with his scent masked by the grass sap and avoiding walking openly on the forest trails, Sato managed to slip past the patrolling Beedrill without being detected. With Zubat's echolocation abilities, Sato chose to move through areas with fewer Beedrill patrols or where no patrols were present. Since he avoided the forest trails and walked through the tall grass, he encountered several wild Pokémon hidden among the vegetation. Most of the Pokémon he came across in the grass were grass types. These Pokémon could blend into their surroundings simply by hiding in the grass, making them incredibly difficult to spot with the naked eye. Fortunately, thanks to Zubat's supersonic ability, Sato could constantly detect these hidden wild Pokémon and react in time. In reality, most grass-type Pokémon are quite gentle by nature. As long as you don't step on them, they tend to ignore you or, if timid, flee in panic. Of course, this isn't always the case. Some grass types have a more aggressive temperament. For instance, when Sato passed through a particularly foul-smelling patch of grass, he encountered a gloom that suddenly appeared and attacked without warning. This gloom had originally been sleeping in a small hole it had dug beneath the grass. Sato's presence must have unintentionally disturbed its slumber as he passed by. Sensing the unfamiliar presence, the gloom immediately resorted to its usual defensive tactic, a foul stench emitted from its opened flower. The sudden wave of noxious odor left Sato feeling nauseous, and he couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Unfortunately, this gloom seemed to be a very sensitive Pokémon. Upon noticing Sato's expression of revulsion, it became enraged, leaping out of the grass and attacking him. The attack began with a revolting, stinky liquid. Judging by the way it melted the surrounding grass on impact, it was clearly acid, a dangerous substance. The liquid flew towards Sato and Zubat, and it was obvious that getting hit by it would be far from pleasant. Faced with this surprise attack from gloom, Sato had no choice but to defend himself. In truth, he didn't want to fight right now. Engaging in battle would attract the attention of the nearby patrolling Beedrill, and he'd once again find himself being chased by a swarm. A faint blue glow appeared in Sato's eyes as he activated his system's detection function, and Gloom's information immediately popped up before him. Pokémon, Gloom. Level, 22. Type, Grass/Poison. Ability, Stench. Hidden ability. Gender, Female. Moves known, Absorb, Growth, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, Secret Power, Egg Move, Synthesis, Egg Move, Nature Power, Tutor. It's a Gloom with the Stench ability, and it inherited Secret Power? How lucky. After reviewing Gloom's information, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Sato's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel thrilled inside. Being a dedicated Pokémon fan, Sato was well aware of the effects of various Pokémon abilities. The Stench ability gives a 10% chance to make the opponent flinch when attacked at close range. Additionally, if a Pokémon with this ability is at the front of your team, it reduces the chance of encountering wild Pokémon by 50%. No wonder the area was filled with a foul odor. It also explained why the patrolling Beedrill and other wild Pokémon seemed to avoid this region. It was all due to this stench ability Gloom living here. While all Gloom emit an unpleasant smell, the stench from a Gloom with the stench ability is far worse than one with the chlorophyll ability. As for Secret Power, its additional effects change based on the terrain. What's more, this move allows the user to create a hidden space in trees, grass, caves, and other landscapes. Secret Base. In the wild, a Pokémon with Secret Power is incredibly useful for a traveling trainer, as it can create a temporary shelter where they can rest. Although Gloom's sudden attack didn't harm Sato, Zubat, having detected the danger with its echolocation, immediately used Protect to shield Sato from the incoming acid. Seeing her attack blocked, Gloom quickly launched another acid attack, this time aiming for Zubat, whose green energy shield had already dissipated. To Sato's surprise, after launching her attack, Gloom turned and tried to flee. Don't let her escape, Zubat. We need to end this quickly. Use Gust to send her acid right back at her. Recognizing the value of this Gloom after reading its information, Sato immediately commanded the eager Zubat. Zubat, having recently gained a lot of battle experience from defeating higher-level Raticate, fighting Arbok, and taking down several Beedrill, had unknowingly risen to level 18 in a short period of time. Due to this level increase, Zubat had automatically learned Confuse Ray. Feeling the surge in power from leveling up, Zubat had grown fond of battling other Pokémon. Now, seeing an opponent challenge him, he was more than happy to oblige. Following Sato's command, Zubat unleashed Gust without hesitation. A white whirlwind, rotating counterclockwise, appeared and successfully trapped Gloom's acid attack, sweeping it into the swirling winds. As Gloom panicked, Zubat directed the wind-laden acid back at her. Despite her attempt to dodge, Gloom's slow movement speed and the powerful gusts made her unable to escape. She, too, was caught in the white whirlwind. Due to the type advantage, Zubat's flying-type Gust dealt massive damage to Gloom's grass-type body. The invisible wind blades within the whirlwind cut her repeatedly, and with her own corrosive acid mixed in, her body showed signs of acid burns. After several seconds, the battered Gloom collapsed to the ground. She struggled to get up, but a great ball swiftly hit her, knocking her down again. The opened Pokeball absorbed Gloom, sealing her inside. As soon as Gloom was absorbed into the great ball, Sato threw. A buzzing sound, bzzz bzzz, came from nearby. Clearly, the commotion had alerted the nearby patrolling Beedrill. TCH, they just don't give up, do they? Zubat, let's show them what we're made of. Use Wing Attack to take one down quickly, then finish the rest fast, Sato ordered as he noticed 3 Beedrill approaching, acting as the vanguard. Upon hearing the command, Zubat flapped its wings powerfully, darting toward the angry Beedrill. As it accelerated, its wings were enveloped in flying-type energy. After a week of training and its recent level up, Zubat's flight speed had improved significantly. In an instant, it appeared behind the Beedrill on the far left, catching it off guard and delivering a powerful strike to its back with its wings. With a sharp whoosh, the beedrill hit by Zubat's wing attack was sent flying, crashing down to the ground, too injured to fly again. The remaining 2 beedrill, instead of retreating, became even more enraged. They charged at Zubat from both sides, attempting to overwhelm it with a pincer attack. However, Zubat had no intention of getting caught. It swiftly used Gust, summoning 2 smaller white whirlwinds that trapped both beedrill. Using the brief moment the whirlwinds bought, Zubat fired 2 shadow balls at each of the trapped beedrill with great force. 3 seconds later, the whirlwinds dissipated, and both beedrill fell to the ground, defeated and unable to battle. Within just 10 seconds, Zubat had managed to defeat all 3 beedrill. At the same time, the high-grade Pokeball on the ground stopped shaking as the red button at its center dimmed with a ding, signaling that Gloom had been successfully captured. Seeing Gloom captured, Sato immediately grabbed the Pokeball and quickly left the area with Zubat by his side. Shortly after Sato departed, a swarm of at least a dozen beedrill arrived at the scene. Upon seeing their injured comrades on the ground, their compound eyes turned blood-red with fury. Under the command of a leading beedrill, the enraged swarm scattered, searching the area for the culprit. Soon, the nearby bushes erupted into chaos as many weaker wild Pokémon fled in terror. The furious beedrill, unable to find the one responsible, began attacking any living creature they encountered indiscriminately. Meanwhile, Sato, the one responsible for the disturbance, was hiding in the dense canopy of a nearby tree. Using the thick leaves as cover and the tree sap he had smeared on himself to mask his scent, he successfully avoided the drill's search once again. Once you understand their behavior, it's easy to avoid them, Sato thought to himself, waiting for Zubat to signal that the beedrill had left. When Zubat confirmed the coast was clear, Sato climbed down from the tree. Without wasting any time, Sato pressed the button on the great ball, releasing Gloom. As soon as the ball opened, a foul stench spread through the area. Instantly, a rustling sound came from the surrounding bushes as nearby wild Pokémon and creatures fled, unable to tolerate the overpowering odor. Gloom, freshly released from the Pokeball, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of anger and sadness. As the wild Pokémon and creatures left, Gloom lowered her head and buried it deep in the grass, looking dejected. Come on, Gloom. Zubat and I are still here, aren't we? This smell is nothing. You're one of my Pokémon now, a part of our team. From now on, let's work together, Sato said, smiling as he and Zubat approached the hiding Gloom. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Though Zubat wasn't entirely unaffected by the stench, hearing his trainer's words encouraged him to endure it. He flapped his wings and chirped at Gloom, welcoming her to the team. Hearing Sato and Zubat's words, Gloom, who had been sulking in the bushes, perked up. Slowly, she emerged, looking timidly at Sato and Zubat. Ever since she evolved from an Oddish into a Gloom, the nearby Pokémon and animals had begun avoiding her. The reason was simple, due to her stench ability, she was several times more pungent than other Glooms. Even her old friends couldn't tolerate the overwhelming smell she emitted, and they started to avoid her. Because of this, she quickly transformed from the once cheerful Oddish into a lonely and self-conscious Gloom. Sato and Zubat were the first creatures since her evolution to say they wanted to be her friends, and this touched her deeply. Don't worry, Gloom. We're partners now. I don't mind your smell at all. Here, take this as a gift, Sato said with a genuine smile, handing Gloom a poke block. To be honest, Sato was initially struggling with the foul odor Gloom was emitting, but after seeing the sadness on her face, caused by being shunned by other Pokémon and creatures, he resolved to endure it. He realized this was a perfect opportunity to bond with the newly caught Gloom. Upon hearing Sato's reassuring words and seeing his sincere smile, Gloom finally believed that Sato truly wanted to be her friend. A smile spread across her face, and she eagerly accepted the sweet-smelling poke block from his hand. Gloom gobbled up the poke block in one bite, her eyes widening with delight. She let out a sound of pure enjoyment, clearly savoring the treat. After about 10 seconds, Gloom snapped out of her blissful state. She noticed that not only was her energy restored, but many of the injuries inflicted by Zubat earlier had healed significantly. It seems you like my gift. I look forward to working with you, Gloom, Sato said as Gloom recovered, extending his right hand toward her. Somehow, both Sato and Zubat had started to adapt to the strong smell. While it was still uncomfortable, it wasn't as unbearable as it had been initially. Gloom. Grateful, Gloom nodded and extended her 2 blue plant-like arms to grasp Sato's hand tightly. She wore a pure, innocent smile on her face. Perhaps in her excitement, Gloom's flower bud opened wider, and an even stronger stench burst forth. Sato, being the closest, was hit by the full force of the smell, causing Zubat to retreat to the safety of a nearby tree branch. All right, Gloom. Welcome to the team. Now, follow my orders and go over there into the sunlight to use synthesis. You need to heal those injuries quickly, Sato said, once again mustering his willpower to endure the smell. He patted Gloom's small blue plant hand before instructing her. Touched that Sato was willing to tolerate her awful smell and still accept her, Gloom's fondness for him grew instantly. She obediently walked over to a patch of sunlight that filtered through the leaves and began using synthesis to heal her wounds. As soon as Gloom moved away, the stench around Sato lessened significantly, making him feel much lighter. At the same time, he gained a bit of confidence about surviving the upcoming 2-week trial in the Viridian Forest. For someone as relatively weak as he was right now, Gloom's stench ability would greatly increase his chances of survival in the forest. Compared to his life, a little bad smell was nothing at all. As soon as the sunlight hit Gloom, she immediately began using synthesis. Her flower and leaves emitted a soft white glow, followed by a gentle green light that enveloped her entire body. Under the glow of this green light, Gloom's injuries began healing at a visible speed. Her synthesis lasted for about 30 seconds, and by the end, her wounds were fully healed, and her energy was restored to peak condition. Grass-type Pokémon really do have incredible recovery abilities. If Zubat had taken that kind of damage, it would have taken hours of healing items and rest to recover, Sato thought, somewhat in awe as he watched Gloom's quick recovery under the sunlight. By this time, Sato had put on a gas mask. It was part of his field gear, originally intended for protection against toxic gases in the forest, but it was now proving useful against Gloom's stench. Earlier, Sato hadn't used the mask because he wanted to build rapport with Gloom. Now that he had earned her trust, he didn't need to endure the stench any longer. With the gas mask filtering the air, he no longer felt the discomfort he had before. Of course, Sato didn't have any prejudice against Gloom. He treated all the Pokémon he captured equally, but under the influence of her overwhelming smell, it was difficult for him to maintain focus. To continue navigating the dangerous forest, he had to take precautions. Once her injuries were healed, Gloom returned to Sato's side. She noticed the mask on his face but didn't seem to understand what it was and didn't give it much thought. Knowing that Sato and Zubat were now her companions, she began to close up her flower, doing her best to contain the stench she emitted. Having lived a lonely life for so long, Gloom had developed a resilient and sensitive heart. She knew how rare it was to find companions who accepted her, so she was determined to treasure them. She wanted to do everything she could to not cause unnecessary trouble for them. Though she still emitted a smell, it was nowhere near as overpowering as before, no longer strong enough to knock out nearby creatures. Noticing the reduced stench, Zubat returned to Sato's side, and Sato quickly removed the gas mask and stored it back in his Team Rocket watch. Over the next few days, he knew he'd need to get used to Gloom's scent. Let's keep moving, Gloom, Sato said with a smile to the Gloom, who was trying hard to suppress her odor. He gestured for Zubat to lead the way, heading toward the water source. Gloom happily nodded, following closely behind Sato. From now on, she wouldn't have to live alone anymore. She would go wherever her companions went. Thanks to Gloom's stench ability, their journey proceeded smoothly, with no wild Pokémon obstructing them. Even the Beedrill patrolling the area turned a blind eye, ignoring them because of the strong smell surrounding them. After about half an hour of walking, Sato and his team finally reached the water source. They had crossed the forest and arrived at the banks of a fast-flowing river. The riverbank was covered in pebbles, and the sound of the rushing water echoed in their ears. A breeze carried the mist from the river toward them, and before long, Sato's clothes were damp as he collected water from the river. After filling several large bottles with river water, Sato quickly moved away from the riverbank and began preparing lunch in a clearing near the forest, shaded by large trees. As they walked and paused along the way, the time had already passed noon. Both Sato and Zubat were extremely hungry by this point, and the young Nidoran inside the Pokeball was likely feeling the same. Come on out, Nidoran, Sato said, releasing Nidoran from the Pokeball after Gloom had spread her foul-smelling liquid around the area to mark their territory, and Zubat had used echolocation to confirm their safety. After 2 days of careful care, the young Nidoran had grown quite a bit. What was once a tiny creature that could fit in the palm of Sato's hand had now grown to about 15 times that size. As soon as Nidoran emerged, he dashed straight into Sato's arms, his eyes welling up with tears, a clear sign that he was about to throw a tantrum. Sato, who had been taking care of Nidoran for the past 2 days, recognized the signs immediately. With a practiced hand, he produced an energy poke block and popped it into Nidoran's open mouth just in time. Satisfied with the delicious treat, Nidoran's mood changed instantly. He happily nuzzled his little head into Sato's chest, showing his affection. Let me introduce you to a new companion, Sato said after a brief moment of cuddling. He lifted Nidoran from his arms and turned to Gloom. This is Gloom, your new teammate. Be sure to get along well. And Gloom, this is Nidoran. He's still a child, so I hope you'll take care of him. Nidoran, still a young and innocent Pokémon, was thrilled to meet a new friend. He paid no mind to Gloom's lingering stench and eagerly approached her, greeting her with enthusiasm. Gloom, equally pleased to have another companion who accepted her, was overjoyed. She tried her best to suppress her odor and even offered some of the sweet nectar she had stored as a gift for Nidoran. Before long, the two Pokémon were getting along and playing happily. Gloom, with her gentle nature, played the role of a caring older sister, indulging Nidoran as they played together. Zubat, on the other hand, remained his usual calm and composed self. He didn't join in the play but stayed perched upside down on a tree branch, dutifully following Sato's orders and using his echolocation to keep a watchful eye on their surroundings. A few minutes later, Sato had finished preparing lunch for his Pokémon. Zubat's meal consisted of rich blood, Nidoran's was a bottle of Moltank milk and a premium poison-type Pokémon food, and Gloom's was a bowl of fresh water along with some nutrient-rich river mud. It's worth mentioning that to avoid attracting strong, carnivorous Pokémon due to the smell of blood, Sato had taken extra precautions with Zubat's meal. He had pierced a small hole in the lid of the bottle containing the blood and inserted a straw that fit perfectly into the hole. This way, Zubat could enjoy his meal without the scent of blood leaking into the air. As for Gloom's food, Sato had initially thought of giving her the same high-quality poison-type food that Nidoran loved, but Gloom seemed to prefer water, sunlight, and soil. So, Sato had no choice but to provide her with fresh water and rich riverbank mud. When Gloom ate, she behaved like a typical plant Pokémon. She buried her roots into the soil and absorbed the water and nutrients from the ground, while also using sunlight for photosynthesis to produce organic matter and fulfill her nutritional needs. Sato figured that, since Gloom was a grass-type Pokémon and her entire body was plant-based, her biological structure was surely different from that of other flesh and blood Pokémon. As he thought about how to care for her in the future, he realized that fertile soil and top-quality fertilizer would be essential for her growth. While the three Pokémon were happily enjoying their meals, Sato gathered some dry branches and leaves from the nearby bushes. Using the smooth pebbles he had collected earlier, he set up a makeshift stove. Then, from his Team Rocket watch, he pulled out a large iron pot. He filled it with river water and, using his lighter, started a fire to boil the water. Sato was very conscious of food hygiene. While Gloom, being a grass-type Pokémon, could probably drink straight from the river, he, Zubat, and the young Nidoran could not. Getting sick from contaminated water in the middle of nowhere could be extremely dangerous, so boiling the water was essential before they could drink it. As the water boiled, Sato pulled out his own meal, a type of compressed biscuit made from whole grains. Though quite nutritious and filling, these biscuits weren't the tastiest. Additionally, they made you extremely thirsty, so after finishing one, Sato had to gulp down large amounts of the boiled water. Lunch didn't take Sato long. In just a few minutes, he finished his meal, and after a few swigs of water, he pulled out the trial map and his laptop. Sato began cross-referencing the map provided for the trial with his own memories and used basic drawing software to create a more detailed map. His custom map was more precise than the one provided, noting the Pokémon distributions along his path. So far, his map consisted of 3 parts. The first was the grassy area where they had started, inhabited by many Rattata and dominated by a powerful Arbok. The second part was the forest, though he had only explored a small section of it so far. Based on his observations, this part of the forest appeared to be Beedrill territory, though it was likely just the edge of their domain. Judging by the claw marks on the trees between the grassland and the forest, and how the Arbok had decided to stop chasing them, Sato suspected that a powerful Ursaring ruled the forest. The Beedrill swarm might even be under the protection of this Ursaring. The third part was the river they were currently near. According to the mission-provided map, this river was home to extremely dangerous Pokémon, indicated by the red skull marking it as a high-level threat. In this trial, Sato not only had to survive for 2 weeks but also find scattered mission items on the map. The nearest item to him was somewhere in this forest. What could this mission item look like? Finding it in this huge forest is going to be tough. Sato sighed, feeling a bit helpless as he studied the map, where 3 green triangle markers were placed in the forest. Sato was well aware of his current strength. Zubat was level 18, the newly caught Gloom was level 22, and the still young Nidoran was just level 1. That meant he only had 2 Pokémon capable of fighting. Despite his small exploration area, he had already encountered a nearly unbeatable Beedrill swarm. If he wanted to explore the forest fully, he would need to quickly strengthen his team. The fastest way to do that would be to capture more powerful Pokémon. However, Sato knew that as a rookie trainer, and with his current resources, simply caring for the 3 Pokémon he already had was stretching his limits, especially since he was running low on points. Fortunately, Gloom didn't require many resources to care for, so there was room for 1 more Pokémon on his team. But catching a strong Pokémon was no easy task. Even if he managed to catch one, unless he defeated it fairly in battle, any powerful Pokémon caught through underhanded tactics wouldn't respect him. Gaining their trust and getting them to follow orders would be nearly impossible. Moreover, Sato had chosen to pursue the elite trainer path. He wasn't interested in Pokémon with mediocre potential, and he would never capture one that didn't meet his standards. In fact, if Gloom hadn't possessed the rare hidden ability Stench, which was proving to be incredibly useful, and the uncommon move Secret Power, Sato wouldn't have considered capturing her. Her physical development was too poor. Compared to other Glooms, she was undersized and had initially given Sato the impression that her potential was lacking. After understanding that Gloom's small size was likely due to her self-esteem issues caused by her Stench ability, Sato felt much more sympathetic. Clearly, she had been isolating herself for a long time, which affected her growth, but it had nothing to do with her true potential. As a devoted Pokémon fan, Sato had his own set of principles and standards. He greatly admired Ash's sincere approach to his Pokémon, treating all of them equally with care and respect. On the other hand, he strongly disliked Paul's behavior, who would capture Pokémon only to release them if they didn't meet his standards. In Sato's view, a trainer must take full responsibility for their Pokémon. Pokémon are companions, and once captured, it's the trainer's duty to care for them and work hard to train them into strong partners. At the same time, since they are companions, trainers should respect their Pokémon's decisions. If a Pokémon chooses to leave, the trainer should give them a heartfelt farewell and let them go. The mission item can wait for now. The most important thing is to establish a foothold in Viridian Forest and focus on strengthening Zubat, Gloom, and Nidoran as much as possible, Sato thought to himself after careful consideration. He then closed his laptop and started pouring the now boiled water into a large steel thermos. Sato had devised an effective plan for leveling up his Pokémon. Nearby, there was a beedrill swarm that had repeatedly attacked them without provocation, which Sato found rather annoying. He decided that over the next few days, he would use this beedrill swarm as a sharpening stone to train his Pokémon while also exploring the forest thoroughly. After all, to find the mission item, he would eventually have to search the entire forest, which would inevitably lead to battles with some of the powerful Pokémon that controlled the area. Another key consideration was that Nidoran had less than 5 days left before reaching the end of his juvenile phase. Sato wanted to use this survival trial as an opportunity to train his future ace Pokémon properly. Nidoran's ability is Hustle, which he will retain when evolving into Nidorino, but it will change to Sheer Force once he becomes a Nidoking. For this reason, Sato needed to quickly raise Nidoran's strength so he could evolve as soon as possible. From his time in Viridian Forest, Sato had realized that Pokémon couldn't rely solely on training. True strength came from battling other Pokémon. Zubat was a great example of this. After a week of intensive training at the base, his level had only increased from 12 to 15. However, after a few real battles, Zubat's level had shot up to 18. Of course, this was partly because the Pokémon they encountered now were much stronger. Once Zubat's level caught up to the average level of the surrounding Pokémon, it would be harder to continue leveling up by simply battling weaker opponents. At that point, Sato would need to find similarly strong Pokémon to challenge. Additionally, any new moves learned through leveling up would require time to master. Zubat's most reliable moves at the moment were Supersonic, Gust, and Shadow Ball. Depending on just these moves to handle any future enemies they might encounter was unrealistic. While Zubat could still handle bug-type Pokémon like Beedrill, if they encountered a stronger opponent like Arbok, which had a natural level advantage, Zubat would struggle to secure a win. Therefore, both training and battles were equally important. The former was the foundation for the latter, and neglecting it could lead to serious consequences in battle, even risking the Pokémon's life due to a lack of solid fundamentals. Unpredictable things happen. Just as Sato had filled 2/3 of the pot with boiling water, the sky suddenly darkened. In the nearby sky, a dark cloud was rapidly expanding. At the same time, the nearby river showed signs of unusual activity, becoming much more turbulent. The waves crashing along the shore were nearly reaching the edge of the forest. Gloom, sensitive to weather changes, immediately rushed to Sato's side and pointed to the quickly gathering dark clouds in the sky, trying to tell him that rain was imminent. I see. We need to find a place to shelter from the rain. Come back, Nidoran, Sato said, nodding to Gloom, who had come to warn him. He then used a Pokeball to recall the shivering Nidoran, who had been trembling in his arms. The sudden weather shift made Sato believe that a battle between powerful water-type Pokémon was taking place nearby. Only exceptionally strong water-type Pokémon could create such a large-scale downpour so quickly. Because Gloom knew the move's secret power, which could create secret bases in trees, grass, and caves, Sato took advantage of this and quickly approached a nearby tree. The tree was so large it would take 5 or 6 people to encircle it. Its diameter was about 5 or 6 meters. Thanks to the mysterious protective force within Viridian Forest, it remained untouched by human destruction, and most of the forest remained in its original, untouched state. Please, Gloom, use secret power on this tree, Sato requested, once he climbed onto a thick branch of the large tree. Following Sato's command, Gloom immediately placed her small blue hands on the tree trunk. A white light began to radiate from her body. The next second, a soft rustling sound echoed from within the tree. This sound continued for about 10 seconds before fading, and the white light on Gloom's hands also dimmed. Once the glow had completely faded, Gloom easily peeled away an oval-shaped piece of bark from the trunk. After removing the bark, a large amount of foam-like wood shavings poured out from the inside. After about 10 seconds of clearing, a hollow space of about 5 or 6 square meters appeared in front of Sato. Gloom had created the tree hollow with great care, leaving the outer bark intact and only clearing out the interior of the trunk. As a result, there was no need to worry about the tree losing structural support and toppling over. Amazing power. Well done, Gloom. You deserve a good rest. Return to your Pokeball. Sato praised Gloom and then recalled her into the Pokeball. He and Zubat then entered the tree hollow and replaced the oval-shaped bark piece back into place seamlessly. To keep the air flowing, Sato used a hunting knife to create several small ventilation holes in the still thick trunk, which he eventually shaped into a small window. With a door, the oval bark, a window, and space, a little treehouse was born. Since the tree was near the river, and Sato's treehouse was high enough, he could see the river and its banks through the small window. By this time, a strong wind had started to blow outside, and the rustling of the leaves was very loud. A minute later, the rain, which had been falling in the distance, finally reached them. A torrential downpour immediately began to fall from the dark clouds above. As the rain fell heavily from the sky, the river's water level rose quickly, and the flow became even more rapid. Soon, the riverbanks, covered with pebbles, were submerged by the rising water, and the floodwaters began to creep toward the edge of the forest. Due to the sudden rainfall, many fish and water-type Pokémon living in the river began to surface because of a lack of oxygen. From inside the treehouse, Sato could clearly see the river's situation using the infrared camera on his laptop, which displayed the image on the screen. Magikarp, Goldeen, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Seeking, Kingler, Wooper, Quagsire, and many other common water-type Pokémon of the Kanto region appeared in front of Sato, opening his eyes to the variety. However, one Pokémon that suddenly appeared in the image caught Sato's attention. What an unexpected discovery. There's a wild Squirtle living in this river. Wait, is that a Mudcup? There are wild Mudcup here too. Sato's heart filled with joy when he saw the Squirtle in the still image on his laptop screen, but he was utterly shocked when he saw the Mudcup. Squirtle is one of the Kanto region's starter Pokémon, so Sato wasn't surprised to see it in the river within Viridian Forest. But Mudcup, a starter Pokémon from the Hone region, separated by an ocean from Kanto, was a surprising discovery. Unfortunately, the Mudcup seemed to be incredibly rare in this river. Sato had only seen it appear once on his laptop screen, while the Squirtle had appeared no less than a dozen times, indicating that there were quite a few Squirtle living in the river. The torrential downpour had been going on for more than an hour, but the dark clouds above showed no sign of dispersing. The sky was still ominously black, and intermittent thunder began rumbling. Watching the harsh conditions outside through his laptop, Sato's expression turned serious. He knew that without Gloom's secret power to help him create this temporary shelter from the rain, he might have been soaked to the bone and in great danger. In the rain, Zubat's combat power was severely weakened. If Sato encountered any malicious grass or water-type Pokémon during this weather, the consequences could be dire. Boom! A loud clap of thunder echoed, momentarily illuminating the entire landscape. At that moment, Sato's pupils shrank as he stared at the laptop screen. A raging Gyarados and a Poliwrath, its entire body covered in a flowing current, had appeared on Sato's screen. The two powerful Pokémon had fought their way downstream to this area. From the looks of it, the massive Gyarados was being overpowered by the smaller Poliwrath. In the rain, the speed of the Poliwrath was unbelievable. It could walk and accelerate on the surface of the turbulent river as if it were flat ground. Every punch from its iron fists, as large as sandbags, sent the Gyarados flying a short distance, causing it to roar in pain and fury. The enraged Gyarados had almost completely lost its mind. Its crazed red eyes glowed like blood as it continuously fired hyper beams and hydro pumps from its mouth. However, due to Poliwrath's agility, these attacks missed entirely and instead wreaked havoc on the surrounding environment. For a while, the wild Pokémon in the area, whether they had been sheltering from the rain or just moving around, either trembled in place or fled in panic in the opposite direction, not daring to interrupt the fierce battle. Only a few powerful Pokémon dared to watch from the riverbank, including a massive Ursaring standing about 4 to 5 meters tall, its body covered with scars, not far from Sato. This is incredible. Such a high-level battle, Sato muttered, his face showing a hint of yearning as he watched the intense fight on the screen. The battle between the two powerful water-type Pokémon was both fierce and spectacular. The only regret Sato had was that he couldn't witness the entire battle, as the Poliwrath was fighting while retreating, seemingly intentionally leading the enraged Gyarados downstream. As a result, the two powerful water-type Pokémon didn't stay in the section of the river Sato could observe with his laptop for long and soon disappeared from the screen. However, Sato had recorded everything he could see of the battle without missing a detail. He believed that by analyzing and understanding this battle footage, he would learn a great deal. As the two powerful water-type Pokémon gradually moved away, the dark clouds overhead also began to dissipate. About 20 minutes later, the torrential downpour eased, and the swollen river began to return to its normal state as the rainwater ceased to flow. Once the rain stopped, Sato put away his laptop into his Rocket Team watch and opened the treehouse door. With Zubat's assistance, he carefully climbed down the now somewhat slippery tree trunk to the ground. The rain had only just stopped, so the forest floor was still soaked. Whether it was the grass, wildflowers, or trees, everything was covered in countless droplets of water. With the sun now breaking through the clouds, the entire forest shimmered like a jeweled landscape. Sato walked quickly through the forest, his rapid footsteps creating a splashing didada sound as he hurried toward the riverbank. At this moment, the many pebbles on the riverbank were still partially submerged under a thin layer of water. There was a reason Sato rushed to the riverbank right after the rain stopped. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could find a decent water-type Pokémon washed ashore in the aftermath. From the video displayed on his laptop screen, Sato had clearly seen many water-type Pokémon that were caught off guard and injured, getting thrown onto the riverbank. Of course, most of these unfortunate water-type Pokémon were victims of the enraged Gyarados, who had taken out its anger on them. These injured Pokémon were now easy pickings for Sato. Sure enough, as soon as Sato reached the riverbank, he saw a number of water-type Pokémon lying wounded on the pebbled shore. Too injured to return to the river, they were stranded. However, Sato was somewhat disappointed to find that these unfortunate water-type Pokémon were all common species from Kanto. Magikarp were by far the most numerous, making up half of them. Then there were Goldeen, Poliwag, and Kingler. As for the Squirtle and Mudcup Sato had hoped to find, there wasn't even a trace of them. Come out, Gloom. You and Zubat stay by my side, Sato said, immediately releasing Gloom. With Gloom and Zubat by his side, he strode toward the riverbank. Seeing the injured situation along the riverbank, Sato was secretly thrilled. However, to be cautious, he released Gloom to stand guard, given her grass-type advantage. Using the system's detection function, Sato carefully scanned the water-type Pokémon on the riverbank. Unfortunately, none of them had impressive strength or potential. The best among them was a Goldeen with a rare egg move, but it was far too small. Sato needed a water-type Pokémon that could help him cross the river, and a Pokémon that small simply wouldn't cut it. However, Sato's disappointment didn't last long. He quickly let it go. After all, it was rare to find a Pokémon with excellent potential. He had already been lucky enough to obtain 2 Pokémon with hidden abilities. It seems that after finding Gloom as a pleasant surprise, my luck has run out for today, Sato joked to himself. Nonetheless, he carefully returned the injured water-type Pokémon that couldn't make it back to the river on their own. Even though he didn't find any valuable water-type Pokémon, Sato couldn't just leave them stranded. If he didn't return them to the river soon, once the thin layer of water on the riverbank receded and the scorching midday sun took over, they would die from dehydration. At first, the wild water-type Pokémon looked at Sato, the stranger, with wariness. However, after seeing him return a small Magikarp to the river, they realized Sato wasn't a threat. They patiently waited for him to help them back into the river without struggling. Many of the water-type Pokémon, once returned to the river, surfaced to show their gratitude to Sato before sinking back into the water. I've unexpectedly played the role of a good guy for once. Well, I guess I'll just consider it as earning some good karma, Sato thought to himself, feeling quite pleased as some of the Pokémon expressed their thanks. However, Sato's good guy journey didn't last long, as he was quickly scared away by several incredibly strong muscle men. Just as Sato was about to release the remaining dozen or so water-type Pokémon back into the river, Zubat, who had been perched on his shoulder as a lookout, suddenly shrieked, giving him a warning. Moments after Zubat's alert, a normal-sized Ursaring swiftly emerged from the nearby forest, grabbing a Magikarp that Sato hadn't yet returned to the water. In just a few bites, the Ursaring devoured all the flesh, leaving behind only the bearfish bones. Next, to Sato's growing apprehension, 3 more Ursaring emerged from the woods. 2 of them were clearly mothers, each with an adorable bear cub. But it was the final Ursaring that truly turned Sato pale with fear. This one was enormous, towering over the others by at least twice their size. When standing on its hind legs, it was almost 5 meters tall, making Sato look like a dwarf in comparison. The terrifying aura of a top predator radiated from the giant Ursaring. Even a casual glance from it made Sato, Zubat, and Gloom feel a sudden chill. Their bodies instinctively trembled, and Sato's heart rate skyrocketed. The moment this massive bear appeared before him, Sato wasted no time using his system's detection function to gather information on it. What he saw confirmed his fears. The data on the Ursaring was as follows. Pokémon, Ursaring. Level, 43. Type, Normal. Ability, Guts. Gender, Male. Known moves, Arm Thrust, Covet, Scratch, Leer, Lick, Fake Tears, Fury Swipes, Sucker Punch, Sweet Scent, Play Nice, Slash, Scary Face, Roar, Tutor, Hyper Beam, Tutor, Protect, Tutor, Brick Break, Tutor, Stomp, Tutor, Fire Punch, Tutor, Ice Punch, Tutor. Its size was more than twice that of its peers, and with a level of 43, it was a number that struck fear into Sato's heart. Especially after seeing the vast array of moves the Ursaring had mastered, Sato felt no urge to battle whatsoever. Without any hesitation, Sato immediately turned and ran, taking the equally frightened Gloom and Zubat with him. In fact, besides the many water-type Pokémon stranded on the drying riverbank, there were also numerous ordinary fish. Sato had originally planned to return all the water Pokémon to the river and then gather the easy-to-obtain food. But with such a terrifying group of uninvited guests arriving, he had no choice but to retreat. Sato didn't need to think twice to know that these Ursaring had come for the easy feast before them. If he continued helping the remaining water Pokémon, it would be nothing short of provoking these formidable creatures, and at that point, he might become their next snack. The Ursaring, who were contentedly feasting on the riverbank, didn't bother to stop Sato from leaving. Their keen sense of smell told them that Sato was covered in a pungent odor. Compared to the sweet, fishy aroma of the easy-to-catch meals before them, Sato and his companions were like unpleasant distractions to their appetites. Seeing those unappetizing distractions choose to leave on their own, the Ursaring were more than happy to let them go, too lazy to chase after something that would spoil their meal. However, as the leader of the Ursaring pack, the massive Ursaring still did his duty. He kept a close watch on Sato and his Pokémon as they made their escape. Then, just as they were about to disappear into the forest, a chilling glint appeared in the eyes of the Ursaring leader. Without warning, a massive orange hyper beam shot from its gaping jaws. The orange hyper beam had almost no charging time. It was fired directly from the Ursaring's mouth, showing just how well practiced the creature was with the move. Its target was clearly Sato and his Pokémon. Sato, who had been keeping most of his attention on the Ursaring, reacted immediately when he saw the leader make a move. He dove into the bushes to his left, rolling across the ground just in time to avoid the devastating attack. The hyper beam unleashed by the Ursaring leader was incredibly powerful. The spot where Sato had been just moments before was blown apart in a massive explosion. Several nearby trees were destroyed, and a huge scar stretched forward for more than 10 meters, ending in a crater with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. The force of the explosion generated a powerful shockwave that also hit Sato and his Pokémon, sending them flying a short distance before they crashed heavily into the trunk of a large tree. The Ursaring leader didn't seem to care that Sato had survived. After seeing that his hyper beam had obliterated the pest, he joined the rest of his pack in their feast, happily munching on the fish the mother bears had brought to him. While the Ursaring were enjoying their meal, Sato was hiding inside his treehouse, watching the situation unfold on the riverbank through the infrared camera on his laptop. That was close. I almost got killed. That Ursaring must be the ruler of this forest. To be level 43. No wonder Arbok doesn't dare to venture into its territory. The difference in strength is just too vast, Sato muttered, his eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness as he observed the screen. Beneath that seriousness, however, a strong desire for revenge simmered. He had barely escaped the Ursaring leader's hyper beam with his life. Although his vigilance had saved him, he could only run away like a helpless rat. The Ursaring leader watched everything with disdain, and the enemy's casual attitude filled Sato with immense humiliation, further igniting the fury within him. Sato truly loved Pokémon, and unless they attacked him intentionally, he usually wouldn't be too hard on them. But for those Pokémon that attacked maliciously, especially those that tried to take his life without reason, he harbored a deep resentment. He would never forgive them easily. In the Pokémon world, humans can't survive on love and friendship alone. Necessary force is the key to ensuring safety. If no one offends me, I won't offend them. But if anyone crosses me, I will definitely retaliate. Weakness may be the original sin, but since you attacked me for no reason and made the mistake of letting me live, you'd better be ready to face my wrath, Sato thought darkly, his expression grim. He wasn't the only one feeling humiliated. Zubat, who had a strong sense of pride, felt the same way. Quietly perched on Sato's shoulder, Zubat focused intently on the direction of the Ursaring leader outside the treehouse, using echolocation to keep track. As for Gloom, she had grown up in the forest and was well aware of the Ursaring leader's existence. She considered it a stroke of luck to have escaped with her life. Gloom didn't dare to harbor any thoughts of revenge because she knew just how powerful the Ursaring leader was. The idea that he was invincible had long been ingrained in her mind. Nevertheless, Gloom was sensitive and could clearly sense the hatred Sato and Zubat harbored toward the Ursaring leader. Not wanting to be left out, she followed their lead in resenting the Ursaring, though in her mind, being alone was far scarier than facing the terrifying Pokémon. The Ursaring pack didn't linger on the riverbank for long. After spending 7 or 8 minutes devouring the food around them, they continued downstream, clearly still hungry and eager to find more along the river. 5 or 6 minutes after the Ursaring left, Sato came down from the treehouse and returned to the riverbank. He then decided to move in the opposite direction, upstream, hoping to find more water-type Pokémon. However, after walking just a few dozen meters along the riverbank, he decided to turn back. He realized that there were no water-type Pokémon left in this part of the riverbank, or at least, no living ones. Because of the terrain, the upstream riverbank had already dried out, and the pebbles on the ground had been scorched by the midday sun. The bodies of dead fish, dried out by the heat, were now emitting a putrid stench. On the way back, Sato and his team were attacked by various wild Pokémon drawn to the smell of the dead fish. They encountered a group of Meowth led by a Persian, some Murkrow who usually only appeared at night, and even some cautious Rattata. So, you really think we're easy prey? Let's teach them a lesson. Get ready for battle, Zubat, Gloom, Sato said coldly, his blue eyes flashing as he looked at the Persian, which was eyeing him maliciously, and the swarm of Meowth surrounding them. Glancing at the fresh scratch on his left arm from the Persian's earlier attack, Sato's expression hardened further. Faced with the sudden ambush by these wild Pokémon, Sato wasn't intimidated at all when he saw that their average level was only around 16. Since he'd obtained Gloom, Sato had been wanting to try out a new strategy, but hadn't had the opportunity. Now was the perfect time. Besides, the humiliation he and Zubat had suffered earlier from the Ursaring leader's attack and disdain still lingered. They were still seething with anger and now had a chance to release it on these clearly hostile wild Pokémon. The level 43 Ursaring might be out of their league, but there was nothing to fear when it came to this group of Meowth, whose average level was only 16. Humph, Zubat, use Gust to form a whirlwind shield. Gloom, spread sleep powder into Zubat's whirlwind, Sato ordered, his eyes flashing blue as he analyzed the Meowth group blocking their path. Upon hearing Sato's command, Zubat instantly created 2 small, white gusts of whirlwinds. At the same time, Gloom sprayed a large amount of green powder from her bud. The light powder was immediately sucked into the whirlwinds created by Zubat. In no time, the 2 white gusts of whirlwinds had turned green. Just as Sato issued his orders, the Meowth, under Persian's leadership, launched a swift, close-range attack. A swarm of sharp-clawed Meowth targeted Sato, thinking he would be the easiest prey to handle. Unfortunately for them, Zubat had deliberately controlled the 2 green whirlwinds to form a protective barrier around Sato, with Gloom at the center. As a result, most of the Meowth couldn't even get close before being intercepted by Zubat's whirlwinds, which were still infused with sleep powder. Soon, those who made contact with the green whirlwinds began to feel drowsy and fell asleep one by one. Seeing the impressive effects of Gloom's sleep powder combined with Zubat's whirlwind shield, Sato smiled. After driving back a Meowth with his hunting knife, he seized the opportunity to continue the offensive, ordering Zubat and Gloom to repeat the same strategy against the remaining Persian and Meowth. With most of their members now asleep, the Meowth's advantage in numbers quickly disappeared. Before long, the wounded Persian and the remaining battered Meowth fled into the forest in a panic, disappearing from Sato's view. Gloom's stench ability, combined with her 3 powders, made her a formidable partner alongside the flying-type Zubat. Their synergy was strong, and they had no fear of battling groups. Gloom's sleep powder, when paired with Zubat's gust, was an especially powerful combination. In battle, any wild Pokémon caught in the attack would inevitably fall into a forced sleep, allowing Zubat and Gloom to take them down one by one. Of course, when faced with flying types like Murkrow, the combo wasn't as effective. However, using their advantage of striking first, Zubat and Gloom's mixed techniques still worked wonders, successfully driving off the cowardly Murkrow flock. After displaying their formidable strength, the other wild Pokémon that arrived from the forest to scavenge food didn't dare attack Sato and his team. Seeing that they weren't interested in the dead fish on the riverbank, the wild Pokémon allowed them to leave unchallenged. As Sato and his group moved a good distance away, a brawl broke out among the wild Pokémon over the limited food. By this time, Sato was already nursing several injuries. He quickly took out disinfectant, medicine, and bandages to treat himself. Meanwhile, Zubat and Gloom used Leech Life and Synthesis, respectively, to heal most of their wounds. Now, as they nibbled on the poke blocks Sato gave them, they were rapidly recovering their energy. After a few tough group battles, Zubat's level finally rose to 19, and it learned the flying type ranged special attack, Air Cutter. Meanwhile, Gloom, being a higher level, remained at level 22, but thanks to their repeated teamwork, the two Pokémon's synergy improved significantly. Note, Air Cutter is a flying type ranged special attack with 60 power. It attacks the opponent with sharp winds and has a high critical hit ratio. It's also a multi-target move. It's worth mentioning that Zubat's level up and learning of Air Cutter, a move with stronger attack power and a wider range than Gust, made the subsequent battles much less difficult for Sato and his team. Air Cutter, combined with Gloom's 3 powder moves, not only inflicted area damage on enemies but also caused widespread status effects, making it an excellent combo with Gloom's powders. However, this combo had its weakness. When facing flying-type Pokémon, if Zubat's wind generated by its flying-type energy couldn't overpower the opponents, the move would backfire. In less than half a day, Zubat had already leveled up 4 times. It was so fast it felt like rocket-level speed, almost making Sato feel like this was a game. Of course, in a game, leveling up from 15 to 19 in half an hour is pretty normal. But then again, realizing this was real life where the Pokémon could get injured or even lose their lives in battles made Sato accept it. After all, the multiple injuries on his own body were no joke, they still hurt like hell. Not long ago, he had almost had his heart ripped out by Persian, whose speed was astonishing. If it hadn't been for Gloom's quick reaction and a well-timed stench attack that caused Persian to make a serious mistake, Sato would likely have been dead by now. After experiencing so many life-or-death battles, it would be unreasonable not to grow quickly. Due to his injuries, Sato decided to abandon his plan of continuing to explore the forest. He also started to seriously consider training his own body. During the previous battles, his physical limitations caused several near-fatal situations. Even though he had the bullet time ability, his body often couldn't keep up with his mind. This was clearly due to his poor physical fitness. After returning to the base of the tree where the treehouse was located, and noticing there was still some time before dusk, Sato decided to make the most of it and begin training the abilities of his Pokémon. Now that Zubat had reached level 19 and learned 2 new moves, Confuse Ray and Air Cutter, it was crucial to train them. Especially Air Cutter since Zubat had only just learned it from leveling up, it clearly wasn't skilled in using it yet. In the previous battle, it had done little more than create strong gusts of wind, which proved it wasn't fully mastered. From what Sato remembered, Air Cutter was supposed to create sharp wind blades, like those of a scythe, to attack. But so far, Zubat could only produce sudden gusts of wind without any wind blades. Although even this incomplete version of Air Cutter worked well with Gloom's powders and produced good results, it wasn't the outcome Sato was hoping for. After all, if an attack move couldn't deal damage to the opponent, it would lose its purpose. Zubat, use Air Cutter again on that big tree ahead, Sato instructed while pulling out his laptop. Hearing Sato's command, Zubat nodded and immediately unleashed the newly learned Air Cutter on the tree in front of it. In an instant, Zubat's wings, covered in flying-type energy, flapped forcefully, creating a gust of wind comparable to level 7 winds. In a flash, a small area of trees ahead was blown into disarray, with some dead branches and leaves being sent flying several meters away. The large tree, which was the primary target of Zubat's Air Cutter, now had several shallow scratch marks along its sturdy trunk. Did you see the power of your move? This level of attack can only push the opponent back a little, but defeating them is still a long way off. Don't be discouraged, this is just because you've only just learned it. Keep training, and as your move's power increases, you and Gloom will be able to defeat even stronger opponents, Sato said as he recorded some data on Zubat's Air Cutter. Upon hearing Sato's words, especially the part about being able to defeat stronger opponents, Zubat felt its fighting spirit ignite. Even now, the scornful gaze of Ursaring still fueled its anger. However, Zubat understood that its current strength was nowhere near enough to take on Ursaring, so it had to train seriously to gain the power needed to defeat it. Whoosh! The sound of the strong wind whipping around echoed continuously. With Ursaring now a target for pursuit, Zubat trained hard on Air Cutter, pushing itself to extract every bit of strength, practicing relentlessly to improve its proficiency with the move. Thanks to the previous training with Whirlwind and the stamina-building exercises against strong winds, Zubat's control over flying-type energy had significantly improved compared to a week ago. As a flying-type move, Air Cutter also required good control of flying-type energy. Therefore, after repeatedly using the move and gradually familiarizing itself with the steps to control it, Zubat showed noticeable progress. After 2 hours of skill training, Zubat finally managed to produce some white wind blades with Air Cutter. However, the maximum number it achieved was only 6, but these blades had impressive attack power, leaving deep cuts on the trunk of the tree that was their target. At the same time, due to Zubat's still low proficiency with this move, it couldn't yet effectively control these wind blades to target specific enemies, resulting in random dispersal attacks within a certain range in front of it. While Zubat was training, Sato also began training Gloom. Currently, Gloom's attack moves were Absorb, Acid, Mega Drain, Hidden Power, and Nature Power. Among them, Absorb and Mega Drain required a target for training, so without any living creatures available, Sato had to set those aside. Of the remaining moves Acid, Hidden Power, and Nature Power, Sato was particularly interested in Nature Power. Nature Power, as the name suggests, allows the Pokémon to use energy from the environment to attack. Interestingly, this move automatically changes to a different type of attack based on the strongest energy attribute present in the surroundings. Note, Nature Power has different transformations depending on the environment. In building complexes and roads, it becomes Tri-Attack. In graveyards, it becomes Shadow Ball. In sandy and rocky areas, it becomes Earth Power. In volcanoes, it becomes Lava Plume. In caves, it becomes Power Gem. On ice, it becomes Ice Beam. In snow, it becomes Blizzard/Frost Breath. In grassy areas, it becomes Energy Ball. In swamps, it becomes Mud Bomb. On water, it becomes Hydro Pump. In the sky, it becomes Air Slash. In electric fields, it becomes Thunderbolt. In misty fields, it becomes Moonblast. And in psychic terrain, it becomes Psychic. For example, since Gloom was currently in a forest, when she used Nature Power, the following would automatically change to Energy Ball. Sato's goal now was to help Gloom become familiar with the use of Energy Ball so she could truly learn this special ranged attack that she was capable of. Energy Ball has a power of 90 and is a special grass-type ranged attack that releases life energy collected from nature and sometimes lowers the opponent's special defense. Gloom was eager to follow Sato's training. She stood in a small patch of grass and used Nature Power to create energy balls aimed at another large tree for practice. In fact, due to Gloom's own foul odor characteristic, along with being a grass-type Pokémon and choosing to isolate herself, her activity range since evolving into Gloom had been limited to that small patch of slightly smelly grassland that Sato had visited not long ago. As a result, Gloom had hardly battled any wild Pokémon. The battles she participated in alongside Zubat were more than all the battles she had engaged in since her evolution combined. Therefore, the prolonged self-isolation and comfort led to Gloom neglecting her move training, with her proficiency in each attack move barely reaching the beginner level. Currently, the energy balls that Gloom created through Nature Power were not much better than when Zubat had just practiced Shadow Ball, but because Energy Ball matched Gloom's grass-type attributes, its power was a bit stronger. At first, the energy ball Gloom produced was only about 35 centimeters in diameter, with a range of about 10 meters, and it could only leave a shallow spiral dent on the trunk of the large tree. However, this was merely a small beginning. Gloom was a grass-type Pokémon that had lived in the nearby forest for years. During the long and lonely times, her only way to alleviate boredom was perhaps sleeping and manipulating the dense grass-type energy in the forest. For Gloom, these grass-type energies that made her feel exceptionally comfortable wouldn't dislike or avoid her because of her foul odor like other wild Pokémon would. Moreover, she was delighted to occasionally hear a special voice responding to her during her communication with this grass-type energy. In order to communicate with this special voice, Gloom eagerly engaged with the dense grass-type energy in the forest. It was precisely because of her loneliness that Gloom often used this method to pass the time, gradually developing an unparalleled control over grass-type energy. After only 2 or 3 uses of Energy Ball created through Nature Power, Gloom leveraged her powerful control over grass-type energy to grasp the technique of Energy Ball, effortlessly executing a genuine Energy Ball with skilled proficiency right from the start. Then, as if she had activated a cheat code, the energy balls she created grew larger and more powerful each time. Ultimately, in a state of astonishment from Sato and Zubat, Gloom easily produced a vivid green energy ball with a diameter of a full meter. The stability of this energy ball was frighteningly strong, showing not a hint of energy leakage. This was also Gloom's limit of control at the moment. With a loud bang, the large tree that served as the training target could no longer withstand the tremendous attack from Gloom's energy ball, letting out a wail before crashing heavily to the ground. Is this what they call a genius? Sato swallowed hard, feeling utterly astonished as he watched Gloom quickly learn Energy Ball and rapidly improve her proficiency with it. As Gloom continued to display her terrifying talent in mastering grass-type moves, Sato felt not only shocked but also immense joy. Without a doubt, he had truly found a treasure this time. Gloom's true potential far exceeded his expectations. Gloom, well done. It seems like your control over grass-type energy is incredibly strong. Congratulations. This is a rare ability. Next, try rapid-firing energy balls. You don't need to make them as large as the one earlier. Here, drink some water and eat this poke block. Rest a bit before continuing your training. Sato smiled as he spoke to Gloom, handing her a bowl of fresh water and a high-quality poke block. Upon hearing Sato's praise, Gloom nodded shyly. After finishing every last drop of water from the bowl, she quickly ate the poke block that Sato had offered her. After resting under the sunlight for about 10 minutes, Gloom fully regained her energy. She came back to Sato's side and, with her hands outstretched, skillfully began to gather grass-type energy between them, energy that was as obedient as sheep to her. In an instant, a bright green energy ball quickly formed between Gloom's hands. Within less than a second, it expanded to a diameter of 0.5 meters. Great! Keep it at this size. Now, try rapid firing at this level. As soon as Gloom created the energy ball of the desired size, Sato immediately instructed her. Gloom nodded and followed Sato's instructions, ceasing to channel more energy into the energy ball. She then launched the ball toward a large tree about 10 meters away. In the following 20 seconds, Gloom unleashed a flurry of 25 energy balls, each 0.5 meters in diameter, with consistent accuracy. The targeted tree now had a large hole in its trunk from the repeated attacks. Perfect! It took about 0.8 seconds to create a regular-powered energy ball, and she was able to fire 25 in one go without breaking much of a sweat. This is truly amazing. Gloom has now taken over Zubat's role as the primary attacker. Sato marveled, jotting down the data from Gloom's performance on his laptop. From what he observed, Gloom had completely mastered Energy Ball, starting from scratch and perfecting her control over the move. With this powerful grass-type long-range attack in her arsenal, Gloom had undoubtedly transformed from a support Pokémon into a main offensive force. After confirming that Gloom had fully grasped Energy Ball, Sato began having her practice other long-range attacks, such as Acid, a poison-type move that suited her secondary type. However, to Sato's surprise, Gloom did not display the same talent when training with Acid. In fact, she seemed a bit clumsy and even appeared disinterested in the poison-type move. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Sato decided to halt her training on Acid and refocused on improving her Energy Ball technique. It was clear now Gloom's talent for move proficiency was limited to grass-type techniques. Instead of forcing her to train poison-type moves that she wasn't fond of, Sato figured it was better to let her continue improving the grass-type moves that she loved and excelled at. From Sato's current understanding, Gloom had already reached the expert level in Energy Ball, but she had hit a bottleneck. She was still far from achieving the next level of proficiency, which would be Mastery. Of course, for Gloom to reach Mastery in Energy Ball, the training time she had put in so far was nowhere near enough. She needed to deepen her understanding of the move to progress further. At this point, Gloom's training advantages seem to be focused on grass-type moves. Her excellent control over grass-type energy is likely the result of her long-term effort. Watching Gloom happily training with Energy Ball, Sato mused to himself. At the same time, Sato carefully reconsidered Gloom's future role within the team. Initially, he had thought of her as a support Pokémon. But after witnessing her incredible control over grass-type energy, he was now considering making her a primary special attacker. However, after realizing that Gloom had weak control over poison-type energy and little interest in poison-type moves, Sato reconsidered her role as a support Pokémon for the team. Gloom had two potential evolutionary paths. She could evolve into Vileplume with a Leaf Stone or into Bellossom with a Sunstone. Due to Gloom's hidden ability, if she evolves into Vileplume, she will gain the Effect Spore ability, whereas if she evolves into Bellossom, she will acquire the Healer ability. The Healer ability has a chance to cure a teammate's status condition. Of course, this is just how it works in the games. Comparing the two abilities, it's clear that Bellossom with the Healer ability would be an excellent team medic. Moreover, Bellossom can learn more grass-type moves compared to Vileplume and also comes with the powerful stat-boosting move, Quiver Dance. The most important reason Sato was leaning towards Bellossom, though, was that he wanted to help Gloom overcome her deep-seated insecurity caused by years of rejection. Transforming from an awkward Gloom into the beautiful Bellossom would be a perfect way to restore her confidence, much like a beautiful swan emerging from an ugly duckling. Meanwhile, while Sato was busy guiding Zubat and Gloom in their training, the young Nidoran was also working hard on the training regimen Sato had assigned him. His task was to run a total of 2 kilometers on a specialized running wheel. The running wheel, which Sato had specially purchased for Nidoran, looked like a hamster wheel but enlarged many times over. Nidoran, though small, still found the wheel a bit spacious, making it a tough workout for him. The wheel was equipped with an automatic distance tracker, and after about an hour of on and off running, Nidoran finally completed the task Sato had set for him. Originally, Nidoran had planned to crawl back into his Pokeball for a nap after finishing the training. However, seeing that Zubat and Gloom were still diligently working on their own training, he got motivated and trotted over to Sato, asking for his next task. "You lazy little guy, suddenly so eager to work, huh? Fine. Your next task is to lift this small stone with confusion 10 times. Remember, don't go any lower than this height." Sato chuckled as he picked up a small stone, weighing about 50 grams, and showed Nidoran the height. "Neato, neato." Nidoran responded with determination, his eyes lighting up with blue psychic energy. The stone that Sato had placed in front of him quickly became enveloped in a blue psychic aura and started lifting off the ground, rising to about 20 centimeters. But once the stone reached that height, Nidoran lost focus, and the blue glow in his eyes faded. He collapsed onto the ground, panting, while the stone immediately dropped back to the ground as well. "Good job. Keep going, you've got 9 more reps to go. Once you're done, I'll give you your favorite candy, Poke Block, as a reward." Sato encouraged, using food as motivation. Nidoran, being a simple-minded Pokémon and a true foodie, had no resistance to delicious treats. The moment he heard that he'd get his beloved candy after completing the task, his eyes lit up with renewed energy. He focused again and used confusion on the small stone. Motivated by the promise of a treat, Nidoran soon completed all 10 reps, successfully lifting the stone. As a reward, he received a high-quality poke block from Sato, and after savoring it, he quickly dozed off, completely exhausted from the training. Rest well. Right now, your job is to grow up healthy and strong. Leave the rest to your teammates for now. In the future, you will be their strongest protector, Sato said softly as he gently placed the sleeping Nidoran back into his Pokeball. The sun slowly set behind the distant mountains in the west, and as the last rays of sunlight disappeared, Viridian Forest began to embrace the coming night. At this moment, Sato had built a fire under a large tree where he had already constructed a treehouse. Over the fire, a thick leg of venison was roasting. Under Sato's careful cooking, the venison leg, sprinkled with salt, had turned a beautiful golden brown, and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. In addition to being rich in wild Pokémon, Viridian Forest also had an abundance of wild animals. With Zubat's echolocation helping him, Sato easily located a herd of deer, and with Gloom's stun spore, he successfully captured a strong stag. Sato made sure to use as much of the deer as possible. The nutrient-rich deer blood was carefully stored in a glass bottle, previously used to store blood, while the deer hide was meticulously skinned, washed, and hung on a tree branch to dry. As for the venison, Sato only took the most valuable 4 thick legs, leaving the rest of the deer meat to the carnivorous wild Pokémon lurking nearby. Naturally, Sato didn't miss out on harvesting the precious deer antlers either. Looking at the perfectly roasted venison leg, Sato's mouth watered, and he eagerly cut off a piece with his hunting knife to taste. The rest of his team had already eaten dinner, but Sato had put a lot of effort into preparing this meal for himself. While Sato was savoring the venison, the firelight and enticing smell of the meat attracted quite a few wild Pokémon. Around the large tree where Sato sat, pairs of red and green eyes could be seen glowing in the darkness, all fixed on him. Despite these wild Pokémon being drawn by the fire and the aroma of the meat, Sato, with Zubat's superior detection abilities, had already been aware of them. However, aside from staying alert, he didn't stop what he was doing. Over time, Sato had come to realize an important truth during his journey through the depths of Viridian Forest: running away wasn't an option. If he truly wanted to establish himself in the forest, it was essential to occasionally display his strength. The incident by the riverside, where defeating numerous wild Pokémon had deterred others from attacking, was a perfect example. In fact, if the remaining wild Pokémon had continued pursuing them after that battle, Zubat and Gloom, who were both almost exhausted, would certainly have been defeated, and Sato wouldn't have escaped unscathed either. However, those wild Pokémon didn't continue their pursuit. Upon seeing the fallen Pokémon surrounding Sato and his team, they felt a strong sense of threat from him. Wild Pokémon that have spent their lives in the wilderness rely heavily on their instincts, and from harsh experience, they understand that a cornered beast is the most dangerous. Using the system's scanning function, Sato discovered that none of the nearby wild Pokémon were above level 30, meaning the situation was still manageable. Plus, these wild Pokémon weren't united, so the level of threat was considerably reduced. The most important thing was that after teaming up to defeat so many wild Pokémon, Zubat and Gloom had gained newfound confidence, emanating an aura of strength. It was precisely this aura that Zubat and Gloom exuded, which kept the wild Pokémon hesitating and circling from a distance, wary of approaching Sato too closely. At the same time, the wild Pokémon around had incredibly sharp instincts. They could all feel the murderous intent radiating from the human sitting by the fire. If any of them dared to make a move, they might be killed instantly to serve as a warning to the others. Indeed, Sato was now fully prepared to kill if necessary. The law of the forest was survival of the fittest. Since these wild Pokémon harbored thoughts of killing and eating him, they had to be ready to face the consequences being killed by him instead. Sitting idly and allowing himself to be killed was not Sato's way. He had to steel himself for what was necessary. There was a clear distinction between Pokémon. Some were peaceful, and living in harmony with them was ideal. But others were aggressive, and even if he didn't provoke them, they would come looking for trouble. In those cases, he couldn't afford to show mercy. As Sato slowly enjoyed the roasted venison leg in his hand, he kept a sharp eye on his surroundings. Just as he was about halfway through his meal, a wild Persian could no longer resist the temptation of food and made the first move. Persian was incredibly fast and silent, and at some point, it had climbed up to the branches above Sato without him noticing. Suddenly, it pounced down from the branch, descending like a white shadow in the night. Its sharp claws were extended, aiming directly at Sato's head in a merciless, lethal strike. Unfortunately for Persian, every move it made had already been noticed by Zubat, who was perched on Sato's shoulder. The moment Persian acted, Zubat immediately took action. He gathered flying-type energy from the air, and a centripetal gust of white whirlwind appeared above Sato's head, trapping Persian as if it had fallen right into a net. Now, at the same time, Gloom, who had been carefully watching the surroundings, launched its attack on the ambusher. Within the few seconds that Persian was trapped in the white whirlwind, 5 or 6 green energy balls shot out from Gloom's hands, hitting Persian precisely. As the energy orbs made contact with Persian, they exploded, causing a chain of blasts. With a thud, a severely wounded Persian collapsed onto the grass in front of Sato. Though Persian hadn't completely lost its ability to fight, it struggled to rise and escape. But before it could do so, it saw Sato approaching with his hunting knife. In its final moments, as Persian's consciousness faded into darkness, the last thing it saw was a pair of eyes filled with reluctant but unyielding determination. With one swift and clean strike, Sato ended the Persian's suffering. He then returned to his spot by the fire and resumed eating the remaining venison, bit by bit. Zubat and Gloom also returned to their original positions. By now, most of the eyes that had been watching from the nearby bushes had disappeared. The few that remained, upon seeing the now cold corpse lying in the grass, silently withdrew as well. Soon, the eerie silence that had enveloped the area was replaced by the soft sounds of night insects and the wind rustling the leaves. "I'm sorry, but I can't afford to die just yet, so you had to die in my place," Sato muttered to himself quietly, so softly that only he could hear, as he gazed at the now blood-dried corpse in front of him. After using the Persian as an example to intimidate the others, the entire night passed without any wild Pokémon disturbing Sato and his team, allowing them to get a good rest in their treehouse. Of course, Zubat diligently kept watch throughout the night, using his ultrasonic detection abilities to monitor everything nearby. As a nocturnal creature, he was most alert at night and could maintain his vigil in a half-asleep state. Time flew by, and before Sato knew it, the sun began to rise again from the eastern horizon. Sato woke from his dreams at precisely 6:30 a.m., thanks to the alarm on his Team Rocket-issued watch. The eastern sky was still dim, with only a faint glow, but much of the forest was already awake. As Sato pushed open the treehouse door and stepped outside, he startled a flock of unknown birds. Climbing down from the tree, Sato noticed that the now extinguished campfire bore signs of being trampled by some creature. The Persian's corpse, which had been lying in the grass, was also gone. Examining the chaotic footprints on the ground, Sato tried to discern what type of Pokémon or animal had taken the body, but after failing to identify the tracks, he decided to put the matter aside for now and headed toward the river. As Sato reached the river to wash up, the wild Pokémon and animals drinking by the water scattered at his arrival. The smaller, weaker creatures quickly fled and disappeared from sight. The stronger, solitary Pokémon, on the other hand, eyed Sato warily but, realizing he meant no harm, continued drinking before slowly walking away. After refreshing himself by washing his face and putting himself in an optimal state of mind, Sato began preparing breakfast for his 3 Pokémon. Zubat eagerly drank the deer blood collected the previous day. Nidoran enjoyed its usual meal of Multank milk and high-quality poison-type food, while Gloom savored the morning sunlight, rich river mud, and clear water. Once the Pokémon finished their breakfast, Sato gave Zubat and Nidoran each a calcium supplement to promote their physical development. As for Sato's own breakfast, he ate the leftover roasted venison from the previous night along with a sweet pecha berry. After breakfast, Sato didn't immediately set out to explore the forest. Instead, he stayed by the riverbank and had his 3 Pokémon undergo their morning training. In the morning, the focus was on physical training. Zubat once again donned a weighted vest, this time a 10 kilograms one, and the goal was to fly back and forth across a small section of the river 20 times, one lap being roughly 500 meters. Gloom, still relatively small, wore a 5 kilograms weighted vest and used Nidoran's running wheel for endurance training, aiming to cover 5 kilometers. As for Nidoran, Sato didn't schedule any training for him. After ensuring he had eaten and rested well, Sato recalled him to his Pokeball to continue sleeping. After all, baby Pokemon tend to sleep a lot. While his Pokémon were busy with their training, Sato took the opportunity to unwrap the bandages on his body, disinfect his wounds again with antiseptic, apply fresh healing ointment, and rebandage them. Thanks to timely treatment and the effectiveness of the medicine, most of Sato's wounds had scabbed over after a night's rest. In a few more days, he would be fully recovered. However, Sato knew he needed to avoid any strenuous activity in the next 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, the scabs could easily reopen, worsening his injuries. About an hour later, with his Pokémon having regained their strength, Sato ventured back into the forest with them to continue their exploration from the previous day. As planned, Sato's exploration goal this time was naturally the territory of Beedrill. Previously, he had only ventured into the outskirts of their territory, but even the patrol Beedrill on the edges were formidable enough to force Sato and Zubat, newly arrived in Viridian Forest, to flee. However, now that Zubat's strength had improved and he had learned new area of effect moves, combined with the significant support from Gloom, Sato no longer feared the Drill's swarm tactics. If those patrolling grunts came again, they would simply become experience fodder for Zubat and Gloom. As the morning sunlight pierced through the layers of leaves, it gradually lit up the previously gloomy forest. Wild Pokémon and animals began moving about, busy with the hustle and bustle of a new day. Sato saw a group of butterfree gathering nectar from sunlit flowers, some Rattata carrying nut-like berries into small burrows, and a flock of Pidgeot pecking at seeds and insects in the grass. With the arrival of morning, the forest came alive quickly, presenting a peaceful and harmonious scene before Sato. Unfortunately, this tranquility only existed among the lower ranks of the forest's food chain. Once more aggressive Pokémon like Beedrill, Spearow, or Ekans showed up, the peace would be shattered in an instant, turning into a constant game of hunting and being hunted. Perhaps the purpose of this wilderness survival trial is for us rookies to witness firsthand the law of the jungle, Sato thought seriously as he watched the calm scene before him break apart in a moment. The weak exist only as food for the strong. To avoid being eaten, we have no choice but to keep growing stronger. With that thought, Sato and his team, Zubat and Gloom, pressed onward into the forest, which was governed by the law of the jungle. Along the way, they encountered wild Pokémon, engaging in battles with attackers and sometimes challenging strong Pokémon they encountered on purpose. The path Sato tread was littered with wild Pokémon who had been defeated and temporarily incapacitated. Because Sato was the one intruding into these wild Pokémon's territories, he didn't deal any fatal blows to those who attacked. He merely defeated them until they temporarily lost their ability to fight. However, Sato wasn't always the one dishing out defeats. There were times when they had to flee from stronger wild Pokémon, such as now. Damn, these Pinsir are tough. Zubat, use Air Cutter on the Pinsir ahead. Gloom, follow up with Sleep Powder to support Zubat's attack. Sato commanded, watching as 5 Pinsir approached from different angles, closing in like bulldozers. While exploring the forest, Sato had stumbled upon a few Pecha berry trees. After Zubat had scouted the area and confirmed that no other wild Pokémon were around, Sato took the opportunity to gather some berries for future use. But just as Sato began directing Zubat to help pluck the berries from the tree, a Pinsir burst out of the ground nearby, launching a fierce attack. After Zubat and Gloom easily defeated the lone Pinsir, which was only level 25, they inadvertently stirred up a hornet's nest. In the next moment, a dozen more Pinsir emerged from the ground around the Pecha berry trees. Facing such an overwhelming number of Pinsir, Sato knew better than to take them head-on, which led to the current chase. The Pinsir chasing after Sato were all at least level 20, and their strength was incredible. They could easily smash through large trees, the kind that would take several people to encircle, without any trouble. Their horns were terrifyingly sharp, capable of cutting small trees in half with one strike. Fortunately, these Pinsir had a major weakness. These bug-type Pokémon, perhaps due to their usual domineering nature, would never bother to go around obstacles if they could avoid it. Instead, they charged straight ahead in pursuit. Sato took advantage of this flaw, using various obstacles to delay their chase. He led them into the territories of other strong wild Pokémon, hoping to redirect the chaos towards those habitats. The overconfident Pinsir fell for it. They charged headlong into the wild Pokémon habitats Sato had lured them into, causing mayhem wherever they went. The wild Pokémon living in these territories didn't want to provoke the terrifying Pinsir, but when their homes were destroyed by these bulldozers, they had no choice. Enraged, they fought back against the destructive intruders, despite their initial reluctance. Thanks to the intervention of these unwilling allies, the pressure on Sato reduced significantly. After several successful attempts at leading the Pinsir into ambushes, he had managed to whittle their numbers down from 17 to just 5. Unfortunately, in his haste to escape, Sato had accidentally run into an area of the forest where the trees were sparser. The area was filled with small bushes and trees, most of which were low and bore bright red berries, with visible signs of them having been eaten. To the Pinsir, who were like living bulldozers, these small trees posed no obstacle at all. They barreled through, snapping the bushes and trees cleanly in half. By now, Sato, who wasn't used to such intense physical activity, was drenched in sweat, his face flushed red, clearly suffering from overexertion. Worse still, his frantic movements had caused the scabs on his previous wounds to reopen, leaving him in a miserable state. Realizing that if this continued, he'd collapse from exhaustion before the Pinsir even caught him, Sato decided it was time to stop running and face the remaining 5 Pinsir head-on in this small grove. Zubat's Air Cutter, combined with Gloom's Sleep Powder, worked like a charm. The Pinsir that had been chasing from the front took massive damage from the Air Cutter and was forced into a deep sleep by the Sleep Powder. However, this allowed the other 4 Pinsir, coming from different sides, to close in. They were now within 10 meters of Sato and his Pokémon, forming an encirclement around them. Among the 4 remaining Pinsir, one was noticeably larger. This larger Pinsir was the leader of the group, and it turned out that the Pinsir Sato had first defeated was the leader's offspring. This explained why the group had been so relentless in their pursuit. With the help of his system's detection ability, Sato quickly analyzed the information of the strongest Pinsir. Pinsir leader information. Pokémon, Pinsir. Level, 32. Type, Bug. Ability, Moxie. Gender, Male. Moves known, Vice Grip, Focus Energy, Bind Seismic Toss, Harden, Revenge, Vital Throw, Double Hit, Brick Break, X Scissor, Close Combat, Egg Move, Knockoff, Tutor, Bulldoze, Tutor, Dig, Tutor. Seeing this data confirmed Sato's suspicions about the leader's strength. Now, a final battle in the small forest clearing seemed inevitable. The Pinsir leader's strength was clearly formidable, with a level of 32, far surpassing Zubat, who had only reached level 20 after the previous battles. The level difference alone gave the Pinsir a significant advantage, effectively neutralizing any type advantages Zubat had. Additionally, the remaining 3 Pinsir were among the elite of their group, each being at least level 25. Sato's team, consisting of his level 20 Zubat and level 22 Gloom, was significantly outmatched. Breakthrough. Zubat, use Air Cutter on the Pinsir at the top left. Gloom, use Stun Spore on the Pinsir at the bottom right. Sato commanded as the 4 Pinsir began to close in, unwilling to sit back and be surrounded. Both Zubat and Gloom understood the gravity of the situation. Upon receiving the orders, they acted swiftly. A gust of wind picked up, as Zubat unleashed a flurry of air blades toward the pincer, while Gloom scattered a cloud of green powder from her flower, sending it drifting toward the pincer leader. The pincer on the top left, which Sato had targeted as the weakest link, charged straight into the air cutter. Like the others, it didn't bother to dodge but instead pressed forward, taking the full brunt of the attack as it barreled towards Sato and his Pokémon. Meanwhile, the experienced pincer leader quickly recognized the stun spore attack from Gloom. Without hesitation, it dove underground using its dig move, easily avoiding the powder and burrowing rapidly towards Sato. Damn it! Charge forward! Zubat, use gust! Gloom hit the pincer in the front with an energy ball. Sato shouted, realizing that their attacks hadn't gone as planned. Without missing a beat, Sato rushed forward, gripping his hunting knife as Zubat conjured up a gust of white whirlwind, clearing a path. Gloom followed closely behind, sending multiple green energy balls hurtling toward the pincer ahead. The pincer that had stubbornly endured Zubat's air cutter was now heavily injured. When it was hit by Zubat's gust and the 5 successive energy balls from Gloom, it couldn't withstand the assault any longer. It collapsed, losing its ability to fight. Sato and his Pokémon seized this opportunity to break free from the encirclement and dash toward an area with more obstacles. Furious at seeing another of their own fall, the remaining 3 pincer, especially the leader, roared in anger. The leader launched itself forward in a burst of speed, charging towards Sato like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it had closed the gap to within 3 meters. As it charged, the pincer leader's powerful horns clashed together with a loud metallic clang, 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 clearly intending to cut Sato and his Pokémon in half. Its path was littered with debris, reduced to nothing by its vicious horns, as it carved through every obstacle in its way. The 2 other pincer followed closely behind their leader, charging through the path it had cleared. Just as they were about to catch up, a figure suddenly appeared behind them, engulfed entirely in flames. With a loud bang, the 2 pincer were knocked aside like bowling pins, instantly set ablaze. Their bodies ignited as they let out agonizing screams before crashing to the ground, their charred forms lying motionless, having lost the will to fight. The heart-wrenching cries of the 2 pincer naturally reached the ears of their leader and Sato. In an instant, the pincer leader, which was about to catch up to Sato, suddenly slammed to a halt and angrily turned to look back at the enemy who had defeated its subordinates. Meanwhile, Sato took advantage of this opportunity to retreat behind a rock where he could partially hide his body, using the moment to catch his breath and alleviate the overwhelming pressure in his chest. At this moment, Sato's physical condition was terrible. His wounds had reopened. The intense exertion had caused his blood to flow more rapidly, and his reopened wounds were bleeding profusely. Coupled with sweat soaking into these wounds, the pain was a constant, sharp torment. Despite this, Sato gritted his teeth and endured the pain coursing through his body. He quickly retrieved 2 bottles of water and 2 high-quality poke blocks from his pack, handing them to Zubat and Gloom, who were also exhausted from the battle. Then, Sato shifted his focus back to the situation behind him. When he peeked out from behind the rock, his pupils dilated in shock as he took in the scene before him. A fiery Growlithe was engaged in an intense battle with the pincer leader, and from what Sato could see, the pincer leader was clearly at a disadvantage against the fire-type Pokémon. This Growlithe was impressively strong and quite fierce. Its size was roughly equivalent to that of a normal adult dog, and it was utilizing the moves Flame Charge and Ember to deftly keep the pincer leader on its toes. Flame Charge had granted Growlithe a significant boost in mobility, leaving the pincer leader utterly unable to land a hit on the nimble Pokémon. Growlithe's guerrilla tactics were proving to be a significant nuisance for the pincer leader. Note: Flame Charge is a physical fire-type move with a power of 50. It engulfs the user in flames, attacking the opponent while also increasing the user's speed. Using the system's scanning feature, Sato examined the Growlithe that had suddenly come to their aid. Pokémon information. Pokémon, Growlithe. Level, 28. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Moves known: Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Helping Hand, Flame Wheel, Fire Fang, Tackle, Flamethrower, Quick Attack, Egg Move, Flame Charge, Tutor. From the data, it was clear that there was a significant level difference between the Growlithe and the pincer leader, with a gap of 7 levels. This difference in level had a pronounced impact on their current battle. In the fight, Growlithe did not dare to engage the pincer leader head-on, and its few hits with Ember had not inflicted substantial damage on the pincer. However, Growlithe had plenty of battle experience, and its guerrilla tactics were its secret weapon for overcoming a stronger opponent. If the pincer leader couldn't find a way to turn the tide of this dire situation, despite its great power, failing to hit Growlithe would mean that defeat was only a matter of time. The searing flames engulfing the pincer leader were constantly stimulating its nerves, driving it to the brink of madness with intense pain. What infuriated it even more was the small creature before it, hopping around while it struggled to find a way to counterattack. Seeing its own rock creation from the move rock throw effortlessly dodged by Growlithe, the enraged pincer let out a furious roar. It then slammed a large foot, wrapped in yellowish energy, heavily onto the ground. The pincer leader executed the move Bulldoze, causing the ground within a 10-meter radius to tremble violently. The ground-type energy it transmitted to the surrounding terrain erupted, dealing physical damage to other creatures nearby. Note: Bulldoze is a physical ground-type move with a power of 60. It stumps the ground forcefully, attacking all nearby Pokémon and lowering their speed by 1 level. Unfortunately for the Pinsir leader, Growlithe did not give it a single opportunity to land a hit. As the Pinsir leader gathered ground-type energy in its foot, Growlithe sensed the impending attack. So, when the Pinsir leader unleashed the Bulldoze move, Growlithe deftly leaped high into the air to evade the attack. However, the Pinsir leader was no novice either. With plenty of battle experience, it finally created an opportunity to defeat its opponent. As Growlithe leaped high into the air, the Pinsir leader's eyes gleamed with determination. It quickly gathered rock-type energy in its spare hands, and a stone the size of a grinding wheel formed instantly. As soon as the stone was created, the Pinsir leader, using its immense strength, tossed it effortlessly at the airborne Growlithe, executing a rock throw attack. Undoubtedly, if Growlithe were hit by the stone thrown by the Pinsir leader, the combination of the rock-type move and the Pinsir leader's furious force would severely injure Growlithe, potentially incapacitating it. In that case, Growlithe would likely be easily defeated by the enraged Pinsir leader. However, the Pinsir leader seemed to forget one crucial detail: its enemies weren't just Growlithe. The other opponents it had chased before were still very much alive. Just as the Pinsir leader triumphantly watched the rock soar toward Growlithe, 2 attacks, 1 green and 1 black, suddenly arrived from behind. To the Pinsir leader's shock, the 2 differently colored attack combined to shatter the stone it had so painstakingly created. At that critical moment, Sato had quickly reached out to help Growlithe. The attacks from Gloom's energy ball and Zubat's shadow ball successfully destroyed the rock the Pinsir leader had thrown. Humph, you think you can turn this around? Not a chance. Zubat, Gloom, provide ranged support to help Growlithe take down that fucking Pinsir. Seeing Growlithe's crisis averted, Sato smiled and instructed the 2 Pokémon, who had regained some of their strength. Sato knew all too well that his fate was tied to Growlithe's. If this ally, capable of suppressing the Pinsir leader, fell, he would be the next target. Thus, he had to lend his support. Upon hearing Sato's command, Zubat and Gloom immediately complied. They unleashed shadow balls and energy balls, continuously bombarding the already disadvantaged Pinsir leader, worsening its situation. Especially since both moves had the effect of lowering the target's special defense, the Pinsir leader, having been struck several times, found itself in an even more dire predicament. Meanwhile, after receiving timely assistance from Sato and the others, Growlithe easily resolved its crisis. Having learned from this experience, Growlithe no longer gave the Pinsir leader any chance to counterattack. It worked seamlessly with Zubat and Gloom to toy with the Pinsir leader, overwhelming it almost effortlessly. Ultimately, the Pinsir leader, with no hope of victory in sight, chose to flee, diving underground to escape the battlefield using dig. After the Pinsir leader was driven away, the small forest regained its peace. Unfortunately, the once lush area was now a shadow of its former self. Many trees bearing bright red berries had been knocked down by Pinsir, and the intense battle between Growlithe and the Pinsir leader had caused severe damage. The high-temperature flames unleashed by Growlithe had set several trees on fire. At this moment, Sato cautiously approached the vigilant Growlithe. The Growlithe, utilizing its flash fire ability, was calmly absorbing the lingering flames in the forest into its body, effortlessly extinguishing all the fires. Once the flames were out, a smaller female Growlithe, accompanied by 2 tiny Growlithe pups, emerged from their hiding place and affectionately approached the male Growlithe. The 2 small pups gazed at him with admiration, circling around him excitedly. If Sato's guess was correct, this small forest filled with red berries was likely the Growlithe's territory. The reason the male Growlithe had fought the Pinsirs was most likely to defend his home and protect his mate and pups. However, Sato was fully aware that the forest's current state was largely due to him leading the Pinsirs here. As a result, he wasn't sure if Growlithe might turn on them. From the earlier battle, it was clear to Sato that Growlithe was incredibly strong, with vast combat experience. Even the higher-leveled Pinsir leader had been suppressed by Growlithe initially. If Growlithe decided to attack them, the crisis they faced would likely be more severe than their encounter with the Pinsirs. Growlithe was far more mobile than the Pinsir leader and seemed very intelligent. Apart from Zubat, none of Sato's team could hope to escape Growlithe's pursuit. Fortunately, Growlithe showed no signs of aggression towards Sato and his group, though it didn't seem inclined to give them any goodwill either. As soon as Sato approached within 10 meters of Growlithe and his family, the male Growlithe bared its teeth and let out a loud bark, warning Sato while adopting a ready-to-fight stance. In reality, the only reason Growlithe refrained from attacking Sato and his companions, the ones who had inadvertently drawn the Pinsirs into his territory, was that they had saved his life at a critical moment. In a way, they were even now. As for helping Sato any further, Growlithe had no such intention. His earlier attack on the Pinsirs was purely motivated by their destruction of his territory and the fear they caused his family, not out of any desire to assist Sato. Don't worry, Growlithe, we mean no harm. We're truly grateful for your help earlier. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it, Sato said with a friendly smile, halting his approach. He then placed 2 golden, crispy roasted deer legs on the ground and stepped back to avoid any misunderstandings. Seeing Sato stop and retreat, the male Growlithe relaxed its aggressive posture. His attention turned to the roasted deer legs on the ground, his keen nose telling him they would taste amazing. At this point, the two small Growlithes, lacking their father's self-control, immediately dashed toward the roasted deer legs upon catching the delicious scent, joyfully devouring one of the legs together. Meanwhile, Sato quickly used his system's detection ability to scan the two playful and adorable Growlithe pups. The data for the two Growlithe pups was as follows. Pokémon, Growlithe, number 1. Level, 3. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Female. Moves, Bite, Howl. Pokémon, Growlithe, number 2. Level, 3. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Moves, Bite, Howl. From the information available, the two young Growlithe pups seemed fairly ordinary, without having inherited any special moves. However, based on the remarkable combat talent shown by the male Growlithe, Sato believed that these pups, clearly his offspring, likely possessed great potential. In fact, after witnessing the male Growlithe's impressive dominance over the pincer leader, Sato had already started thinking about capturing him. Having a fire-type Pokémon in a forest filled with grass and bug types would undoubtedly be a blessing. Especially a fire-type like Growlithe, it was considered extremely lucky. Growlithe were known throughout the Pokémon world as the police dog Pokémon used by the League, loyal to their trainers and equipped with excellent senses of smell and perception. They also made exceptional scouts. On top of that, Growlithe had proven itself to be a formidable fighter, brave and clever in battle. The way it had held its own against the pincer leader was a testament to its strength and intelligence. Moreover, once Growlithe evolves into Arcanine, it becomes an even more powerful Pokémon with a base stat total of 555, which is just 45 points shy of the pseudo-legendaries. Arcanine is also one of the rare Pokémon that can naturally learn the powerful move Extreme Speed by leveling up. One more thing worth noting is Arcanine's incredibly majestic appearance. With its large size and swift mobility, it's also one of the most beloved land transportation Pokémon among trainers. As a Pokémon enthusiast, Sato couldn't help but admire Arcanine's majestic form after evolution. There's just something about Pokémon with handsome appearances that naturally gives them an edge, right? And when a handsome Pokémon is also powerful and loyal to its trainer, it's easy to see why such Pokémon are so cherished by trainers. Arcanine embodies all these qualities. Despite his strong desire to capture the male Growlithe, Sato immediately abandoned the idea after seeing the female Growlithe and their two pups. Breaking up a happy family just felt wrong. Sato, with his strong moral compass, would never commit such an inhumane act. Family is precious, and Sato understood this better than most, having lost loved ones himself. Since capturing the male Growlithe was off the table, Sato shifted his attention to the two young Growlithe pups. As the offspring of the powerful male Growlithe, they were bound to have significant potential. In fact, Sato found the pups more appealing than the adult Growlithe. The male was already quite mature, with his own established battle techniques, which meant his growth potential was somewhat limited. The pups, on the other hand, were like blank slates, full of potential. Sato was confident that with his careful training, at least one of them could surpass their father's accomplishments. Although Sato couldn't capture the pups just yet, he knew that Pokémon typically grow quickly. These two pups, having already weaned, were clearly entering their growth phase. Sato believed that in time, once the pups had learned basic hunting skills from their father, the male Growlithe would eventually chase them out of his territory, allowing them to live independently in the forest. When that time came, Sato could confidently step in and capture one of the pups. For now, Sato had a simple goal: win the favor of these two young Growlithe pups. The actions of the two young Growlithe made the male Growlithe frown, but after hearing the gentle call of his mate, he gave up on scolding his children. Both the male and female Growlithe quickly ran up to their pups, gently picking them up in their mouths. With cautious eyes fixed on Sato and his companions, they carried the pups back to a hidden den nearby. Seeing the Growlithe couple acting as though guarding against intruders, Sato could only smile wryly. To avoid any further misunderstanding, he turned and left with Zubat and Gloom, knowing that his current state wasn't great. He needed to find a place to heal soon. After the male Growlithe scolded them, the two pups hung their heads in shame. However, the male pup would occasionally sneak glances at the den entrance, his eyes full of longing. The roasted venison from earlier had been tastier than anything he had eaten before. About 10 minutes later, after confirming that Sato, Zubat, and Gloom had moved a safe distance away, the male Growlithe hesitated before leaving the den. Amid the joyful barks of the pups, he dragged both roasted venison legs back to their home. Meanwhile, Sato had already left the small grove where the red berries grew and re-entered the dense forest. Using Gloom's secret power, he created another treehouse in a large tree near the grove. He was now resting inside. Damn, looks like I'll have to lay low for the next few days. If I keep pushing myself, I'll die from my injuries before any wild Pokémon get the chance, Sato muttered as he disinfected his wounds, wincing at how they had reopened and worsened. The pincer attack had been a harsh wake-up call for Sato. Clearly, with his current strength, moving freely through this forest was not an option. To survive, he needed to be much more cautious. Sato also realized he had been relying too heavily on Zubat's supersonic detection ability. While strong, it had its limitations, particularly with Pokémon that burrow deep underground, where Zubat's sonar couldn't reach. His earlier reckless entry into the pincer territory was partly due to his overconfidence in Zubat's detection and partly because he didn't fully understand pincer's behavior. Note: Pinsir disliked the cold and typically burrow underground where it stays warm during sleep. Now, with his injuries worsening, Sato estimated he'd need at least 4 or 5 days of rest before he could engage in any strenuous activity again. If he pushed himself too hard and reopened the wounds, he might die from a lack of medical treatment, even if no wild Pokémon got to him first. Faced with this grim situation, Sato had no choice but to abandon his plans of exploring the forest for the next few days and focus on recovering. By around 5 p.m. that day, with the help of Zubat's echolocation and Gloom's stench ability, they carefully avoided most wild Pokémon and safely returned to their original campsite by the water source. Over the next 5 days, Sato stayed put at the campsite to focus on healing. Of course, he didn't spend the time idly. He continued training Zubat and Gloom under a strict regimen, and both Pokémon saw noticeable improvements in their stamina and skill proficiency. Zubat, already proficient in manipulating flying-type energy, finally trained the air cutter move to the proficient level. He could now produce 10 small air blades or 30 miniature ones in a single attack and control their trajectory slightly. Additionally, with the help of a particularly reckless Kaede, Zubat managed to grasp the basics of hypnosis by learning how to emit hypnotic waves, hypnosis, beginner level. Meanwhile, Gloom, with the assistance of a Weepinbell skilled in Razor Leaf and Grass Knot, successfully learned both grass-type moves. Thanks to Gloom's innate talent in controlling grass-type energy, she quickly advanced to a proficient level with both moves. At the same time, during the last 3 days, after Sato felt his injuries had somewhat healed, he began actively seeking out wild Pokémon near his camp that were around the same level as Zubat and Gloom to battle. Thanks to the rapid recovery effects of the Pokeblocks he had on hand and the natural healing abilities of his Pokémon, Zubat's Leech Life and Gloom's Synthesis, Sato was able to have his Pokémon engage in nearly 100 battles with wild Pokémon each day. Of course, after the near-death experience of being chased by Pinsir, Sato was more cautious, focusing on finding evenly matched opponents to sharpen his Pokémon's skills, allowing them to steadily accumulate battle experience, fighting smaller enemies to level up before tackling bigger bosses. Some of these opponents, having been repeatedly defeated by Zubat and Gloom, became so scared that they refused to come out of their dens no matter how much Sato provoked them. In the end, because suitable opponents were hard to find and Sato didn't dare venture too deep into the forest, he was forced to challenge the more aggressive wild Pokémon nearby. As a result, over the past few days, the number of injured Beedrill in the area skyrocketed, and many of their territories were lost. Knowing that they were living in a dangerous environment, Zubat and Gloom pushed themselves to their limits, training relentlessly to grow stronger and protect Sato. They used the skills they developed through training to battle wild Pokémon, pushing their potential to the maximum. Under Sato's careful guidance, Zubat and Gloom slowly grew stronger, their abilities improving bit by bit. Through their numerous battles with wild Pokémon, their levels increased rapidly. Zubat's level rose to 24, while Gloom's level reached 25. During these 5 days, aside from training and battling, a few things happened that made Sato extremely happy. The first good news was that Nidoran finally completed his 1-week infancy stage and officially entered the growth stage. Thanks to daily meals of Multank's milk, premium poison-type Pokémon food, and high-quality calcium supplements, Nidoran, who had been growing rapidly during his infancy, thrived. Compared to 5 days ago, when Nidoran was only the size of a small rabbit, he had now grown to half the size of an adult dog. After Nidoran completed his infancy stage, Sato immediately began training him. With Sato's consistent efforts over the past 5 days to train Nidoran in the use of confusion, Nidoran's physical capabilities improved dramatically after the infancy stage, and he successfully mastered the basics of confusion, reaching an entry-level proficiency. The second piece of good news occurred during the last 2 days. Following the trail markers Sato had left on trees, he managed to return to the grove where the Growlithe family lived. There, using the aroma of roasted meat, Sato successfully lured out one of the food-loving Growlithe pups. Although the pup was quickly carried back by the male Growlithe, who nearly attacked Sato, the delicious roasted meat and a gem-level Pokeblock won over the little Growlithe's foodie heart. From then on, whenever Sato visited the grove, the pup, having memorized Sato's scent, would immediately come out looking for food. The male Growlithe, after several failed attempts to stop his pup and seeing that Sato meant no harm, eventually gave up. As a result, the little Growlithe grew increasingly fond of Sato, all thanks to the allure of delicious food. The third piece of good news had just unfolded before Sato's eyes. After Sato spent 3 continuous days using the Beedrill from the nearby forest as battle opponents for Zubat and Gloom, the Beedrill swarm finally couldn't bear the pressure of Sato's relentless hit-and-run tactics. They gave in, no longer as ferocious as they once were. During those 3 days, the Beedrill swarm, one of the dominant groups in the forest, took unprecedented measures against Sato. At their most extreme, they gathered over 30 elite Beedrill, averaging level 20 and above, and hundreds of regular Beedrill to sweep through the forest in an attempt to surround and annihilate Sato and his Pokémon. Unfortunately for the Beedrill, after battling them hundreds of times, Sato had already learned their habits well. Using Gloom's secret power to create hidden spaces and its grass-type liquid to mask their scent, Sato and his team evaded the Beedrill's search efforts entirely. In the end, after a long day of fruitless searching, the exhausted Beedrill were ambushed by Sato on their way back to their hive. Several Beedrill squads, each consisting of about 10 Beedrill, were defeated by Zubat and Gloom in a coordinated attack, further increasing the number of injured Beedrill. Now, whenever the Beedrill spotted Sato and his two Pokémon, instead of charging at them like before, they would flee at the first sight, trying to stay as far away as possible. While Sato found the Beedrill's sudden cowardice a bit frustrating, it left him with few wild Pokémon nearby that could serve as training opponents for Zubat and Gloom. The remaining wild Pokémon in the area were either too strong to challenge or not worth provoking at his current level. However, this also presented Sato with an opportunity to explore the Beedrill territory freely. Although the survival trial had already reached its halfway point, and while Sato was still alive, he had yet to collect any of the task items. Now he needed to focus on completing his mission as quickly as possible. After 3 days of exploration, only a portion of the forest, where the task items were rumored to be hidden, remained unsearched. These were areas Sato had not dared to explore yet, as they were home to extremely powerful Pokémon clans. For example, there was a Pinsir clan with more than 10 members, a Scyther clan of similar size, and a Teddy Ursa clan led by an Ursaring at level 43. While these groups were much smaller in number compared to the Beedrill, their individual members were far stronger. Sato wasn't particularly afraid of facing these Pokémon one-on-one. What concerned him was that they were social creatures. Provoking even one could draw out the whole group, and once overwhelmed by sheer numbers and strength, Sato and his team would be crushed. Thus, for now, Sato knew he had to avoid these three powerful and aggressive clans. Especially with the Scyther and Teddy Ursa clans, any attempt to challenge them could mean he wouldn't survive until the next day. Sato had seen the Scyther clan before. Their leader, a Scyther at level 40, had combat strength second only to the 43-level Ursaring, the absolute ruler of the forest. Over the past few days, aside from battling most of the capable wild Pokémon in the area, Sato had also managed to map out the general power distribution within the forest. Since the dominant force in the forest was the Ursaring, Sato temporarily named the forest Ursaring Forest. The Ursaring Forest was currently divided and occupied by 4 major Pokémon clans, the Ursaring clan, the Beedrill clan, the Pinsir clan, and the Scyther clan. The Ursaring clan occupied the central region of the forest, which was the most resource-rich area. According to Sato's exploration, the center of the forest featured a natural lake and a low hill. Around the lake was a vast flower field, home to several swarms of combi, while the hill was covered in fruit trees. The area surrounding the hill and lake was where the Ursaring clan typically operated. Under normal circumstances, they rarely left this self-sufficient territory. The Pinsir clan occupied the northwestern part of the forest, an area rich in pecha berries. The Pinsir usually stayed around the pecha trees, but it wasn't the berries they were interested in. Instead, they were attracted to the sweet sap that oozed from the trunks of the pecha trees. Note, pecha berries can cure poison and are also sweet in taste. The tree that produces them, the pecha berry tree, secretes sap from its trunk that is also sweet. This is a self-created interpretation. Feel free to imagine it as you like. The Scyther clan occupies the northeastern part of Ursaring Forest, where there is a small grove of Oron trees that serves as their primary territory. Compared to the Pinsir clan, the Scyther are far more aggressive. However, these Pokémon are proud and arrogant. Unless provoked or they consider you a worthy opponent, they will not initiate an attack. One thing worth noting is that Scyther have a strong sense of territoriality. Any creature or Pokémon that dares to trespass into their domain without permission will face their merciless scythes. As for the Beedrill clan, it seems they enjoy special protection from the Ursaring clan. They haven't been encroached upon by the Pinsir or Scyther clans, as the Ursaring clan, based in the center of the forest, acts like a deadly anchor preventing these two clans from expanding further south, allowing the Beedrill to claim nearly half of Ursaring Forest. Although the Beedrill are large in number, they are still weaker compared to the Pinsir, Scyther, and Ursaring clans. Their swarm lacks a leader strong enough to rival the bosses of the Ursaring, Pinsir, or Scyther. Individually, wild Beedrill are much weaker compared to the other 3 Pokémon species. A single Pinsir can easily defeat an entire squad of Beedrill. Against Scyther, even 2 Beedrill squads would struggle to resist, and when it comes to Ursaring, it's no contest. Ursaring's thick, tough fur can almost entirely shrug off Drill's attacks, and one powerful swipe of its paws, enhanced by its brute strength, can crush dozens of Beedrill in one go. Despite their struggles against these 3 clans, the Beedrill still reign supreme over the other wild Pokémon living in Ursaring Forest. Using their overwhelming numbers, they often bully weaker, solitary wild Pokémon. However, in the past 3 days, the once peaceful and dominant Beedrill clan encountered a trio of demons. Constant harassment from these 3 has reduced the Beedrill clan's fighting strength by 2/3. Now, their once mighty hive is filled with injured members, and the clan is at its weakest point in history. The Beedrill had considered seeking reinforcements to deal with Sato and his team, but the Ursaring clan, which regularly takes large quantities of honey from their hive on a set schedule each month, completely ignored their request for help and rudely refused. Now, based on reports from their patrolling comrades, the 3 demons were approaching the hive once again. The Beedrill warriors sent to stop them had already been defeated, and fear spread throughout the entire Beedrill clan. So I've finally reached this point. Is that the Beedrill hive up ahead? Wow, it's massive. Could the task item be here? I never would have thought it would be in this place. I was expecting it to be in the most dangerous part of the Ursaring territory. I guess I was overthinking it, Sato thought with excitement as he gazed at the enormous hive before him. After Zubat and Gloom easily defeated yet another elite Beedrill squad, Sato had finally reached the heart of the Beedrill territory. The Beedrill hive was built on a towering tree so large that it would take at least a dozen adults holding hands to encircle it. The hive itself was constructed along the entire trunk of the tree, meaning it practically covered the entire giant tree. From a distance, the Beedrill hive looked like a small mountain, dotted with countless holes, enough to trigger anyone's trypophobia. However, the top of the hive, resembling the peak of a small mountain, had suffered some damage. Upon closer inspection, the markings left on the hive's top formed the shape of the letter R. Sato and his team's arrival didn't go unnoticed by the ever-vigilant Beedrill clan. As soon as they approached within 100 meters of the Beedrill hive, a squad of over a dozen elite Beedrill, all at least level 20, rushed forward to intercept them. Along with these elite Beedrill were more than 30 newly evolved Beedrill grunts and a number of Weedle. To prevent Sato from getting any closer to the hive, the Beedrill clan had brought out their reserve forces. In no time, Sato and his Pokémon were surrounded on all sides by Beedrill and Weedle. However, backed up against a giant tree, neither Sato nor his two Pokémon showed the slightest sign of fear. The Beedrill's battle strategy was simple: send in the grunts to wear down the enemy, then have the elites swoop in for the final blow. This time was no different. Under the command of the elite Beedrill, over 50 newly evolved Beedrill grunts and a horde of weak Weedle charged towards Sato and his team. Having faced large-scale assaults like this many times before, Zubat and Gloom remained unfazed. Without waiting for Sato's orders, and drawing on their extensive experience from battling Beedrill, they instinctively executed the most effective counterattack. Zubat immediately unleashed Air Cutter at the incoming enemies. In an instant, flying-type energy gathered in the air, and under Zubat's skilled control, this energy transformed into a brief but powerful gale, filled with sharp blades of wind. The charging Beedrill grunts and Weedle were sent flying backward, many of them slashed by the wind blades. Several fragile Beedrill and Weedle were severely injured and collapsed, temporarily out of the fight. However, the impact of Zubat's Air Cutter on the battlefield was far from over. As Zubat's attack raged, Gloom scattered a cloud of green sleep powder from its flower bud, which was carried by Zubat's high-speed wind directly into the ranks of the Beedrill and Weedle. Those hit by the sleep powder, whether already injured or not, were overwhelmed with drowsiness. Before long, a large number of Beedrill and Weedle were fast asleep on the ground. In an instant, the enemy's fighting force was reduced by half. Zubat's Air Cutter combined with Gloom's sleep powder proved to be an excellent crowd control combo, especially effective unless the enemy was a strong flying type or had the insomnia ability. However, while Zubat focused on the enemies in front, the Beedrill on the sides and above seized their opportunity. Almost simultaneously, 3 elite Beedrill charged from the left and right, their sharp stingers aimed directly at Sato, who was being guarded by Zubat and Gloom. Above Sato, a dozen Weedle had climbed to the tree branches and now dove toward him, their purple-tinged stingers poised to strike. It seems I'm the easy target, huh? Everyone wants to take me out first. Gloom, use Grass Knot to stop the Beedrill on the left and right. Zubat, hit the Weedle above with gust, but be gentle, don't overdo it, Sato commanded, keeping his eyes on the battlefield. He sighed with slight exasperation but quickly adopted a more serious tone as he issued commands to his Pokémon. Gloom responded with a loud cry, its body surging with grass-type energy. In a flash, its entire form was enveloped in a vibrant green aura. At this moment, as the Beedrill charged to within 2 meters of Sato and his team, long, bright green blades of grass suddenly shot up from the dense undergrowth, swiftly binding the Beedrill and halting their attack. As more and more of these green blades of grass emerged from the ground and joined the binding, the Beedrill were soon wrapped tightly, like cocooned prey, by a mass of resilient green grass. Though seemingly fragile, the grass was incredibly tough, and under its binding, the Beedrill gradually lost the strength to fight back, helplessly accepting their fate of being captured alive. 2 days earlier, while leading his Pokémon through various battles in the nearby forest, Sato had come across a rather strong Weepinbell in a small flower field. This Weepinbell also happened to be the leader of the grass-type Pokémon in the area. Not only that, but this Weepinbell had mastered an impressive grass knot technique. The green blades of grass it conjured with this move could easily capture prey, and Beedrill were its favorite target. Sato had personally witnessed Weepinbell use grass knot to capture a Beedrill alive. Amazed by the technique's powerful binding capabilities, Sato was eager to harness that power for himself. Fortunately, his Gloom was able to learn this move. Sato asked the Weepinbell to teach Gloom the move, offering plenty of food in exchange. However, as a carnivorous plant, Weepinbell wasn't particularly friendly and dismissed Sato's request, even attempting to capture him with grass knot to use as backup food. Faced with this unfriendly behavior, Sato had no choice but to retaliate. Against Zubat's flying-type abilities, Weepinbell stood no chance and was eventually captured by Sato. Of course, Sato didn't take advantage of Weepinbell without compensation. He treated it well, providing good food and drink, and in the end, allowed Gloom to teach it Energy Ball. In exchange for continuing to enjoy a comfortable life, Weepinbell had to agree to a series of unequal terms with Sato, including teaching Gloom Grass Knot. Gloom, with its superior control over grass-type energy, had since mastered the move even beyond Weepinbell's capabilities. While Weepinbell could bind up to 5 Beedrill at once, Gloom could now manage 6 simultaneously with its Grass Knot. Meanwhile, as Gloom used grass knot to bind the approaching Beedrill, Zubat launched its attack on the Weedle above them. A small white whirlwind appeared with just a thought from Zubat. The Weedle, leaping from the branches in their attack, were caught in the whirlwind, which was imbued with flying-type energy. They were severely injured and blown away, falling to the ground and losing their ability to fight. After dealing with the Weedle, Zubat turned its attention to the Beedrill bound by Gloom's grass knot. In the next moment, shadow balls shot from Zubat's mouth, knocking out the fragile Beedrill. With Zubat's powerful air cutter for offense, Gloom's crowd control sleep powder and grass knot, and Sato skillfully using the giant tree as cover, the wild Beedrill, limited by their lack of intelligence, were left with no options. They were swiftly defeated, one after the other. 3 minutes later, no Beedrill remained capable of flight. All had been seriously injured and lay on the ground, temporarily unable to fight. The remaining Weedle, still able to battle, had lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. After defeating the Beedrill and Weedle in front of him, the remaining Beedrill in the hive who were still capable of moving seemed to lose their will to fight. Multiple defeats had made them realize that Sato was an unbeatable opponent. In order to avoid total annihilation, they had no choice but to abandon the hive and flee. What's going on? They're actually running away. Well, this works out for me. Now I won't have to deal with any more obstacles, Sato thought with a strange look on his face as he watched the healthy, uninjured Beedrill flee the hive and scatter in all directions. Sato had expected the typically fierce Beedrill to defend their hive at all costs and fight to the bitter end, but to his surprise, the anticipated final battle never came. Instead, the Beedrill chose to flee, which caught him off guard. In truth, the Beedrill's decision to abandon the hive wasn't just because they were afraid of Sato and his Pokémon. More importantly, their colony was on the brink of extinction. If the remaining Beedrill were defeated by Sato and his team, the entire colony would have no hope left. Sato's previous decision not to kill the Beedrill, leaving them alive but injured, was a major reason for the Beedrill colony's current crisis. The large number of injured Beedrill had become a heavy burden on the hive. Naturally, the Beedrill could not ignore their injured comrades who had fought for the colony. They fed the injured Beedrill the best honey in the hopes that they would recover quickly and contribute to the hive again. However, as the number of injured Beedrill increased, the labor force capable of collecting honey diminished. To support these injured Beedrill, the hive's stores of honey were rapidly consumed. Now, the number of injured Beedrill exceeded the number of healthy workers able to gather honey. The consumption of honey outpaced its production, and to make matters worse, 4 days ago, the Ursaring clan had taken more than half of the hive's honey. The hive's honey reserves were nearly depleted. If the remaining Beedrill capable of collecting honey were all captured by Sato and his team, even if Sato chose not to kill them, the Beedrill would soon starve to death. Although the fighting Beedrill had fled the hive, there were still many injured Beedrill and Weedle larvae inside. Entering recklessly could be dangerous. For safety, Sato ordered Zubat to create strong winds around the giant hive and had Gloom release sleep powder to ensure that all the creatures inside would fall into a deep sleep. Over the course of about 10 minutes, Sato had Zubat and Gloom cool down the entire hive with blasts of wind. Then, Zubat used its ultrasonic waves to confirm that most of the Beedrill and Weedle inside were now in a forced sleep state. Confident, Sato led his 2 Pokémon into the hive. The R mark on the top of the hive clearly wasn't just a coincidence. If Sato's guess was correct, the Team Rocket item he was searching for in this forest was inside the hive. The massive hive, built by the Beedrill, was both sturdy and intricately structured. The Beedrill had also designed wide passages inside the hive for easy movement, and these were spacious enough for Sato to walk through comfortably. As he walked through the Beedrill-built hive, Sato noticed several small chambers after only a few steps. These were the living spaces of the Beedrill, and inside each of the numerous small chambers, most of which were located on 2 levels, lay a Beedrill soldier, sound asleep from their injuries. Sato wasn't interested in the injured Beedrill. Guided by Zubat's ultrasonic waves, he quickly navigated the maze-like hive and found the correct path leading to the top. The top area of the hive was the nursery, where many eggs containing Weedle were stored. Some Weedle that had already hatched were also fast asleep, completely unaware of Sato and his team's arrival. Finally, with Zubat's help, Sato found his target in one of the nurseries at the very top of the hive. A black backpack, marked with an R, was quietly embedded in the hive's wall. Thanks to the repellent smell coming from the backpack, due to insect repellent, it hadn't been damaged by the Beedrill and remained intact, still embedded in the wall. This should be the mission item, Sato thought as he eyed the R on the backpack. It was really well hidden. This hive is so big that without Zubat's help, it could have taken me all day to find it. Sato quickly pulled the black backpack from the wall, not even bothering to check its contents, and immediately stored it in the storage space of his Team Rocket watch. Then, he and his Pokémon, Zubat and Gloom, retraced their steps to the lower part of the hive. Since Gloom's sleep powder would only keep the Beedrill asleep for about half an hour, Sato knew he had to move quickly. Now that he was in the heart of the Beedrill's hive, it would be a waste not to grab some loot before leaving. As for what kind of loot was available in the hive, it was none other than the high-quality honey produced by the Beedrill. While Sato had never tasted Beedrill honey himself, he had seen its description in Team Rocket's internal points exchange system and knew exactly how valuable it was. Compared to regular bee-produced honey, Beedrill honey not only had higher nutritional value but was also a premium food for Pokémon. It had the added benefits of quickly restoring energy and healing injuries, making it a natural recovery and healing product. Wild Beedrill honey, in particular, was known to be even more effective. As a result, Wild Beedrill honey was incredibly valuable. In the Team Rocket points exchange system, 1 liter of Wild Beedrill honey was priced at 500 points, and it was often out of stock. The Beedrill hive's honey storage room was located at the very bottom of the hive. With Zubat leading the way, Sato soon arrived in the storage room, where hexagonal honeycombs were quietly storing honey, each sealed with a wax-like substance. However, out of the hundreds of honeycombs in the room, only 21 still contained honey. The storage was surprisingly low. Only this much left? Looks like these guys didn't forget to take their wealth with them before leaving. Oh well, the honey that's left should last me quite a while, Sato thought as he observed the nearly empty storage room. He quickly and efficiently stored 21 honeycombs, each sealed with beeswax, in the storage space of his Team Rocket watch. Note, each beeswax sealed honeycomb contained about 3 liters of honey, so Sato ended up with 63 liters of honey in total. After confirming that there was no more honey left in the storage room, Sato and his 2 Pokémon swiftly left the Beedrill hive and made their way back toward his current residence. However, just after Sato and his team left the hive, a strange distortion appeared in the shadows. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted along the ground, swiftly disappearing into the forest. After Sato and his 2 Pokémon left the Beedrill hive, they encountered no obstacles along the way. Over the past few days, Sato, relying on his 2 Pokémon, had conquered most of the wild Pokémon in the nearby forest, and now, none dared to challenge him. After spending more than 10 minutes, around 4 in the afternoon, Sato and his team successfully returned to the base of the large tree where their temporary residence was located, quickly making their way back to the secret treehouse. As soon as they returned to the treehouse, Sato eagerly took out the black backpack he had obtained from the Beedrill hive and began to unpack its contents one by one. The black backpack was just an ordinary backpack, similar to the small one he had at the start of the mission. Inside, there were 6 Pokeballs, a card sealed in black paper, and a letter. The 6 Pokeballs were clearly not manufactured by Team Rocket. They were handmade, crafted by traditional Pokemon ball artisans using natural materials. These handmade Pokeballs outperformed commercially available ones in terms of performance, customization, and secrecy. Of course, they were relatively expensive, but they were highly favored by high-ranking trainers and the elite. All 6 Pokeballs looked identical, with a design of red on top and white on the bottom, featuring a golden star engraved on the blue shell. Sato took a brief interest in the 6 handmade Pokeballs before setting them aside, shifting his attention to the card sealed in black paper. When Sato tore away the black paper and revealed the true nature of the card, his pupils dilated, and a look of shock crossed his face. The card turned out to be a league identification card, and the image in the upper right corner clearly showed Sato's current appearance. This meant that it was an identification card belonging to him. Oh my gosh, Team Rocket really has incredible power. This ID card is real, not some fake made in the black market, Sato said, looking at the league ID in his hand. He then turned it over to check the back, where a Pokeball pattern appeared faintly when exposed to light. His expression showed a hint of emotion. In fact, when Sato learned that he was undocumented, he had thought about obtaining a legitimate league identification card. Unfortunately, as a nobody without any background, he never even got a chance to appeal. Even with a certificate from the village chief back in his rural village, it proved useless. Unable to obtain a league ID through legitimate means, Sato had decided to find someone in the black market to make one. However, the anti-counterfeiting technology used in official league ID cards was among the best in the Pokemon world. The counterfeits made in the black market might work for rural residents, but in towns and cities where Officer Jenny enforced the law, those fake IDs were worthless and could lead to serious consequences. If caught with a fake ID, one could be immediately targeted for arrest and thrown into jail. Now, the ID card in front of Sato was obviously genuine. The Pokeball pattern on the back, which reflected light, served as the best proof. According to those who made fake IDs in the black market of Pewter City, this anti-counterfeiting technology was currently exclusive to the League. In short, this ID card was legitimate. Too bad, what use is this ID card to me now? I'm already on Team Rocket's ship, and getting off means this ID card they gave me would become a powerful constraint instead, Sato thought, his initial surprise slowly shifting into a bitter smile of resignation. It's obvious that now that Team Rocket has provided him with a League ID card, they have completely grasped his identity and background. Even if he were to betray them in the future, he could no longer rely on the identity of Sato to seek refuge with the League. Of course, with this League ID card, Sato could now openly live under the sun. He could freely enter any area controlled by the League, without having to hide from the League officers or fear being searched for identification. Unfortunately, even though he thought about this now, Sato couldn't bring himself to feel happy. For him, this League ID card was merely a disguise to conceal his status as a Team Rocket member. He was still fundamentally seen as a villainous member of Team Rocket. After letting out a deep sigh, Sato set aside the League ID card, which had once held great significance for him, and turned his attention to the last item in the black backpack. Sato tore open the envelope, pulled out the letter inside, and began to read it carefully. After comparing the handwriting with that on the mission map, Sato immediately recognized it as belonging to the same person. As he read the contents of the letter, his expression suddenly soured as if he had swallowed a fly. He was filled with immense confusion because the letter contained some unexpected information that left him bewildered, even somewhat in disbelief. The letter roughly stated that the field trial task had been completed and that he now had a new mission, to find a way to travel to Larao City in the Hone region and achieve a 10-game winning streak at the battle tower there within 25 days of the upcoming rookie competition. What is going on here? Wasn't it agreed that I had to gather all the mission items to complete the field trial task? Why has the task suddenly changed? Now I have to go all the way to Hone by myself, and on top of that, I need to achieve 10 consecutive wins at the world-famous battle tower in Larao City? They really think highly of me? I'm just a rookie who has only had a Pokémon for less than a month. This has got to be a joke. After reading the letter, Sato felt as if there were 10,000 alpacas running wildly in his mind. Larao City is an island city located in the Hone region, the same city featured in the movie Pokémon, Destiny Deoxys. It's a technologically advanced city, and its most famous landmark is the Battle Tower. The Battle Tower in Laraos is world-renowned. It serves as a global stage for trainers to showcase their skills. The level of competition here is higher than that of the league tournaments held in various regions. Trainers from all over the world come to the Battle Tower to enhance their strength and gain immense fame. They aim for continuous victories to achieve both recognition and rewards. The Battle Tower in Laraos holds a status almost comparable to that of the Sky Pillar in the Hunter x Hunter world. This is an original idea. Now, as a rookie trainer who had only debuted less than a month ago, Sato was given such a daunting task, which left him feeling extremely distressed. While Sato was venting his frustrations about the letter, at the peak of a small mountain near the forest of Viridian, Sophia smiled and nodded at the recently returned Jengar, praising it. You've barely passed the field survival trial. From now on, your opponents won't be the mindless wild Pokémon. Your future opponents will be much more cunning than wild Pokémon, Sophia thought to herself as she gazed at the distant Viridian forest. After carefully reading the letter in his hand once more, Sato could only sigh in resignation, accepting the reality. He was now a low-ranking member of Team Rocket, with no power or influence, and lacking enough strength to do anything but follow orders from above. Of course, if they were sending him on a suicide mission, Sato would definitely refuse. But this current task wasn't as bad as that, so he reluctantly accepted it. Just like the task map he received last time, the back of this letter also had a map drawn on it. However, this one was much more comprehensive, covering the entire Viridian forest. The map even included a relatively safe route for him to leave the forest. From the accuracy of this map, which pinpointed his current location, Sato realized that whoever assigned him this mission knew his situation very well, almost to an unsettling degree. In short, every move he made in the Viridian forest was under surveillance, making it nearly impossible for him to disobey the orders. There's only 25 days left. Damn, this is the Viridian forest? Even if I took a plane to Hone, it would take a day. And as far as I know, Pewter City doesn't have an airport. Hopefully, Viridian City does, otherwise I'll have to find another way, Sato murmured, his face darkening as he studied the map. In fact, because Sato was living off the grid, his movements in the Pokémon world were restricted to just Pewter City and the Viridian Forest. He wasn't too familiar with the other cities in Kanto, which made his plan to reach the Hone region even more unclear. There were planes, trains, and ships in the Pokémon world, but because of wild Pokémon, none of these methods of transportation were particularly safe. In the sky, airplane routes had to avoid the airspace of powerful wild flying-type Pokémon groups. Train tracks had to steer clear of the territories of strong wild Pokémon. As for sea travel, it was even worse. Accidentally crossing into the Sea of Gyarados and provoking the temperamental creature could have dire consequences. So while communication between human regions wasn't cut off, it wasn't exactly frequent either. The distance between the Kanto and Hone regions wasn't too great, so there was still some regular exchange. However, communication between Kanto and Unova, separated by thousands of miles of ocean, was much less frequent. The vast oceans and skies were still beyond human control, as they were dominated by many powerful wild Pokémon. Some of these particularly strong wild Pokémon possessed enough power to cause massive destruction. In truth, the amount of land, sea, and sky that humans occupied in this world was still quite limited. Most of the planet was still inhabited by a vast number of wild Pokémon. Human history in this world was almost entirely a history of battling Pokémon. To survive and thrive, humans had no choice but to seize land, seas, and skies from wild Pokémon. In the distant past, Pokémon were referred to as monsters by humans, which shows just how much humans once feared them. If the profession of Pokémon trainer had never emerged, humanity would likely still be confined to living in small, isolated areas. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. I need to finish what I have to do today and leave Viridian Forest as soon as possible. There are only 25 days left, and I don't know how long it'll take to reach Larao City in Hone. By the time I get there, I probably won't have much time left to achieve 10 consecutive wins in the Battle Tower. Sato carefully folded the letter and stored it safely, his expression serious as he thought to himself. In fact, this task came so suddenly that it completely disrupted the plans Sato had for the near future, such as searching for wild Squirtle and Mudcup, and capturing a young Growlithe. Ever since Sato discovered Wild Squirtle and Mudcup by a nearby river during the heavy rain caused by the battle between Poliwrath and Gyarados, he often wandered along the riverbank. His goal was to get lucky and encounter those two amphibious water-type starter Pokémon again. Unfortunately, his luck hadn't been great this past week. Forget about capturing Squirtle and Mudcup, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of them. According to his estimation, the only way he'd encounter them again would be if there were another downpour like before. As for the young Growlithe, things had been going much better. After several days of winning its trust with good food, the young Growlithe had become completely comfortable around him, even affectionately licking his hand with its small tongue. The only slight disappointment was that the male Growlithe still treated him coldly, and the young Growlithe was still a bit too young to survive on its own. Sato was about to leave soon, so he couldn't wait for the day when the male Growlithe would chase away the young one. What concerned him now was whether the young Growlithe would be willing to go with him and if the male Growlithe would allow it. Of course, Sato could harden his heart and forcibly capture the young Growlithe. However, this could result in the young Growlithe holding a grudge against him, which would make it difficult to gain its trust and obedience later on. To Sato, a Pokémon that monopolized resources but refused to listen was not worth having. It would be better to leave it alone. Forget about Squirtle and Mudcup, Sato thought with a bitter smile. Wild starter Pokémon are hard to come by. After all, I'm not Ash, a chosen one who stumbles across such crazy luck. Finding a Growlithe in the wild is already fortunate enough. I'll do my best to win over the young Growlithe, but if it doesn't work out, I won't force it. I don't want my Pokémon to resent me for life. Plans never seem to keep up with changes, and Sato was facing that reality now. To adapt, he had no choice but to change his plans. Otherwise, he'd be helpless in the face of danger. Without much strength to rely on, he had to fulfill the orders given to him, as long as they weren't outright suicide missions. After carefully considering everything and organizing his thoughts, Sato began the next steps. Time was now precious, and he had to use it as efficiently as possible. After descending from the treehouse, Sato followed his schedule for the past few days, starting the 2-hour afternoon training session for his 3 Pokémon. If he wanted his team to become stronger, daily Pokémon training and battles were essential. Of the two, training was even more important than battles. Come on out, Zubat, Gloom, and Nidoran, it's time to train. Sato tossed 3 Pokeballs, calling out to his Pokémon as they emerged one by one. Following Sato's training regimen, Zubat was now diligently practicing the move Air Cutter. After 5 days of rigorous training, Zubat had become proficient in the technique, able to execute it smoothly. With a flap of its wings, infused with strong flying-type energy, Zubat generated a powerful wind comparable to a level 7 gust. 10 crescent-shaped air blades appeared instantly within the wind, arranged in a fan-like formation to perform a wide-range attack. Each of the air blades was about 20 centimeters in diameter. As the crescent-shaped air blades materialized, Zubat's wings, still enveloped in flying-type energy, twitched slightly. 3 of the blades shifted their trajectories slightly, striking the trunk of a nearby tree one after another. Well done, Zubat. Your control over the air blades has improved significantly. You can now manipulate 3 blades at once. Keep up the hard work. Once you master turning Air Cutter from a wide-range move into a single target attack, your strength will see a substantial increase, Sato praised Zubat after seeing its successful execution of the move. Hearing Sato's encouragement, the somewhat winded Zubat nodded happily and resumed practicing Air Cutter. However, at this point, it could only control 3 air blades, still a bit away from managing a 4th. In Sato's view, the potential of Air Cutter was immense. The move's principle was to release air blades in a small area, fan-shaped, all at once. The number of blades depended on the user's capabilities. The only downside was that once the air blades were created, their trajectories became unpredictable. Essentially, they would randomly strike within a certain range, which made the move less powerful than it could be, failing to maximize its damage. Of course, since the Pokémon itself created the air blades, they could theoretically control them. But this required a high level of mastery over the move. Being able to produce air blades meant the Pokémon had reached an entry-level mastery of the technique. Creating 10 air blades signified the Pokémon had reached a proficient level with Air Cutter. To fully unleash the move's power, however, flexible control over the blades was essential. In Sato's ideal version of the move, Zubat would merge the air blades into one giant blade for a powerful strike on the enemy. Zubat still had a way to go before reaching this ultimate form of Air Cutter. However, Sato couldn't help but wonder if Zubat could indeed transform Air Cutter into the powerful single-target move he envisioned. How would it differ from Air Slash, a move that Zubat could only learn at a higher level? For now, he had no clear answers to this. Note, Air Slash is a flying-type special single-target move with a base power of 75. The move uses a blade of air that can supposedly cut through the sky, though this may be exaggerated. It sometimes causes the target to flinch. After a week of surviving in the dangerous wild, Zubat had undergone significant changes. Unknowingly, it had reached level 24. If this were a game, Zubat would already have enough experience to evolve. What puzzled Sato, though, was that Zubat had shown no signs of evolving. Instead, perhaps due to adapting to the intense wild battles or benefiting from the more nutritious diet, Zubat had grown considerably. A week ago, Zubat's wingspan was about 0.8 meters, and it weighed 8.2 kilograms, with a daily diet of about 8 liters of blood. Now, Zubat's wingspan had grown to 1.2 meters, and its weight had increased to 10.3 kilograms, with a daily intake of 12 liters of blood. Without a doubt, Zubat now resembled a small falcon, a full-fledged giant bat. Its increased size had also enhanced its endurance, and its larger, stronger wings allowed it to unleash even more powerful flying-type moves. Sato wasn't too surprised by this noticeable growth in Zubat over the week. The high-intensity battles were continuously pushing Zubat to its limits. Subconsciously, Zubat desired to become physically stronger. Coupled with its change in diet from cow blood to the richer wild deer blood, along with a steady increase in its food intake, and the calcium tablets Sato gave it daily to promote growth, it would have been strange if Zubat hadn't experienced some significant changes. On the other side, Gloom was busy practicing the grass-type move Grass Knot. With its strong control over grass-type energy, Gloom had now mastered the move, reaching a proficient level of move mastery. Gloom stood in the middle of a clearing, with 10 scattered wooden blocks placed around her within a 10-meter radius. Each block was about 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters tall. Suddenly, a bright green glow burst from Gloom's body. Immediately, vibrant green grass, formed from grass-type energy, sprouted beneath the 10 wooden blocks and quickly began to wrap around them. However, out of the 10 blocks, only 6 were fully covered by the energy-infused grass, while the remaining 4 were only entangled up to the midpoint. Gloom's role in Sato's team had become increasingly versatile. With her ability to pair growth with Energy Ball and Razor Leaf, she could serve as an attacker. When using powders in tandem with Zubat during battles, she acted as a support. Now, by using Grass Knot to entangle multiple enemies at once, she could also play the role of a controller in the team. Since training various grass-type moves and reaching a proficient level in move mastery, Gloom had become an indispensable asset to Sato's team, a key pillar that held the group together. Looking at his team, Sato felt that his offensive power was taking shape, but they lacked solid defense. For instance, when facing wild Pokémon, Sato himself had very limited means of self-defense. If he were caught off guard by an enemy, the outcome could be fatal. To bolster the team's survivability, Sato had no choice but to rely on Gloom, who could now serve as his personal bodyguard with her control move, Grass Knot. Originally, in the games, Grass Knot was a move that tripped the opponent by summoning grass to tie around their legs, with the damage being based on the opponent's weight. The heavier the Pokémon, the more damage it took. Note, Grass Knot is a grass-type special attack move with variable power. It uses grass to trip the opponent, and its power increases based on the target's weight. However, in the real world, Grass Knot was much more than a simple tripping move. The green grass formed from grass-type energy was extremely tough. Unless it was hit by fire, flying, or poison-type attacks, breaking free required significant effort. As such, in reality, Grass Knot had become a powerful move for grass-type Pokémon to bind enemies, especially in forests where they could manipulate real grass to enhance the move's effectiveness. Currently, Gloom could use Grass Knot to bind up to 6 enemies within a 10-meter radius. If her opponents lacked specific means to break free, they would be immobilized until the grass-type energy forming the green grass dissipated, which typically lasted about 10 seconds. Like Zubat, Gloom had undergone significant changes after surviving in the wild with Sato for a week, and these changes were both internal and external. The first change was in her personality. After gaining acceptance from her teammates, Gloom was no longer as insecure as before. She often smiled, especially when playing with the playful Nidoran. Additionally, the numerous victories she had achieved alongside Sato had greatly boosted her confidence. The second change was in Gloom's physical growth. Originally, Gloom was about the size of a 2 or 3 month old human baby, smaller and shorter than a typically developed Gloom. However, perhaps due to her improved mood, her body began to grow at a healthier rate. During Sato's recovery period, he had also gathered animal droppings, dead branches, and leaves to create natural fertilizer for Gloom, helping her grow faster by providing essential nutrients. With a positive mindset, plenty of sunlight and water, and fertile soil, Gloom's physical and mental health steadily improved, allowing her to grow significantly. Now, her size had reached that of an average Gloom. If she had previously been the size of a few months old baby, she was now about as big as a 1-year-old child, standing roughly 75 centimeters tall. After seeing that Gloom's training was progressing well, Sato gave her a few words of praise before turning his attention to Nidoran, who was currently focused on his training in front of a large boulder. The move Sato had arranged for Nidoran to train was Poison Jab, a move aligned with Nidoran's poison type. Having passed his infancy stage, Nidoran's physical attributes had improved significantly, no longer as fragile as he once was. The density of the purple keratinous spikes on his body had gradually thickened. Especially notable was the sharp purple horn on Nidoran's forehead, which had now become as hard as steel, making it the toughest part of his body. This sharp horn was also Nidoran's primary weapon for attacks. Note, Poison Jab is a poison-type physical move with 80 power. It uses a poisonous appendage or arm to stab the opponent, with a chance to poison the target. After passing infancy, Nidoran's current details were as follows. Pokémon, Nidoran. Level, 5. Type, Poison. Ability, Hustle. Hidden ability. Gender, male. Known moves, Leer, Peck, Amnesia, Egg Move, Disable, Egg Move, Confusion, Egg Move, Hone Claws, TM, Poison Jab, TM, Water Pulse, TM. According to Sato's guidelines, Nidoran would always begin his training and battles by using Hone Claws. This helped compensate for the accuracy drop caused by his hustle ability when using physical moves, while also boosting his attack power. At this moment, a Nidoran about the size of a medium-sized dog was charging forward, moving on his slightly clumsy limbs. As he charged, the sharp purple horn on his forehead glowed faintly with a dim purple light. When Nidoran was just half a meter from the boulder, he suddenly leaped forward with all his might. With a bang, Nidoran's horn pierced directly into the large red mark painted on the boulder's surface. The 2-meter-tall boulder shook slightly, and small fragments of rock splintered off. As Nidoran effortlessly withdrew his horn from the boulder, a small hole, leaking a faint purple liquid, appeared on the surface. Tiny cracks, similarly infused with the purple liquid, spread outward from the hole. The inner and outer edges of the hole showed signs of erosion. Before long, a small piece of the eroded rock crumbled from the boulder, falling apart like tofu and shattering into several fragments. As a poison-type Pokémon, Nidoran's body was saturated with toxins, especially in the sharp spikes covering his body, where the most potent venom was secreted. Naturally, the most concentrated source of poison was in his sharp forehead horn. When using Poison Jab, Nidoran focused the poison-type energy into his horn. Since the horn was the hardest part of his body and could instantly secrete a large amount of venom at will, it was the perfect weapon to pair with the Poison Jab technique, which required the condensation of poison-type energy for the attack. As a poison-type Pokémon, Nidoran had a natural affinity for the poison-type energy in the environment. However, due to his young age and limited control, the amount of poison-type energy he could currently gather was still low. This was evident from the faint purple glow on his horn when he executed Poison Jab moments ago. Even though Nidoran had not yet fully mastered Poison Jab, not even reaching the beginner level, the move's power, combined with the physical attack boost from his hustle ability and Hone Claws, still produced significant destructive force. When facing tough rocks, Nidoran could easily pierce them with his horn, similar to stabbing tofu. His venom, released through his horn, and the poison-type energy surrounding it would then corrode the rock. If it were a tree or a living creature instead of a rock, it would likely be pierced through, leaving a small hole, and there would be a high chance of the target being poisoned. This was the result even though Nidoran could not yet condense much poison-type energy for his Poison Jab. It was clear that as his control over poison-type energy improved and he could gather more of it for his moves, he would be able to shatter rocks instantly, leaving severe corrosion marks. In fact, Sato had already let Nidoran test Poison Jab on some nearby small trees, and without exception, those trees withered and died, poisoned by the venom. After witnessing the terrifying power of Nidoran's Poison Jab, Sato no longer allowed him to use living creatures for practice, opting instead to train against inanimate objects like rocks. In the world of Pokémon, poison types are much more dangerous than most others. A large part of this danger comes from the toxins they carry. If a living creature is injured by a poison-type Pokémon, it could easily become poisoned. Note: poison-type energy is highly aggressive and corrosive. Pokémon get poisoned because poison-type Pokémon inject their energy into the target's body, where it wreaks havoc. This can be considered an energy-based toxin, which explains why non-poison-type Pokémon using poison-type moves can still cause poisoning. Custom lore. In reality, poisoning is far more dangerous than it appears in games. Once a Pokémon is poisoned, the negative effects are much more severe than burns, paralysis, or freezing. While the effects might not be immediately apparent, once the poison spreads throughout the body, the Pokémon's combat abilities will rapidly deteriorate. If an antidote isn't administered in time, the Pokémon could even die. Even if treated at the last moment, it would likely suffer a serious illness afterward. Moreover, different types of Pokémon have different kinds of toxins, leading to varying symptoms when poisoned. In most cases, a poisoned Pokémon will experience one of 3 symptoms: overall weakness, hallucinations, or localized decay in the poisoned area. Of course, for more potent poison types, these symptoms could mix or occur simultaneously. Note: poison-type Pokémon and certain others with innate toxins can induce physical poisoning in organic beings. Custom lore. Steel-type Pokémon have a natural immunity to poison-type energy because of their steel typing. Unless their steel attribute is removed or their immunity weakened, steel types cannot be poisoned. Based on some practical experiments, Nidoran's venom showed clear corrosive properties. Once exposed to air, it underwent a chemical reaction, and when combined with the corrosive nature of poison-type energy, it produced an intensified effect, easily corroding most materials. Well done, but don't always rely on your horn for Poison Jab. It makes it easier for opponents to target your weak spots. Try using your claws instead. They're just as tough as your horn, and you won't give yourself a headache from crashing into things, Sato said with an amused smile, seeing that while Nidoran had broken off a chunk of the boulder, he was also a bit dizzy from the impact. Unfortunately, Nidoran seemed unfazed by Sato's advice. He still chose to use his horn as the focus for Poison Jab. After stepping back a bit, he braced himself and charged at the boulder again. The training of the 3 Pokémon was proceeding in an orderly and self-motivated manner. With more than an hour until sunset, Sato took the opportunity to gather some dry branches and leaves from nearby and built a campfire. Next, Sato retrieved a wild deer leg wrapped in plastic from the storage space of his Team Rocket watch, along with some salt and seasonings. He also took out some wild beedrill honey that he had just acquired that day. After carefully roasting it, a golden brown, crispy wild deer leg was ready. By this time, the Zubat and Nidoran had arrived right on schedule, eagerly watching the roasting deer leg over the fire. In fact, both Zubat and Nidoran were omnivores, though Nidoran was more adaptable in his diet than Zubat. Therefore, both Pokémon could digest meat. Hurry back to training. This roasted deer leg isn't meant for you too, Sato said with a stern expression, noticing his Pokémon drooling over the leg turning on the spit. The well-seasoned roasted deer leg was specially prepared for his little Growlithe. He planned to consult the Growlithe's wishes tomorrow, as they were set to leave this place. If the Growlithe agreed to join him, the roasted deer leg would serve as a welcoming gift. If the Growlithe refused, it would act as a farewell gift. A few minutes later, Sato ended the Pokémon's training early and, after spending over 10 minutes navigating the area, arrived at the grove where the Growlithe roosted. Suddenly, a rustling sound filled the air. As Sato stepped into the grove, a shiny furred male Growlithe appeared before him and jumped straight into his arms. Compared to the small Growlithe from 5 days ago, this one had grown significantly, now about 2/3 the size of its father, and had become a bit chubby. The rapid growth was largely due to Sato bringing him tasty food every morning and evening. With plenty to eat and sleep, the little Growlithe had started to gain some weight. Moreover, during these few days, the little Growlithe's father had clearly begun special training for him. The little Growlithe had already reached level 10 and had even learned the moves Flame Wheel and Flame Charge in such a short time. This indicated that the male Growlithe had inherited excellent talent from his father. Here's the information for the little Growlithe. Pokémon, Growlithe. Level, 10. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Flame Wheel, Tutor, Flame Charge, Tutor. Ha ha ha, alright, Growlithe, I know you're happy to see me. I brought you some treats today, Sato said, struggling a bit as he pushed away the Growlithe that was enthusiastically licking his face. Hearing Sato's words, the little Growlithe stopped his face-licking attack and sat down on the grass, looking at Sato with a hungry expression. Seeing the little Growlithe looking like a true food lover, Sato patted its head and smiled. Then, under the watchful gaze of the Growlithe's sparkling eyes, he took out the specially made roasted deer leg from the storage space of his Team Rocket watch. The roasted deer leg, coated in wild beedrill honey, appeared incredibly enticing to the little Growlithe. As soon as it caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, saliva started to drip uncontrollably from its mouth. Without any hesitation, the little Growlithe lunged straight at the roasted deer leg in Sato's hands. With a delighted woof woof woo, the Growlithe swallowed a large piece of roasted meat and immediately closed its eyes, letting out joyful sounds and displaying a blissful expression on its face. Meanwhile, not far away in a patch of grass, a strong male Growlithe caught a whiff of the roasted deer leg's scent and wore a similar greedy expression, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. However, the sturdy male Growlithe had good self-control. While resisting its cravings, it kept a watchful eye on Sato beside the little Growlithe. Is it delicious, Growlithe? Sato asked with a smile, seeing the little Growlithe enjoying the roasted deer leg. Woof woof woof. Without any hesitation, the little Growlithe nodded in response. In its young mind, the food Sato had brought over the past few days was the best it had ever tasted without a doubt. Oh really? That's great to hear. But, Growlithe, I'm leaving tomorrow, and I might not be able to bring you these tasty treats anymore. Upon hearing the little Growlithe's enthusiastic response, Sato smiled slightly, but his expression turned a bit serious as he spoke. Upon hearing Sato's words, the little Growlithe, which had been happily munching on the roasted deer leg, immediately changed its expression. It looked at Sato with a pitiful gaze, reminiscent of an abandoned puppy, its eyes welling up with tears, making it look utterly forlorn. I'm not abandoning you, I just have to go to a very far place for a while, and I won't be able to bring you delicious food for a long time. Seeing the little Growlithe's sad expression, Sato gently patted its head. However, as a true food lover, the little Growlithe clearly did not want Sato, who brought it food every day, to leave. It grabbed Sato's pant leg with its mouth and tugged at it, as if refusing to let Sato go. Of course, I don't want to stop seeing you either. That's why I'm here to ask for your wish, Growlithe. Do you wish to come with me and explore the outside world? There's so much more than just this little place where you live, and there are even tastier things out there than this roasted deer leg. Seeing the little Growlithe's reluctance, Sato felt encouraged and quickly expressed his true intention for this visit. However, Sato felt a chill in his heart when he noticed that although the little Growlithe initially showed joy at the thought of coming along and tasting more delicious food, it soon appeared to be thinking of something else and its expression turned a little gloomy. It's okay, Growlithe. If you don't want to, I won't pressure you. We're still good friends, and I'll come to visit you whenever I can. Sato observed the little Growlithe's change in demeanor and sighed softly, putting on a sincere smile to comfort the now downcast Pokémon. Unfortunately, Sato's comforting words did not lift the little Growlithe's spirits. It seemed that because of its sadness, the delicious roasted deer leg no longer tasted good. After a few more bites, the little Growlithe turned and dashed into the grass, quickly disappearing from Sato's sight. It seems it really isn't going to work. After all, Pokémon have familial bonds too, and for a little Growlithe that hasn't experienced independent living yet, it's too hard to let go of that. What a pity, if I had arrived a few days later, the outcome might have been different, Sato said with a disappointed expression as he watched the little Growlithe abandon the roasted deer leg and turn away. After waiting a few minutes without the little Growlithe returning, Sato shook his head in disappointment. He left behind a dozen high-quality spicy poke blocks, which the little Growlithe loved, before leaving the grove with Zubat and Gloom. Since the little Growlithe didn't want to come with him, Sato had to respect its choice, as they had already become friends. Upon returning to his lodging, night had fully descended. As usual, Sato fed the 3 Pokémon a hearty meal and then returned to the treehouse atop the giant tree, quietly spending his last night in the Viridian Forest. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, one night had gone by. Around 6 in the morning, the sun gradually rose in the east, and the Viridian Forest welcomed dawn once again. At that moment, a cheerful barking sound suddenly woke Sato from his sleep. Sato had always woken up at 7 a.m. sharp, a habit formed long ago. But today, even though it wasn't yet 7, he was awakened by the noise outside. Instead of feeling annoyed, he was filled with unexpected joy. Hearing the familiar barking outside, Sato, who had been thinking about Growlithe all night, reacted instantly. Before Zubat on the roof of the treehouse could alert him, Sato had already opened his eyes and quickly opened the door to look down from the tree. Sure enough, the familiar figure of little Growlithe stood below. Upon seeing Sato, the barking grew even louder, with his front paws resting on the tree trunk as he looked up at him with excitement. How did you come here alone? Where's your father? You're not hurt, are you? Sato immediately climbed down from the tree and asked with concern as the little Growlithe leaped into his arms. Zubat had already informed Sato that he hadn't detected Growlithe's father nearby, meaning the little Growlithe had come to find him all on its own. Growlithe was only level 10, and though it was a fire-type Pokémon, it was still quite dangerous for it to travel from the small grove to Sato's location alone. One wrong encounter with a strong Pokémon could have spelled disaster for it. Luckily, Growlithe had not encountered any real danger, and there were no serious injuries on its body, just a few scrapes and bruises. With a bit of ointment and the naturally strong resilience of Pokémon, it would recover in no time. Growlithe's expression dimmed slightly when he heard Sato's words, but he quickly perked up again. He grabbed one of the Pokeballs from Sato's belt with his mouth, then backed away, placing the ball on the ground. He nudged the Pokeball with his head, rolling it back towards Sato's feet. You want to come with me, is that it, Growlithe? Sato asked, his face lighting up with joy at Growlithe's actions. Woof woof woof. Growlithe nodded eagerly, then sat down with his rear on the ground, gazing at Sato with a look full of anticipation. Growlithe was indeed intrigued by the world outside, as Sato had described, but he was also reluctant to leave his family. Torn between staying with its loved ones and exploring the world, Growlithe had chosen to remain with its family. However, what Growlithe hadn't expected was that his father had found out about his decision. He became furious, eventually driving Growlithe out of the grove and forbidding him from returning home. Heartbroken and lost, Growlithe thought of Sato, who had always treated him kindly, and decided to seek him out. At first, Growlithe was very scared, as he had never ventured beyond the grove before. But to his surprise, the journey was smooth, as he followed Sato's scent, without encountering any major dangers. Well, since that's your choice, I respect your decision. I'm really happy to have you join me, Growlithe. So, welcome aboard. Hearing Growlithe's confirmation, Sato smiled warmly, bending down to pick up the great ball at his feet. He then lightly tapped it against Growlithe, who had come close. The great ball in Sato's hand opened upon contact, turning Growlithe into a beam of red light before absorbing him inside. The button in the center of the ball flashed red a few times before dimming. I've actually captured a Growlithe, Sato exclaimed, unable to resist a surge of playful excitement. He struck a dramatic pose with the great ball raised high in the air, embracing his inner child. Of course, after indulging in his moment of childish delight, Sato quickly returned to his usual calm and rational self. He pressed the button on the ball, releasing Growlithe back out. At the same time, Sato released all his other Pokémon to inform them that Growlithe had officially become part of their team. Zubat, Nidoran, and Gloom were already somewhat familiar with Growlithe. They had interacted well before, so now that Growlithe had officially become part of their team, their bond deepened even further. Each of the 3 Pokémon warmly welcomed Growlithe into the group. While Sato and the others were happily celebrating the addition of Growlithe as a new companion, about 400 to 500 meters away, the male Growlithe came to a stop. He turned his head slightly, looking in the direction of Sato's dwelling, and then let out a loud howl. Hearing the howl, the younger Growlithe's ears twitched, and a determined look flashed across his face. He, too, turned toward the direction of his father and responded with a strong, youthful howl of his own. Hang in there, Growlithe. It seems your father is watching over you. I'm sure you'll meet again someday. When that time comes, show him how strong you've become. I'll help you surpass him and become a powerful fire-type Pokémon, Sato said, gently patting Growlithe's head as he smiled. It was clear that Growlithe's safe journey to Sato had not been without the help of his father. The male Growlithe's earlier howl was likely a farewell to his child. As a fire-type Pokémon, Growlithe naturally had his own pride. His desire for strength was just as fierce. Hearing Sato's words only intensified his fighting spirit, and his howl grew even louder. On the other side, after hearing Growlithe's determined response, the male Growlithe's eyes softened, and its worry faded. Without looking back, he continued walking toward the small grove that was his territory. After a short while, Growlithe stopped howling, and Sato began his morning routine of washing up and preparing breakfast for both himself and his Pokémon. With Growlithe joining the team, Sato prepared an especially hearty breakfast that morning. For Growlithe, in particular, he roasted another delicious venison leg as a welcome gift. Unlike usual, after breakfast, Sato decided not to proceed with his regular morning training. Instead, he pulled out a map that would guide them out of Viridian Forest and began following the route toward Viridian City. According to the map, Sato's current location was on the western side of Viridian Forest's unsafe zone, about 10 kilometers away from Viridian City in the south. However, the route on the map wasn't completely safe either. It passed through the territories of several strong wild Pokémon groups, and along the way, Sato and his team were attacked several times by wild Pokémon at level 30 or above. Fortunately, after a week of intense training in the wild, Sato had greatly improved his skills. With Zubat and Gloom, both of whom were now level 24 or higher, protecting him, they managed to escape from any dangerous situations, even if they couldn't win every battle. Each encounter was a close call, but they made it through safely. Finally, after over 8 hours of winding through the forest, Sato and his team, guided by the map, successfully entered the safe zone of Viridian Forest. After another 2 hours of travel, the outline of Viridian City appeared on the horizon. At last, we're back in human civilization. This week of survival training felt like it lasted forever. Viridian City, here I come, Sato thought to himself, a smile finally spreading across his face as he gazed at the human structures ahead. Viridian City, also known as the Evergreen City, is located to the south of Viridian Forest. Although it's considered a third-tier city in terms of economy and size within the Kanto region, its reputation is surprisingly significant. The fame of Viridian City is largely due to two of the most well-known figures in the Kanto region. The first is the Dragon Master, Lance, widely regarded as the invincible dragon tamer, and the other is Giovanni, the strongest gym leader in Kanto and the man who would eventually propel Team Rocket to its peak. Both of these individuals were born in Viridian City, and coincidentally, both were blessed by the power of Viridian Forest. What saddened the ordinary readers, however, is that their paths diverged drastically. One became a pillar of justice, while the other rose to power as the leader of a criminal empire. Now, Sato had entered this famed city. It was already 5 p.m. by the time he crossed into Viridian City's borders. However, it seemed the city's residents weren't very fond of him. As he walked through the streets, many people cast wary glances in his direction, avoiding him and whispering among themselves. Sato paid no attention to the looks or gossip. After all, he had spent the past week living in the wilderness, battling Pokémon in the wild. Naturally, his limited supply of clothing had long been torn and tattered. On top of that, he had just completed a long trek out of the depths of Viridian Forest. Sato looked like a wild man. His skin was sunburned, his clothes were ragged, and he reeked of sweat. He was the very picture of dishevelment. Fortunately, the Pokeball strapped to his belt served as a crucial symbol, and the subtle yet oppressive aura he emitted also contributed to the air of caution around him. Even though the passers-by didn't welcome him, none dared to act aggressively towards Sato, who clearly looked like a formidable trainer. Some more perceptive individuals even shifted their expressions from disgust to fear or respect and hurried away before Sato could even notice them. Despite this, the commotion surrounding Sato eventually caught the attention of the local patrolling police. Not long after Sato entered Viridian City, Officer Jenny, accompanied by her Growlithe, arrived on a police motorcycle. "Please show me your ID, trainer," Officer Jenny said as she dismounted her bike, eyeing Sato cautiously. Her large, beautiful eyes revealed a hint of wariness, and the Growlithe at her side immediately adopted a defensive stance, ready to attack if necessary. As an experienced police officer, Officer Jenny was sharp enough not to underestimate Sato despite his rugged appearance. In fact, she treated him with twice the usual caution. Sato gave off a very different vibe compared to the typical soft and sheltered trainers who frequented the safer areas of the wild. If they were lambs, then Sato, who had undoubtedly experienced countless life or death battles in the dangerous zones, was a wolf, radiating an aura that spoke of his hard-earned survival. "Of course, Officer Jenny. Here's my ID. I've just returned from a mission in the wild, and I'm really exhausted. I'd appreciate it if I could rest soon," Sato responded cooperatively, pulling out his trainer ID from his pocket and handing it to her. The trainer ID that Team Rocket had arranged for Sato was clearly well prepared. When Officer Jenny inserted the card into a small ID reader, Sato's detailed profile immediately appeared on the screen. The information on Sato's profile clearly outlined his place of birth, date of birth, and his clean background. It also detailed his journey from a bug catcher to a registered league trainer. It was a thorough record that would satisfy even the most scrupulous of inspectors. "No problems here. Thank you for your cooperation, and I hope your journey wasn't too exhausting," Officer Jenny said after carefully reviewing the information displayed on her machine. With no issues found, she visibly relaxed and now looked at Sato with a much friendlier expression. After handing Sato back his trainer ID, Officer Jenny mounted her police vehicle and continued patrolling with her Growlithe by her side. Seeing this, the nearby passers-by also softened their gazes towards Sato. They trusted Officer Jenny's judgment. Since she didn't cause him any trouble, it was clear he wasn't a bad person. "Phew, looks like I passed the test. That League ID is definitely the real deal, Sato thought to himself, breathing a deep sigh of relief as he watched Officer Jenny ride away. Truthfully, Sato, now a low-ranking member of Team Rocket, felt his heart skip a beat when he first saw Officer Jenny approaching. And when she came straight toward him to check his ID, he silently cursed his bad luck. Fortunately, his mental fortitude held strong, and the League ID that Team Rocket had provided him was genuine, allowing him to avoid any suspicion. After Officer Jenny's inspection, Sato's journey through the city became much smoother. The pedestrians no longer avoided him as they had before, likely reassured that he wasn't some dangerous outsider. Sato now had quite a few things to take care of. For one, he needed to give himself and his Pokémon a proper rest. He also had to gather supplies for the rest of his journey and figure out how to reach the Hone region. But before he could take care of any of that, his disheveled appearance was something he had to deal with. Before buying new clothes and refreshing his image, though, he needed money. The truth was, Sato was broke, completely penniless. Without money, none of his plans could proceed, so his first priority was finding a way to make some cash quickly. Using signs along the way, Sato found his way to a Pokémon item shop in Viridian City. Based on his current situation, selling some of the lighter valuables in his possession seemed like the fastest way to get money. Sato didn't have many valuable items on him. The most valuable and easiest to sell were the wild beedrill honeycombs he had harvested from a beedrill nest the day before. These items were highly prized, even within Team Rocket's internal exchange system, so they would undoubtedly fetch a good price here as well. Upon Sato's entrance, the trainers inside the shop all turned their attention toward him. Most of the young, well-dressed trainers immediately displayed looks of disgust, with some female trainers covering their noses and mouths before hurriedly leaving the store. However, the shop's owner and the older employees, being much more experienced, didn't immediately dismiss him from his current appearance. They quickly stopped the younger staff members who were about to make the mistake of trying to shoo him away. "Is there something I can help you with, sir?" A middle-aged male employee stepped forward and politely asked Sato. "Yes, I'd like to sell something. Do you buy these here?" Sato nodded and pulled out a beeswax-sealed honeycomb of wild beedrill honey from his belongings. As expected, wild beedrill honey was indeed highly valuable, with 1 liter selling for a staggering 5,000 Poke Dollars/Alliance dollars, same thing. A middle-aged trainer, who was also shopping for Pokémon supplies in the store, even approached Sato directly, offering 6,000 Poke Dollars per liter. When it came to money, Sato naturally welcomed more. So, going with the highest bidder, he ended up selling around 10 liters of wild beedrill honey to the middle-aged trainer, earning himself 60,000 Poke Dollars. It's worth mentioning that in addition to confirming the identity of its holder, a League ID also functions as a bank account. The 60,000 Poke Dollars were transferred directly to Sato's account. Carrying that much cash would have been impractical. Sato's bank account had previously been empty, but now it contained a balance of 60,000 Poke Dollars. With money in hand, Sato immediately spent 10,000 Poke Dollars in the Pokemon item shop on a mid-level storage backpack and another 20,000 on 25 bottles of mid-level spray-type healing potions. He also spent 10,000 Poke Dollars to buy enough Pokemon food to last Nidoran, Gloom, and Growlithe for a week. After completing his purchases, Sato quickly left the Pokemon item shop and headed to a nearby clothing store, where he spent 3,000 Poke Dollars on 6 sets of clothing. These were the latest trendy trainer uniforms, similar to the kind that trainers often wore in the anime. The shop owner was also quite considerate. Despite Sato's disheveled appearance, after recognizing that he was a paying customer, they even let him take a hot shower in the store before changing into his newly bought, clean clothes. When Sato emerged from the clothing store, he looked like a completely different person, transforming from a scruffy wild man to a handsome, tough young trainer. Following the signs, Sato then made his way to his lodging for the night, the Viridian City Pokémon Center. The Viridian City Pokémon Center, located in the city's center, was an expansive facility dedicated to healing Pokémon. It was about the size of half a football field and stood 5 or 6 stories tall. Dressed in his new trainer uniform, Sato passed by the security guards at the entrance without raising any suspicion. After showing his League ID, he easily entered the Pokémon Center. To be honest, since arriving in the Pokémon world, this was Sato's first time entering a Pokémon Center. Due to his previous status as an unregistered citizen, he hadn't had the chance to visit a League-controlled facility like this. Unlike how Pokémon centers were depicted in the anime, this one was not only staffed by the familiar Nurse Joy but also many other medical personnel. Because numerous trainers were currently having their Pokémon treated, the staff were all quite busy. In a place dedicated to saving lives, order was, of course, very important. Unless it was an emergency, anyone wanting treatment for their Pokémon had to wait their turn, just like in a regular hospital. Sato's reason for visiting the Pokémon Center was mainly to stay the night and to have his Pokémon treated. While Pokémon generally had strong regenerative abilities, intense battles could leave hidden injuries behind. Though these hidden injuries might not be a big deal at first, if left untreated and allowed to accumulate, they could become life-threatening. In the best case, such injuries could leave a permanent mark, hindering a Pokémon's potential. In the worst case, they could be fatal. Thus, it was necessary to regularly give Pokémon a comprehensive medical checkup to eliminate hidden injuries, and the Pokémon centers, which boasted the most advanced medical technology in the world, were the perfect place to meet all a trainer's needs. It's no exaggeration to say that a trainer's success is not only due to their personal and Pokemon's efforts, but also the medical team supporting them behind the scenes. Sato made himself as inconspicuous as possible. After receiving his queue number, he quietly sat in a secluded corner of the waiting hall, patiently waiting his turn. Worth mentioning, after acquiring the spatial backpack, Sato transferred all the items from his Rocket Team-issued watch into it. He also switched the Team Rocket-issued Great Balls of his 4 Pokemon into the personally crafted ones he had received. While waiting, Sato used the simple diagrams on the walls of the waiting hall to get a general understanding of the structure of the Viridian City Pokemon Center. The center was divided into 5 floors, each with distinct functions. The first floor was for minor injury treatments, the second for serious injuries, the third was the ward area, the fourth housed temporary accommodations, and the fifth was reserved for league use. Apart from these main sections, there were various functional areas spread across the first 4 floors, such as the league shop on the first floor, the league mission area on the second, a public dining hall on the third, and an outdoor training ground, among others. With the assistance of Shinsi, Pokemon specially trained by the Joys as medical aides, the efficiency of treatments in Pokemon centers was impressively high. After waiting for about 13 minutes, the broadcast in the waiting hall called Sato's number. Following the broadcast instructions, Sato approached the medical counter, where a nurse Joy greeted him with a professional smile and inquired about the type of medical service he required. "Here's my league ID. Please give my Pokemon a full-body treatment, and I'd also like to stay overnight at the Pokemon Center," Sato said, handing over his league ID and placing 4 Pokeballs on the counter with a slight smile. "Understood. A full-body treatment for 4 Pokemon will be 8,000 Poke-dollars, and the accommodation fee is 500 Poke-dollars. Would you like to pay with cash or deduct it from your bank account?" Nurse Joy asked, confirming Sato's identity as a registered trainer after inserting his league ID into the verification machine. "Just deduct it from my bank account, and please take good care of them," Sato replied. "Of course, we'll provide the best possible treatment for your Pokemon. Here is your claim ticket and room key. Please keep them safe. The treatment will take some time, so kindly wait in the lounge," Nurse Joy said, handing back his league ID along with a white claim ticket after pressing the transfer button on her desk. Money spent as easily as flowing water after selling the wild beedrill honey and going on a shopping spree. Sato now had only 8,500 Poke-dollars left in his bank account. This treatment is really expensive. Being a trainer truly is a costly profession. Thinking about it now, the benefits Team Rocket offers its official members are pretty good. No wonder so many poor civilian trainers choose to join. It's practically forced on them, Sato thought to himself, feeling a slight sting in his wallet as he returned to the waiting hall. When discussing the strongest force in today's Pokemon world, without a doubt, it's the Pokemon League/Alliance, same thing, a colossal entity spanning multiple continents. The current order of the Pokemon world is maintained and shaped by this powerful organization. To elaborate, custom lore, the Pokemon League is actually a massive coalition formed by many factions. The primary purpose of this powerhouse was to end the long-standing wars in the Pokemon world and preserve the hard-won peace. As for the exact date of the Pokemon League's founding and its original founders, these details are lost to time. However, one thing is certain, with the League's rise and growth, wars in the Pokemon world gradually ceased. The chaotic era, where different regions were ruled by various factions, came to an end, and the Pokemon world finally entered a peaceful era of rapid human civilization development. Note, long ago, the Pokemon world indeed had many nations that waged war for their own interests. The history of Kalos explicitly states that the immortal King Az ended the war and created a superweapon capable of destroying the world. Today, the Pokemon League has established its influence over regions such as Kanto, Johto, Hone, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, and even the distant Alola. In the face of the League's overwhelming power, the local forces in these regions had no choice but to submit, and for survival, they had to become vassals and merge into the Pokemon League. However, the Pokemon League is, after all, a vast coalition. Its control over each region is limited. Currently, the League has the strongest control over Kanto and Johto, where its headquarters is located atop Mount Silver, which connects the 2 continents. In other regions, the League's control is somewhat weaker. Of course, this weaker control doesn't mean the League has lost power in these areas. It simply means there is more compromise with local forces, allowing these regions to retain their unique local characteristics. With the arrival of long-awaited peace, the Pokemon world has entered an era ruled by the Pokemon League. Like any ruling power, the League inevitably adopts specific governance measures to strengthen its control. A powerful force is both a means of maintaining rule and a potential threat. And in the Pokemon world, the strongest force is, of course, Pokemon, with trainers being those who command this power. How to effectively manage this force became the central question for the rulers. Ultimately, the Pokemon League made a very wise decision. Instead of cutting off the right of the lower classes to access this power, the Pokemon League opened up the trainer profession to everyone, giving even the common people a chance to rise in social status. This decision greatly contributed to societal stability. Of course, the Pokemon League merely provided the opportunity for the common people to climb upward. To truly rise, one had to abide by the rules the League had set. The Pokemon League's members are numerous and generally divided into 2 categories, non-core members and core members. Non-core members are those registered in the league, who have been observed and tested by the organization. This group consists of ordinary civilian trainers with clean backgrounds. In contrast, the core members are the true members of the Alliance, enjoying the various benefits it provides. One example of these benefits is the discounted treatments at Pokémon centers. Generally speaking, core members of the Pokémon League are selected from the elite among non-core members. These elites have already made significant contributions to the league before becoming core members, and their strength is among the best within the non-core ranks. Their contribution and abilities help them stand out. Additionally, those born into families where at least one parent is a core league member are considered core members in training. Among them, new trainers who receive one of the starter Pokémon and a Pokédex automatically become core members of the league once they are granted their Pokédex. As for Sato, he is currently a registered league trainer but is only at the basic level. He hasn't yet passed the league's tests and observations, so he isn't even a non-core member. Therefore, he has to pay the high medical fees for using the services at the Pokémon Center. In fact, if Sato didn't meet the minimum requirement of being a registered league trainer, the Pokémon Center could have refused to provide treatment at all. Why do so many civilian trainers fight so hard to join the league? It's simple. The Pokémon League controls the best resources in the world and leads the way in Pokémon research and development. Imagine this, even Team Rocket, a shadowy criminal organization, has access to vast resources. So, how much more would the Pokémon League, a force dozens of times more powerful than Team Rocket, control in terms of resources? It's not hard to imagine that becoming a core league member could drastically change your fate. Your journey as a trainer would go much further, and your future generations would live better lives because of you. Moreover, after the efforts of several generations, the Pokémon League has become the legitimate ruler in the eyes of humanity. Almost all new generations have grown up under the League's influence and education. To them, contributing to the League is a source of immense pride. Of course, while the world has its beauty, it also has its harsh realities. Among the countless civilian trainers, only a few will ever succeed in changing their fate. The majority will end up disappointed. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Sato finally retrieved his 4 Pokémon. Alongside Growlithe, who had been reluctant to stay in its Pokeball and eagerly jumped out, he climbed the stairs and headed to the public cafeteria on the 3rd floor. It was already past 6 p.m. dinner time. Just a little longer, and you'll get to eat. You'll get to try some new food tonight. It's way better than that roasted wild deer meat, Sato said with a smile, patting Growlithe on the head. Woof, woof, woof. Growlithe's eyes lit up at the mention of new food, and it responded excitedly, walking closely by Sato's side. As for the many trainers who don't succeed, most eventually give up and accept their predetermined fate. Only a small few continue down the trainer's path, pushing forward without regret. Since it was already past 6 o'clock, by the time Sato arrived at the public cafeteria with Growlithe, many trainers had already gathered for dinner. Combined with their Pokémon, the entire cafeteria was quite crowded. The saying at home, rely on your parents, outside, rely on friends holds true. Being a trainer is a high-risk profession, and traveling alone can be very dangerous, especially for new trainers. That's why, in most cases, young trainers prefer to travel with friends who share their interests and who they trust. It not only reduces risks but also adds helpful allies for their future journeys. At the public cafeteria in the Pokémon Center, almost every table was filled with trainers dining together, chatting and laughing with their Pokémon. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Growlithe, being a popular Pokémon, immediately attracted the attention of many trainers when Sato entered the cafeteria. Thanks to Growlithe's charm, Sato also garnered quite a bit of attention. Growlithe, with its keen senses, noticed the many eyes on it, but being naturally brave and outgoing, he didn't mind at all. His thoughts were completely focused on the food Sato was about to prepare. Since Growlithe wasn't bothered, Sato, a trainer who had been through countless battles in the wild, naturally wasn't fazed either. After scanning the cafeteria, he quickly noticed a table by the window where some people had just finished their meal and were leaving. Before anyone else could claim it, Sato swiftly took the spot near the window. As soon as Sato sat down, he began preparing dinner for his Pokémon. Aside from Zubat, who didn't like regular Pokémon food, he prepared high-quality, nutritious food for the other 3. Growlithe sat patiently by Sato's side, not touching his food until Sato had finished preparing meals for his companions, showing remarkable discipline. The high-quality food was canned, making it very convenient. Sato didn't take long to prepare dinner for all 4 Pokémon. Come on out, it's dinner time. After finishing the preparations, Sato released the remaining 3 Pokémon from their Pokeballs. With 3 flashes of white light, Zubat, Nidoran, and Gloom appeared before Sato. After receiving full treatment at the Pokémon Center, all 3, like Growlithe, were in excellent spirits. Releasing 3 Poison-type Pokémon drew even more attention from the other trainers in the cafeteria. While Zubat and Nidoran didn't cause much concern, the sight of Gloom made several trainers' faces show signs of disgust. Some of the female trainers sitting near Sato's table looked particularly annoyed, but when they noticed their Pokémon showing signs of fear towards Zubat and Gloom, they had no choice but to cut their meal short and quickly leave with their Pokémon. In reality, most of the trainers in the cafeteria were only operating within the safety zones set up by the Pokémon League, without going through life or death battles and facing true survival hardships. So, you could imagine the strength of their Pokémon. From Sato's perspective, along with his Zubat and Gloom, apart from a few exceptions, most of the others were quite weak. This was evident when Zubat and Gloom were released. Most of the Pokémon dining in the cafeteria visibly trembled, their lingering wild instincts warning them of the danger posed by Sato's Pokémon. On the other hand, Gloom wasn't in a great mood. Although she had become much more cheerful after spending time with Sato and the others, she was still a sensitive Pokémon. The disdainful glances from the surrounding trainers and their Pokémon were keenly felt by Gloom, causing her mood to plummet. Don't mind them. Just enjoy your dinner with your companions. Sato crouched down and gently patted Gloom's flower bud, comforting her as he noticed the Pokémon looking downcast. Zzzzz. Nido, Nido. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Zubat, Nidoran, and Growlithe immediately offered their encouragement to Gloom, showing they didn't care about the reactions of others. Nidoran, being the closest to Gloom, even handed over a high-quality poke block he had hidden in his ear. Hearing Sato's comforting words and receiving the support of her companions, the sadness on Gloom's face faded, replaced by a touched smile. She nodded to her friends and happily resumed enjoying her meal with them. To Gloom, her companions were the most important. As long as they didn't dislike her, the opinions of strangers didn't matter. She was no longer alone, she had good friends now, and there was no longer a need to fear loneliness. In fact, after spending a week together, Gloom had learned to control the release of her unpleasant odor quite well. Under normal circumstances, unless she was startled or felt threatened, the odor was barely noticeable anymore. Gloom's effort to suppress her odor was largely out of consideration for her treasured companions. Although they didn't seem to mind, she still felt guilty. To avoid inconveniencing or harming them, she had become the most hard-working member of the team. Gloom's self-esteem issues are still too severe. I have to address this quickly, or it will affect her long-term development, Sato thought to himself, feeling slightly relieved to see her mood improving, but still concerned about her well-being. Pokémon, like people, have emotions, and their emotional states greatly impact their performance. So, in addition to training their Pokémon, trainers must ensure their Pokémon's mental and emotional health. Judging by the current situation, Gloom's mental health was far from ideal, and this could impact her future battles and growth. As a result, Sato was already considering how to obtain a Sunstone as soon as possible so that Gloom could evolve into a Bellossom. The transformation might help her overcome her insecurities. Besides helping Gloom overcome her self-esteem issues, Sato was also excited about the prospect of her evolving into a Bellossom. Pokémon evolution meant gaining greater strength, and an evolved Gloom would be a significant asset for his upcoming tasks. However, Sato was troubled by the fact that Sunstones were not cheap. In Team Rocket's internal points exchange system, they were even more valuable than Moonstones, requiring a staggering 12,000 points 2,000 more than a Moonstone. Fortunately, with his steady income from selling poke blocks, Sato was confident about being able to acquire a Sunstone. The main problem now was that he couldn't return to the base, meaning he couldn't access Team Rocket's internal points exchange system. That left only one option for obtaining a Sunstone, purchasing one with League currency. However, given how expensive it was even in the Team Rocket exchange system, it was bound to be even more exorbitant on the open market. In the world of Pokémon, evolution stones were incredibly rare and valuable treasures, often difficult to find. Besides major powers that might have some reserves, they were hardly ever available on the market. Thus, in addition to plenty of money, Sato would need a fair bit of luck to get his hands on a Sunstone. Sato understood a lot about Sunstones, being a Pokémon enthusiast. He had some ideas on how to obtain one. The most straightforward method was to win the bug catching contest held at the national park north of Goldenrod City. Ash had acquired his Sunstone from there. Another option was to take a chance in the Ilex forest. According to Sato's memory, Sunstones could often be found there. In a special episode, Gold Sunflora had accidentally stumbled upon a Sunstone in that very forest. Unfortunately, Sato was currently in the Kanto region, far from Johto, making it unrealistic to pursue either of these methods for obtaining a Sunstone. Considering his current circumstances, Sato realized that obtaining a Sunstone would depend on luck. He also recognized a significant issue. Even if he happened to find a seller with a Sunstone, he didn't have enough money to afford such a precious item. In fact, it wasn't just the Sunstone he needed. He also had Nidoran and Growlithe, both of which required evolution stones for their final evolutions, so he would eventually need a Moonstone and a Firestone as well. Sato wasn't too worried about those two evolution stones. The Moonstone could be found at Mount Moon, while the Firestone was located at Evolution Mountain in Kanto, which had been mentioned in the anime with the Eevee brothers, rumored to be rich in evolution stones. The priority now is to find a way to earn some money. Wild Beedrill honey is a good choice. I sold 3 honeycombs, but I still have 17.5 left, which is about 52 liters. Based on the previous prices, I should be able to make around 312,000 poke dollars, he thought as he ordered a simple dinner worth 200 poke dollars, eating while contemplating. However, the more Sato thought about it, the more bitter he felt. He realized that aside from selling wild Beedrill honey, he had no other sources of income. While 312,000 poke dollars seemed like a lot, it was hardly sufficient for Sato, who now had 4 Pokémon. On the journey to Hone, not only were there necessary transportation costs, but the daily expenses for feeding his Pokémon and the healing costs after battles far exceeded that amount. In the end, after considering all his options, Sato decided to focus on selling Poke Blocks. Since they fetched good prices within Team Rocket, it was evident that they were popular among trainers and would likely sell well in the market, providing a solid solution to his current financial difficulties. I hope there's a contest hall in Viridian City. That's the only place where I might find a berry mixer for making Poke Blocks. If not, that would be a problem. If only I had one of those machines, I would take the risk to get one if an opportunity arose, Sato thought to himself. In reality, after a week of survival in the wild, Sato had almost completely used up the over 800 Poke Blocks he had originally brought with him. The rapid growth of Zubat and Gloom's abilities could largely be attributed to the energy provided by the consumed Poke Blocks. They had been a powerful catalyst that helped Sato's team establish a foothold in the dangerous wilds. Now, with his supply of Poke Blocks nearly depleted, Sato needed to replenish them quickly to maintain the high efficiency of his Pokémon's daily training. Even if it weren't for financial reasons, he had to restock his Poke Blocks as soon as possible. After spending 32 minutes, Sato finished the simple dinner entirely and left the Pokémon Center with Growlithe, who had curled up and fallen asleep at his feet, unwilling to return to his Pokeball. As Sato left the Pokémon Center to find an empty space for some nighttime training with his Pokémon, a black luxury car suddenly sped up from behind him, stopping right in front of him. Then, a chubby boy and 3 muscular boys stepped out of the car and approached him. The chubby boy clearly looked like the son of a wealthy businessman. Dressed in an all-white designer suit, his hair was slicked back with gel, as if he wanted everyone to know he was nouveau-riche. His fat hands were adorned with rings of various gems, and he held a golden Pokeball in his hand. The 4 muscular boys behind him acted like his bodyguards, all dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses, standing upright behind the chubby boy. Woof woof woof. Seeing the strangers blocking him and his trainer, Growlithe growled fiercely, baring its teeth at the group ahead. Not bad at all. This is definitely a wild Growlithe caught in the field. It's so different from those docile ones bred in captivity, it's full of wild spirit. Using it for dogfighting would surely guarantee a win. Kid, give me your Growlithe, and I'll give you 2 million Poke Dollars. The chubby boy was not intimidated by Growlithe's aggressive stance. Instead, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a rare treasure. He spoke arrogantly to Sato, typical of a rich snob. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 of the muscular boys quickly took out a black box from their space gear. They stepped to either side of the chubby boy and opened the boxes in front of Sato. When the boxes opened, stacks of freshly minted league bills appeared before Sato, the smell of the ink hitting him immediately. The chubby boy's name was Ichiro Yamaguchi. His father, Masao Yamaguchi, owned a real estate company in Viridian City, and they were very wealthy, making him a well-known rich kid in the area. Ichiro's interest in buying Sato's Growlithe was primarily to use it for dog fighting, but even more so to show off to his friends. Recently, dog fighting had become a popular activity among the wealthy youths in the major cities of Kanto, and as a rich kid from Viridian City, Ichiro didn't want to fall behind. He had already spent a lot of money to buy a wild Dratini from a Pokémon hunter. Unfortunately, the Dratini Ichiro purchased for a high price had performed quite poorly compared to the other rich kids fighting Pokémon, with more losses than wins, which was honestly quite embarrassing for him. It must be said that acquiring a wild Growlithe, which was something extremely rare, was quite a point of pride. So when Ichiro heard from others that a civilian trainer had caught a wild Growlithe, he immediately rushed over. So, here's 2 million Poke Dollars in cash. You can count it first, and as soon as you hand over the Pokeball containing your Growlithe, this money will be yours. To be honest, the market price for Growlithe is only about 1 million Poke Dollars, but since yours is a wild catch, I'll double the price and give you a good deal, Ichiro continued arrogantly after his subordinates placed the cash before Sato, his small eyes revealing a hint of cunning. In reality, as the official police Pokémon of the Jenny clan, Growlithe's natural habitat had always been controlled by them. Wild Growlithe were very, very rare, and Pokémon hunters typically refrained from poaching and selling such sensitive Pokémon to avoid angering the Jennies. Thus, Growlithe rarely appeared in the black market and usually commanded exorbitant prices. It was impossible to buy one for less than 5 or 6 million. Ichiro's claim of buying Sato's Growlithe at a premium price was clearly an attempt to deceive him, banking on Sato's ignorance of market prices, and also suggested a coercive intent. But the person Ichiro was facing now was Sato, and his plan was about to fall through. He had kicked a hard rock. Sato remained completely indifferent to the 2 boxes of freshly minted Poke Dollars in front of him, merely glancing at them before his expression suddenly turned cold. He pressed the buttons on the 2 Pokeballs in his hand. In the next second, 2 beams of white light shot out, revealing Zubat and Gloom on either side of Sato. At the same time, a chilling aura emanated from the 2 Pokémon, sending shivers down Ichiro's and his companions' spines. In Sato's mind, every Pokémon he had was like family. The idea that someone wanted to take his family away and use them as tools for gambling fights was something he couldn't tolerate. Get lost? Growlithe is a part of my team. If anyone wants to lay a hand on him, they'll have to deal with me first. Sato angrily shoved aside the 2 boxes of money in front of him, his expression turning cold as he stared at Ichiro Yamaguchi, whose face had gone pale. After speaking, Sato, accompanied by his 3 Pokémon, strode boldly through the 5 people, who had automatically made way for him, under the glow of streetlights and amidst the fluttering paper bills. They slowly disappeared into the night. When Ichiro had stopped Sato, a crowd had already quietly gathered nearby, whispering among themselves. Most of these onlookers were trainers, much like Sato, who had just left the Pokémon Center, the majority being civilian trainers. Now, with league bills scattered everywhere, some of the cash-strapped trainers couldn't help but show deep greed. When a gust of wind suddenly blew through, sending more bills flying, it didn't take long before one bold trainer stepped forward to snatch up the money. Soon, many others followed suit, grabbing at the bills drifting in their direction and clutching them tightly. At this point, Ichiro Yamaguchi's 4 bodyguards scrambled to action, frantically trying to gather the scattered bills while ordering the trainers who had grabbed the money to return it. Of course, once the cash was in their pockets, the idea of getting these already strapped trainers to give it back was out of the question. After snatching whatever they could, these trainers quickly bolted, scattering in all directions like rabbits fleeing for their lives. Forget it, don't bother with them. Gather up whatever's left, and bring me that guy who tipped me off. That scoundrel tried to scam me, I won't let him off easily, Ichiro muttered, regaining his composure as he watched Sato disappear into the night. He instructed his underlings to handle the aftermath. Although Ichiro was an arrogant rich kid, lazy and domineering most of the time, being the son of a wealthy businessman had given him some insight. When he sensed the unrestrained killing intent emanating from Sato's 2 Pokémon, he realized he had severely misjudged the situation. Unlike the average civilian trainer who would back down with a little intimidation, Sato, while indeed a civilian trainer, was clearly someone who had seen bloodshed. The kind of battle-hardened aura that Zubat and Gloom exuded couldn't be faked. Ichiro had only ever encountered such fierce Pokémon from his father's bodyguards, men he knew were cold-blooded killers with dangerous pasts. Was it worth provoking someone like this over a Growlithe? Being the son of a merchant, Ichiro naturally had a habit of weighing the costs. After quickly calculating the potential risks, he immediately decided it was better to drop the matter. He wanted Growlithe mainly for appearances, but provoking Sato could easily cost him his life. Risking his neck for the sake of saving face was downright foolish. In the grand scheme of things, pride was worthless compared to his life, and Ichiro understood that perfectly. Wild Growlithe are hard to come by. From what I've heard, they usually live in wild Pokémon habitats beyond the safety zones, deep in dangerous areas. This guy has 2 incredibly strong Pokémon with him, so he must have caught Growlithe in one of these dangerous areas. The only nearby place that could house Growlithe would be Viridian Forest. Surviving the deep, dangerous parts of that forest means this guy definitely has some skills. If I had failed to deal with him, things would have turned out very badly for me, Ichiro thought to himself, finally abandoning any ideas of getting revenge on Sato. Meanwhile, as Sato walked through the streets, his expression was still sour after the sudden encounter. He had only let Growlithe out for a short while, and already someone was trying to get their hands on him. Sato was well aware that if he hadn't shown a strong stance earlier, that rich kid would have only become more aggressive. Not only would Growlithe have been taken, but Sato's own life might have been at risk. Even if he managed to take down his opponent, it would have caused him unnecessary trouble, becoming a big headache in the process. Power. In the end, it all comes down to power. Because of my status as a civilian without any backing and because I haven't shown enough strength, those who've been eyeing me in the shadows think I'm easy to bully. Growlithe must be like a juicy, irresistible prize for them. Looks like the road ahead won't be so peaceful, Sato thought coldly, his expression hardening after a brief moment of reflection. As Sato gradually moved away from the more crowded streets, Zubat, which had been quietly perched on his shoulder since it came out, suddenly let out a low, barely audible screech, something only Sato and Zubat could hear. Humph, someone's following me. Fine, I'll make an example out of them. Human society is still human society, but the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak applies just as much here. Let's see who the hunter is and who the prey will be, Sato muttered, a cold glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes upon hearing Zubat's signal. Sato and Zubat had been working together for a long time, and Zubat's subtle movements were enough to inform him that there were enemies nearby. Sato had been contemplating how to navigate his current predicament, and the arrival of these enemies gave him a clear direction. Since people were underestimating him, it was time to send a message. He'd let those lurking in the shadows know that if they wanted to play the hunter, they'd better keep their eyes wide open. Otherwise, they might end up as the prey themselves. There were 12 people tailing Sato now. Their clothing wasn't much different from that of other pedestrians, except for one noticeable detail. Each had a wolf head tattooed on the back of their hands. These 12 belonged to a small gang called the Wild Wolves from Viridian City. Despite being labeled a small gang, the Wild Wolves weren't weak. Every member could command Pokémon in battle, and they controlled 2 not-so-thriving streets in the city. However, unlike typical gangs, the Wild Wolves didn't make their money from protection rackets or smuggling. Their primary income came from extortion. And to avoid angering the locals, they typically targeted outsiders. Their favorite victims? Out-of-town civilian trainers. When they spotted a lone and seemingly underpowered trainer, they'd descend like a pack of hungry wolves, stripping their target of anything valuable. When Sato first arrived in Viridian City, the Wild Wolves had already taken notice of him. And when he pulled out valuable wild beedrill honey at the Pokémon item store, they began eyeing him like a fat lamb ripe for slaughter. Upon further observation, they realized Sato owned a rare and valuable Pokémon like Growlithe, which only heightened their greed. Once they confirmed that Sato only had 2 strong Pokémon and was indeed traveling alone, they saw him as an irresistible prize. To ensure everything went smoothly and without causing too much commotion, the leader of the Wild Wolves had personally joined the operation, bringing along 12 of his more capable members. As Sato gradually moved toward a quieter area with fewer people, they believed their chance to strike was fast approaching. As the crowd around Sato thinned, the members of the Wild Wolves gang following him began to stand out more, some of the more arrogant members showing clear malice as they quickly closed in. Without turning around, Sato's eyes flashed coldly at the approaching gang members, who were no longer bothering to hide their intent. At the same time, he already had Gloom's Pokeball in his hand, ready for action. In most cases, having more numbers gives an advantage, but Sato had learned one crucial lesson during his week-long wilderness survival training. In Pokémon battles, numbers aren't always the deciding factor. What matters is whether you can seize the upper hand and control the battlefield. As the Wild Wolves members began to speed up, trying to catch up to him, Sato suddenly accelerated, dashing forward like an arrow. Seeing him attempt to flee, the gang members revealed themselves fully and, following their leader's lead, gave chase at full speed. During that week of survival training, not only had Sato's Pokémon improved greatly, but he himself had also become much stronger. His physical fitness was no longer as weak as it once was. In this Pokémon world, it seemed that human bodies had a higher potential than those on Earth, and they grew stronger faster too. Thanks to the intense daily exercise and a diet rich in nutrients during his survival trial, Sato's body had grown significantly more robust. Though Sato still didn't qualify as a muscular man, he was far stronger than when he first joined Team Rocket. His leg muscles, in particular, had developed considerably from constant running through the forest. Now, he could run like a small cheetah, swift and agile. Within moments, only 2 of the Wild Wolves gang members, who were in decent shape, could barely keep up with Sato's pace. The rest had already lost him. Even the 2 that remained close were soon thrown into disarray when Zubat suddenly unleashed a surprise air cutter attack. Although they managed to fend off the ambush with their own Pokémon, they completely lost track of Sato in the process. However, being locals, the Wild Wolves members knew the nearby streets like the back of their hands. With Sato now in the maze-like alleys, they weren't worried about him escaping right under their noses. Their leader quickly instructed some members to block off key intersections, while he led the rest into the alleys to search for Sato. To be safe, they released their Pokémon to assist in the search. The dark alleys were pitch black, and Sato, with Zubat's help, was hiding in one of these dim, narrow lanes. Sato had already changed into his black Team Rocket Grunt uniform and covered his face with a black cloth, leaving only his cold eyes visible. As he quietly adjusted his breathing, he patiently waited for his prey to fall into his trap. The Wild Wolves members mostly commanded Pokémon like Beedrill, Rattata, and Guaidud low-level, common Pokémon. Still, each gang member had at least 2 of these Pokémon, and while their levels were only around 10, together they formed a not insignificant force. However, in their eagerness to find Sato, the Wild Wolves had split up, weakening their advantage in numbers and giving Sato the opportunity to pick them off one by one. Using Zubat's echolocation, Sato knew that 3 people were heading his way, and from the sounds approaching, they had some Pokémon with them as well. Let's begin. We'll take them out quietly, Sato whispered as he patted Zubat and Gloom, signaling for them to prepare. Both Pokémon had fought alongside Sato in many battles, and their synergy was perfect. Understanding his command, they nodded in response. In the next moment, Zubat stirred the air around them, manipulating flying-type energy to create a gentle breeze. At the same time, Gloom released a cloud of odorless sleep powder from its bud, silently spreading through the alley. Taking advantage of the night, the faint green breeze that suddenly swept past didn't draw much attention from the Wild Wolves members. The 3 gang members, cautiously searching the alley with their 6 Pokémon, noticed the wind but didn't think much of it. However, after taking a few breaths of the fresh air, something began to feel off. Their bodies grew weak, and a wave of drowsiness washed over them. One by one, the gang members and their Pokémon collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to Gloom's sleep powder. After confirming with Zubat that the group was fully incapacitated, Sato and his 2 Pokémon approached the fallen gang members and their Pokémon, now deep in a forced slumber. I didn't provoke you, yet you came looking for trouble. Since that's the case, you should have been prepared to be killed. I show no mercy to my enemies, Sato said coldly as he glanced down at the hunting knife in his hand. Sato had never crossed paths with these people before, but greed was a powerful motivator. Their actions tonight were clearly hostile, and from the blood-stained knives they carried, it was obvious these men had taken lives before. If they caught him, his path as a Pokémon trainer would end here. Dead enemies are the best kind. I can't afford to give them a chance to strike back, Sato decided. Without hesitation, his eyes flashing cold, he plunged the knife into the chest of one of the unconscious gang members, swiftly ending his life. Within a minute, Sato had killed all 3 Wild Wolves members and their Pokémon. He quickly searched their bodies and space-equipped gear for valuables. Time was short, so he didn't have time to thoroughly loot them. He grabbed some cash and a few useful Pokémon items. Still, the 3 gang members had been quite lucrative, with each contributing about 50,000 to 60,000 Poké dollars to Sato's pockets. In fact, these Wild Wolves members had witnessed Sato earlier when he had refused the money offered by Ichiro Yamaguchi. The money they had now was what they had picked up at that time. After silently dispatching this group, Sato wasted no time. Before anyone could detect the scent of blood, he wiped off his blood-stained knife and stored it in his space pouch. With Zubat's help, he climbed onto the rooftop above the alley and concealed himself. The trap had been set. Now, all that was left was to wait. It didn't take long before the heavy scent of blood attracted the attention of the remaining Wild Wolves members nearby. Sato watched as they hurriedly arrived, flashlights in hand. Seeing their fallen comrades, the approaching gang members' faces darkened. By the light of their flashlights, they could clearly see that their brothers had been killed with a single strike. It's sleep powder. That guy has a gloom. They were taken out by surprise. Everyone, keep your antidotes ready and stay alert. We might be in for more than we bargained for this time, the gang leader muttered grimly as he knelt to examine the faint green powder on the bodies. But just as he finished speaking, a few more Wild Wolves members and their Pokémon suddenly collapsed to the ground. A wave of powerful sleepiness hit the others almost instantly after the enemy gang members rushed into the trap. Sato quickly commanded Gloom to release a large amount of sleep powder from the rooftop, covering the Wild Wolves who were busy inspecting their fallen comrades. With their attention entirely focused on the dead, the gang members were caught off guard. As soon as their leader finished speaking, the Wild Wolves and their Pokémon, who had already inhaled the sleep powder, began to feel an overwhelming drowsiness. Most of them succumbed to their sleep, with only a few stubborn individuals trying to resist. The leader of the Wild Wolves, hardened and ruthless, immediately stabbed his thigh with a knife, using the pain to fight off the powerful urge to sleep. He quickly retrieved an antidote from his space pouch. Seeing this, the remaining conscious gang members followed suit, cutting themselves to stay awake long enough to pull out antidotes. But before they could even open the bottles, green energy spheres and white wind blades rained down from above, hitting both the Wild Wolves and their Pokémon in an indiscriminate barrage. Having inhaled Gloom's sleep powder, their bodies were sluggish and unresponsive. Faced with the fierce attacks from Zubat and Gloom, they had no chance to defend themselves. One by one, they watched helplessly as the energy spheres and wind blades struck them down, sending them into darkness. After a brief flurry of screams, the alley fell silent once more. At that moment, with Zubat's help, Sato descended smoothly from the rooftop to the ground. Numbers don't always matter. In the end, they're just a gang of thugs who bully the weak in the city. They're not even as vigilant as wild Pokémon, Sato thought coldly, surveying the scene. With the aid of the flashlights still scattered on the ground, Sato could clearly see the grim outcome. The Wild Wolves members and their Pokémon lay in pools of blood. To ensure none of his enemies survived, Sato methodically inflicted fatal injuries on all the fallen gang members and their Pokémon, eliminating any potential threats. Spare me, please, I don't want to die. I can give you a lot of money. If you let me live, I'll give you all the money the Wild Wolves have hidden. I beg you, don't kill me. The leader of the Wild Wolves, who had been feigning death, suddenly struggled to his feet, pleading with Sato as he prepared to deliver the final blow to his heart. Upon seeing Sato's Black Rocket uniform, the gang leader knew he had run into someone far more dangerous than he could handle. He also realized that even if he died, no one would dare seek revenge for him. Desperate to save his own life, he humiliated himself by begging for mercy. Sato's face remained expressionless as he glanced at Gloom, giving it a slight nod. Understanding the signal, Gloom immediately released another dose of sleep powder, forcing the gang leader into unconsciousness. Without a word, Sato ended the leader's life with a swift, silent stab. About 3 or 4 minutes had passed since the battle ended, and the sounds of the dying gang members had alerted some nearby residents. However, as the sound of police sirens approached, Sato finished looting the area and made his escape. Before leaving, Sato ensured no trace was left behind. He poured gasoline over the scene and had Growlithe ignite it, causing a fire that quickly consumed the battlefield. With the help of Zubat's gusts, the flames spread rapidly. By the time the League police arrived, a full-blown fire had broken out, and all the evidence had been reduced to ash. Elsewhere, after the League's firefighters had dealt with the fire, Sato had already changed back into his regular trainer uniform and was sitting in a second-floor room of a small inn, counting his spoils from the battle. In the room, Zubat hung quietly from the ceiling, using its echolocation to monitor the surroundings, while Gloom played on the floor with Nidoran. Growlithe was curled up at Sato's feet, its face filled with worry. As a highly empathetic creature, Growlithe understood that much of the team's current trouble stemmed from him, and this realization left him feeling very unhappy. Don't worry, Sato said, crouching down to pat Growlithe on the head with a smile. Now that you're part of the team, we're companions, and companions don't betray or abandon each other. Rest assured, we'll protect you. But you have to be mentally prepared to train hard, grow quickly, and one day, you'll protect the rest of us. Sensing Growlithe's unease, Sato spoke reassuringly. Zubat, Gloom, and Nidoran also approached to comfort Growlithe, each signaling that they would do their best to protect him. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Growlithe barked happily in response to the kind words of Sato and the others, nodding enthusiastically. His eyes were once again filled with fighting spirit. The warmth from his companions, coupled with his strong sense of responsibility, caused Growlithe to make a silent vow to himself, to grow stronger as quickly as possible and protect every member of the team. That's more like it. A fire-type Pokémon should always have a strong fighting spirit, Sato said with satisfaction, pleased to see the shift in Growlithe's attitude. He felt that everything he had done so far had been worth it. Sato knew that Growlithe had now truly integrated into the team, and with that, the overall strength of his squad had risen significantly. The previously tense atmosphere in the room gradually relaxed, and the 4 Pokémon began interacting and playing together. Seeing how the 4 Pokémon were now getting along so well, Sato smiled softly. He then returned to his desk to continue organizing the loot he had collected. After the battle, Sato had taken advantage of the chaos caused by the fire to escape the scene. He abandoned his original training plans and decided against staying at the Pokémon Center, opting instead to pay 200 Poké for a small room at an inn on the outskirts of the city for the night. Though Sato considered his actions during the slaughter near perfect, he knew the League police weren't to be underestimated. He couldn't be certain that the fire hadn't left any traceable evidence that could link him to the crime. So, for now, he chose not to go back to the heavily surveilled Pokémon Center. However, Sato's worries proved to be unnecessary. Because the victims were notorious gang members, and no witnesses had been found, the League police decided not to trouble a hero who had rid the city of criminals. The case was quickly closed. To Sato's amusement, the next day's newspapers portrayed the killings as the work of a mysterious hero who wiped out a gang of criminals in a brave act of justice. Many citizens and novice trainers applauded the news, praising the actions of the unknown vigilante who had delivered justice. Of course, the truth of these popular stories was questionable, and only a few people knew the real details. Among them was Ichiro Yamaguchi, the spoiled heir who had inadvertently been caught up in the event. That morning, Ichiro was eating breakfast in a luxurious private villa he had recently purchased. As expected, a sweet-looking maid brought him the latest edition of the newspaper. Serves them right? They deserved it? Thank goodness I'm smart and cautious. If I had been used as a pawn, today's headline would have been about some clueless rich kid dying in a tragic accident. He muttered angrily as he read the newspaper handed to him by the maid. In fact, Ichiro had obtained the information that Sato possessed a wild Growlithe from the Wild Wolf gang, more specifically, from a gang member who sold the intel to him. It had played out exactly as expected. When Ichiro Yamaguchi approached Sato before the Wild Wolf gang could, they knew that their fat sheep might be snatched away by someone else. The Wild Wolf gang didn't dare offend someone like Ichiro, a spoiled rich kid, because he was a frequent buyer of their premium products. He and others like him were their main clients. After stealing Sato's Growlithe, the gang planned to sell it to Ichiro, who had recently asked them for a strong fighting dog. Of course, they intended to charge him far more than the price he had offered Sato, inflating the value by several times. However, what surprised the Wild Wolf gang was that Sato showed no interest in Ichiro's offer and flatly refused the deal. Even more unexpectedly, Ichiro didn't press the matter, which gave the gang hope that they might still be able to snatch Growlithe from Sato by force. Looking at the heavy losses suffered by the Wild Wolf gang, Ichiro Yamaguchi's decision to not forcefully buy Sato's Growlithe seemed wise. Unfortunately for the gang, their major client now believed that they had tried to use him as a pawn. This guy is ruthless, killing them all and even setting fire to the scene to cover his tracks, Ichiro muttered as he read the newspaper report, which mentioned that the battle had sparked the blaze. Good thing I didn't cross him, or I'd be no better off than those sewer rats. After finishing the article, Ichiro Yamaguchi let out a deep breath, his face tense. He placed the newspaper back on the table, then reclined on the soft couch, deep in thought. After a few moments, he sat up and tapped a goblet on the table with a spoon. Soon, a muscular young man in a suit and sunglasses appeared by Ichiro's side. After he whispered a few words to him, the attendant bowed respectfully and left. It's better to make friends with a guy like that, Ichiro thought, swirling the wine in his goblet before downing it in one gulp. If he gets even stronger one day and remembers that I once tried to buy his Growlithe, I don't want him coming after me. Besides, he's a trainer worth investing in, might be useful in the future. Meanwhile, in an old-fashioned office at the League police station in Viridian City, Officer Jenny was also reading the latest edition of the newspaper. Her expression wasn't just displeased, it was downright grim. They closed the case so carelessly, Officer Jenny muttered in frustration, pursing her red lips. While they hadn't found any useful evidence at the fire scene the night before, the trail wasn't completely cold. One lead came from a witness who saw Sato being cornered by the Wild Wolf gang in the maze-like alleys. Now, with the gang wiped out and Sato missing, it was hard to believe this case had nothing to do with him. Although the deceased were gang members who likely deserved it, this was still a murder case. Officer Jenny didn't buy the idea that Sato had no connection to the incident. What infuriated her was that there had been no further investigation into the case. Higher UPS had already ordered it closed. For someone raised with a strong sense of justice, it was frustrating and infuriating. In Officer Jenny's mind, even if Sato had acted in self-defense, under League law, he couldn't just kill people at will. And this wasn't just 1 or 2 people, it was 12 lives, plus an unknown number of Pokémon. He was practically a walking death machine. If left unchecked and not steered onto the right path, he would inevitably become someone who operated outside the law. No, I have to find him. I can't let this slide, Officer Jenny said firmly, placing the newspaper down. She put on her police cap and left the station with her Growlithe by her side. As Officer Jenny left the police station, in a lavish office within Viridian Gym, a woman in a Team Rocket captain's uniform, named Sophia, was respectfully reporting to a young man with his back turned to her. The young man, a bit over 20 years old, stood tall and wore a tailored black designer suit. He was gazing out of the window towards Viridian Forest, while a muscular Persian lay obediently at his feet. I understand. You may go. I've already suppressed the matter. Continue with your task, the tall young man said after Sophia finished her report. His tone was calm and indifferent, revealing nothing of his emotions. Hearing this, Sophia quickly nodded and respectfully exited the room. Interesting. 12 Wild Wolf gang members, easily outwitted and eliminated by the target, even their relatively strong leader lost his life. Young, decisive and capable, not bad at all, the tall young man thought to himself, his eyes glinting as a slight smile appeared on his lips. In reality, when Sato had killed the Wild Wolf gang members, someone else had been watching the whole time. That person was Sophia, who had been secretly observing Sato with the help of her Jengar's excellent hiding abilities. She had witnessed everything clearly from nearby. Sophia's report to the young man had detailed how Sato cleverly used the alleyways to wipe out the Wild Wolf gang and also included comprehensive information on Sato's background and the wilderness survival trial he had completed over the past week. After Sophia left the room, the young man slowly turned around and pressed a concealed switch on his desk. Shortly after, a burly man wearing an elite Team Rocket uniform knocked and entered the room. The tall young man gave him a few instructions, which the Rocket elite accepted with a deep bow before leaving. A little reward is in order. After all, good seedlings need some nourishing fertilizers to grow strong, the tall young man said, stroking his Persian's head with a smile. Meow the Persian, sensing its master's good mood, closed its eyes and purred contentedly, happily accepting the affection. If Sato had lost everything to the Wild Wolf gang last night, it would have been a clear sign of his weakness, and such a fate would have been deserved. The world is often cold and unforgiving like that. However, since he had overcome a stronger foe and secured a decisive victory, he had demonstrated his value enough to attract investment. Winners gain fame and fortune, while losers are forgotten. The reality of the world is often that simple and stark. While those few who knew the truth about the incident began to act, Sato, after finishing feeding his Pokémon early in the morning, quickly checked out of the small inn. He headed straight towards the Pokémon contest hall in Viridian City. It must be said, robbery and murder are perhaps the fastest ways to get rich. After last night's battle, where Sato was forced to defend himself, he had unexpectedly resolved his biggest issue, his financial shortfall. Each member of the Wild Wolf gang had directly contributed at least 50,000 Poke dollars to Sato's funds. The gang leader, in particular, was extraordinarily wealthy. Sato found 500,000 in cash on him and unexpectedly acquired 2 valuable items as well. The first was a TM containing the move Double Team, and the second was a rare Full Restore. Both were extremely useful to Sato in his current situation. The TM could be learned by all 4 of his Pokémon, and the Full Restore was a precious life-saving item. With the combined loot from the Wild Wolf gang members, Sato now had 1.05 million Poke dollars, solving his immediate financial crisis. Additionally, by chatting with the innkeeper until 1 a.m., Sato had gathered quite a bit of useful information. The innkeeper was an elderly man who had once been a modestly famous civilian trainer in his youth. He had traveled extensively, even reaching the distant Kalos region in the west, and was quite knowledgeable as a result. From the old man, Sato learned that Viridian City did have a Pokémon contest hall, established just 2 years ago. However, since the profession of coordinator was still primarily popular in the Hone region and had yet to catch on in Kanto, contests in Viridian City were held only once a month. The old man, being a traditionalist trainer, spoke with disdain about coordinators, a relatively new profession in recent years. He told Sato that coordinators were merely failed trainers who had given up on the path of battling, and he advised Sato not to be misled into following such a path. Finally, the old man provided crucial information on the route Sato was most concerned about. He explained that there were 2 main ways to reach the Hone region from Kanto quickly. The first option was to head to Saffron City, where planes flew directly to Movali City in Hone. The second option was to travel to Vermilion City and board a ship that sailed to Slateport City in Hone. The old man also informed Sato that the Viridian City bus station had only 1 bus departing for Saffron City and Vermilion City each day, and it left at noon. Armed with this information, Sato had his day planned out. The first task was to head to the contest hall, where he would use the berry mixer inside to make enough Poke blocks. The second task was to head to the Viridian bus station and catch the bus to Saffron City. When it came to choosing between flying to Hone from Saffron City or sailing from Vermilion, Sato didn't hesitate much. Though flying would cost significantly more than taking the ship, time was of the essence, and he needed to get to Hone as quickly as possible. Flying to Hone would take no more than a day, while sailing would take at least 3 to 4 days. The time saved was obvious. Due to the tight schedule, Sato decided to skip his Pokémon's morning training. After a quick breakfast, he set off directly for the contest hall. Though the Viridian City contest wasn't particularly popular, as it was an official event, the venue was located in the city center, the busiest part of town. After yesterday's events, Sato's Growlithe had matured a lot. It no longer stubbornly insisted on being outside its Pokeball and now quietly stayed inside. As a result, Sato, dressed in simple trainer attire, blended in seamlessly and followed the signs to the city center without drawing any attention. Soon after, with the help of a kind local, Sato finally found the location of the Viridian City Pokémon Contest Hall. Even though the contest hall was built by the official Pokémon League, the building still had a stylish and grand appearance, designed to resemble a flower bud about to bloom. Today appeared to be a contest day, as the contest hall's exterior was already bustling with trainers dressed in various elegant uniforms. They were using special training tools to rehearse their Pokémon's moves. Because these were performance-based competitions, the moves of these coordinators' Pokémon were incredibly flashy, attracting a sizable audience, mostly children who gathered to watch. Sato's arrival, clad in his trainer uniform, didn't attract much attention. He, too, paid little notice to the festive performances going on outside as he made his way directly into the contest hall. Compared to the lively scene outside, the interior of the hall was much quieter in the early morning. Aside from a few working staff members, there were only 2 people inside, including Sato, making the entire lobby feel rather empty. Berry mixers, the tools used to make poke blocks, were easy to find in the contest hall. As soon as Sato entered, he spotted one on the far left side of the public lobby, standing there unused. Great, I've finally found the key tool to make poke blocks. Now I can carry out the next phase of my training plan, Sato thought, relieved after spotting the berry mixer that would be crucial for strengthening his team. Sato had fewer than 20 poke blocks left, and if he didn't replenish his supply soon, it would severely impact his upcoming training sessions. Moreover, his plans for earning money would also be hindered. Like the Rocket Team's underground base in Pewter City, the berry mixer in the contest hall was rarely used. Most people weren't willing to spend the high fee to use it, as it cost 1,000 poke dollars per session. Most coordinators came from humble backgrounds and couldn't afford such expenses, especially when they couldn't control the quality of the poke blocks produced. As a result, the berry mixer often stood idle, rarely used. With only 8,500 poke dollars left in his bank account, Sato had no choice but to head to the counter and deposit 100,000 poke dollars in cash into his account to ensure he could afford to use the berry mixer. During his wilderness survival trial, Sato had come across many berry trees in the wild, especially trees bearing Oron and Pecha berries, which were the most common. As a result, he had stockpiled about 300 of each. Though Pecha berries weren't as sweet as Nana berries, they could still be substituted as ingredients for making poke blocks. Interestingly, while each of Sato's 4 Pokémon had slightly different tastes, they all shared a preference for sweet-flavored poke blocks. Just as Sato was about to start making poke blocks, a stylish, handsome boy entered the contest hall and immediately fixed his gaze on Sato. Since Sato was no longer at the Rocket Team's underground base in Pewter City and had gained enough strength to protect himself, he no longer had to be secretive while making poke blocks. This time, aside from using some for his own Pokémon, Sato planned to sell the rest. Of course, to stay safe, he was only producing mid-quality poke blocks. High-quality poke blocks were too rare on the market and fetched exorbitant prices. If someone with ill intent noticed him, Sato might not be able to escape. After all, if they captured him and forced him to continuously produce high-quality poke blocks, it would be like having a money-printing machine. Top coordinators were often superstar-like figures with immense earning potential. High-quality poke blocks were often pre-booked at sky-high prices. In contrast, mid-quality poke blocks, though fewer in number, were still affordable to some coordinators with moderate income. Instead of risking everything for a quick fortune, Sato preferred the steady flow of lower-risk profits. However, this time he had a new idea. Sato decided to add wild beedrill honey to the mix, hoping it would improve the effectiveness of the poke blocks. He inserted his trainer ID into the fee slot on the berry mixer, placed 3 Oron berries, 1 Pecha berry, and 200 milliliters of wild beedrill honey into the container, then pressed the start button and set the speed to maximum. As the berry mixer began spinning, Sato's eyes flashed blue as he entered a state of hyperfocus, mentally preparing himself as he activated his bullet time mode. Sato had become very familiar with the poke block making process through repeated practice. With the added benefit of his heightened focus, the entire process went smoothly. While Sato was concentrating on making the poke blocks, a stylish and handsome young man quietly approached and watched him with great interest. In fact, when Sato started adding ingredients to the berry mixer, the young man was immediately drawn to the unique recipe Sato was using for his poke blocks. He's actually adding wild beedrill honey? Interesting. I hope he succeeds and doesn't end up like me, producing nothing but awful stuff every time, the boy thought, standing quietly to observe Sato's work. The poke block making process didn't take long. After maintaining a success rate of 70% for about a minute, the rate required to make top-tier mid-quality poke blocks, Sato's newly crafted poke blocks began to drop from the exit slot of the berry mixer. When the first poke block emerged, both Sato and the young man showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Previously, Sato's mid-quality poke blocks were already smooth and shiny in appearance, but now, with the addition of wild beedrill honey, they had taken a significant step forward in quality. What used to be top-tier mid-quality poke blocks had unexpectedly reached the level of high-quality poke blocks and even began to resemble gem-quality ones. The surface of these new poke blocks showed signs of crystallization, almost taking the shape of gem-like poke blocks. Under the light, they sparkled brilliantly and were incredibly beautiful. Oh my, this is simply stunning. They're like works of art. Before Sato could even admire his new poke blocks, the young man beside him couldn't help but express his amazement first. Hearing the voice, Sato, who had been fully focused on the poke blocks, was startled. He quickly gathered the new poke blocks and stored them in his bag. Then, Sato immediately turned to face the unexpected guest behind him. When Sato saw the unexpected guest, his heart skipped a beat, and his pupils constricted. He never imagined that the person standing before him would be none other than a youthful version of Wallace. Wallace? Sato, being a Pokémon enthusiast, knew exactly who he was. Wallace was the future champion of Hone and widely regarded as the greatest coordinator in history. Whether as a trainer or a coordinator, Wallace had already reached heights that most people could never dream of. In terms of talent, Sato believed Wallace was among the top in all of the Pokémon League champions. "Hello, my name is Wallace. I sincerely apologize for startling you," Wallace said, his manners impeccable as he realized his mistake after seeing Sato's reaction. Having witnessed Sato crafting the poke blocks, Wallace had become very interested in him and was deeply impressed by Sato's talent in poke block making. "It's alright, but please don't shout like that again. You should know that making poke blocks requires intense concentration, and if you get distracted, the batch could end up ruined," Sato said calmly after recognizing the guest as Wallace, his tension easing. Based on Sato's knowledge of Wallace, the future Hone champion was a kind-hearted individual, and his background was nothing short of extraordinary. In short, Wallace came from wealth and power, likely a privileged or influential family. Therefore, Sato figured Wallace wouldn't harbor any ill intentions or greed for his poke blocks. Moreover, as a coordinator himself, Wallace's interest in Sato's poke blocks might even lead to a friendly exchange or a profitable deal. Hearing that Sato had forgiven him for his interruption, Wallace smiled and nodded in understanding, standing quietly by to watch Sato continue his work. Wallace, who was almost a year older than Sato, had just turned 16. It had been 6 years since he debuted as a rookie trainer at the age of 10. During those 6 years, Wallace spent 4 of them traveling the world, participating in the Pokémon Leagues of Hone, Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos. Though he never won the championship, he had achieved commendable results, with his best performance being runner-up in the Kalos League. The remaining 2 years, Wallace spent training intensively in Pseudopoly City. After catching and training the Pokémon he encountered on his journey, coupled with the guidance of his mentor Juan, Wallace experienced a massive boost in strength. According to his mentor, Juan, who was known as the strongest gym leader in Hone, Wallace had reached a level where winning a league championship was practically a given. With that confidence, Wallace resumed his travels this year, setting his sights on the Kanto League, which was known for being the most challenging to win, in hopes of securing his first championship trophy. Wallace's current goal in Viridian City was to challenge the Viridian Gym, reputed to be the strongest gym in Kanto, and earn his final badge. It's worth noting that, due to his mentor Juan being a top-tier coordinator himself, Wallace naturally followed in his footsteps and became a coordinator. Through his hard work, he had already gained a fair bit of fame. Just yesterday, Wallace had successfully challenged the Viridian Gym. Today, he had come to the Viridian City Contest Hall to earn his final ribbon badge, allowing him to participate in the upcoming Grand Festival, which would also be held at Indigo Plateau. Sato didn't stop making poke blocks despite Wallace watching from the side. Instead, he continued placing ingredients into the berry mixer. The only difference was that Sato decided to stop using the wild bee drill honey, an ingredient that clearly enhanced the quality of the poke blocks. He stuck to the basics this time, using 3 oran berries and 1 pecha berry. Without the wild bee drill honey, there were no further unexpected results. The poke blocks produced turned out exactly as planned, maintaining a consistent peak mid-quality standard with each batch. After about half an hour, Sato had used up 30,000 poke dollars, 150 oran berries, and 30 pecha berries to create over 600 peak mid-quality poke blocks, with an average output of 22 per batch. As Sato wrapped up the poke block making process, Wallace, who had been observing from the beginning, was utterly stunned. The fact that Sato could repeatedly craft poke blocks at peak mid-quality without a single failure left Wallace in a state of disbelief. "Oh my gosh, not a single failure, and every batch is mid-quality. This is incredible," Wallace thought, astonished by how effortlessly Sato produced these poke blocks. As a rookie in poke block making, Wallace was well aware of the difficulty involved. So far, he knew of only a handful of people who could make mid-quality poke blocks, and none capable of producing high-quality ones. To see someone like Sato maintain a 100% success rate over 30 consecutive batches was beyond anything Wallace had witnessed. Wallace also realized something else from watching Sato's earlier attempt at making high-quality poke blocks and his current ease with mid-quality ones. Sato was holding back. Wallace was convinced that, if Sato wanted to, he could definitely produce top-quality poke blocks. As a coordinator, Wallace knew how valuable poke blocks were. Beyond quickly restoring a Pokémon's stamina, they had great cosmetic effects as well. Long-term consumption of high-quality poke blocks that suited a Pokémon's taste could enhance its appearance, giving it a natural, radiant glow. Note: mid-quality poke blocks fall under the category of high-quality poke blocks in this context. In the world of contests, where coordinators strived to showcase their Pokémon's beauty, it was clear that a Pokémon fed high-quality poke blocks over time would have a significant advantage in competitions, greatly increasing its chances of victory. Now, standing before Wallace was someone who could consistently make high-quality poke blocks and very likely even high-tier ones. For someone like Wallace, who aspired to become a top-tier coordinator, this was an extraordinary stroke of luck. With Sato's help, Wallace believed that the path to becoming a top coordinator would be much smoother. Additionally, it's worth noting that Wallace had a bit of an obsessive-compulsive streak, particularly when it came to the beauty of his Pokémon. His fixation on achieving perfect beauty was akin to Steven's obsession with stones. Amazing, truly amazing. May I ask your name? Please, you must tell me, Wallace said with a broad smile as he approached Sato after he finished making the poke blocks. Sato was fully aware of what was going through Wallace's mind. This future champion, who was equally devoted to the path of becoming a top-tier coordinator, had clearly taken an interest in Sato's ability to make poke blocks. Being able to consistently produce high-quality poke blocks was Sato's greatest strength in his journey to becoming stronger, and also his biggest secret. Sato knew that if this secret ever got out, it would be a disaster for someone like him, who was still relatively weak. The possibility of being captured by a powerful organization and forced to be a lifelong money-printing machine was a very real threat. Of course, Sato also understood that as he began to sell his poke blocks, it would only be a matter of time before someone with the means and intent would trace it back to him. The secret wouldn't remain hidden for long. He just hadn't expected it to leak so soon. Even though it was purely accidental, the fact remained that his secret was out. Fortunately, the person who accidentally learned his secret seemed to be both kind and reasonable. Moreover, Wallace didn't seem interested in exploiting him as a human cash cow. Judging from the way Wallace was being polite and showing no signs of threatening him to make poke blocks, it was clear that he had no intention of forcing Sato into hard labor. On the contrary, Wallace seemed to want to form a friendly connection. In fact, Wallace came from an old, established trainer family that controlled most of the shipping operations in the Hone region. He was also the direct heir to his family's current head and the strongest candidate to become the next leader. Note, this is a fan-created detail. As someone born with a silver spoon, Wallace never considered money to be of much importance. His attitude toward wealth was indifferent, and his family's earning potential was hundreds of times greater than Sato's modest income from making poke blocks. Wallace had no interest in turning Sato into a laborer. For Wallace, it was Sato's ability to make high-quality poke blocks that he valued, not his ability to generate money. His current objective was simple, to find a way to get Sato to help him produce poke blocks. And not just once. Wallace needed Sato to help him make high-quality poke blocks whenever necessary in the future. My name is Sato. Do you need something from me? I'm in a bit of a rush since I have to catch the only bus from Viridian City to Saffron City today, Sato said directly, cutting through any formalities as he noticed they were still the only two around. He leaned in and spoke in a low voice. All right, I'll be straightforward then, Mr. Sato. I'd like to ask for your help in making some poke blocks like the ones you made the first time. Not too many, just 300 or 400 will do. Of course, I'm willing to pay for them. How about 3 million poke dollars? Does that sound fair? Wallace's eyes lit up as he saw Sato's approach. He quickly understood and responded with a smile, keeping his voice low as well. To be honest, Wallace hated beating around the bush, but he had gotten used to dealing with other wealthy heirs, which had taught him the formal way of negotiating. However, Sato's straightforwardness was refreshing and suited him perfectly. Forget the money, I don't need it. What I do need is a sunstone for my gloom to evolve into Bellossom. If you can get me that evolution stone right now, I'll make as many poke blocks as you need, Sato replied, trying to keep a neutral expression, though the large sum Wallace offered had made his heart skip a beat for a moment. After a brief pause, he continued, in his usual calm manner. To be honest, Wallace's offer of 3 million poke dollars was very tempting for Sato, who had lived in poverty for 2 lifetimes. But in the end, he held back and instead listened for a more favorable deal. For Sato, the sunstone was extremely valuable at this point. Even if he had the money, getting his hands on one would be no easy task without the right connections, and its price would be far from the normal market value. Wallace, however, was different. Given his background, it would be relatively easy for him to access a sunstone, and he certainly had the wealth to afford it. Considering Wallace's age, it was clear he was no longer a rookie trainer. He had likely traveled the world, and during those travels, he must have collected various rare items. A sunstone was probably one of them. If Sato could get a sunstone from Wallace now, it would be an incredible stroke of luck. Not only would it solve Gloom's self-esteem issues, but it would also give his team a huge boost in strength, making Sato more confident in completing his upcoming tasks. On the other hand, Wallace wasn't particularly surprised by Sato's request to trade for an evolution item instead of money. After all, someone who could produce high-quality poke blocks likely didn't need money but was short on rare Pokémon items. Wallace could tell from Sato's clothes, demeanor, and the calluses on his hands that he was a trainer from a humble background. Despite Sato's current means of making money, he likely still lacked the ability to gather rare Pokémon items. Wallace was well aware of the challenges faced by trainers from poor backgrounds, having met many during his 4 years of travel. Most of them had not received formal training and had to rely on learning from experience, limiting their knowledge of rare Pokémon and items. As a result, even if such trainers stumbled upon rare Pokémon or valuable items, they might not recognize them, missing out on opportunities. Moreover, rare items often came with conditions, and without the right connections, even money couldn't guarantee access to them. And even if they did acquire them, holding on to such items without sufficient strength was another challenge. These factors were among the reasons why it was so difficult for trainers from humble backgrounds to rise to the top. Wallace had seen many talented trainers who raised Pokémon that rivaled his own with limited resources, yet only a few had gone on to compete again in the league. Without much hesitation, Wallace pulled out a large sunstone from his bag and handed it to Sato with a friendly smile. Sure, the sunstone was valuable, but its rarity was only significant to ordinary people. For Wallace, acquiring one was easy. A simple phone call to his family, and they would send one across any distance. Before embarking on this trip to Kanto, his mother had carefully prepared a set of evolution stones for him, including several sunstones. You said it yourself. Here, take it, Wallace said with a smile, handing over the sunstone. Are you sure you want to use this sunstone as payment? Its value far exceeds 3 million Poke dollars, Sato said, swallowing nervously as he looked at the large, radiant stone in his hand. He quickly covered it with a black cloth and spoke gravely to Wallace. The sunstone Wallace gave him was not only larger than usual, about 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary one, but its color was exceptionally vibrant. Even through the black cloth, it emitted a radiant glow like sunlight, marking it as extraordinary. Clearly, this sunstone was of exceptional quality. Even if it wasn't top tier, it was at least high grade. The ones typically sold on the market were low grade, and even those would cost at least 3 or 4 million Poke dollars. This sunstone, with its superior size and brilliant quality, was undoubtedly worth far more than any ordinary sunstone. Sato estimated its value to be at least in the tens of millions, if not more. The reason evolution stones can enable a Pokémon's evolution is that they contain evolutionary energy, which promotes the Pokémon's transformation. Evolution stones vary in size and quality, meaning the evolutionary energy within them also differs in amount and purity. Generally, if a Pokémon that requires an evolution stone absorbs enough evolutionary energy during its evolution, it will benefit greatly, and its growth potential will significantly improve. It's important to remember that a Pokémon only evolves once in its lifetime, so the process must be handled with utmost care, especially for Pokémon that require evolution stones. This is why many trainers choose to use multiple evolution stones of the same type to ensure a successful evolution. When quality isn't enough, quantity is used to make up for it. However, sometimes even quantity cannot compensate for poor quality. The higher the quality of an evolution stone, the purer the evolutionary energy it contains, making it easier for the Pokémon to absorb, and the more benefits the Pokémon will receive. Without a doubt, this large and high-quality sunstone contains a significant amount of pure evolutionary energy, enough to give Gloom substantial benefits during its evolution. Of course, Wallace replied, nodding without hesitation. He appreciated Sato's restraint in not immediately pocketing the incredibly valuable sunstone and instead questioning its use. This reaction earned Wallace's respect. In truth, Wallace hadn't inspected the stone before taking it out. These evolution stones were packed into his spatial gear by his mother, who was a perfectionist. Clearly, when preparing these items for her beloved son, she had maintained her meticulous standards. Thank you very much. This sunstone will be incredibly useful to me. Do you have a berry mixer with you? If so, let's move to a different location to start the process. I don't like being indebted to others, Sato said, taking a deep breath as he carefully stored the sunstone in his spatial gear, his expression serious as he spoke to Wallace. For Wallace, this sunstone might have been just another item in his spatial gear, but for Sato, it was a lifesaver. The favor he now owed Wallace was immense. Not wanting to take advantage of Wallace's generosity, Sato resolved to repay him by creating enough poke blocks to cover this significant favor. Initially, Sato had felt a bit anxious when Wallace discovered his secret ability to make poke blocks during their first meeting. Honestly, the best course of action at the time would have been to leave immediately. However, upon realizing that it was Wallace, Sato decided to stay and engage with him. Wallace was no ordinary person. He was someone who had reached the pinnacle of both the trainer and coordinator paths. Sato believed Wallace wasn't the type to act without grace or tact. Moreover, meeting the future Hone champion and top coordinator here, and having his pokeblock making skills recognized and appreciated, was a valuable opportunity, likely one of the most important of Sato's life. If he could establish a good friendship or working relationship with Wallace, it wasn't hard to imagine how helpful the future Hone champion and top coordinator could be. At the very least, anyone looking to target Sato would have to think twice, considering Wallace's potential wrath. From Wallace's current demeanor, Sato realized he had made the right bet. Someone who could casually offer an incredibly valuable sunstone as payment was not someone who cared about money. Wallace would be a reliable partner. With that, Sato knew he was safe. His ability to make poke blocks for profit held no interest for Wallace, so there was no conflict between them. Instead, they could work together and both benefit. As a wealthy coordinator trainer, Wallace naturally carried a berry mixer for making poke blocks, and it was a special model made by the Hone Devon Corporation, far superior to the one Sato had just used. However, it seemed that Wallace's talents were fully invested in his trainer and coordinator skills, leaving him lacking in other areas. When it came to things like music, art, and literature, Wallace was completely hopeless. He couldn't carry a tune to save his life, and if it weren't for his exceptional trainer talent showing at an early age, his parents might have thought he was developmentally delayed. Similarly, Wallace's skill at making poke blocks was abysmal. It was as if he were a genius in one area but completely inept in another. Every time he tried making poke blocks, they ended up as a mess, never reaching even the lowest quality standards. After countless failed attempts, Wallace accepted that he didn't have the knack for making poke blocks and simply paid professionals to make them for him. Of course, he didn't entirely give up. From time to time, he'd still try to make poke blocks for fun, which is why he always carried the latest model of berry mixer with him. Upon hearing Sato's request, Wallace immediately agreed and led Sato to a private room in the contest hall. After providing the berry mixer and the ingredients needed for the poke blocks he wanted, Wallace watched as Sato began a new round of poke block production. I wonder what kind of poke blocks he'll make. I can't wait to see, Wallace thought, closely observing Sato's every move. Wallace's sharp intuition told him that Sato was now more focused than ever, and this time, the process was taking longer than before. When Wallace saw the once cloudy juices in the berry mixer gradually transform into a clear, sparkling liquid under Sato's skilled hands, his handsome face showed a look of surprise, and his eyes filled with anticipation. Wallace realized he had underestimated Sato. Not only could he make high-quality poke blocks, but he could also make something even better. What could be better than high-quality poke blocks? Wallace didn't know, but he was about to find out. After about 3 minutes, Sato reached a 100% success rate, perfectly blending the juices and reducing the impurities to an almost negligible level. To repay Wallace for the immense favor of the Sunstone, Sato pulled out his best technique and crafted a gem-level poke block for him. At this point, Sato was physically and mentally drained, panting, and pale. To recover, he took out a poke block mixed with wild beedrill honey and swallowed it. This poke block, infused with wild beedrill honey, had a much stronger restorative effect than regular high-quality poke blocks. As soon as it melted in his mouth, Sato's strength and mental clarity improved significantly. As Sato recovered, the berry mixer compressed the bright, clear juice into a solid form. Soon, a glistening, golden poke block dropped from the machine's dispenser, landing before Sato and Wallace. This is the best poke block I can make right now. I call it a gem-level poke block. Let your Pokémon try it won't disappoint, Sato said calmly, handing the freshly made gem-level poke block to Wallace. The translucent, golden poke block shimmered under the lights, radiating a beautiful brilliance, like a flawless, precious gemstone. So beautiful, absolutely stunning, crystal clear, shimmering, calling it a gem-level poke block couldn't be more fitting, Wallace murmured in awe as he held the golden poke block in his hands. His entire being was captivated, as if he'd just laid eyes on his most cherished treasure. His eyes sparkled as he showered the poke block with endless praise. Wallace swore that the poke block Sato had just made was the most beautiful gem he had ever seen, so beautiful that it left him utterly mesmerized. After several seconds, Wallace finally calmed down, eager to release the Pokémon for whom the poke block had been made. With a flash of white light, a magnificent Pokémon appeared before Sato. It was as if the creature had an enchanting aura. Everyone around was instantly drawn to her beauty. Sato was no exception. As soon as the Pokémon appeared, he felt as though his soul had been cleansed, and a sense of deep relaxation washed over him. At the same time, he experienced an overwhelming urge to fall in love with the creature. Thankfully, Sato's strong will kept him from being swept away by her incredible charm. Yes, the Pokémon before him was none other than Wallace's signature and ace Pokémon Melodic. Just from her appearance, it was clear how well Wallace had nurtured his Melodic. She had a perfectly proportioned body, with not an ounce of excess, her scales shimmering with vibrant colors, and her smooth, glossy skin reflecting a radiant glow under the lights. No wonder she's called the most beautiful Pokémon, truly mesmerizing, Sato thought, momentarily awestruck by the Melodic before him. Melodic's beauty wasn't just on the outside, it extended to her inner self as well. As a Phoebus that evolved through a series of intense trials, Melodic possessed an aura of grace, nobility, and purity, calming both humans and Pokémon who laid eyes on her. Taking this opportunity, Sato used his system's detection ability to analyze Wallace's Melodic. Melodic's data. Pokémon, Melodic. Level, 57. Type, Water. Ability, Cute Charm. Gender, Female. Known moves, Water Pulse, Wrap, Water Gun, Water Sport, Refresh, Disarming Voice, Twister, Aqua Ring, Attract, Dragon Tail, Recover, Aqua Tail, Captivate, Safeguard, Coil, Hydro Pump, Rain Dance, Dragon Breath, Egg Move, Dragon Pulse, Egg Move, Hidden Power, Ground, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Blizzard, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Light Screen, TM, Protect, TM, Double Team, TM, Scald, TM, Substitute, TM, Surf, TM, Waterfall, TM, Mirror Coat, TM, Mist, TM, Haze, TM, Brine, TM, Iron Tail, TM, Magic Coat, TM. From the level and the number of moves she knew, Sato could tell just how powerful this Melodic was. She wasn't just beautiful, her strength was formidable, befitting her status as Wallace's ace Pokémon. An hour later, Sato emerged from the contest hall, unharmed and satisfied. By this time, it was just past 9 a.m. Instead of heading straight to the Viridian City bus station, Sato quickly made his way toward the city park. Wallace was naturally very pleased with the gem-level poke block that Sato had created. This was especially evident when Wallace saw how much his beloved Melodic adored the golden poke block. While Sato, an outsider, couldn't fully grasp the effects of the gem-level poke block, Wallace, being both a skilled coordinator and Melodic's longtime companion, certainly could. Wallace noticed that after Melodic consumed the golden poke block, her beauty had improved slightly, and her cute charm ability had also shown signs of further development. This brought him great joy. For a long time, after Melodic had reached a certain level, her beauty had almost plateaued, and the development of her cute charm ability had stalled. Even though Wallace fed her high-quality poke blocks daily, the improvements were barely noticeable. But now, after eating the gem-level poke block Sato made, Melodic's beauty was beginning to rise again. This was an extremely positive sign for Wallace, who knew this meant that Melodic's strength could continue to grow. Finally, to repay Wallace for the exceptional sunstone he had given him, Sato made 10 gem-level poke blocks in one go before excusing himself, citing time constraints. Wallace, ever gracious, did not stop Sato from leaving but happily bid him farewell. Before parting, Wallace gave Sato a few gifts he could hardly refuse. Wallace presented Sato with the latest model of a berry mixer, as well as a communicator that would allow them to contact each other anytime and a silver badge. I really did run into a benefactor this time, Sato thought as he looked at the silver badge in his hand. A sunstone and a berry mixer, all at once, plus a valuable client? It seems like I won't have to worry about funding for a while. If Sato was right, the silver badge Wallace had given him was likely his family's crest, almost functioning like an identification card. This badge probably indicated the identity of the person holding it. Wallace had told him that showing this badge at any Pokémon Center would grant him free access to all services. He could also use the badge to have any Pokeblocks Wallace needed delivered to him by the League. In summary, the communicator and silver badge Wallace gave him were tools that allowed Sato to send Pokeblocks to Wallace with ease. But to Sato, the silver badge also served as a protective charm. Should trouble arise, simply showing this badge would likely help him avoid certain issues. Though Wallace hadn't fully explained the badge's power, from the fact that it granted him free access to Pokémon Center services and allowed him to commission tasks from the League, it was clear to Sato just how influential the badge was. Wallace's background was likely even more formidable than Sato had originally imagined. In the short term, it's good to borrow this influence, but ultimately, this world is one where strength is what truly counts. I need to find a way to grow stronger, fast. Only then will I have the freedom to live how I want and reach the top of this world, Sato thought as he entered the city park, carefully storing the silver badge and looking up at the sun shining through the branches. There were still over 2 hours until the bus from Viridian City to Saffron City would depart at noon. In that time, Sato aimed to improve his strength further. Now that he had obtained an exceptional sunstone, it was finally time to resolve his gloom's deep-rooted insecurities. Sato entered the lushest part of Viridian City, the large city park, to prepare for the significant event of Gloom's evolution. As he walked through the park, he felt a trace of the vibrant life energy that reminded him of the Viridian Forest. The city park in Viridian City was enormous, at least the size of 7 or 8 soccer fields. Come on out, everyone. Today is a special day. Let's all witness Gloom's miraculous evolution together, Sato said as he ventured deeper into the park, finally stopping in a quiet, secluded grove. He then released all 4 Pokémon from his Pokeballs. 4 beams of white light shot out, and soon Zubat, Nidoran, Gloom, and Growlithe all appeared on the ground. Hearing Sato's words, they all wore joyful expressions. Gloom, in particular, had a beaming smile on her face. Not long ago, Sato had promised to find her a sunstone, fulfilling her long-held wish to evolve into a Bellossom. She hadn't expected her dream to come true so soon. At that moment, Zubat, Nidoran, and Growlithe gathered around Gloom, offering their heartfelt congratulations on her upcoming evolution. Rah, Gloom cried out, overwhelmed with excitement at the thought of evolving into the beautiful Bellossom. Her heart was filled with gratitude for her trainer, Sato, who had chosen her. Gloom had made up her mind no matter what happened in the future, she would follow Sato loyally for the rest of her life. Here it is, Gloom, the sunstone you need. Are you ready? If you are, just place your hands on it, Sato said with a smile as he pulled out the exceptional sunstone and placed it before Gloom. The sunstone was indeed extraordinary. Once it touched the sunlight, it seemed to come alive, as if it had its own consciousness. It actively absorbed the sun's energy, radiating intense heat and dazzling light. Though the scorching heat coming from the sunstone was intimidating, Gloom showed no hesitation. She was eager to shed her ugly duckling identity. Without a second thought, she swiftly placed her hands on the sunstone. In the next moment, a brilliant but gentle white light erupted from Gloom's entire body. At the same time, the sunstone instantly transformed into a pure red energy, flowing through Gloom's hands and enveloping her entire body. As the red energy from the sunstone fully covered Gloom, an even brighter light of evolution burst forth from her. Simultaneously, the dense grass-type energy from the surrounding environment seemed to be summoned, rushing toward Gloom from all directions. Tiny emerald green particles began to emanate from nearby plants, joining the flow of grass-type energy as they all rapidly converged on Gloom. In an instant, the white light of evolution surrounding Gloom was gradually tinted a vibrant green. This is incredible. Gloom's potential is far greater than I imagined. It's as if nature itself is blessing her, Sato thought, his expression filled with awe as he watched Gloom absorb the grass-type energy and green particles from all around her like a bottomless pit. The unique phenomenon during Gloom's evolution lasted only for about 7 or 8 seconds. After absorbing sufficient grass-type energy, Gloom's body began to reshape bit by bit within the vibrant green light of evolution. After roughly 10 seconds, the green light began to fade, concluding in a burst of sparkling powder. Standing before Sato and his Pokémon was an exceptionally radiant Bellossom. It seemed to confirm the saying, the smellier the gloom, the more beautiful the Bellossom. The newly evolved Bellossom before them was indeed breathtaking, having finally completed her transformation from the ugly duckling into a dazzling white swan. Bellossom had 2 brightly colored flowers on her head and eyes as pure as the finest sapphires. She now wore a skirt of neatly layered leaves, and under the sunlight, her whole body shimmered with a regal luster. She's stunning. If Wallace's melodic is a graceful queen, then Bellossom must be a vibrant and passionate beauty, Sato thought as he admired the newly evolved Bellossom. After a brief adjustment to her new body, the joyful Bellossom began to move. Under the sunlight, she started dancing gracefully, following a mysterious rhythm through the grove. As she danced, a fragrant floral scent wafted from Bellossom, intoxicating Sato and the other 3 Pokémon, who all closed their eyes in bliss. At the same time, the 2 vibrant flowers on Bellossom's head glowed with a soft white light. Soon after, a multitude of emerald green particles began to scatter from her. Dancing amidst the green particles, Bellossom's movements were mesmerizing. In that moment, the entire grove, bathed in the green glow, became filled with an aura of vibrant life. The grass, wildflowers, and trees all began to grow rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Sato and his Pokémon, also enveloped in this aura, felt as though they were soaking in warm water, their bodies completely relaxed and their energy rapidly restored. What's going on? This feels amazing, Sato thought, opening his eyes and gazing at Bellossom, who continued to dance under the sun. It was clear that the sudden growth of the surrounding plants was caused by Bellossom. It seemed she was giving back to the plants in her own way, repaying them for the energy they had contributed to her evolution. Curious and puzzled, Sato's eyes flashed blue as he activated his system's scanning ability to analyze Bellossom. The results left him astonished and helped him understand what was happening. Bellossom's details. Pokémon, Bellossom. Level, 26. Type, Grass. Ability, Healer. Hidden ability. Gender, Female. Known moves, Absorb, Growth, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, Lucky Chant, Magical Leaf, Leaf Storm, Leaf Blade, Energy Ball, Expert, Grassy Terrain, Expert, Synthesis, Egg Move, Secret Power, Egg Move, Grass Knot, Tutor, Nature Power, Tutor, Razor Leaf, Tutor. Based on Bellossom's updated information, Sato could easily tell that after evolving from Gloom, she immediately learned 3 new Grass-type moves, Magical Leaf, Leaf Storm, and Leaf Blade. Additionally, she managed to master the group healing move Grassy Terrain on her own. At this moment, Bellossom was using grassy terrain in the small grove. She was indeed giving back to the surrounding plants with her energy, expressing her gratitude. Note, grassy terrain is a grass-type status move. For 5 turns, it transforms the area into grassy terrain. Pokémon on the grassy terrain recover HP each turn, and grass-type moves become more powerful. Bellossom, happily dancing through the grove, was overjoyed. During her evolution, she had heard countless voices from the plants around her, congratulating her and bestowing upon her precious gifts. It was these gifts that spared Bellossom from the intense heat of the energy from the sunstone during her evolution. As the fiery energy burned away the source of the toxins within her, these gifts worked together with the remaining evolutionary energy to reshape her body and strengthen the core of her grass-type essence, allowing her to sense the ambient grass-type energy more clearly. After her evolution, Bellossom wanted to repay the plants that had helped her, but she didn't know how. Just as she was at a loss, a long unheard voice spoke to her once again. Though distant, she heard it. The voice not only offered blessings but also taught her how to control the grass-type energy around her to repay the plants that had aided in her evolution. Bellossom danced joyfully with her eyes closed. The effects of grassy terrain attracted wild animals and even wild Pokémon from the grove, all watching her graceful dance in silence. For a brief moment, Bellossom became the center of attention. Bellossom welcomed the presence of these creatures, soothing them with gentle, life-giving grass-type energy, healing their wounds and easing their pain. After about 2 minutes, Bellossom's breathtaking, mystical dance came to an end, and the grassy terrain gradually dissipated. By this point, all the nearby plants appeared to be thriving, growing vigorously, and emitting a vibrant, life-filled aura. Congratulations, Bellossom, you did an amazing job, Sato exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to offer his heartfelt congratulations. Bellossom's display of grassy terrain had truly astonished Sato. From the flourishing plants around them to the fully healed creatures that had just left, it was clear that Bellossom's healing abilities were incredibly powerful. Without a doubt, with her healer ability and the newly learned grassy terrain, Bellossom had become a formidable support Pokémon. And she wasn't just a delicate flower, she was also a powerful offensive healer, equipped with a wide array of strong grass-type moves. It was easy to imagine that with Bellossom in Sato's team, the group's survivability had been elevated to a whole new level. As long as Bellossom was protected, the team's endurance in battle would be significantly enhanced. Following Sato's lead, Zubat, Nidoran, and Growlithe quickly gathered around Bellossom to congratulate her as well. Nidoran, who was always the closest to Bellossom, immediately leaped into her arms, playfully nuzzling her. Bellossom responded cheerfully, her face beaming with happiness as she basked in the love and support from Sato and her companions. After Bellossom completed her evolution, Sato, in a great mood, quickly recalled all his Pokémon except for Zubat. Following Zubat's lead, he managed to avoid people and eventually climbed over a wall to exit the city park. The unusual phenomenon caused by Bellossom's evolution had attracted the attention of a few early morning joggers in the park. Fortunately, Sato had chosen a secluded spot for the evolution, and the phenomenon lasted only a short while, preventing people from coming over. With his Pokeblocks restocked and Gloom successfully evolving into Bellossom, Sato no longer had a reason to stay in Viridian City. He hailed a taxi and headed towards the Viridian City bus station. It was now 10:10 a.m., and the bus from Viridian City to Saffron City was scheduled to leave in just under an hour. Sato needed to hurry to the station. Although the old man had told him that this bus typically had few passengers, Sato still thought it best to arrive early and buy a ticket. Not long after Sato had left in the taxi, Officer Jenny arrived at the city park, led by her trusty Growlithe. She was searching for Sato. Officer Jenny had not received official approval for this search and was acting on her own. Despite the slow progress, her connections had allowed her to gather information on Sato's whereabouts. She had tracked him to the park using Growlithe's keen sense of smell. However, she had arrived too late. When Jenny and Growlithe reached the grove where Sato and his Pokémon had been, the place was already empty, and the scent trail had vanished. Bellossom's enchanting floral scent had covered Sato's scent. Growlithe, are you sure his scent disappeared here? Officer Jenny asked, puzzled, as she looked at her loyal partner. Woof. Growlithe nodded in response but seemed uncomfortable, as the strong floral scent had overwhelmed his nose, making him sneeze repeatedly. Seeing her partner in distress, Officer Jenny returned him to his Pokeball. With Growlithe's sense of smell rendered useless, she had lost her only means of tracking Sato. Reluctantly, she decided to give up the search. Sigh, what a shame. I just hope this trainer doesn't stray down the wrong path, Officer Jenny thought to herself. She turned her patrol car around and headed back to the police station. She had already been away from her post for some time, and any further delay would be hard to explain to her superiors. Little did Sato know, Gloom's evolution had inadvertently helped him avoid a major problem. Shortly after Officer Jenny left the grove, a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. It was Sophia, dressed in a white gown, accompanied by a Jengar. Humph, I was planning to teach you a lesson today, but you got lucky, bitch, Sophia muttered coldly, watching Officer Jenny disappear from view. She took a deep breath of the lingering floral scent, and the cold expression on her face softened slightly. Sophia then took out a Pokeball and released the Pokémon inside. In the next moment, a Pidgeot equipped with a saddle appeared before her. After Jengar disappeared back into her shadow, Sophia quickly mounted Pidgeot, and they soared into the sky. At 10:35 a.m., after a brief traffic delay, Sato finally arrived at the Viridian City bus station. He successfully purchased a ticket for the bus heading to Saffron City and was now waiting in a restaurant inside the station for the bus to depart. Sato had inquired about the journey from the ticket agent. The trip would be long. If the bus departed at noon, it would likely arrive at Saffron City's bus station around 9 or 10 p.m. With that in mind, Sato thought it best to prepare himself before boarding. Since the bus route would pass through several wild Pokémon habitats, even though they were safe areas, passengers were not allowed to disembark to avoid any potential danger. With the confirmed information in hand, Sato naturally made sure to prepare well for his journey, so he was in the restaurant filling up both his and his Pokémon's stomachs. The bus station was a bustling place, filled with people from all over, and with that came potential trouble. Since Sato had a bit of extra money, he decided to spend a little more and rented a private dining room to avoid unnecessary issues. Despite these precautions, Sato and his Pokémon were still approached by two unexpected guests. To his surprise, these guests were rather important, and one of them shocked him even more than the other. The first guest was a well-built young man in a suit named Genichi Shibata, one of Ichiro's most trusted subordinates. He had come to carry out a task assigned by his boss. Sato recognized Shibata right away. He had seen him the night before as one of Ichiro's followers, and so when Shibata walked into the room, led by a server, Sato's expression turned sour. Growlithe, holding a bit of a grudge from the previous night, bared his teeth and barked aggressively at Shibata. However, to Sato's surprise, Shibata no longer had the stern, unfriendly demeanor from the night before. He had removed his dark sunglasses, revealing small, squinting eyes, and he now wore a nervous, apologetic smile. Seeing that Shibata didn't seem to be here to cause trouble and had come alone, Sato patted Growlithe's head to calm him down, then invited Shibata to sit. After some conversation, Sato understood the reason for Shibata's visit. In short, Ichiro had felt uneasy and sent Shibata to offer an apology and to make amends. The compensation Shibata offered was quite sincere. He presented Sato with a League Silver card containing 5 million Poke Dollars, some high-quality Pokemon food that Fire-type Pokemon love, and a rare Fire Stone. This Fire Stone wasn't just any ordinary one. Although it didn't compare to the premium Sunstone Wallace had given Sato, it was still a mid-tier Fire Stone of excellent quality. I'll accept these gifts, Go back and tell Mr. Ichiro that as far as I'm concerned, this matter never happened. From now on, we're friends, Sato said with a smile after understanding the situation and accepting the items. Honestly, Sato had taken note of the rich kid's attempt to buy his Growlithe by shoving money at his face the previous night and had been irritated by it. However, with his current strength and the fact that Viridian City was Ichiro's territory, Sato knew he had to bide his time and let it go for now. He had originally planned to deal with Ichiro Yamaguchi in the future once he grew stronger, especially if he ever passed through Viridian City again. But to his surprise, Ichiro was quick to back down, even sending someone to apologize right after Sato took care of the Wild Wolf gang. It turned out the rich kid wasn't as bold as Sato had thought, and he knew how to handle situations diplomatically. With this unexpected resolution, Sato no longer felt the need to take any action. It was always better to have one less enemy and one more ally. After Sato gave his clear approval, Shibata's face lit up with a bright smile, and he quickly took his leave. However, not even a minute after Shibata left, the door was knocked on again, and this time it was violently flung open before Sato could respond. When Sato saw the impolite guest, he immediately stopped his 4 Pokémon, who were preparing to attack, and looked at the person standing in the doorway with a serious expression. The man who entered was at least 1.9 meters tall, with a massive and muscular frame. His explosive physique couldn't be hidden, even under the loose-fitting suit he wore, and he exuded a powerful aura. His appearance was intimidating, a perpetually furrowed brow, small eagle-like eyes, a small nose, and a disproportionately large mouth that was always tightly shut and drooping. Despite his fierce look, there was something unexpectedly soft about him. Perched lazily on his head was a shuckle, whose yellow tentacles were wrapped tightly around the man's face, and a playful skiploom was resting on his shoulder. This odd combination softened his fearsome image a bit. Overall, the man's appearance was strikingly unique, ensuring that anyone who saw him would remember him immediately, though probably not in the most pleasant way. At that moment, the towering man was staring directly at Sato, scrutinizing him intently. His silent, glaring presence at the doorway made Sato feel a little uneasy. However, Sato remained calm, not showing any fear despite the man's menacing demeanor. He used his system's scanning function to analyze the man's 2 Pokémon. The data on Shuckle and Skiploom was as follows. Pokémon, Shuckle. Level, 59. Type, Bug/Rock. Ability, Sturdy. Gender, Male. Known moves, Sticky Web, Withdraw, Wrap, Endure, Rollout, Encore, Constrict, Struggle Bug, Safeguard, Rest, Rock Throw, Rock Slide, Bug Bite, Power Split, Guard Split, Stone Edge, Bite, Egg Move, Toxic, TM, Protect, TM, Knockoff, TM, Sludge Wave, TM, Sandstorm, TM, Rock Tomb, TM, Rock Polish, TM, Gyro Ball, TM, Rock Blast, TM, Stealth Rock, TM, Gastro Acid, TM. Pokémon, Skiploom. Level, 10. Type, Grass/Flying. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, Female. Known moves, Splash, Synthesis, Tail Whip, Tackle, Fairy Wind, Aromatherapy, Egg Move, Worry Seed, Egg Move. A level 59 Shuckle, that's really strong. Why is he here? Did he come just to intimidate me? Sato thought, growing tense after gathering the information. The towering man continued to stare at Sato for over a minute, then suddenly, the intense pressure he had been exuding disappeared. He pulled out a photograph, compared the person in the photo to Sato, and then reached into his coat to retrieve a small package, tossing it to Sato before leaving and shutting the door behind him. Throughout the entire encounter, the man didn't say a single word. Once the man was gone, Sato didn't immediately focus on the package. Instead, he let out a deep breath and gently patted his Pokémon, who were still on high alert, telling them to relax. Sato had to admit, the pressure that hulking man had exerted on him and his Pokémon was immense. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands, where danger seemed to loom at any moment, was truly unsettling. Don't be discouraged. He's been training for longer than we have, so it's natural that he's stronger. But remember, we'll keep getting stronger too. As long as we work hard, we'll surpass him one day, and then we'll show everyone what we're made of, Sato said with a smile, comforting his Pokémon, who seemed a bit down after the encounter. Hearing Sato's words, the 4 Pokémon visibly perked up, especially Zubat and Growlithe, who both had strong pride. Even as they ate their food, they kept their eyes fixed on the door. That man was probably ORM, one of Team Rocket's Beast Trio. What's going on? I'm just a low-level newcomer in Team Rocket, yet I ran into him here. And from his actions, it seems like he came to deliver something to me, Sato thought, confused, as he looked at the package on the table after calming his Pokémon down. Yes, the towering man from earlier was indeed ORM, one of the Beast Trio, high-ranking members of Team Rocket who were directly under Giovanni's command. ORM was one of the few trainers in Team Rocket capable of rivaling the Elite Four, and his visit was part of a task given to him by Giovanni. This is Viridian City, and the only person who can command the Beast Trio is Giovanni. What's the deal? I only eliminated a few gang members in the city, and now Giovanni's taken notice of me. Sato mused as he pieced together what might have happened. Once he figured out the situation, the weight of the package in his hands felt even heavier, and he had mixed feelings. On one hand, he was glad that Giovanni had taken notice of him, which could mean unexpected opportunities within Team Rocket. On the other hand, it worried him that he might get more deeply entangled in Team Rocket's affairs, making it harder to leave the organization in the future. After all, Giovanni wouldn't easily let someone he took an interest in slip away. Of course, Sato didn't think staying with Team Rocket was necessarily a bad thing. After all, gym leaders like Sabrina and Koga had willingly followed Giovanni and remained loyal to him. It was a testament to Giovanni's charisma. If he could continue working under Giovanni, it might not be a bad path. Well, there's no point worrying about this now. The important thing is to keep improving my strength. Giovanni seems like a good leader, and if he's noticed me, maybe following him isn't such a bad idea, Sato thought as he carefully unwrapped the package. The package was small, and inside was just a single item, a nondescript stone. However, Sato, being a Pokémon enthusiast, immediately recognized it for what it was, a moonstone. To confirm his hunch, Sato turned off all the lights in the room, plunging it into darkness. The moment he placed the stone on the table, it began to emit a soft, moon-like glow, illuminating the room. Judging by the brightness of the glow, this moonstone gifted by Giovanni was of excellent quality, at least a top-tier one. Sato couldn't help but appreciate Giovanni's generosity in rewarding him with such a valuable item. A moonstone? Huh? What a surprise. With the sunstone, firestone, and now the moonstone, I've managed to gather all three in a single day. Now both Growlithe and Nidoran have the chance to evolve whenever they're ready, Sato said excitedly as he gazed at the stone lighting up the room. The Sunstone, Firestone, and Moonstone were all items Sato had planned to search for in the near future, but through a series of fortunate events, he had acquired them all. This was undoubtedly great news for him. Sato suddenly felt an urge to evolve Growlithe into Arcanine and Nidoran into Nidoking right away, knowing it would significantly boost his battle strength. Having witnessed Bellossom's evolution earlier, Growlithe and Nidoran, who had heard from Sato about the Firestone and Moonstone's potential to evolve them, were now looking at him expectantly. However, Sato resisted the temptation. He carefully stored the Moonstone in his spatial equipment. We need to be patient. Evolving too early isn't always a good thing. You two are still young, and compared to Bellossom, who's lived for a long time, your foundation is still too shallow. Even with my help, it's better to wait and build up your strength first, Sato said, patting Growlithe and Nidoran on the head with a smile. Hearing this, Growlithe and Nidoran nodded thoughtfully, temporarily giving up on the idea of evolving right away. They both hopped onto the treadmill and started training hard. Time passed quickly, and soon, over an hour had gone by. The bus Sato had been waiting for was finally ready to depart, and the signal for departure echoed through the terminal. Goodbye, Viridian City, Sato thought to himself as he sat on the bus, watching the city shrink into the distance through the window. Meanwhile, high above the bus Sato was riding, a Pidgeot flew by swiftly, leaving the bus far behind in an instant. Saffron City, also known as the Golden Metropolis, is a shining jewel located in the heart of the Kanto region. It's the most prosperous and largest city in Kanto, and a world-famous international hub. Undoubtedly, as the heart of Kanto, Saffron City isn't just its most prominent feature but also its brightest gem. As a renowned global metropolis, Saffron City is a melting pot of cultures from all over the world, offering Kanto's most comprehensive resources. This, of course, attracts people from all over, whether they're from Johto, Hone, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, or the faraway Alola. In this city, you can see people from various regions speaking different dialects, and it's common to spot Pokémon from those regions as well. Saffron City also carries the title of the City of Battles due to having the densest population of trainers in Kanto. To meet the demand of these battle-hungry trainers, who bring immense wealth to the city, battle arenas for Pokémon can be found on almost every street. Residents of Saffron City are used to seeing intense and exciting Pokémon battles daily, with trainers from various regions using Pokémon rarely seen in Kanto. Saffron also holds the title of the city that never sleeps. Even late at night, the city remains lively. With countless lights illuminating the streets, it feels as bright as day. Shops lining the streets stay open, with their lights burning until 1 or 2 a.m. It was now past 10 p.m., and a bus, having traveled a long way from Viridian City, slowly made its way into the famous Sleepless City, inching along the highway amidst the sea of vehicles. We've finally arrived in Saffron City. As expected, seeing it in person is even more impressive than hearing about it. The hustle and bustle here makes Pewter and Viridian City pale in comparison, Sato thought as he gazed out the bus window at the bright skyscrapers and the streams of cars. Sato then stretched his body, which had grown stiff from sitting for so long, and couldn't help but yawn. The 10-hour journey had taken a toll on him. However, his movements were a bit too much, and accidentally disturbed the young girl sleeping next to him, waking her from her sweet dreams. Ah, that was such a good nap. Sato, where are we now? The girl asked groggily, yawning and rubbing her sleepy eyes. The girl was around the same age as Sato, with a sweet appearance. She had long, wavy blonde hair, decorated with a cherry blossom-shaped hairpin, and she wore star-shaped earrings. Her large, emerald-like eyes sparkled with liveliness, and beneath her right eye was a beauty mark, adding a touch of charm to her already beautiful face. Sitting next to each other for the long journey, and with her being quite talkative, the two had struck up a conversation. Most of the time, though, it was Sato listening while she chatted away. From their discussions, Sato found that the girl had a simple, carefree nature. She didn't seem to have any hidden agendas and just wanted to pass the time with light conversation. Through their exchanges, Sato had learned a lot about Saffron City from her, and he had also picked up some personal details about this charming young woman. The young lady's name was Daisy, from Cerulean City, and she was around the same age as Sato. Unlike Sato, she was a coordinator. Due to arriving late, she had missed the registration deadline for the Viridian City Pokémon contest yesterday. Now, she was heading to Saffron City to participate in the contest being held there in 2 days. Yes, this Daisy was none other than Misty's eldest sister, one of the future gym leaders of Cerulean City and a future star of the Cerulean Gym's water ballet. However, at this moment, she was still exploring her path in life. Sorry for waking you, Daisy. We've just entered Saffron City, but with all the traffic, it'll be a while before we reach the bus terminal. If you're still tired, you can sleep a bit more. I'll wake you when we arrive, Sato said with a smile when he noticed Daisy waking up. Thanks a lot. Ugh, sleeping on this bus is so uncomfortable. I'll catch a bit more rest, then. Please wake me when we're there. Trusting Sato's words completely, Daisy closed her eyes and quickly drifted back to sleep. Seeing her fall asleep so easily, Sato couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Her lack of vigilance was almost worrying. He wondered how she had managed to survive traveling alone until now. Around 11 p.m., the bus finally pulled into Saffron City's massive bus terminal. After gently waking Daisy, Sato got off the bus on his own. The long 11-hour journey had left Sato starving, as he had only eaten lunch at noon. His 4 Pokémon were also in desperate need of feeding. Being the busiest and largest city in Kanto, Saffron City's bus terminal was much bigger than those in other cities. It was almost like a miniature city itself, with large shops, supermarkets, hotels, restaurants, and even a Pokémon center. Sato didn't spend much time choosing a place. He followed the principle of convenience and picked a restaurant close to the terminal's exit that was still open. The restaurant was quite large, occupying the first 3 floors of the building. Even at 11 p.m., it was bustling, filled with travelers coming from the bus terminal. As soon as Sato entered, a waiter came over to ask if he needed any assistance. After learning that Sato was dining alone, the waiter led him to an empty table near the window and handed him a menu. Since this was Saffron City, an expensive international metropolis, the prices were outrageous. A simple plate of fried rice cost 1,000 Poke dollars, practically highway robbery. Fortunately, Sato currently had over 6 million Poke dollars, so he could afford it. Starving, he ordered a hefty steak meal and an apple juice. Before eating, though, Sato released his 4 Pokémon, who were just as hungry as he was, and set out their favorite foods for them to enjoy. The restaurant's service was quick. Within 3 or 4 minutes, Sato's steak arrived. However, just as he was about to dig in, the sound of police sirens rang out nearby. His hand froze mid-action, and he glanced out the window. 9 bikers were speeding down the street, with the lead rider clutching a white backpack. Chasing after them was Officer Jenny on her police motorcycle, followed closely by several other officers. It was clear that a thrilling Copsan robbers chase was unfolding right outside. These 9 bikers were clearly not ordinary criminals. Their coordination was well organized, and each one had several powerful Pokémon. During their retreat, they engaged in fierce battles with the pursuing police officers. The bikers mostly had the same types of Pokémon Weezing and Arbok. The 5 bikers in the rear had Weezing, which they commanded to release thick clouds of smog. The black, dense smoke made it nearly impossible for the officers to see ahead, and anyone who inhaled even a small amount of the fumes immediately experienced mild poisoning. Due to the bikers using Weezing smog to hinder the police, traffic on the entire street came to a standstill. The reduced visibility also caused a series of accidents, as cars crashed into one another. The 4 bikers in the lead had Arbok, whose job was to clear obstacles. The bikers ordered their Arbok, coiled around their motorcycles, to spew acid at any barriers in their way. The acid was incredibly corrosive, eating through even steel-reinforced cars, leaving gaping holes. Many unlucky vehicles that couldn't evade them in time were mercilessly destroyed. Adding to the chaos, these bikers were highly skilled and remarkably bold. When they encountered cars blocking their way, they simply revved their motorcycles and leaped over the vehicle's rooftops. As they soared through the air, they cackled maniacally, showing complete disregard for their own lives. Their reckless behavior terrified the drivers and passengers ahead, who quickly moved out of the way. However, the police officers chasing the bikers were seasoned veterans. Faced with the smog from Weezing, they promptly put on gas masks and released their Pidgeotto to help clear the smoke. In addition to dispersing the smog, the Pidgeotto used their keen eyesight to track the bikers through the dense smoke, preventing their escape. These guys are insane. It looks like the city's security really is as bad as Daisy mentioned. I just got off the bus and haven't even finished my meal, and now I'm witnessing a robbery. I'll have to stay on high alert while moving around here, thought Sato, sitting by the restaurant window, his expression serious as he watched the bikers speed by. Indeed, Saffron City, the largest metropolis in Kanto, was incredibly prosperous. It had produced countless economic miracles, but how much was hidden beneath that glittering surface? Saffron City had too many conflicting interests. To many factions, it was a juicy prize that everyone wanted a piece of. Even with the League's strong control on the surface, the vast wealth within the city attracted ambitious individuals willing to use any means to claim their share. As a result, Saffron had the highest crime rate of any city in Kanto. Every day, robberies occurred, and even murders were not uncommon. Gang warfare was also frequent. This robbery was just another typical day in Saffron City, and after a few glances, Sato returned his focus to his meal. He reassured his Pokémon that everything was fine and resumed enjoying his dinner. Unless something directly affected his interests, his loved ones, or the end of the world, Sato didn't care what happened in this world. Besides, with his current strength, getting involved would only be asking for trouble. Sato had already used his system's scanning ability to check the bikers' strength. They were not weak. The Pokémon they had were at least level 25 or higher. In particular, the biker at the front of the group had a Weezing and Arbok, both at level 36. With that level of power, he could easily be a Team Rocket captain level threat. Witnessing the reckless behavior of the bikers, many of the onlookers shared Sato's thoughts. They chose to turn a blind eye and wisely made way for the dangerous group to avoid being caught in the chaos. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Blastoise, Water Gun. Venusaur, Razor Leaf. Of course, there are always those who love to intervene, seek attention, or are simply driven by a strong sense of justice. As the bikers raced by, a group of well-dressed teenagers released their Pokémon to assist the police in stopping the criminals. Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, what an enviable lineup, Sato thought to himself as he watched the battle unfold while casually enjoying his dinner. There was no doubt that these young trainers were likely allied with the League and were owners of Pokédexes, indicating their elite status. Once they took the lead, some hesitant League trainers also released their Pokémon and joined the fray. The League had strict rules. If a League trainer witnessed a crime, they were obligated to assist in apprehending the criminals. Failure to act could result in serious consequences, including the loss of their status as League trainers. Now that someone had taken the initiative, others had no choice but to follow suit, especially since the safety in numbers rule didn't apply in this case. Any League trainer who didn't act was at risk of punishment. The young trainers leading the charge were impressive, with fully evolved, high-level Pokémon. With additional trainers joining in, the bikers soon faced fierce resistance and were forced to halt. A massive battle ensued. However, the bikers were seasoned criminals, used to life-or-death fights. Their battle experience far surpassed that of the young League trainers, and they fought mercilessly, aiming for fatal blows. In just a few rounds, several of the young trainers, caught off guard, were knocked out and lay unconscious on the ground. Fortunately, the interference of these young trainers bought enough time for the police to arrive. Unlike the inexperienced trainers, the officers were battle-hardened veterans who had fought criminals before. Their arrival quickly shifted the tide of the battle in favor of the League. It looks like these crazed bikers are done for. Oh, Daisy's joining the fight too. Well, that's not surprising. Her parents are gym leaders, and she's a League trainer as well. She's smart enough to stay out of the main fight though, Sato thought as he observed the bikers gradually being overwhelmed by the sheer number of League members, spotting Daisy strategically staying in the background. Before long, the bikers started to fall one by one. However, their leader, the one holding the white backpack, was still fiercely resisting. In a last-ditch effort, with the help of a few remaining allies, the biker leader found an opening. He immediately revved his motorcycle and sped toward the gap, attempting to make his escape. With the help of his powerful Weezing and Arbok, the leader of the bikers managed to break through the League members' blockade on his motorcycle. He sped towards an opening, which led straight to the restaurant where Sato was dining. Arbok, leading the way, violently spewed acid, dissolving one of the restaurant's walls and creating a large hole. The biker leader then drove through the opening, causing chaos as he crashed into the restaurant. The entire place erupted into confusion as people scrambled in panic. The biker leader's goal was clear: find an escape route, specifically the back door of the restaurant. He immediately ordered Arbok to grab a waitress and force them to reveal its location. At the same time, Weezing released a dense cloud of black smoke, filling the entire first floor of the restaurant and intensifying the chaos. However, things took an unexpected turn. The waitress Arbok grabbed fainted out of sheer terror as soon as the intimidating Pokémon got hold of her. Now, with the restaurant shrouded in thick smoke, the biker leader's plan backfired. The dark fog, intended to obscure everyone's vision, also hindered his own. Trapped in the smoke-filled restaurant, he unintentionally cornered himself. Moreover, the black smoke released by Weezing was far more toxic than that of a coughing. Many guests and staff members, having inhaled too much of the poisonous smoke, were now unconscious and suffering from the effects of poisoning. The biker leader, fully aware of this, quickly pulled out an antidote and drank it to protect himself. Of all places to charge into, he had to come here. Zubat, stay on alert. If that guy's Weezing or Arbok comes near us, let me know immediately, Sato whispered with a serious expression, hiding under a table, speaking to his Zubat. As soon as the Weezing began releasing poisonous smoke, Sato had acted quickly. He put on a gas mask, recalled Bellossom, Growlithe, and Nidoran into their Pokeballs, and relied on his Zubat to protect him. Its resistance to toxins and ability to navigate through the smoke made it ideal for the situation. Despite the biker leader's blunder, it had an unintended advantage. With many of the restaurant's ordinary patrons now unconscious and poisoned, they effectively became hostages. This made the League members outside hesitant to act aggressively, fearing they might provoke the leader into harming the civilians. Realizing this, the biker leader commanded his Weezing to release even more smoke, further thickening the toxic fog on the restaurant's first floor. Meanwhile, the League members outside took the opportunity to completely surround the restaurant, cutting off all possible escape routes for the biker leader. A tense standoff ensued. While both sides could afford to wait, the unconscious civilians could not. If the situation dragged on any longer, those inside the restaurant would likely succumb to Weezing's toxic fumes. Understanding the urgency, the League finally decided to act, sending a few of their members and Pokémon to sneak into the restaurant quietly. As the League prepared to infiltrate, the biker leader, who had been frantically searching for the back door but couldn't find it, began to panic. Like a cornered animal, he became increasingly desperate. Eventually, an idea struck him: if he couldn't find an exit, he would create one himself. Picking a direction, he ordered Arbok to violently clear a path by destroying any obstacles in their way. But as if misfortune wasn't enough, the direction the biker gang leader chose was the wrong one. It led him back toward the entrance he had used to break into the restaurant. On his path stood the last obstacle, the area where Sato was hiding. Zubat, who had been using supersonic to monitor the restaurant, immediately detected the leader's movement and alerted Sato to his approach. Just my luck, he's heading this way. Zubat, if he comes within 5 meters of us, attack first with air cutter, Sato responded, staying sharp and ready to react after hearing Zubat's warning. Judging by how the leader had Arbok dissolve every obstacle in his way, it was clear that this man was ruthless and wouldn't hesitate to eliminate anyone standing in his path. If Sato became an obstacle, he'd be taken out without a second thought. The moment Sato finished speaking, Zubat sensed the biker gang leader's approach and swiftly flapped its wings, now glowing with a greenish energy. In an instant, a strong gust of wind swept through the restaurant, blowing away the thick smoke, and 4 sharp blades of air were sent flying toward the now exposed leader. Faced with the sudden attack from Zubat, the biker leader's expression darkened, but he remained composed. Arbok and Weezing quickly moved to shield him, blocking all of the incoming air cutter blades. Zubat's attack seemed to act as a signal. The League members, who had quietly infiltrated the restaurant, released their Pokémon and joined the assault on the biker gang leader. In no time, under the combined attack of the many League Pokémon, Arbok, the biker leader's main defense, was quickly overwhelmed and defeated. So, the League rats have infiltrated this place, huh? If you think you can capture me, think again? Weezing, use explosion and blow them all to pieces. The biker leader, realizing he was fully surrounded, showed a twisted grin and gave an order that caused Sato and the nearby League members to turn pale. Without hesitation, Weezing obeyed, and in a flash, its body began to glow brightly as it prepared to self-destruct. Damn it, this guy's insane. Zubat, break that cursed window with Shadow Ball, then use Protect. Sato shouted, his face turning white with fear. He quickly crawled out from under the table and ordered Zubat to shatter the window so they could escape the restaurant. The other League members, with expressions similar to Sato's, scrambled in a panic, abandoning the poisoned and unconscious civilians as they fled alongside their Pokémon. Each used every method they could to escape the restaurant, wishing they had more than just 2 legs to run with. Sato had barely made it a short distance away from the restaurant when boom, a deafening explosion erupted from inside. A powerful shockwave burst out from the now-destroyed restaurant, blasting everyone nearby into the air. Many were knocked unconscious by the force of the blast. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The explosion had severely damaged the first floor of the restaurant, including several of the pillars supporting the entire building. In no time, the whole structure began to sway dangerously, as if on the verge of collapse. The side of the building swaying dangerously was quickly noticed by sharp-eyed onlookers. Some of the more fearful ones immediately started screaming in panic, while the smarter ones wasted no time in running away, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the collapsing structure. Oh my god, I just barely escaped being blown up, and now I might get crushed to death, thought Sato, his face pale as he watched the building teetering in front of him. Although he had avoided the explosion, the blast had thrown him a considerable distance, causing him to land hard on the ground. His entire body was covered in cuts and bruises, and he could feel internal injuries as well. Every part of his body ached, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, making any kind of movement excruciating. The situation could have been much worse if not for Zubat, who had used Protect to shield Sato from the brunt of the blast. Still, Zubat was gravely injured, with both wings hanging limply, clearly broken. Despite the pain, Sato wasn't panicking. In the past, he might have resigned himself to death, but now, he had a trump card that could save both him and Zubat from this dire situation. Come out, Blossom. Quickly, use grassy terrain to heal me and Zubat, Sato said after helping to set Zubat's broken wings. He pulled out Blossom's Pokeball and released her, immediately instructing her. This trump card was none other than Blossom. With her healing abilities, there was still hope for both Sato and Zubat to escape safely. Blossom, understanding the urgency, quickly activated grassy terrain in a 2-meter radius around her. Sato and Zubat, now within the healing zone, immediately felt a soothing warmth, as though they were soaking in a hot bath. Their injuries began to heal rapidly. Within just a few seconds, the pain in Sato's body diminished significantly, and he found that he could move again. Taking advantage of this brief recovery, Sato quickly recalled both Zubat and Blossom into their Pokeballs and, like everyone else, rushed toward the safe zone. As Sato regained mobility, the building's swaying grew more pronounced, and it seemed like it wouldn't be long before the entire structure collapsed. Help, someone, help me, a weak voice suddenly called out as Sato made his escape. Hearing this, Sato's steps faltered. He turned in the direction of the voice and saw a girl, about 7 or 8 years old, lying on the ground. A long shard of glass was embedded in her chest, and the ground beneath her was soaked with her blood. Should he save her or not? Glancing at the towering building, which was about to come crashing down, Sato hesitated for a moment, engaging in an intense internal struggle. In the end, his conscience won, and he couldn't bring himself to abandon the child. Blossom, quickly, use grassy terrain again. Sato hurried to the girl's side, releasing Blossom once more and instructing her to heal. At the same time, he pulled out disinfectant and bandages from his bag. Hang in there, it won't hurt as much soon, Sato said to the girl, whose face had regained some color thanks to the healing effects of grassy terrain. He quickly but carefully removed the sharp glass from her chest, applied disinfectant to the wound, and wrapped it with the bandages. Just as Sato finished tending to the girl's wounds, the building's collapse became imminent. Suddenly, after a violent shake, the entire structure began to fall rapidly. Damn it, is this the end? Sato thought in despair as he looked at the towering building crashing down. He knew it was too late to run now, especially while carrying the injured girl. Was he regretting his decision? Yes, at that moment, Sato couldn't help but feel a slight tinge of regret. However, when Sato asked himself honestly, if given another chance, he knew he would still choose to save the little girl. He understood that if he didn't act, even if he survived, he would live with regret, just like in his previous life. That wasn't the kind of life he wanted and that was not the type of person he was. Of course, Sato wasn't ready to give up just yet. After recalling Blossom, he carried the weak, blood-drained girl on his back and continued to move as far as possible from the collapse zone of the building. Miraculously, after a minute of struggling, he managed to get the girl out of the danger zone just in time. But what spared them from being crushed wasn't pure luck. When Sato reached a safe spot and turned around, he saw something unbelievable. Floating in the air above the collapsing building was a black-haired girl around his age. Accompanying her were an Alakazam and a Gardevoir. At that moment, the girl, along with her Alakazam and Gardevoir, was surrounded by a blue aura of psychic energy, emitting immense psychic waves. The entire building was enveloped in the same psychic energy. It was clear that the reason the building hadn't collapsed yet was due to the incredible efforts of this girl and her Pokémon. They were using their power to hold the entire structure in place. Gulp. This is incredible, Sato thought in awe as he watched the black-haired girl and her Pokémon, using their psychic abilities to not only stop the building from collapsing but also slowly push it back into its original position. Sato wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone witnessing this scene had the same shocked expression. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help stabilize the building. My Pokémon and I can't hold this much longer, an icy voice echoed in their minds, snapping them out of their stupor. The next moment, the trainers who had been watching in awe suddenly became energized. Following the black-haired girl's orders, they quickly released their Pokémon to assist in stabilizing the building. Numerous rock-type Pokémon worked together, using their rock-type energy to create solid rock pillars, while powerful fighting-type Pokémon helped place the massive pillars to support the building, bit by bit. After the collective efforts of all the trainers and their Pokémon, the building was finally stabilized at least temporarily. Once the building was secure, many League trainers who had been summoned rushed to the scene, sending their Pokémon into the building to rescue the people trapped inside. Phew, it's finally over. Sato sighed with relief as he saw the building stabilized and the League members beginning to evacuate the people and tend to the injured. He handed the unconscious girl over to the League medics and quietly prepared to leave. Sir, please wait. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you help us? There are too many patients here. Could your Blossom assist with healing? A nurse Joy called out just as Sato was about to leave. With more people being rescued from the building, the number of injured was overwhelming, many of them in critical condition. Immediate treatment was needed, but the medical staff was clearly stretched too thin to handle everyone. Sato's act of risking his life to save the girl had been noticed by many, and they had also seen Blossom's grassy terrain healing the girl. Nurse Joy had witnessed this and, knowing that Sato was a trustworthy trainer, had asked for his help. As a result, Sato and other trainers with Pokémon capable of healing were temporarily recruited to assist. Sato never imagined that Nurse Joy would ask him to assist with healing, and could he really refuse her request? To be honest, if he could, Sato would have liked to just get away from this place. But he knew that rejecting her could have serious consequences. For all trainers, there's one group you should never offend: Pokémon medical professionals, the people responsible for treating your Pokémon and saving their lives. Offending them unnecessarily is an extremely foolish decision. Pokémon have a very unique physiology, making it difficult to treat their injuries with regular medical techniques. Since trainers frequently engage their Pokémon in battles, injuries are inevitable. Because of this, a special profession called Pokémon medical trainers emerged, dedicated to providing proper medical care to Pokémon. These professionals have been around as long as trainers themselves, though they are relatively few in number. They often work quietly behind the scenes, but their efforts are extremely crucial to the success of many trainers. The most widely recognized Pokémon medical trainers are undoubtedly the Joy family. The Joys are the only Pokémon medical family officially acknowledged by the League. A significant reason for the Joy family's prestigious status in the League is their exclusive mastery of raising Shinsi, and their control over its natural habitat. Of course, the history of the Joy family extends far beyond the creation of the Pokémon League. Besides Chansey, which is now considered their signature Pokémon, the Joy family has honed many advanced medical techniques over the centuries. Their expertise in Pokémon anatomy and medical research has always been at the forefront of global medicine. How important is the Joy family's role in the league? The answer is clear: extremely important. For most trainers, offending Nurse Joy is unthinkable. If you truly offend a Nurse Joy and end up on their blacklist, you're in serious trouble. It's highly likely that your career as a trainer would almost be over. You'd soon find that no matter which Pokémon center you visit, the Nurse Joy there would simply refuse to treat you. Worse still, even non-league medical facilities could deny you care. In the medical world, the Joys are powerful, nearly untouchable entity. Offending a Nurse Joy is akin to angering the entire Pokémon medical community, leaving you with no one to provide treatment. Unless you possess impressive healing abilities yourself, or align with a group that dares to oppose the Joy family, your journey as a trainer would be over. You might as well go home and take up farming. So when Nurse Joy asked Sato for help, refusing was not an option. Even though he had Bellossom, a Pokémon with healing abilities, who could say what strange illness might affect his Pokémon that even Bellossom couldn't cure? If he offended Nurse Joy now and had no one to turn to later, it would be a disaster. No problem, happy to help, Sato said with a smile, fully aware of Nurse Joy's influence. He turned around and politely responded to her request. That's wonderful. Please follow me. These patients were injured in the explosion earlier, and they're in critical condition. My Chansey is already exhausted, so could you have your Bellossom use grassy terrain to ease their injuries? Nurse Joy said gratefully, quickly leading Sato to the critical injury zone. When Sato looked around, he noticed that most of the people and Pokémon lying here were league trainers and their Pokémon, the same ones who had participated in the earlier fight against the rogue bikers. They had all suffered severe injuries from the explosion, with most of the patients exhibiting varying degrees of burn wounds. The more seriously injured even had multiple puncture wounds caused by sharp debris from the explosion. The fact that they were still alive was a testament to both their resilience and the expertise of the medical staff. The rogue biker gang leader's reckless actions had been too sudden. In that earlier explosion, the league trainers surrounding the restaurant barely had time to react or take defensive measures, so it was inevitable that they were heavily injured. Especially those who had infiltrated the restaurant, likely with little chance of survival. Sato himself only avoided losing consciousness entirely thanks to Zubat's protect move, which absorbed much of the impact from the shockwave. Moreover, if it hadn't been for that black-haired girl and her two powerful psychic-type Pokémon, he and the severely wounded would likely have been crushed by the collapsing skyscraper. No one would have survived. That was incredible. She's already that powerful at such a young age. Compared to her, I'm far behind, Sato said softly, still shaken by the sight of the girl and her two psychic Pokémon holding the entire building in place with their abilities. At the same time, Sato had now recognized the identity of this girl with extraordinary psychic power. After all, this was Saffron City, and the only black-haired girl with such strong psychic abilities was none other than Sabrina. Though I'm not sure why you intervened, there's no doubt you saved my life. I'll remember this favor. If I ever get the chance, I'll repay you, Sato silently vowed to himself. While Sato was privately feeling grateful to Sabrina for saving his life, the black-haired girl in her white dress, accompanied by her two psychic Pokémon, appeared at the explosion site. Alongside Sabrina and her two Pokémon were 8 league trainers, all dressed in military uniforms. They stood around her with deep respect on their faces. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Seriously, I had just gone to bed, and now this happens. You're all useless, Sabrina said, yawning and sounding annoyed as she floated just above the ground using her psychic powers. None of the league trainers dared to protest her complaints. After witnessing her psychic powers firsthand, they all knew just how strong this black-haired girl was. They also knew of her reputation stories of the new Saffron Gym leader's short temper. If they made her angry, they could be turned into dolls and suffer through a nightmare-like experience. Lady Sabrina, we haven't found the thief's body at the explosion site, nor the stolen item. Have you discovered anything? One of the league trainers, the one with the highest rank, cautiously stepped forward and respectfully asked her. In truth, they weren't particularly concerned about whether the rogue biker gang leader had survived. What worried them was the item he had stolen. It was something the league had commissioned Silphco to produce, and they were responsible for its transport. If they couldn't retrieve it, they wouldn't be able to explain the failure to their superiors. How would I know? By the time I got here, the skyscraper was about to collapse. I didn't have time to deal with your little issue. I don't know. You figure it out yourselves. I'm tired and going back to sleep, Sabrina replied, clearly irritated by the question. Before the league trainer could respond, Sabrina teleported away, disappearing right in front of their eyes. Despite Sabrina's abrupt and impolite departure, the 8 league members in military uniforms were left with no choice but to accept it. While they were somewhat frustrated, they were still incredibly grateful to her. After all, if it hadn't been for Sabrina's timely intervention, using her psychic powers to almost single-handedly stabilize the collapsing skyscraper, the scale of the disaster would have escalated. Her actions allowed the League's rescue efforts to proceed, preventing a far greater loss of life. Otherwise, the number of casualties from the accident would have been much higher, rather than just a majority being severely injured. In this explosion incident, aside from the rogue biker gang leader who had disappeared, only 3 individuals, who had been closest to the explosion point, unfortunately lost their lives. Most others were severely injured but survived. Thanks to the Pokémon world's advanced medical technology, as long as these severely injured patients still had breath in them, they had a good chance of survival. Moreover, since this accident was the League's fault, they would cover all the medical expenses. Meanwhile, after the League members left, assuming the stolen item had been destroyed along with the rogue gang leader in the explosion, something else was taking place. In a quiet alley 200 meters from the restaurant, the rogue gang leader was respectfully handing a white backpack to Sabrina. "Come out, Blossom. Use grassy terrain to heal them," Sato sighed as he looked at the severely injured patients before him, groaning in pain. He then released Blossom and instructed her to begin using grassy terrain to provide relief for those who were suffering. Although Sato had no personal connection to these League members, and they were technically his enemies based on his current situation, he realized that the world would fall into even greater chaos without them. In a way, it was thanks to their efforts that selfish individuals like him could live peacefully. Helping them now felt like a form of indirect repayment. Blossom nodded in response to Sato's command. She then began an elegant dance, and a soothing floral fragrance filled the air. The severely injured patients who inhaled the scent immediately felt a noticeable relief from their pain. At the same time, a 5-meter area around Blossom became covered in small blades of grass formed from grass-type energy. In no time, a lush green lawn appeared. All the severely injured patients within this verdant field began to glow with a soft green light. Under this light, their wounds started healing rapidly. A few seconds later, Blossom, panting from the effort, completed the grassy terrain. The injuries of the nearby patients had shifted from severe to mild, and their once pale faces now showed signs of healthy color. There was no denying the impressive effectiveness of Blossom's healing. With just one use of grassy terrain, she had saved over 10 seriously injured patients from the brink of death. The medical staff nearby were amazed by Blossom's remarkable healing abilities. As a result of successfully helping so many patients, Sato and Blossom quickly became the center of attention in the emergency area, receiving numerous expressions of gratitude. However, healing so many patients at once was clearly taxing for Blossom. After using grassy terrain at full power 3 times, Blossom was just as exhausted as Nurse Joy's Blissey and needed to rest. "I didn't expect that Mr. Sato was a Pokémon healer too. Thanks to your Blossom, so many people are out of danger now," Daisy said with a smile, her body wrapped in bandages, as she spoke to Sato at the Pokémon Center near the station. Daisy, who wasn't particularly skilled in battle, had withdrawn from the fight after participating in the ambush on the rogue biker gang. However, being somewhat nosy, she hadn't left the scene entirely and had chosen to observe from a distance. When the explosion occurred, she was slightly affected, sustaining minor injuries. However, compared to the severely injured patients, her wounds were nothing serious. After a quick bandage, she joined the rescue team. "I'm hardly a Pokémon healer," Sato replied, waving his hand dismissively. "It's just that I have Blossom, who happens to have healing abilities. As for medical knowledge, I don't know a thing. I'm just glad I didn't make things worse." "No way," Daisy quickly interjected upon hearing Sato's humble response. "I saw it all clearly while helping to bandage those wounded. Many of them were in critical condition. If you hadn't helped, I'm sure a lot of them wouldn't have made it until the other medical staff from the Pokémon centers arrived. I'm positive they're all very grateful to you, Mr. Sato." It was already past 1 a.m., and the accident had interrupted Sato's dinner, which he hadn't even finished. Now that the situation had calmed down, he was starving and decided to complete his meal at the Pokémon Center, where he happened to run into Daisy. Unable to resist Daisy's enthusiasm, Sato agreed to join her for dinner. Both were already exhausted, so after quickly finishing their meal, they bid each other farewell and returned to their respective rooms in the Pokémon Center for some rest. Lucky me, this turned out to be an unexpected bonus. Am I a double agent now? Not only do I have the identity of a rocket grunt, but I also just became a League-affiliated trainer. How bizarre, Sato thought to himself as he lay in bed in his small, single-occupancy room, gazing at the new League ID in his hand. Compared to his old League ID, this new one was almost identical, except for some added silver borders on the surface. However, those silver borders marked a significant difference. This ID represented his status as an independent, non-core League trainer. Yes, from today onwards, Sato was officially a proper League-affiliated trainer. As more medical personnel from other Pokémon centers in Saffron City arrived, Sato, who had been acting as a temporary, unlicensed emergency doctor, was effectively relieved of duty. Despite being an outsider, Sato's timely assistance in saving many League trainers' lives earned him the League's warm hospitality. It was undeniable that the Joy family held an extremely high status within the League. After helping Nurse Joy, Sato unexpectedly received a rare reward. When Nurse Joy learned that Sato was merely a civilian trainer unaffiliated with the League, she not only gave him a generous monetary reward but also pulled some strings to help him obtain independent League trainer status. Perhaps it was Sato's heroic act of risking his life to save a little girl, along with his efforts to heal many League trainers, that made it easy for him to receive this new ID. As he prepared to leave the accident site, Nurse Joy handed him this brand new identification card. Now that Sato had this new ID, he could enjoy discounted medical services at Pokémon centers. He would also gain access to the League's internal network and be eligible to take on League-issued tasks at Pokémon centers. But the most important benefit of all was that this new ID finally granted him the right to participate in the Pokémon League tournaments held in various regions.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.